In the realm of cinematic publishing, each individual harbors an inner flame, while passersby merely perceive the smoke. Yet, there exists always that one person, that singular soul who could discern the fire and approach, offering companionship. With fervor, indifference, ferocity, gentleness, and an unwavering belief in love, I traverse breathlessly. I inquire, what is your name? From that simple question, a cascade of events unfolds. Your name is Liuzheng? Yes, indeed. I hear you have affection for me? Yes, but. Then let us marry. Oh, very well, huh? Ruan Liuzheng carries within her heart a galaxy, belonging to a man whose eyes flow with starlight akin to the Milky Way. She devoted many years to loving him and, subsequently, several more to forgetting him. Once, she believed that forgetting was a trivial endeavor. However, when he uttered the words, Liuzheng, forget me, she realized that some souls remain unforgettable, even across a lifetime. He's her husband. She refers to him as Senior Ning, Dr. Ning, and Teacher Ning, yet never dares to call him husband, nor has she ever uttered his name. He weds her, kisses her, embraces her, transforming her into his own. I am called Liuzheng because, on the night I was born, my mother dreamt of a wandering kite. Have you ever lost a kite? I lost many kites in my childhood, never knowing where they flew off to. I have lost one. Did you retrieve it? I did, but I could not bring it back. Why not? Why indeed? She could never comprehend why something could be found yet remain irretrievable. When she finally understood, she had lost her own precious kite, which she found but could never reclaim. Everyone possesses a glimmer of starlight within occasionally. On a lonely night, it illuminates the hazy fragments of memory. Ruan Liuzheng's heart flows with a river of stars, belonging to a man whose eyes shimmer with the light of distant galaxies. He rarely smiles, and the furrows on his brow seem etched into his very being. Clad in pristine white attire, he always carries 2 pens in his pocket. When he writes, his eyelids lower, and his long lashes cast shadows. His hands are exquisite, likely a consequence of wielding a scalpel for years. His fingers are as cold as the instruments he employs. He speaks little, and when he does, his voice is soft, like a tranquil stream flowing through a starry night, its echoes lingering yet untouched by warmth. She spent many years loving him and many more attempting to forget him. As time gradually blurred his visage, she stood beneath foreign stars, striving to recall him, only to find herself unable to piece together his exact features. Only the brilliance of the starlight in his eyes remained, bright and cool. She once thought forgetting was a simple task. However, when he commanded, Liuzheng, forget me, she understood that some souls remain etched in memory, regardless of the passage of time. Time may flow away, yet starlight endures. Even if meteors fall, her profound affection remains solitary. Your name is Liuzheng? Yes, indeed. I hear you have affection for me? Yes, but. Then let us marry. Oh, very well, huh? The story begins here, yet where does it conclude? At the airport, Ruan Liuzheng clutches her phone while hastily maneuvering her suitcase. The call finally connects, and she urgently inquires, Mom, I have returned. Just landed. Which hospital is Dad in? Zhenger, your father is fine now. He has been stabilized. Her mother pays Suf in response. Relief washes over Ruan Liuzheng upon hearing the news, having rushed to buy a plane ticket after receiving the alarming call about her father's health, forgetting to ask which hospital. Mom, which hospital is it? I will come right away. It's at Jiqian. Pei Sufan hesitates, then quickly adds, you weren't home, and your father fell suddenly. I didn't know what to do. Jiqian is family, so. Upon hearing that name, a pang of familiarity strikes her heart, spreading a bittersweet ache. Yet, how could she blame her mother? It had been 6 years since she departed, 6 years without fulfilling her filial duties. With her father's illness, she felt only guilt, not anger. However, the phrase family, it had long ceased to be, or perhaps it never was. Mom, I understand. I shall come. Her tone softens considerably. Zhenger, don't rush. First, return home and gather some things for your father. Oh, all right. Standing in the front yard of the row house, she recalls the year she left, when her father had just planted grapevines. The trellis was bare, adorned only with a few faded red lanterns left over from the new year, swaying desolately in the breeze. Now, the yard is lush with greenery and laden with fruit. Dad, take a break if you're idle. Don't tire yourself out. If you want grapes, just buy some. Jiqian loves them. This was their conversation the year she departed. The phrase Jiqian loves them encapsulated the guiding principle of her parents' lives during those years. Everything centered around what Jiqian favored. Jiqian, Jiqian, Jiqian. A once blurred memory begins to sharpen. Threads of recollection extend from the depths of her mind, weaving together a white silhouette. In the distance, 2 points of light flicker, ethereal and elusive. These threads swiftly entwine around her heart with remarkable precision, their strong pull causing her chest to ache, a buzzing sound filling her ears, and suddenly, a soft yet distant voice emerges. Liuzheng. Her eyes well with tears, nearly spilling over. The phone rings. All illusions vanish. She offers a bitter smile, her eyes glistening with moisture. Once upon a time, the name Ji Qian was a spell binding her life, and she believed that 6 years would be sufficient to break the enchantment. Hello, Mom. The call is from her mother. Zheng, the grapes at home are ripe when you come. Please cut some. Pei Sufin instructs from the other end. All right. A chill brushes her cheek. She wipes it away, her fingertips damp. Chapter 3. After tidying up her belongings, she finally settled down to take a sip of water. This home remained unchanged, just as it had been 6 years ago. Even the family portrait on the wall had not been taken down. She recalled vividly that the photograph was taken a year after her marriage. With her parents seated in the center, while she and her brother, Ruan Liuzheng, stood on either side in the back row, and he stood in the middle. Her brother was very close to him, draping his arm over his shoulder, while she, petite in stature, clung to his arm, leaning against him like a delicate bird. Smiling sweetly. When the photo was developed, her father admired it, sighing that it captured how Ji Qian was the pillar of the family. Yes, she had once believed that too. She thought that the upright man, who could effortlessly resolve issues, would be the cornerstone of her life, her support. Alas, perhaps she had demanded too much. At least, during the divorce, everyone said the same. What more did she want? Indeed, what more could she desire? This very house was purchased by him after their marriage as a gift to his parents. Otherwise, her parents and brother would still be cramped with several families in a run-down courtyard. When she mentioned returning the house to him during the divorce, he refused. She understood him well. He would never take it back, and at that moment, she simply wanted a swift resolution, hastily signing the papers without further discussion. Perhaps the more she accepted from him, the less guilt he felt in his heart. Thus, over the years, she had accepted far too much, enough to leave her gasping for breath. As she took this moment to sip water, she slightly organized her thoughts. Her parents were aging, and, as the eldest daughter, she had no reason to indulge in a whimsical life away from home. Having decided to return, she must prepare herself to face all the people and matters that awaited her. She thought that after 6 years, she would no longer be stirred by anyone. But in truth, she was not as heartless as she imagined. Yet, she no longer wished to return to her past life. So even if her heart held remnants of cold embers, she would allow them to extinguish. With this thought, she felt somewhat at peace and made her way to the hospital. It was a familiar path. She could no longer recall how many times she had traversed it. She knew precisely when the fountain in the garden began to spray water, how many varieties of plants adorned the path, when the magnolias bloomed, and when the ginkgo leaves fell. She even knew how many tiles lined the ginkgo, tree-shaded avenue. She walked carefully, the sun glaring down, prompting her to open her umbrella, instinctively lowering it bit by bit. She truly hoped that none of the hurried figures in white that passed her periphery was him. Upon entering the inpatient building, her umbrella could no longer serve as a shield. She folded it up, feeling a slight flutter of anxiety. The small shop outside the lobby was just as it had been before, and the shopkeeper had not changed. As she purchased toiletries, the shopkeeper's eyes widened, pointing at her. "Oh, you." Panic surged within her, and she forced a calm smile. "How much is it?" "Oh, a total of 54 yuan. The shopkeeper scrutinized her for a moment longer. She paid, thanked her, and turned to leave, hearing the shopkeeper mutter behind her, "Why do you look so familiar?" Of course she looked familiar. She was the girl who often waited for Dr. Ning after night shifts 6 years ago, buying countless snacks here each night. Chapter 4. Sound in a private room. Ruan Liuzheng knocked on the door and gently pushed it open, drawing the gaze of Ruan Liuzheng and Pei Sufin to the entrance. Upon seeing her, Pei Sufin's face lit up with joy as she rushed forward, unable to wait for her to set down her belongings, embracing her tightly. Before uttering a word, tears streamed down her face. "Mom, I'm back." Ruan Liuzheng was moved by her mother's emotion, her eyes stinging with warmth. She wished to say to her mother, "I'm sorry. It's just good that you're back. Just good." Pei Sufin's heartfelt longing was condensed into these simple words, followed by her scrutinizing Ruan Liuzheng from head to toe, tears still flowing. "Oh dear, you've lost weight. How could you have thinned down like this?" To her mother, even if she had ballooned to the size of a ball, she would still appear too thin. Amidst this bittersweet lament, she turned her gaze to her father in the hospital bed, calling softly, "Dad." Ruan Liuzheng was still receiving at 4, his complexion not very good. Yet he was out of danger, feeling both happy and excited. "Go on, let your father have a good look at you. He thinks about you all the time." Pei Sufin took the items from her daughter's hands. "Yes." Ruan Liuzheng approached her father and, upon getting closer, noticed he had aged significantly since she left. And when he smiled at her, she could even see that he had lost a tooth. "Dad," she choked out, "how are you feeling?" "Pretty good. Zhener, you don't need to worry. It's all your mother's fault for making a fuss and calling you back, delaying you," Ruan Liuzheng said. This declaration only deepened Ruan Liuzheng's sorrow. Every time she called home, her father spoke in this manner, delivering good news while withholding any worries, fearing it would disrupt her studies and work. "Dad, it won't disrupt me. I've already decided to come back to work and won't leave again," she managed to say. "Really?" Pei Sufin was overjoyed to hear this. "Of course it's true. I've been unfilial these past years, not being able to stay by your side properly. From now on, I will take good care of you." Ruan Liuzheng turned to her mother. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful." As Pei Sufin eagerly began organizing the items that Ruan Liuzheng had brought, listening to her words, her joy was palpable. After spending some time chatting with her parents and inquiring about her younger brother, Ruan Liang, Pei Sufin mentioned that he was busy preparing for his thesis defense and had not informed him. This eased Ruan Liuzheng's mind. The mischievous boy had finally grown up. "Mom and Dad, it's time for a meal. Let me go prepare something nutritious for you," she thought. "No need. We can eat later. You should rest after your long journey," Pei Sufin said tenderly. "I don't need to. I'll first go check on the doctor," she replied, rising to find the physician. Coincidentally, the attending physician was present and, upon learning she was the patient's daughter, explained the situation to her in detail. In truth, she was already somewhat aware of the general circumstances. Her father had suffered from coronary heart disease for several years, and her mother had generally taken good care of him. She was uncertain why this time it had flared up again. Fortunately, the doctor reassured her that he had been brought in promptly, and there was no major issue. He would just need to stay for a while and rest well upon returning home. She sighed in relief, thanking the doctor before returning to the ward, realizing it was indeed mealtime and wanted to ask her parents what they desired to eat. However, as she approached the open door of the ward, she heard a man's voice from within, clear and melodious, exceedingly gentle. Chapter 5, Brother-in-Law. That voice collided with a particular memory, sending a tremor through her entire being. She had been evading it all this while bracing herself, yet she had not anticipated this voice would emerge so suddenly. A buzzing filled her ears, and her legs felt weak. She told herself she was simply unprepared, not ready. So, she leaned against the wall, seeking support for her faltering body, allowing herself to gradually regain composure. The buzzing gradually faded, and his voice became distinctly clear once more. "Dad, Mom, Ruan Liang's matters have been taken care of. You need not worry, especially you, Dad. Your health is paramount. Ruan Liang will return soon. I have already secured a job for him, and he will just need to report when the time comes." He still called them Dad and Mom. What had happened to Ruan Liang? Why was he involved? And what was this about finding Ruan Liang a job? What was going on? Her initial panic was swiftly replaced by anxiety, longing to rush in and demand clarification, yet her feet remained rooted to the spot. Inside, Pei Sufin's voice rang out, "Zhiqian, I truly apologize for always causing you trouble. It's no trouble at all. Besides, it's my duty." Hearing the words that I should do, Ruan Liuzheng instinctively felt a sense of rebellion. She had never regretted loving him, yet the phrase she detested most was precisely this one, uttered from his lips. What was there left for him to do? Nothing at all. Pei Sufin sighed deeply. "Zhiqian, alas, it's still too much trouble for you. It's that girl, Zheng, who is out of luck." He did not respond to her. Pei Sufin seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her words and quickly changed the subject. "Zhiqian, you are so busy with work. You needn't go to the trouble of bringing us meals anymore." "What? Am I the one bringing meals?" "It's no trouble at all. I need to eat too, so I just thought to bring some for you." Pei Sufin sighed once more. "Mom, I need to return to my department." "All right, go ahead. Don't worry about us here. And take these grapes. They are homegrown and particularly sweet. Enjoy them during your downtime." "Okay, thank you, Mom. I'll come by later." "Dad, please rest well and don't think about anything. I'm here. I don't want to. Just get busy and don't let work be delayed." "Bye." Mom and Dad. Ruan Liuzheng swiftly retreated into the adjacent patient room, straining to listen as his footsteps receded gradually from the doorway until they faded completely. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, she noticed the other patients and their families staring at her curiously. Embarrassed, she repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry," and then fled in haste. Upon returning to her father's room, Pei Sufin regarded her with an unusual expression. "Mom, what is going on? What happened to Ruan Liuzheng?" To be honest, her parents' overly intimate relationship with him made her somewhat uncomfortable. Yet seeing their aging and helpless faces overshadowed her feelings of unease. Pei Sufin realized that her daughter had overheard their previous conversation, and seeing no way to conceal it any longer, she had to speak the truth. Before Ruan Liuzheng left school, he got into a fight and injured someone, so he was taken to the police station. "The police notified us, but your brother was too scared to tell us, and had someone call his brother-in-law." Chapter 6. Responsibility. At this, Ruan Liuzheng couldn't help but frown, not only for having such a troublesome brother, but also for his bad habit of seeking him out whenever trouble arose. Pei Sufin, sensing her thoughts, hurriedly added, Ruan Liuzheng has always been close with Ji Qian. In previous years, he even invited Ji Qian to parent-teacher meetings, and whenever he got into trouble at school, it was always Ji Qian who acted as his guardian. Ruan Liuzheng rubbed her temples in exasperation. "Enough of this, let us get to the point. You've just returned, and all I hear is Ji Qian's name. It's quite enough." Ji Qian secretly handled Ruan Liuzheng's matter. The medical expenses and such amounted to tens of thousands. Pei Sufin glanced at Ruan Liuzheng, and seeing her indifferent reaction, continued, "Initially, we were unaware, but the school informed us directly, and then your father became ill from anger. So that is how father fell ill." She had been puzzled about it for so long. How could he fall ill so suddenly? "He paid for it?" Ruan Liuzheng asked, her expression stiff. "Yes." Pei Sufin's voice faltered before she quickly added, "But then your father got sick, and we couldn't attend to this matter." Ruan Liuzheng had no intention of blaming her parents. She merely sought clarity for her own understanding, so she would know how to proceed. "And what about the job situation?" she inquired next. "Isn't your brother studying music? He wants to sing, to become a star, to act in movies." So Ji Qian introduced him to his friend's company. "I see." She understood. That friend's company was none other than Zhuo Chenen's Jixia Cultural Communication Company, which had been a top-tier entertainment firm 6 years ago. Zhuo Chenen was her brother-in-law's close confidant, and being introduced, there was akin to donning a golden robe. She didn't know what to say. She simply felt utterly powerless, as if her 6 years of evasion had been in vain, and everything had returned to the starting point. Despite her best efforts to sever ties with him, her family had instead grown closer to him. This feeling was quite unbearable, as if a great weight pressed upon her chest, making it hard to breathe. The most difficult debt to repay in this world is that of human kindness, and now, what could she use to repay it? Surely, she wouldn't sacrifice herself for it? She remained silent, and Pei Sufin also felt the oppressive atmosphere. She knew her daughter preferred to avoid further entanglements with Ji Qian, yet everything unfolded contrary to her expectations. Zheng Ruan Liuzheng, lying on the bed, spoke. "That money, we still need to repay Ji Qian. As for the job situation, your brother requested Ji Qian's help. If you disapprove, then just don't let him go. This relationship can't trouble Ji Qian any further. Dad, of course, I will repay the money. As for Ruan Liuzheng's situation, I will talk to him when he returns. Don't worry about these matters. I'm back now, and I'll handle everything," she assured softly as she sat beside Ruan Liuzheng. She would never blame her family, especially her parents. This failed marriage was her own fault. Because of her, her parents had suffered greatly. 6 years away had left her feeling even more guilty for neglecting them. So since it was her responsibility, she must bear it herself. Suddenly, she noticed her bag on the bedside table, clearly a youthful design. Had he seen it when he came earlier? Such an observant person surely wouldn't have overlooked it. If he had seen it, would he have guessed that she had returned? Chapter 7. Stability. He said he would come later. But how late is later? During off hours? For dinner? Or in the evening? Ruan Liuzheng felt restless as she pondered how to face their reunion, wondering what the first word should be. She recognized that this was not a healthy mindset and contradicted her previous resolve to extinguish all lingering embers. Yet her internal emotions seemed somewhat beyond her control. She could maintain a facade of calm while watching the four drip by her father's bedside, but she could not suppress the myriad thoughts clashing within her. Around 3 or 4 o'clock, Pei Sufin's phone rang, right beside Ruan Liuzheng. She glanced at the caller ID. Ji Qian. "Mom, answer the call." Her heart inexplicably raced. Aren't you going to pick it up? Pei Sufin, busy folding clothes, set them down and approached the phone, realizing hello, Jiqian? Pei Sufin's phone was loud, and the hospital was quiet, allowing Ruan Liuzheng to clearly hear his voice, although the content was indistinct. Deliberately, she stepped away. Oh, all right. You don't need to worry about us. We can manage on our own. Right now, Pei Sufin suddenly fell silent, casting a glance at Ruan Liuzheng. Jiqian, just focus on your work. I can handle dinner myself, truly. Jiqian mentioned he had to handle an emergency surgery and wouldn't he have time to bring meals. Pei Sufin hung up the phone. Ruan Liuzheng felt a sense of relief. She speculated that Pei Sufin's abrupt silence was likely because she intended to mention that Ruan Liuzheng had returned. In truth, her mother was being overly cautious. It mattered little whether she said it or not, as she and Jiqian would inevitably meet again. Moreover, being in the hospital, they were merely a few floors apart, and the chances of encountering him were exceedingly high. At that moment, she truly believed this. However, contrary to her expectations, despite preparing for accidental encounters every day, she never saw him again. Was it intentional? Or was it simply fate? There was no point in dwelling on it. As her father gradually recovered and was discharged from the hospital, that person seemed to have evaporated from this world, truly never to appear again, not even giving her the chance to repay him. Once they left the hospital, she began to focus on settling down, starting with finding a job. After 6 years away, she had graduated with her master's degree, completed her residency, and obtained the coveted medical license she had long desired. These 6 years had been arduous, a significant detour, yet ultimately, there were results to show for it. Top-tier hospitals, such as the one in which she found herself, were beyond her reach, and she had never contemplated working there. As a graduate from an out-of-town university, securing a position in one of the city's esteemed hospitals was a challenging endeavor. Aware of her limitations, she applied to several average hospitals and soon received a response from Xiqing Hospital, which offered her a position. However, the distance from home posed a significant concern. Eager to commence her career, she overlooked this detail and excitedly reported for duty. Thus, her career settled into a semblance of stability, and with employment secured, her heart felt a sense of peace. On a side note, the male lead's classmate had yet to make an appearance. Are you all feeling anxious? Or perhaps a touch impatient? Chapter 8. The course of life as a newly minted physician, she had an abundance of knowledge to acquire. Fortunately, her colleagues fostered a harmonious work environment, and her own humility and enthusiasm led her to treat each senior as a mentor. This new chapter of her life brimmed with hope and motivation. The girl who, at just 22, had torn up her overseas acceptance letter to plunge headlong into a tumultuous romance. Could she have imagined that one day she would don the pristine white coat of her dreams? Farewell to the past, she mused. Now, she had shed her constraints, riding the winds, light as a feather awaiting her flight. 2 months had swiftly passed since she began her work at the hospital, and to be candid, it was exhausting. Each day, she rose at dawn to navigate the subway across much of the city to reach her workplace. By the time she returned home, the sky sparkled with stars, provided, of course, that the air was clear and free from smog. Nevertheless, this lifestyle, though tiring, was filled with joy and in the whirlwind of busyness. She found no time to dwell on a certain individual. Such a state felt remarkably good. However, the trajectory of life seldom follows a straight path. One day, just before her shift ended, she was summoned to the director's office, where he delivered splendid news. The hospital had secured a slot for advanced training in neurosurgery at the prestigious Bea First Hospital. They had chosen to send her. At that moment, her heart raced with astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Bea First Hospital's neurosurgery department? She felt akin to a turtle, slowly making her way into a grand shell. What? Are you reluctant to go? The director seemed to sense her hesitation. Not at all. I simply feel that with so many people at the hospital, it seems unlikely that I would be chosen. This is a remarkable opportunity, he insisted. You must consider your specialization. Our hospital is in dire need of neurosurgeons. Others would leap at the chance, and should you miss this opportunity, you will surely regret it. Bea's techniques are top-notch nationally. Learning from their faculty is far superior to what you would gain here. Yet, the hospital had its stipulations. She would need to sign a contract committing to serve the hospital for 10 years upon her return. The director noted. She found herself unable to make an immediate decision, wavering. Do you know which instructor I would be working with? The contract itself did not concern her. As a doctor, her duty was to heal, regardless of location. She pondered. He seemed so young. Surely he couldn't be a teacher yet? I'm not certain. Take your time to think it over. He replied. Dr. Ruan Liuzheng returned home with heavy steps. Her heart, which had just begun to settle, now stirred once more by their conversation. Upon reaching her door, she was greeted by a chorus of laughter. Who could it be? Anxiety gripped her. Opening the door, a figure with tousled blonde hair rushed toward her, lifting her into a spinning embrace. Sister, you're back. I missed you so much. Dizzy from the spin, she finally steadied her gaze and tapped Ruan Liuzheng's shoulder. Put me down. I have something to discuss. Ruan Liuzheng released her, looking somewhat timid. Sister, you're not going to scold me again, are you? Brother-in-law already gave me a talking to. He is no longer your brother-in-law. The mention of this title irritated her inexplicably, raising her voice, which instantly froze the cheerful atmosphere in the room. Sister, Ruan Liuzheng tugged at her sleeve. Please don't be angry. Where have you been for the past 2 months? She questioned sternly. Such a significant event occurred, and you didn't bother to inform the family. I tried to reach you countless times, but you were unreachable. How could I not be furious? Chapter 9. Ruan Liuzheng, a few shades timid, glanced at her and quietly confessed, I went to film. What? Ruan Liuzheng exclaimed, utterly astonished. That's quite sudden, isn't it? I returned just a few days after brother-in-law did. I signed a contract with Jixia Company. There was an opening for the male lead that became available due to an unforeseen circumstance, and I stepped in immediately. Sister, to play the male lead on my first try is quite an accomplishment. They even let me sing the theme song. Initially cautious, Ruan Liuzheng's excitement soon bubbled over as he spoke. Watching him beam with joy ignited her anger. You come back and don't even think to visit father. Instead, rushing off to film some trivial show? Do you even realize that father fell ill because of you? I can't help it. Father gets angry when he sees me. Ruan Liuzheng took a step back, startled by her fury. You. Ruan Liuzheng was left speechless, turning to retrieve her phone. Sister, what are you doing? Ruan Liuzheng grasped her wrist anxiously. Ruan Liuzheng held her phone, demanding, What switch in his number? I'm calling him to tell him this film is off. I'm not signing any contract. Sister, please don't. Ruan Liuzheng pleaded. Will you tell me or not? She hardened her heart. I won tea. Ruan Liuzheng's resolve was equally firm. Sister, you don't have the right to stop me from pursuing my dreams. If you truly wish to achieve your dreams, then do so on your own merits. Do not take shortcuts or rely on connections. She wrenched her wrist free. Fine. If you want to tell me, I'll seek out Xia Wanla myself. Sister, Ruan Liuzheng swiftly blocked the door. What are you doing? Are you afraid I'll benefit from brother-in-law's success? You're right. You've divorced him. That's your affair. What does it signify? What relevance does it have to me? Are you saying the world stopped spinning because you two are no longer together? He is still my brother. I still consider him a sibling. Do you have any say in that? Moreover, can you truly refuse to accept his help? If it weren't for him, would you be living in such a nice house? Would you have the means to study? Ruan Liuzheng. The simultaneous reprimand came from their parents. Ruan Liuzheng stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. Ruan Liuzheng, sensing he had gone too far, quietly said, Sister, just let it go. Move on. It is what it is. I've already signed a contract. If you force me to back out now, I'll incur a penalty. It would only serve to embarrass brother-in-law. Perhaps Zul would not pursue it, but wouldn't that just complicate things for him? Ruan Liuzheng's mind was in turmoil, recalling a conversation from long ago. Liuzheng, do you wish to continue your education? Yes. Then take this money. Use it until you secure employment. No need. Liuzheng, money is indeed a mundane matter, but it is the last thing I can offer. I interrupted your studies. Now, let me repay you, and I shall owe you nothing further. In that moment, a tear fell, burning her chest with its heat. Ruan Liuzheng was unaware that after the divorce, she had not accepted a single cent from him, and for 6 years, she had endured hardship. Their 4-year marriage could be summed up in 2 words, a debt, a repayment. For her, it was encapsulated in one word, love. She had genuinely loved. If she accepted his money, what would become of the devotion she had poured into their relationship? Sister, I'm sorry. Ruan Liuzheng reached out, brushing his fingers across her cheek. Please don't cry. Had she been crying? Was it her? Or was it the girl from 6 years ago who wept? A side note, not yet. It will be out tomorrow. Chapter 10. Intuition. Ruan Liuzheng, 8 years her junior, was the cherished child of older parents, indulged to the point of becoming somewhat unruly, constantly getting into trouble since childhood. Later, the troubles escalated, And by the time her parents decided to intervene, their only recourse was the stick, a method that proved ineffective. It merely compelled Ruan Liuzheng to don a facade of obedience while continuing to wreak havoc. The following day, Ruan Liuzheng departed once more, chasing his dreams on set. His parting words lingered in her ears. "Sister, let it go. Move on, whatever will be, will be." 2 weeks later, she received formal notification of her further studies in Bea. As she exited the elevator and walked the brief distance to the office, her legs trembled, and a chill ran down her spine. With each step, she scrutinized her surroundings. The sight of anyone in white coats or green scrubs sent her heart racing. In that moment, she felt more like a thief than a budding physician. Upon finally reaching the office, a swift glance revealed no familiar face, momentarily easing her anxiety. However, her relief was fleeting, for she had visited this place countless times. Would the doctors and nurses still recognize her? A second glance, and she was overwhelmed by the urge to vanish into the ground. Several familiar faces greeted her, bolstering her resolve to remain, not out of courage, but sheer audacity. "May I ask if Director Su is present?" she inquired, her boldness masking her unease. All heads turned in her direction, and she felt the heat rising to her cheeks. "I am," replied an older doctor. This Director Su had come after her departure, and she was unfamiliar with him. "Hello, Director Su. I am Ruan Liuzheng, here for further studies." To her relief, the familiar faces bore no signs of recognition, which calmed her nerves slightly. "Ah, Dr. Ruan, welcome." Dr. Ning worked the night shift and has already left this morning. "You two should familiarize yourselves with the environment and prepare for your training," Director Su instructed, gesturing toward another girl in the office not wearing a lab coat. The name Dr. Ning echoed in her ears. Indeed, it was him. Everything seemed foreseen, yet still left her in shock, rendering her oblivious to the subsequent words of Director Su. Only when the girl before her spoke did she snap back to reality. "Huh? What?" "Director Su wants us to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Why are you still standing there?" The girl's tone bore an air of condescension, accentuated by her taller stature. "Oh, right," she muttered, annoyed at her own lapse in composure, offering an apologetic smile to Director Su. He returned her smile kindly. "Do you need someone to show you around?" "No, thank you," Ruan Liuzheng replied hurriedly. This place was so familiar that she could navigate it with her eyes closed. Still somewhat dazed, she turned to leave, but collided with a solid wall, rather a solid figure. The impact jolted her forehead painfully, and tears threatened to spill. "Em sorry, she began, but her intuition warned her that something was amiss. Clutching her forehead, she caught sight of a pair of shoes and the hem of a white coat, her breath catching in her throat. Chapter 11. Stasis' 3 years of shared intimacy had made her acutely aware of his every approach and retreat, even in slumber. She had assumed that the passage of 6 years and the chasm of distance would dull this instinct, yet it remained as vivid as the pulse of life itself, entwined with her existence. With every breath, memories flooded back, and the air felt suddenly stifling. She dared not raise her gaze. She had prepared herself for various scenarios, even rehearsed how she would greet him if he were indeed her instructor. "Hi, it's been a while. I'm your student, Ruan Liuzheng." But none of those scenarios manifested. Why, after 6 years, did she still feel so awkward and exposed in his presence? Time seemed to freeze. Neither spoke. She was uncertain if he was watching her, anxiety swirling within her. Suddenly, someone pushed her aside, taking her place before him. It was that very girl. She faced him directly, extending her hand with a bright, clear voice. "Hello, are you Dr. Ning? I'm your student, Ding Yuan." In that moment, Ruan Liuzheng felt grateful to Ding Yuan for momentarily diverting attention away from her. She straightened up, still casting her eyes downward, avoiding his gaze. "Oh, Dr. Ning? I thought you had left." Director Su's cheerful voice broke the tension, interrupting the exchange between Ding Yuan and him. "I haven't left. I'm just back to collect a few things," he replied, his familiar voice as gentle as a breeze brushing past petals. "Ah, your 2 students have arrived," Director Su added. "Good," came his calm response, "and then you 2 come here." Ding Yuan retracted her hand, yet she maintained composure, quickly following him. Leaving Ruan Liuzheng to linger in Ding Yuan's shadow, head bowed as she moved forward. They navigated through a few chairs until they reached his desk, where he took a seat. "Dr. Ning, both of them are graduate students. One is from Xiqing Hospital, and the other is just graduated, here for specialization training." Director Su introduced. "I'm a PhD graduate, Ding Yuan interjected promptly. Ruan Liuzheng remained silent. In truth, Ding Yuan's declaration was somewhat unnecessary. He was well aware of her credentials. Very well, he replied, neither enthusiastic nor cold, maintaining his usual demeanor. You will begin training. Report to the department in 3 days. Arrive early, and don't be late. Yes. Ding Yuan replied assertively, pausing before asking, Dr. Ning, shall we head over now? Go ahead, he said. All right, Dr. Ning, goodbye. Director Su, goodbye. Teachers, Ding Yuan declared, turning decisively to leave. Ruan Liuzheng felt sluggish and hesitant, hiding behind Ding Yuan, lost in admiration of her attire, oblivious to when it was time to depart. When Ding Yuan turned, she found herself exposed to his gaze, standing face to face with him. His clear, penetrating eyes held her captive. Chapter 12. If it were the first meeting after 6 years apart, he seemed a bit thinner, yet everything else remained unchanged. His eyes, like a clear night sky, sparkled with starlight, making her dizzy. She quickly averted her gaze, whispering, Dr. Ning. Her focus flitted aimlessly, landing on his long, slender fingers resting atop the desk. Pale and delicate, reminiscent of the coolness she felt when entwined with them in the past. She could not predict his words, and the seconds stretched agonizingly. Ultimately, she had to confront this moment. She steeled herself, taking a deep breath. Please, go ahead, he said, his gaze soft. She was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a familiar exchange after 6 years apart. His gentle tone felt both intimate and distant, as if they had never known each other. Shouldn't he have said something like, Liuzheng, how have you been? Or Liuzheng, it's been a long time? In a daze, she managed to feign "oh" before turning to leave. Once outside the office, she exhaled deeply. After so much psychological preparation for their reunion, it had concluded so effortlessly. It was unexpected, yet undeniably relieving. Compared to the scenarios she had envisioned, filled with tension or nostalgic sentiment, this gentle exchange was far preferable. Suddenly, she felt as though the years of entanglement between them had dissipated like mist in a breeze. It was as if she had returned to that first year of university when she had stumbled into the wrong lab and found him engrossed in his microscope. One glance, and the starlight in his eyes flowed like water. If only life were always as it was at first sight. Not everyone could achieve that. This indeed was splendid. Unconsciously, a smile crept upon her face. After all, regardless of whether the years she shared with him were sweet or bitter, filled with love or regret, she had never held any resentment towards him. He would eternally remain her esteemed Senior Ning, the young man in white who had captivated her at first sight and subsequently dominated her entire youth. A cold laugh escaped her lips as someone obstructed her path. She blinked away the faint moisture at the corners of her eyes, gazing at Ding Yuan, utterly perplexed by her intentions. You truly possess a cunning mind, Ding Yuan taunted. Did you deliberately linger after I left to deepen Teacher Ning's and Director Su's impression of you? Let me tell you, don't waste your efforts. Gaining admission to Bea is utterly impossible for you. So, Ding Yuan's aggressiveness stemmed from that. Ruan Liuzheng smiled lightly, assuring her, rest assured, I have never aspired to enter Bea. With that, she brushed past Ding Yuan and continued on her way. Upon reaching the department's entrance, a nurse briskly entered, carrying medical supplies. The two crossed paths, and the nurse exclaimed in delight, Liuzheng. It was Tanya, a familiar face, 6 years ago, when she wandered the hospital. She had been closest to Tanya. Xiaoya, it's been too long. Encountering an old friend inevitably brought about a hint of awkwardness. You Haven tea changed a bit. Tanya smiled as she freed a hand to grasp Ruan Liuzheng's. Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. Neither have you. Liuzheng, I'm swamped right now and can't chat properly. My number hasn't changed, so feel free to call me when you're free, and we can catch up. Tanya's expression was hurried, yet filled with regret. All right, you go on. Don't let me hold you up. She understood all too well how busy nurses were and didn't dare delay Tanya even a moment. Tanya waved her hand and departed. Ruan Liuzheng felt grateful that Tanya hadn't inquired about her purpose in the department or whether she was looking for Dr. Ning. Many individuals in her life were warm presences. Chapter 13. The cake turns out you know people at the hospital. Ding Yuan's disdainful voice interrupted from behind. But that is of no consequence. With that, Ding Yuan rushed ahead of her. Ruan Liuzheng found Ding Yuan's brashness perplexing. However, she didn't take it to heart, as she was merely there for training and would leave once it concluded. There was no conflict of interest between them, and they would likely never cross paths again. 3 days later, As she officially joined the department, she made a point to rise early, preferring to arrive ahead of schedule rather than risk tardiness. Just before she left, her mother criticized her choice of attire, insisting she ought to dress more presentably for a visit to a major hospital. Ruan Liuzheng could only respond, "Mom, everyone wears white coats. What is there to admire?" She understood her mother's intentions. Women adorn themselves for those they wish to impress. Yet, her mother remained undeterred. She assumed she would be among the first to arrive at the hospital, but to her surprise, Ding Yiyuan had beaten her to it. She couldn't help but admire Ding Yiyuan's dedication. If she brought that same tenacity into her career, she would undoubtedly become a diligent doctor, despite her overbearing personality. Soon after, he arrived. The moment he appeared at the department entrance, he captured her gaze. Following their previous encounter, she could now observe him approaching with greater composure. Without his white coat, he appeared even more slender, his hurried steps akin to the wind. As he drew nearer, his features sharpened into focus. Having not had the chance to examine him closely yesterday, she now took the time to appreciate him. He possessed the quintessential characteristics of the Ning family: distinctive facial lines, angular features, with his most striking attribute being his eyes. The eyes of the Ning family were always remarkable, yet his were exceptional. With slightly upturned shapes and long, thick eyelashes, they seemed to be naturally lined, accentuating the luster of his dark pupils, which, in her eyes, resembled a flowing river of stars. "Teacher Ning," Ding Yiyuan called, snapping her back to reality. She had unknowingly drifted into her own world. The distance he had traversed had not yet allowed her to discern the details of his lashes. Clearing her throat, she echoed, "Teacher Ning," and noticed he was holding a small cake box. A flutter of excitement coursed through her. What could he possibly need a cake for? The box bore the name Mi Wei, the very brand of baked goods she once adored. Could it be for her? A wave of uncertainty washed over her. But if not for her, then for whom? He had become quite the connoisseur of cakes. Not because he enjoyed them himself, but because she often requested him to buy them. Over time, he had become adept at distinguishing between mousse, cheesecake, brownies, tiramisu, and an array of flavors ranging from fruity to matcha and rum chocolate. Upon entering the office, he placed the cake on the desk and immediately commenced his work, allowing Ruan Liuzheng's gaze to finally shift from the cake. A strong intuition surged within her. This cake was undoubtedly meant for her. The conviction was so compelling. She was grateful he had presented it to her in front of so many people. Otherwise, where would she hide her face? Moreover, with Ding Yiyuan being so uncooperative, if she were to reveal this moment with Teacher Ning, wouldn't she be torn to shreds? As an aside, come, dear friends, guess for whom the cake is intended. Chapter 14. Digging a hole following him, she observed as he attended to several key patients, familiarizing himself with their conditions from the previous day. When he spoke to the patients, his demeanor was remarkably gentle. If Dr. Ning ever smiled, it was certainly in the presence of patients and their families. His smile was enchanting. His already bright eyes sparkled like sunlit frames, casting a spring-like warmth that illuminated the world around him. Ruan Liuzheng, who had occasionally glimpsed such smiles before, found herself addicted to the sight, relishing the moments when she could secretly watch him interact with patients. In those instances, she felt that even the most beautiful scenery in the world paled in comparison to his eyes filled with laughter. Alas, he had never bestowed such a smile upon her. 6 years later, witnessing such a smile again felt like a reunion with a distant past. After tending to the patients, they returned to the department for a briefing, where hospital documents were conveyed and the formal rounds began. Bed 28 was not one of his patients, yet as he passed by, a family member urgently grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Doctor, the catheter has come out." The catheter. Ding Yiyuan reacted swiftly, stepping in to address the situation, as urine spilled forth, soaking her hands. To medical staff, there was no distinction between clean and dirty, yet Ding Yiyuan's response surprised Ruan Liuzheng. After resolving the issue, she inquired about what had happened, and the family member sheepishly admitted it was an accident. Ding Yiyuan promptly reprimanded the family member, leaving them speechless. Dr. Ning said nothing, simply continuing his rounds. When they reached bed 39, he suddenly turned back. Ruan Liuzheng and Ding Yiyuan exchanged puzzled glances but silently followed. Upon returning to the office, he retrieved the cake. Ding Yiyuan's surprise was evident, while Ruan Liuzheng felt utterly flustered. Surely he wouldn't have a sudden whim to present the cake to her? She prepared to refuse. Considering their current relationship, Such intimate gestures could be construed as ambiguous, especially with Ding Yiyuan observing closely. He approached her directly. She had even formulated her rejection. Teacher Ning, I've already had breakfast, thank you. We've only met twice, so I can't accept your kindness. Yes, just like that. As she held her breath, ready to convey her thoughts, he expressionlessly walked past her. He walked past her. She stood there in astonishment, dumbfounded. Hey, why aren't you following? Ding Yiyuan inquired, noticing her immobility. Oh, coming. She hurriedly responded, jogging to catch up. He proceeded straight to bed 39, where a 4 or 5-year-old girl greeted him with a beaming smile, revealing her tiny white teeth as she opened her arms. Uncle Ning, Fei, sweet girl, you're going home today. His voice was so warm that it could melt hearts, effortlessly lifting the little girl into his arms while presenting her with the cake. So, the cake was intended for this little girl, named Fei. Ruan Liuzheng felt her cheeks flush, and thankfully, her shameless thoughts were known only to herself. Otherwise, she might have wished to dig a hole and bury herself. On a side note, dear readers, Chapter 213 has undergone a comprehensive revision, with minimal changes that can be largely overlooked. However, Chapter 13 must be revisited to ensure continuity. Moi. By the way, how many of you share Ruan Liuzheng's sentiments? Haha. In Chapter 15, Uncle Ning, does that mean I want to see you after you're discharged from the hospital? Fei pouted while clutching a small cake box. Can one truly develop feelings during a hospital stay? Fei, come down. Dr. Ning is busy, said an elderly woman, presumably Fei's grandmother. Reluctantly, Fei was carried away, still mumbling about wanting to hear Uncle Ning tell stories and eat the cake he brought. After you return home, your parents can tell you stories, he replied gently. Fei remained sulky, but Uncle Ning, can I visit you with Grandma when I'm not in kindergarten? Of course. Call me before you come, and I will have a cake ready and stories waiting for you. At that moment, Ruan Liuzheng stood behind him, unable to see his expression, yet she could surmise the tender light in his eyes. Stories? She had never known he could tell stories. Fei was finally satisfied. I know. It has to be when Uncle Ning isn't in surgery, right? Yes, he nodded, chuckling softly, seemingly amused by the little girl's understanding. He then conversed for a while with Fei's grandmother, emphasizing post-discharge care before leaving the ward. After completing his rounds, he returned to the department to write medical orders and prepared to perform surgery. He asked Ruan Liuzheng and Ding Yiyuan, which of you has been in an operating room before? Ding Yiyuan, always quick to respond, stood up and said, I have. Ruan Liuzheng sensed his gaze briefly sweep across her face before he nodded at Ding Yiyuan. Come with me. All right, Ding Yiyuan exclaimed excitedly. Ruan Liuzheng couldn't understand the significance of Ding Yiyuan's eagerness. Did not competing mean there would be no future opportunities? Truth be told, during her 3 years of training in the hospital after graduation, she had not only entered the operating room, but had also acted as the first assistant and even performed minor surgeries. Today, he was not taking an assistant in, which puzzled her as to why he would only bring one person. Yet, her personality was one that did not relish competition. She believed in fulfilling her duties and thus brushed off the matter. She spent the better part of the morning in the department, where Tanya passed by numerous times, only managing to exchange smiles due to her busy schedule. It wasn't until nearly noon that Tanya finally caught her breath and approached her. Liuzheng, I didn't expect you to be training in our specialty. That's wonderful, but why are you in our department? Look, the surgery is still ongoing. The surgery Tanya referred to was the one he was conducting, an unspoken understanding between them. Ruan Liuzheng smiled. Isn't every department busy? Indeed. Tanya sighed. By the way, what is up with bed 39's Fei? She seemed a bit curious. That little girl. She was admitted due to an injury. Initially, she was quite unruly and uncooperative with the doctors, but Dr. Ning managed to calm her down. Now, she only listens to Dr. Ning, who promised her that if she behaved, he would bring her cake every day and tell her stories. Tanya simidet, inevitably mentioning Dr. Ning's name. Ruan Liuzheng exhibited no particular reaction. She had initiated the topic, and since they would be working closely in this department, she couldn't afford to be overly sensitive about such matters. Just as Tanya finished speaking, the bell rang, and she hurried away. However, Tanya's words lingered in Ruan Liuzheng's mind. She had not anticipated that he would be so good with children, especially given that in their marriage, he had been against having children. The thought of children brought forth a chilling memory that surged into her consciousness. Had it not been for this memory, perhaps she would not have found the resolve to divorce. Chapter 16. Pride won. The surgery was indeed lengthy, stretching until 6 in the evening, and he still had not emerged from the operating room. The evening shift doctors had already taken over, leaving Ruan Liuzheng uncertain whether she should leave. Fortunately, the evening shift doctor was new, making small talk less awkward. She sat at her desk, a neurosurgery textbook before her, yet she could not focus. Her restlessness had begun at noon, primarily due to the person in the operating room. He suffers from gastritis. He had been afflicted for many years. Back when he had yet to officially take the lead in surgeries, he would spend half a day or even a whole day in the operating room, and she would prepare nutritious congee at home, bringing it to the hospital to warm his stomach once he finished. Eventually, the doctors welcomed her into the department because her congee always came in large quantities, which he could not finish alone, thus benefiting everyone. Now, she found herself worrying about his stomach again, and it had consumed her thoughts all afternoon. This was a flaw. It truly needed addressing. Yet, a healer cannot heal themselves. She was helpless against this tendency. Throughout the afternoon, she had scolded herself countless times for being so unyielding, yet her thoughts remained uncontrollable. Just as she resolved to leave without waiting any longer, it began to pour rain, a torrential downpour, accompanied by fierce winds, and the sky turned completely dark. Without an umbrella, she stared at the ominous sky outside and gave herself an excuse to sit back down. At that moment, his voice rang out, growing closer and clearer. Mingled with Ding Yuan's inquiries, their hurried footsteps echoing. He and Ding Yuan entered simultaneously, clearly explaining the surgery to her, while Ding Yuan listened with wide eyes, eager and engaged. He handled his tasks with diligence, continuing to address Ding Yuan seriously, not sparing Ruan Liuzheng a glance, as if unaware of her presence. Yet Ruan Liuzheng, like Ding Yuan, listened intently, her eyes shimmering with admiration. A meticulous and earnest individual, he radiated a brilliant glow. However, upon closer inspection, his slightly furrowed brows, pale complexion, and the bluish tint of his lips conveyed something else. Was he unwell? Her brows knitted together in concern. After about 20 minutes, their conversation concluded, and Ding Yuan expressed her admiration. Teacher Ning, to be honest, I had my doubts about you being my teacher, given your youth. But today's lessons have truly changed my perspective. I will learn diligently from you. Your words are too kind, he replied with his usual calm demeanor, glancing outside at the heavy rain. It's dark now. You should head home. Did you bring an umbrella? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Ruan Liuzheng, and the light from above shimmered in his eyes, revealing layers of depth akin to a starry night. She found herself momentarily stunned, having been focused on the bluish tint of his lips, and was caught off guard by his question, her mind racing. Meanwhile, Ding Yuan's voice rang out brightly. No. He glanced at Ding Yuan. I'll drive you. Wait for me downstairs. I'll get the car. Chapter 17. Pride 2. He departed first, and Ruan Liuzheng descended the stairs with Ding Yuan, who chattered incessantly in her ear. Oh my. Teacher Ning is simply amazing. His skills are one thing, but his compassion for patients is another. It was a valuable lesson for me, especially the interaction with that little girl today. I was truly impressed. Indeed, I was astonished by his interaction with Fei Fei this morning. At this moment, listening to Ding Yuan's incessant praise and recalling her fierce demeanor towards patients, juxtaposed with his gentle warmth, a subtle smile crept onto her lips as a sense of pride and self-importance welled up within her. Yet, as soon as she recognized this feeling, she tightened her face, reminding herself of her unworthiness to feel such pride. She and Ding Yuan waited downstairs, and as headlights illuminated the darkness, that familiar vehicle gradually came into view. The same car, the same license plate. He was not a man preoccupied with material concerns. This was a car with a story. It was this very vehicle that had taken her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, exchanging their marriage certificate for a divorce certificate. It was also in this car that he had offered her a bank card with an undisclosed amount, which she had refused. This car had last delivered her home that year, when she had said her farewell, wishing him well. She had never imagined she would find herself in this car again. The vehicle halted before them, the window remaining shut, as if he was certain she would still remember its owner. Hesitating momentarily, she opened the back door and entered. Oh, how did you know it was Teacher Ning's car? Ding Yuan inquired, taking a seat beside her, a look of curiosity on her face. She paused. I saw him. Ding Yuan said nothing further but smiled at him, Thank you, Teacher Ning. Where do you live? He asked. Ruan Liuzheng knew this question was not directed at her. He was certainly aware of her residence. Thus, she remained silent. Ding Yuan, however, looked at her and said, Hey, Teacher Ning is asking you. Ruan Liuzheng stammered and provided her address. Ding Yuan exclaimed, My home is far. Let us drop her off first. After speaking, she also mentioned her address. Yet he replied, Let's drop you off first. I'm going the same way as Dr. Ruan. Ding Yuan then fell silent, while Ruan Liuzheng was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she had heard him refer to her as Dr. Ruan, an unfamiliarity that felt slightly disconcerting. Ding Yuan was quite the conversationalist, always managing to find topics either with him or with Ruan Liuzheng, yet she answered absent-mindedly, distracted by a half-consumed bottle of mineral water and a box of stomach medicine in the armrest compartment. In the past, she would have surely prepared a thermos of hot water for him, regardless of the season. A silent sigh escaped her, tinged with a hint of bitterness. After dropping Ding Yuan off at her home, he turned the car around. With her absence, the vehicle fell into a sudden stillness. Only the sound of rain pattering outside and the wipers brushing against the glass accompanying them. She gazed at the bottle of stomach medicine, pondering what to say, yet the words danced on the tip of her tongue, never making it out. Amidst her repeated hesitations, the car came to a halt. She was unsure of their destination, and as she looked up, he turned to face her. The interior was dim, yet his eyes shone brightly. What flavor would you like? He gently asked. For a moment, she was taken aback, glancing outside to find the car had stopped in front of Miwei Bakery. This was the very shop where they often halted on their way home to purchase cakes. Sometimes she would exit the car to choose alongside him, but most of the time, she would wait inside while he went to buy them, especially when it was too hot or too cold. Not to mention on a rainy day like this. It felt as if this were their first conversation, face-to-face, alone, today. Biting her lip gently, she gathered her thoughts, trying to steady her voice. No thanks, I don't eat cake anymore. Really? He looked at her, the light reflecting in his eyes. But you've been staring at Feifei's cake box all morning. He noticed. Did he have eyes in the back of his head? Yet, had she truly been that obvious? Embarrassed, her face flushed slightly. No, I wasn't staring. The sparkle and liveliness in her evasive gaze eventually lowered as she cast her eyes down. How about matcha cheesecake? He inquired again. Matcha had once been her favorite flavor. She hastily shook her head. Really, I don't want any. I'm afraid of gaining weight, so I want to eat it. Besides, with such heavy rain outside, you get soaked even with an umbrella. Really? He seemed skeptical, pressing for an answer, his gaze sweeping over her petite figure. Yes, I've never been polite about eating. In a moment of spontaneity, the words slipped out. He nodded slightly. All right then. With that, he turned back to resume driving. She exhaled, feeling that her earlier response had been rather casual, as if she had reverted to her former self. In the past, she would have been utterly unreserved, recalling how she would slow her pace while walking, then, when he was distracted, would take a running leap onto his back, a smile surfacing on her lips. People indeed grow up. Leaning against the seat back, raindrops pelted the window like beads, showing no sign of relenting. The road outside gleamed ominously, suggesting severe water accumulation. After a while, the car came to a complete stop, caught in a long line of traffic. After observing the situation for a moment, he turned off the engine, realizing they wouldn't be moving anytime soon. He turned back to her. Are you hungry? It was 8 o'clock. To say she wasn't hungry would be a lie. If it had been in the past, she would have eagerly nodded, clinging to his arm to suggest going out to eat. However, now she shook her head. I'm not hungry. Yet he completely disregarded her statement. Reaching over to open the glove compartment, pulling out a row of milk and several snack bags, offering them to her. Since we can't move, you should eat something to tide you over. Upon seeing yogurt, cookies, nuts, none of these were his usual preferences. In the past, she would crack open walnuts and almonds for him, and he wouldn't eat the pure nuts unless she fed them to him directly, let alone cookies and yogurt. She held the bags, shaking them lightly, laughing. Have you changed your taste? He understood her implication, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. No, my son left these here. So, for a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. The world fell silent. Even the rain outside ceased its symphony. The image of his smile, which had graced his lips when he mentioned his child, replayed in her mind. It was the first time she had ever seen him smile outside the context of patient interactions. She felt as though her skin had frozen, struggling to form expressions to avoid appearing so stiff. So she smiled, as if she could hear the cracking of the ice on her skin, first a small fissure, then more, until she finally let out a soft laugh, shattering the ice into a million pieces. Really? How old is he? She opened a bag of cookies and handed it to him. He shook his head, gesturing for her not to, for years old. For years. They had officially divorced 5 years ago. Time had indeed flown by. She maintained that smile. If I eat his snacks, will he be upset when he finds out they're gone? No, he replied softly, then added, he left them here for me to eat. Well, I must say, P.S. raised a good son. I truly feel for him. She chewed on the cookies slowly, using the moment to sort through her emotions, undoubtedly tinged with bittersweetness. Regarding exes, there's a saying, knowing you're not doing well brings me comfort. Perhaps it's a common sentiment. When one is enduring hardship, it's only natural to feel a pang of jealousy towards an ex who has moved on, married, and had children. Yet after that fleeting bitterness, she pondered what her thoughts had been at the time of their divorce, separation from mutual happiness. She had genuinely felt that way. She recalled that day, in this very car, when she had spoken her final words to him. Senior, don't feel guilty. I have never regretted marrying you. You always think marrying you is a burden to me. But you don't realize that for me, it was a fulfillment of my own desires because I truly loved you. You granted me the opportunity to love you. I cared for you, felt pain for you, and relished our moments together. Now that we have reached this juncture, I can only express that I have exhausted all the love I could offer you. Henceforth, I can no longer continue to care for you. You must take good care of yourself and find happiness, while I shall cheerfully forge ahead on my own path. Let us both strive to be well, shall we? Nibbling on a biscuit, those words replayed in her mind, each syllable echoing until that bittersweet turmoil within her gradually subsided. She smiled again, this time genuinely. The awkwardness of the day stemmed merely from the discomfort of reuniting after a long absence. What are you laughing at? He inquired, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. She blinked, the lingering moisture in her eyes evaporating. In the dim glow of the car's interior, her smile radiated a gentle light. I was imagining what it would be like for a little boy to call you daddy. He smiled faintly in return. Not bad. I'm doing my utmost to be a good father. She believed in his ability to fulfill that role, recalling how patiently he had treated her in the past. It was delightful to witness his serene smile in the midst of life as challenges. By the way, tell me about your residency training. He shifted the topic. Sure, she replied, grateful for the distraction brought by work. She recounted her surgical rotations, highlighting the positive experiences she had, especially in general surgery, where she had the chance to assist and even perform 5 gastrectomies and 5 partial thyroidectomies. As she detailed her accomplishments, she paused, adding, however, I haven't performed any surgeries in neurosurgery, merely assisted. I consider myself fortunate nonetheless. He listened quietly, offering no commentary until she finished. Feeling there was little left to say, she lowered her gaze to her biscuit when he suddenly asked, are you afraid to go on stage? Reflecting on her first time, she replied, not at all. My teacher said I appeared remarkably calm. Truth be told, she had felt a twinge of nervousness beforehand, but once she stood on that stage, she immersed herself completely. Choosing neurosurgery? You and Ding Yuan are quite courageous, he remarked, then added, I haven't mentored any female students yet. There are no female doctors in our department. She was aware of this. Female surgeons were indeed rare, and neurosurgeons even more so. Yet, she had never shied away from challenges. Much like when she chose to marry him despite knowing the difficulties ahead. With a spirit of defiance, she could march forward without hesitation. However, marriage differed from a profession. One person's deep affection could not warm the coldness of a faltering relationship, while the same fervor infused into work could yield deserved rewards. She smiled, acknowledging the challenge. I understand it's tough, but having chosen this path, I will not regret it. For me, the greatest challenge lies in endurance, and I know what I must do. He nodded. All right, I will do my best. You keep pushing forward. She gently raised her chin. What do you mean by you do your best? And I'll keep going? Perhaps in a few years, I might surpass you. He paused in surprise, then nodded again. I await that day and hope for it. She produced a box of yogurt, inserted a straw, and offered it to him. Here, take this. Although uncertain of her intentions, he accepted it. She lifted her yogurt, tapping it against his, and said, today is not how a reunion should look, so let us start anew. Hello, Senior Ning. It's a pleasure to see you again. Please take care of me in the days to come. This was the reunion she had envisioned from the start. He silently regarded her, without uttering a word. Outside, the rain had lessened, and she leaned against the window, sipping her straw, observing that the rain would soon cease. She noticed people wading through the water. It barely reached their thighs, and the car would not pass for a while. He noticed too, suggesting, "Let us wait until the rain stops before crossing. Once we get past this stretch, you can catch a ride home." "All right," she agreed, then recalled something she had yet to mention. "Your card number hasn't changed, has it?" He was perceptive enough to grasp her implication right away. "No need. No," she interjected before he could finish, her stubbornness evident. After a brief silence, he nodded very well. He retrieved his card from his wallet for her to see. She transferred money to him via her phone. "Thank you for helping with Ruan Liuzheng's situation." On the day Ruan Liuzheng went to shoot a film, she had given him money to return, but he had called her saying, "Brother-in-law, don't worry about it." Thus, she had been seeking an opportunity to repay him. The rain outside had diminished even further, with only a few drops tapping against the car window. After observing for a moment, she decided, "It's about time. I'll get out and walk over." She exited the car, and he followed suit, accompanying her to where the water had pooled. As she began to roll up her pant legs, he crouched before her. "Let me carry you across." As an aside, the next 2 updates will begin on Monday. Chapter 21. Professor Ning, see you tomorrow. The familiar feeling of his back, though more slender than before, still felt broad. Yet, neither the Senior Ning who carried her home, nor the carefree Ruan Liuzheng who relished resting on his back, remained in that spot. Her smile widened. "No need. I can manage myself." She waded into the water, the post-rain chill enveloping her ankles, but she pressed on step by step. When the water reached her knees, she turned back to see him still standing in place. With effort, she smiled and waved, calling out, "Professor Ning, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Professor Ning." Just that, only Professor Ning. "Zhiqian, I love you, just as flowers bloom and wither. Though they may fade, they will bear fruit again, and life will present another harvest. Zhiqian, farewell." She noticed, amidst the neon glow of the rain-soaked city, his eyes shone brighter than streetlights, as if he smiled at her through the brilliance. Almost as if he had never smiled at all. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that the road home was still long, and she would turn away and continue her solitary journey. Upon returning home, her pants soaked to nearly her knees, her mother, Pei Sufan, scrutinized her with a peculiar gaze. She understood her mother's thoughts, but chose to feign ignorance and quietly took a shower. Pei Sufan brought her a hot meal, seizing the opportunity to question her. "Zhangya, how was your first day at Bea? Did you adjust well?" "Yes," she replied succinctly, fully aware of what was to follow. "Did you meet your teacher?" "Yes." "Did you see Zhiqian?" As anticipated, yes. She did not lie. There was no need to. Even if she dodged the questions today, her mother would persist tomorrow and the days after. "Did you exchange greetings?" Pei Sufan inquired cautiously. "Yes, I returned the money to him." "Well, that is good," Pei Sufan said, affirming her response. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Zheng'er, I remember you used to say you would make kanji for Zhiqian. Now that you are a doctor, I will make kanji for you to take tomorrow." "Mom, it's unnecessary." She understood that the kanji was likely not intended solely for her. "Of course you need it. You may be in the operating room for several hours. Don't let your stomach suffer. And I bought some fruits, all washed and ready for you to take tomorrow." "All right," Pei Sufan added, fetching a large bag of items. "You're not getting any younger, and don't take care of yourself. Remember to use this after your meal. First the toner, then the essence." Ruan Liuzheng stared at the extensive array of skincare products, realizing her mother was far more knowledgeable in this area than she was. "And I bought you a few new outfits while shopping today. Or something new to work tomorrow." When Ruan Liuzheng saw the youthful dresses and high heels, she was utterly defeated. "Mom, I'm going to work to the operating room. You want me to wear this? Aren't you afraid I'll break my ankle?" Chapter 22. Ning Xiang, I understand that you need to change your clothes and shoes. You may wear them for now, and change after Zhiqian has seen you. At this point, Pei Sufan abruptly stopped, realizing she had spoken too hastily. She knew her mother harbored this intention. "Mother, I have already divorced him." "Divorced?" She set down her chopsticks, feeling unable to eat another bite. Pei Sufan felt ashamed for her careless words in front of her daughter. Ruan Liuzheng, witnessing her mother's distress, gently reassured, "Mother, please do not dwell on these unfounded thoughts. Zhiqian already has a child. Would I really disrupt someone's family? A child?" Pei Sufan was taken aback, then chuckled. "What you refer to as Ning Xiang is an abandoned infant adopted by the Ning family. Poor thing. With a tumor on its head since infancy, left at the door of his department. Ji Qian performed the surgery to save him. And when no one came to claim him, he brought the child home. Ning Tiang. Ruan Liuzheng was momentarily lost in thought, the name echoing in her mind, while Pei Sufan continued speaking, her words becoming a distant murmur. Pei Sufan added, Ji Qian is a wonderful person. Everyone who knows him speaks highly of him. Leaders, colleagues, patients, even the cleaning staff and cafeteria workers. After all these years since your divorce, he has not been involved with anyone else, remaining pure and dedicated to his work. Look at how he treated you and us. Where else could you find such a man in your lifetime? Once she finished, Pei Sufan noticed her daughter appeared dazed, seemingly not listening, and gently nudged her arm. Are you listening? Ruan Liuzheng tightened her grip on her chopsticks, replying, Mother, it matters little that the whole world praises him. He is not marrying the world, but only one woman. And it is not the world with whom he shares his life. While you were married to him, did he not treat you like royalty? What more do you desire? Zheng, I have hesitated to speak of your divorce, but to me, it seems you are merely being willful, throwing a tantrum. I thought you would resolve it with a mere fuss, but you truly went ahead and divorced him. Pei Sufan had long wanted to express these sentiments, but had not dared to. Now, they poured forth alongside her tears. She continued, Zheng, I know you still harbor feelings for Ji Qian. Over the years, your mother-in-law, no, your Aunt Ning, has introduced him to countless women, yet he refuses to meet any. How can that not indicate he still holds you in his heart? Otherwise, why would he remain unmarried and childless? Even after your divorce, he continues to care for us. Mother, you do not understand. His choice to remain unmarried and unattached is not due to me. Ruan Liuzheng was growing weary of this topic. Mother, there are things I have never revealed to you. If I were truly happy, would I have divorced? Am I such a headstrong and capricious person? I do not deny his kindness towards me and you, but that is not the life I aspire to lead. Mother, after much effort, I have carved out a new life for myself, and I do not wish to return to the past. Therefore, I will no longer bring porridge or fruit. Mother, please refrain from mentioning Ji Qian's name again, all right? Chapter 23, but you are a young woman, and not so young anymore. Others your age already have children in kindergarten. While you are just starting your career, think of how much worry this brings your father and me. Pei Sufan wore an expression of deep concern. Mother, beginning anew is a good thing. It signifies that everything is starting over. In the days to come, I will work diligently, earn money to support you both. Rest assured, I will find love, and when I meet the right person, I will marry and have my own children. Mother, you can look forward to becoming a grandmother. This was the only way Ruan Liuzheng could comfort her mother. As her mother sighed and lamented, she silently finished her dinner and retreated to her room to read. She understood that despite having reached this point in their conversation, her mother remained unconvinced, persistently believing that Ning Ji Qian was the best man in the world. Yet, her mother did not realize that while Ji Qian was a good son-in-law, a devoted son, and an excellent doctor, he was also the unique Ning Xiang, a name resonating with memories. Everyone has a past, she understood this well. Just as after 6 years, her white-clad senior, Ning, continued to linger in her heart. Time could not erase a shadow. Perhaps, in another 6 years or the next 6 years, he would still reside in her heart. And she might even marry another man, carrying his shadow. However, once she decided to marry, she would bestow upon that man all her warmth, not the coldness hidden beneath a veneer of gentleness. Indeed, coldness. In her marriage, everyone only saw his tenderness and affection. Only she perceived the hopeless isolation. She had tried, never once wishing to replace the one who occupied his heart, merely hoping that the path of marriage could be traversed together. Yet perhaps her efforts were misguided. Ultimately, she exhausted herself, feeling lonely and cold. How could she allow herself to tread that lonely, frigid path once more? In truth, he was not always such a cold individual. She had seen his smile, radiant as spring blossoms, though that warmth was not directed at her. The first time she met him, she had yet to turn 18, a first-year medical student. At that time, she was simple, joyful, carefree, with the occasional carelessness typical of youth. Once, in her clumsiness, she forgot something essential when heading to the lab and had to rush back to retrieve it. Her classmates had already left, and she sprinted alone. In her hurry, she mistakenly entered the wrong laboratory, bursting in on a startling silence. She would never forget that moment. In the entire lab, only one young man in a white coat was adjusting a microscope. Her sudden intrusion startled him. He lifted his gaze. All that followed stemmed from that one glance. And everything thereafter transformed. She pondered for a long time whether it was the brilliance of the sunlight that day or the radiance of that young man that captivated her, ensnaring her breath and forever altering her life. Chapter 24. She wished to recall the circumstances of that day. Yet even now, the details of the laboratory eluded her. What lay around him, apart from the microscope? All she knew was that in that suspended breath, her thoughts ceased to flow, and she felt that no words could capture the beauty before her. He was not a painting. He was a fateful encounter in her life. In that fleeting moment, stars sparkled, and the Milky Way stretched infinitely. Just an instant, yet it felt as if she traversed millennia, as though she had endured countless cycles of reincarnation just to reach this moment of encounter. Is something the matter? His gentle inquiry dimmed the brilliance surrounding him, and at last her breath returned. She realized her face was flushed, and she awkwardly coughed. I'm sorry, I must have entered the wrong room. With that, she hurriedly fled, flustered. In truth, she had lost all sense of where her own lab was. In the days that followed, she wandered aimlessly, her heart racing, and how she eventually found her lab, entered, or accidentally broke 2 beakers during an experiment felt like a dream. She had barged into his lab, and from that moment, he had intruded into her heart. For a young girl experiencing her first love, adoration for someone can be as simple as a fleeting glance. The notion of a moment spanning 1,000 years is not merely a tale. A heart stirred is simply an instant, a glance exchanged. This is the essence of a legend. Due to her affection and their shared presence in the medical school, encountering him was not a formidable task. Yet, it remained merely an encounter. She and he had once brushed past each other on the path to the lecture hall, and they had shared the same reading room. Upon accidentally discovering that he would jog on the playground in the early morning, she, who cherished her slumber and often skipped early exercises, would rise before dawn, simply to follow him at a distance. There was no need to be close. Merely sharing the breath of the morning breeze with him was sufficient to bring her happiness, anxiety, and contentment. As time progressed, an increasing number of details about him reached her ears. His name was Ning Zhiqian, the president of the student council, a recipient of the first-class scholarship, and a published author in influential academic journals. He was the prince of the piano on campus, having competed with the piano prodigy from the music department without losing his grace. An athletic talent, he was a key player on the medical school's basketball team, leading them to consecutive victories in the campus cup. With each accolade added to his name, she felt him drift further from her grasp. Moreover, she was aware that his talents extended beyond what was commonly acknowledged. He played the guitar and sang beautifully. This was a secret she stumbled upon one early morning while jogging in the stillness of the night, when the stars twinkled faintly in the transition between darkness and dawn. Just as she thought she had arrived too early, she heard the sound of a guitar solo. As the gentle breeze stirred, the leaves harmonized softly. She paused, searching for the source of the melody, and faintly spotted 2 figures atop the athletic field's platform. She could not discern their identities until the voice emerged in song. If I got down on my knees and I pleaded with you, if I crossed 1,000,000 oceans just to be with you, would you ever let me down? If I climbed the highest mountain just to hold you tight, if I said that I would love you, would you ever let me down? Because I love you. So don't let me down. In that moment, tears clouded her vision. It was not the sorrow of her unrequited love destined to remain unreciprocated that pained her, but rather the realization that this song, her favorite, Because I Love You, echoed the depth of her emotions. She had always believed that a boy must possess profound love for a girl to sing such heartfelt lyrics. To her, he was an unattainable cloud, exalted and radiant, a favored child of the heavens. Countless girls adored him, and with just a glance, they would flock to him. Yet, he chose to sing this song for a girl, traversing mountains and seas, pleading on bended knee, simply to implore her not to let him down. Would someone of his stature ever be let down? She remained rooted in place, intrigued to discover what sort of girl could cause this celestial being to descend from his lofty perch and express vulnerability akin to an ordinary boy. She envied that girl profoundly. Concealed in a hidden corner, she listened intently as the guitar played on, repeating the lyrics, Because I love you, so don't let me down. As the light of day broke through his tender, passionate singing, her tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she finally discerned the identities of him and the girl. He held the girl's hand, running together on the track. That girl was breathtakingly beautiful. She had always considered herself to be a beauty, albeit slightly shorter in stature, and had even been crowned the class flower among the freshmen. Yet, in comparison to that girl, she felt like a mere wildflower, while the girl resembled a peony, a rose, bursting with exquisite beauty. Suddenly, she felt at peace, realizing that perhaps only such a girl deserved him. She heard him laugh, boldly and freely, as he ran, embodying the spirited exuberance of youth. In his laughter, she wiped away her final tears, hearing the girl call out to him. Think about it. What a delightful name. In the bittersweetness, she smiled. Senior Ning. From this moment on, my affection for you is my own affair. No, it had always been her secret alone. I wish you well, Senior Ning. In a side note, today there are 3 updates. Due to having written 3 chapters, I sought opinions in the group regarding whether to release 3 today and 1 tomorrow, or 2 today and 2 tomorrow. Since someone suggested 3 today, there will be 1 chapter tomorrow. Later, she learned that the girl was named Dong Miao Miao. Not only dazzlingly beautiful, but also a talented student in the Chinese department. The term talented scholar and beautiful maiden was aptly applied to them. She felt no jealousy or sorrow. Truly, she had never been a star chaser. To her, Ning Zhiqian was like the brightest star in the sky. If at first, her secret affection had led her to fantasize about holding hands under a vast starry sky, that notion faded upon learning of his girlfriend. Yet, she continued to cherish him. Still jogged at dawn, gazing at his tall figure from afar, and collected all news about him, feeling joy and pride as if she were a devoted fan reveling in her quiet admiration. During basketball games, she would cheer enthusiastically from the sidelines. Her face flushed as she shouted, "Go medical school! Go Ning Zhiqian!" She felt fortunate to be in the same school, allowing her to boldly shout his name without others knowing her little secret. Frequently, after the game, he would emerge from the crowd of admirers, waving only to one direction, exclaiming with radiant joy, "Miao Miao, come here." Indeed, while the world cheered for him, he cared only for the girl named Miao Miao. His brilliance was solely for her, and he would gently inquire, "Did I do well today?" He needed Miao Miao's affirmation. She would often see Miao Miao complimenting him, making him beam like a young boy. And at times, when she chided him, his expression would droop. Once, while jogging, she witnessed them quarrel, and he humbly apologized, pleading for forgiveness. Such a sight made her feel both affectionate and pained, realizing that the idol she had placed on a pedestal could also exhibit such humility. Yet, as a devoted fan, she wondered how he could ever afford to argue with her. How could he not be forgiven? If it were her, she could never bear to hold a grudge. At that time, she was unaware that in the future, her resolve would surpass that of Miao Miao. Nevertheless, she felt genuine happiness for him and Miao Miao. Truly a devoted fan, adoring not only him, but also his girlfriend. She enjoyed hearing others recount their love story, relishing in their displays of affection, feeling as if she too were enveloped in their happiness. Gradually, everyone became aware of their coupledom, for they were both remarkable individuals, perfectly matched, and their love was so pronounced that even the teachers began to take notice. In that era of university life, the institution's stance on romantic relationships was one of ambivalence, neither outright prohibiting nor wholeheartedly endorsing them. Nevertheless, when teachers spoke of this couple, they unanimously praised them, deeming them a perfect match. Thus, they became the epitome of campus romance. The most astonishing event was the debate competition, where the Chinese department faced off against the medical school, with Dong Miao Miao and him serving as the first speakers for their respective teams. Before the competition, a humorous rumor circulated within the department, alleging that the student council had issued a decree forbidding him from going easy on his opponent, insisting he fight for honor, even if it meant returning home to kneel on a washboard. As for the competition, it reached unprecedented heights due to the clash between him and Dong Miao Miao, filling the auditorium to capacity, with every corridor and nook brimming with spectators. That day's debate was nothing short of spectacular. Perhaps it was the emotional weight she carried, but to her, she had never witnessed a more mesmerizing debate. The highlight was the free debate segment, where initially all 8 debaters exchanged arguments fervently, but it eventually transformed into a duel solely between him and Dong Miao Miao, rendering others unable to interject. As a devoted fan, she experienced a whirlwind of excitement and exhilaration, clapping until her hands were sore. Witnessing the grace of a talented woman from the Chinese department, she felt a profound admiration. No one else could compare to them. Initially, she questioned whether he would hold back, having seen him defer to Dong Miao Miao. Yet this scene dispelled her doubts. If he were to hold back, it would incite Dong Miao Miao's ire. True compatibility was manifest in their mutual admiration and shared ambition. Ultimately, the medical school triumphed. As in the latter stages of the free debate, Dong Miao Miao faltered in following his train of thought, slightly outshining her. She assumed the event would conclude post-award ceremony. But what transpired next was heart-stirring. Just as Dong Miao Miao prepared to exit, he unexpectedly knelt on one knee, and his friends brought forth an abundance of roses to the podium, transforming it into a veritable sea of blossoms. She saw the emotion and surprise in Dong Miao Miao's eyes as he uttered, "I'm sorry for fighting for honor. Can I not kneel on a washboard? For washboards are unsightly. I would rather kneel on roses." He then serenaded her with the song, "Because I Love You," his unaccompanied voice as gentle as a caressing breeze. Not only did Dong Miao Miao show no signs of anger, but one would be hard-pressed to find any girl capable of remaining upset under such circumstances. The auditorium erupted with cheers, whistles, and applause as Dong Miao Miao was moved to tears amidst the jubilation, while she smiled. For it was the most complete happiness she had ever witnessed. In her heart, she whispered, "Ning Liuzheng and Dong Miao Miao, may you continue to find happiness." As for her, she would quietly harbor her affections for him, penning her innermost thoughts in her diary. Enough for her, without the need for him to recognize her or uncover her secret. She envisioned that many years hence, as she married and aged, revisiting these youthful tales and recalling this foolish secret crush would surely bring her warmth and smiles. Yet, she never anticipated that one day, her secret would be laid bare for all to see. One evening, upon returning to her dorm after a late study session in the library, she discovered her roommates gazing at her with knowing smiles, confused by their amusement. She was caught off guard when someone exclaimed, "Liuzheng, no wonder so many pursue you yet you remain indifferent. Turns out you like Ning Zhiqian." Her mind went blank. Her face flushed crimson, and she suddenly realized she had forgotten to lock her diary, which had clearly been tampered with. Chapter 28. The Change. "Oh dear, Liuzheng. What a pity. If it were anyone else, you might still have a chance, but with Ning Zhiqian, you might as well give up. Who doesn't know about his fairy tale romance with Dong Miao Miao? I've heard they're already meeting the parents. That is not necessarily true. Liuzheng, you're not lacking either. How would you know it's impossible if you don't try?" "Exactly. Liuzheng, go confess your feelings. Should we help you?" She braced herself for their teasing. As long as they kept her secret safe, she could endure their mockery. However, upon hearing that last suggestion, she panicked, clutching her diary tightly. "You wouldn't dare?" Perhaps her fierce demeanor intimidated them, for they hesitated to speak further, muttering a few discontented remarks before the matter fizzled out. By then, they were in their third year, and she considered herself easy to get along with. The discord with her roommates stemmed from romantic entanglements, as the boy her roommates fancied was utterly smitten with her. Naturally, she rejected those suitors, inadvertently offending her roommates. She paid little mind to the situation, focusing instead on her studies and applying to study abroad. However, one day in the laboratory, as she walked ahead, her roommates trailed behind her when he and Dong Miao Miao approached from the opposite direction. The moment she spotted him was like a flash of brilliance. Sunlight streamed down, casting a radiant glow upon them, illuminating the red brick path and the white poplar trees on campus. Her heart raced, yet a gentle smile graced her lips. She knew it would merely be another moment of passing by. Her campus life became increasingly enchanting with each fleeting encounter. Little did she realize that this particular meeting would bring forth monumental changes in her life. Caught off guard, she was suddenly thrust before him. Never before had she been this close enough to see the threads on his shirt buttons. Then laughter erupted from behind her, someone loudly proclaiming, "Ning Liuzheng. This is Liuzheng. She really likes you a lot." In that instant, she felt as though she could die from embarrassment. Her face burned with heat, and tears welled in her eyes. She adored him, but had never intended to disrupt his life. She merely wished to graduate quietly with her secret intact. Now, everything lay exposed in the glaring light, and she felt a sense of shame, fearing the misunderstanding that might arise between the two in front of her. With tears brimming, she attempted to clarify, shaking her head frantically. No. She genuinely feared Dong Miao Miao's anger, as her admiration for him encompassed their relationship, felt like a sacred pilgrimage of love. Yet, Her worries proved unfounded, for Dong Miao Miao exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, she smiled at him, her eyes reflecting an indescribable affection. Yes, affection. Despite facing a rival professing love for her boyfriend, Dong Miao Miao's gaze conveyed warmth and a resigned sigh. Ah, yet another younger sister. Yet another. Clearly, this was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. His expression was one of helplessness mixed with charm as he turned to Dong Miao Miao, and then, without a backward glance, he took her hand and departed. She remained rooted to the spot, exhaling deeply, tears finally cascading down her cheeks, yet a smile gradually spread across her face. How wonderful they were together! Her admiration for Dong Miao soared. For such grace and trust in her boyfriend truly made her deserving of the idol she held in her heart. Chapter 29. The second change. The incident passed as such. Countless girls admired him. She was merely one among many, and he and Dong Miao would soon forget her as life moved forward. She continued to follow their story, learning that he had relinquished his opportunity for a dual degree abroad to begin studying at the affiliated hospital, while Dong Miao enrolled in graduate school at their university. She pondered that he had made sacrifices for Dong Miao. In her 5th year of university, she successfully applied for an opportunity to study abroad, and she also heard that Dong Miao had indeed met his parents, with someone witnessing Ning's family car dropping her off at school. Regardless of the circumstances, everything seemed to be progressing beautifully. Once again, she believed that her resplendent deity would soon embark on a journey of happiness with the goddess, while she would traverse oceans to continue her studies. She had consistently upheld her morning running routine. Ever since he began his secondary major, he had not appeared on the track, leaving her with a sense of emptiness akin to heartbreak. After all, no one could fathom that these past few years of morning runs had been a unique rendezvous between them, with no hope and no illusions. As long as he was present, her heart felt full and fulfilled. Nevertheless, all gatherings must eventually disperse, a truth she understood. Thus, she ran with even greater diligence, always being the first to reach the track before dawn, as she had little time left to run on this ground filled with the memories of her awakening heart. On that early summer dawn, she arrived at the track, as usual. The tranquility enveloped her. The stars had yet to fade from the sky. She assumed she was the first to arrive, only to be startled by the sudden sound of weeping amidst the silence, followed by a familiar voice urging, "Go home. You've been sitting here all night." It was him. This voice was etched into her heart. She followed the sound and saw 2 figures standing in the dim light. One was the familiar him, and the other, weeping, was Dong Miao. Had they quarreled again? Yet he said nothing more and simply turned to leave. "Don't go," Dong Miao cried out, then abruptly chased after him, embracing him tightly from behind, sobbing, "Don't leave. Let's forget everything, shall we? Let's escape to the ends of the earth, to the grasslands, to the deserts, to any place where no one knows us. We can forego children. Everything. I only want you, just to be with you." She was stunned, unsure of what had transpired between them. However, the one who had cradled Dong Miao in his hands callously pried her fingers apart and strode away. "Think about it," Dong Miao wailed, chasing after him again. After a few stumbled steps, she fell to the ground, crying out to his receding figure, "Think about it. Don't go. Do you despise me too?" She could see the despair in Dong Miao's eyes. She knew this was not merely a trivial quarrel. Each cry twisted her heart with pain. Yet, Dong Miao's pleas fell on deaf ears as he continued to walk faster away. What had truly happened? His figure eventually vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Dong Miao remained on the ground, her cries transforming into soft sobs. "Think about it. It isn't our fault. Why did it come to this? Think about it. Do you find me repulsive? Are you ashamed of me?" She listened, her heart aching terribly, wanting to rush forward to help Dong Miao, but hesitating, feeling it would be too intrusive. Would such a proud and beautiful prodigy wish for a stranger to witness her distress? Ultimately, she merely stood there, watching, her heart heavy with pain, for him, for this relationship. Unbeknownst to her, tears were streaming down her own face. In the days that followed, a deluge of rumors swept through the campus. The shattering of this fairy tale romance reverberated more intensely than their initial public display of affection had. There were those expressing regret, others making snide remarks, and some reveling in schadenfreude, proclaiming they had foreseen this outcome, that lovebirds soon fell victim to their own demise. Yet, No one truly knew the reason for their ultimate separation. Some whispered that in the Ning family's grand estate, no matter how beautiful or talented Dong Miao was, she would merely be a plaything for the wealthy scion. Once he grew weary of her, she would simply fade into obscurity. She refused to believe it. He was no debauched heir. She had witnessed his feelings for Miao Miao, each glance imbued with profound love. How could he treat her as a mere toy? Others claimed that Dong Miao Miao was a vain creature, entangled with numerous older men alongside her pursuit of the affluent Ning Zhiqian. Just days prior, someone had seen her weeping in a luxury car with an older man, one old enough to be her father. Now that Ning Zhiqian had uncovered the truth, he had cast her aside. She still refused to believe it. Dong Miao Miao was not that kind of woman. She trusted his judgment. If she were truly vain, how could he have fallen for her? As the rumors escalated, the second narrative gained overwhelming traction, fueled by sightings of Dong Miao Miao arguing with an older man and her exclamations for him to leave. This spiraled into a tale of jealousy between the older man and Ning Zhiqian, with Dong Miao Miao furious at the older man for thwarting her dreams of entering a wealthy family. Regardless of the ever more sordid rumors, she steadfastly refused to believe them. The love between him and Dong Miao Miao remained in her heart, as pure and sacred as the moonlit night. She detested how people sullied their love, and she felt a deep sense of urgency and heartache, yet was utterly powerless to intervene. Their next encounter occurred as the school year neared its end. In the summer twilight of the campus, the willows by the lake swayed gracefully in the breeze, casting a warm glow against the lake's surface. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she felt a bittersweet longing. Was it for the beautiful campus, for her half-bright, half-sorrowful youth, or perhaps for the person she could not let go? In that sunset, she spotted him approaching. In a short span, the once spirited youth had transformed entirely, appearing disheartened, with a pallor to his complexion, and even his once bright eyes now dull and lifeless. She halted, and he gradually drew nearer. She was unsure whether her heart ached so profoundly that she could not move, or if something else held her in place. She stood there, lost in thought, while he, equally distracted, trudged forward until they stood face to face, both startled by their proximity. She was frightened and wished to flee, but then she heard him say, "Are you Liuzheng?" In a fluster, she stammered, "Why, yes." Many in the medical department knew her name. She was often listed among scholarship recipients and had garnered minor awards from various events, albeit without the same dazzling brilliance he possessed. She had thought someone like him would forget her name, despite their awkward previous encounter. "Do you like me?" he suddenly inquired. The question was so direct, it felt as though she had been stripped bare, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Stammering, she struggled to respond, and no. "That not. Do you like me or not?" He pressed, furrowing his brow. An inexplicable urge to remain silent overcame her. Seeing him like this rendered her speechless. In her flustered state, a single word escaped her lips, and upon realizing her slip, she hastily attempted to retract. "And no, listen, let us marry." He interrupted her, his words silencing her completely. She stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned. Suddenly, he cupped her chin and kissed her. Her mind went blank, and all her belongings clattered to the ground. She could not comprehend her feelings. All she knew was that her thoughts were a chaotic whirl. Fortunately, he did not kiss her for long. Once he released her, the realization struck her. She had lost her first kiss. "We will marry, and I shall treat you well," he said. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Dong Miao Miao's figure behind a nearby willow tree. Suddenly, she understood something. Steadying her thoughts, she replied, "Ning, I understand your feelings." His eyes narrowed, a flicker of caution appearing. "You understand?" Cleared her throat. She dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head. "Yes, but if you care for her so deeply, you should not intentionally provoke her. That is not the best way to resolve the issue." "You do not understand," he replied softly. "Come here for a moment. It is not to provoke her. I have ended things with her. I wish to marry now, and I am serious. I am earnestly asking you, will you?" Her gaze lingered on the figure behind the willow tree. "You might want to consider it." He took out his phone and provided me with his number. Still in a daze, she watched as he squatted down to retrieve her phone from the ground, dialing his number on it, then pressing a few buttons before returning it to her. "I'll come back in 3 days. You shall give me your answer." He then helped her gather her belongings and stuff them into her arms before leaving. As a side note, many readers are concerned about the protagonist's age, including those who privately messaged me, expressing that they feel she is too old. I have revised the text several times due to this issue. and I believe it is now the most realistic portrayal. Unfortunately, medical students endure considerable hardship, and I also needed to align with The Moon Shines on Me and Reunion of Forgotten Times. The protagonist is at least 29 or 30 years old now. I did not expect readers to mind. I personally believe that every stage of a woman's life possesses its own beauty, whether in bloom or in full blossom, each unique in its allure. Those who love her will do so at any phase of her life. If readers truly find it bothersome, there is little I can do. Regarding the comments, I have not frequently checked the comment section lately. So many messages have gone unseen. If there are issues you wish to discuss with me, please mention me in the group chat or message me directly. I respond personally. It would be helpful if you noted red sleeve when messaging on WeChat and Weibo, so I can remember you. Thank you. Chapter 32. Decision. She stood there, bewildered, glancing at her phone, which he had already saved his number in, labeled as Ning Jiqian. Her hand trembled, feeling as though the phone were electrified. She had never imagined this name would appear in her contacts. What did he say to you? As she looked down at her phone, Dong Miao Miao stood before her, her eyes red and swollen. She was at a loss for words. She still hoped for a reconciliation between him and Dong Miao Miao. However, with tears welling up, Dong Miao Miao said, "You can like him now." In that moment of shock, Dong Miao Miao leaned in and whispered something in her ear, causing her to stagger back in surprise. Dong Miao Miao's tears fell like heavy raindrops, a bitter smile gracing her lips. I assenti it laughable. I am the biggest joke in the world. She found no humor in it. It took her a great deal of effort to process Dong Miao Miao's words. The image of Dong Miao Miao's tear-streaked face was etched against the backdrop of the sunset. While she had been tormented by the question of whether she wanted this for 3 days, she had considered that perhaps he was merely acting on impulse. In 3 days, he might have forgotten it entirely. Yet on the 3rd day, he called her precisely on time, and in that moment, nearly dropping her phone in astonishment, she made her decision to marry him. He was so eager, immediately coming to the school to take her to meet his parents. The atmosphere in the Ning household was far from pleasant. She could feel the tension the moment she stood before them. Given the circumstances, it would be strange if it were calm. "My name is Liuzheng, and I wish to marry her," he introduced her to his parents. At that moment, fear gripped her. She dreaded being presented to his parents and enduring their scrutinizing gazes, which were laden with judgment and examination. However, he did not do that. Instead, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder, drawing her into his embrace, and said, "After I marry her, I hope you will treat her well, without tormenting or scolding her. She may do as she wishes. It is all up to her." The way he spoke to his parents. Perhaps it was this moment that instilled in her confidence and courage. She instinctively clutched the hem of his shirt, deciding that she would share both joy and hardship with him from that day forward. In the silence of Ning's parents, she had managed to pass the parental scrutiny. The following day, Ning's mother, when a graceful yet weary woman, came to the school to meet her. In a nearby CAF, they engaged in their first conversation as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. When he looked at her kindly, "Liuzheng, I am here today to speak with you sincerely without malice. You are a remarkable young woman, but do you truly know Jiqian?" She bowed her head, knowing him well. Everything about him was etched in her heart. She nodded slightly. "You are alumni. There are things you ought to know. You and Jiqian are moving too quickly. Liuzheng, are you truly ready for this?" She continued to nod. When he sighed, "Child, I do not oppose this. I like you very much. However, as someone who has been through this, I want to caution you. Marriage is a long and arduous journey, and I fear you may not be able to bear it." Chapter 33. I like him at that time. In her youth, she was fearless. Faced with Wen Yi's doubts, she simply replied, "I like him. I can do this." A single declaration of affection prompted another sigh from Wen Yi, who ultimately reached out to stroke her hair, saying, "Since you are willing, I wholeheartedly welcome you into our family. Child, I will do my utmost to love and protect you." What followed progressed rapidly. Her parents found it difficult to accept her sudden desire to marry, but somehow he managed to win them over. Their attitudes shifted completely, and the marriage was settled. On that summer morning, her final day at school, he came to escort her home, but instead of taking her to the car, he led her to a hotel. As he carried her to the bed, fear and anxiety coursed through her. He supported himself on either side of her, leaning down to say, "Liuzheng, you can still regret this." She dared not look at him. When she finally lifted her gaze, she saw the sorrow and helplessness in his eyes, causing her heart to ache. She shook her head, summoning her courage to cradle his face in her hands. It was her first time touching his face, so near, yet so far and so cold. She wondered if her hands could warm him. She wanted to try. In a moment of pain, she realized she could never turn back, understanding that he too was severing his own retreat, leaving no room for either of them to renounce their decision. At last, he held her tightly, his voice muffled as it emerged from her shoulder. Liuzheng, I'm sorry. I will take good care of you. In that moment, she felt tears welling up within her, unsure whether it was from gain or loss, yet she held them back. Instead, she embraced him in return, smiling softly as she whispered in his ear, Senior Ning, I will also take good care of you. In the many moments that followed, she often felt the urge to cry, but never allowed the tears to fall. Within their marriage, she always wore a radiant smile before him. Standing at the hotel window, she drew back the curtains, only to discover Dong Miao Miao sitting motionless on the marble by the fountain below. No wonder he was so eager to resolve matters today. Turning to look at him as he adjusted his clothes, her heart ached, not for herself, but for him. Running barefoot towards him, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing against him once more, reiterating, Senior, I will take good care of you. His body stiffened. She thought he would not respond, but to her surprise, he grasped her hand, turned to face her, and pulled her into his embrace, saying, Liuzheng, you've got it wrong. It should be me taking good care of you. A gentle smile graced her lips, filled with hope and expectation. As he held her hand, they exited the hotel, only to find Dong Miao Miao watching them with her knees drawn up. For a moment, she hesitated, softly asking him, Do you want to go over there? Go. He replied with a single word, striding forward confidently. As they walked, she glanced back furtively, unsure whether Dong Miao Miao, fading from view, was crying or smiling. On her wedding day, she hid in her room, tearing her offer letter into strips. The sound of paper ripping did not evoke sadness. Life is but a multiple-choice question. Once chosen, there is no need for hesitation or regret. Having decided to love him, it was impossible to also pursue a path abroad. How could a foundationless marriage withstand the trials of distance? As a side note, the new year is approaching, so I wish everyone well in advance. Chapter 34. The play, though the wedding preparations were hurried, they were nonetheless quite grand. He once vowed to cherish her with all his might, ensuring she would never suffer any grievances, a commitment that first manifested in their marriage. In Ning Zhiqian's name, he purchased a villa as a gift for her parents, and the betrothal gifts were an unexpectedly substantial sum. Her parents felt uneasy about receiving so much and, in return, gifted a car as part of her dowry, along with several other items. The details of the wedding were meticulously arranged without her involvement. She had no understanding of such matters. She only remembered that although the wedding was ostentatiously lavish, the Ning family, including Ning Zhiqian himself, appeared somewhat anxious on the day of the ceremony, and she vaguely recalled when urging them not to let anything go awry. She suspected their apprehensions stemmed from the fear that Dong Miao Miao might disrupt the celebration. A lingering intuition told her that Dong Miao Miao was watching them from a distance, choosing not to reveal herself. Thus, when he kissed her at the wedding, she found it difficult to immerse herself in the moment, while he kissed her for an extended period, as if performing in a play. Indeed, everything felt like a performance. From their first kiss by the lake to their intimate moments at the hotel, culminating in the wedding itself, an act staged for Dong Miao Miao, and for his own sake as well. It appeared ruthless, yet was steeped in profound emotion. She understood that the severity he displayed towards Dong Miao Miao mirrored the harshness he inflicted upon himself. For every tear Dong Miao Miao shed, he bled internally. He was severing ties with the most rapid and ruthless of methods, extinguishing his own feelings and obliterating Dong Miao Miao's hopes. Yet, only by extinguishing hope could new beginnings arise. Could they not? She had anticipated that he would drown his sorrows in alcohol during the wedding, but he did not. In the years that followed, he almost entirely abstained from drinking. Perhaps, as a doctor, he understood better than anyone that the most potent anesthetic could not heal wounds. Only facing the truth with clarity could do so. She did not wish to be his anesthetic. She aspired to be the remedy for his pain. But what did he truly consider her? She had never found an adequate word to encapsulate it. On their wedding night, having consumed only water as a substitute for wine, and she sat in silence in their marital chamber, as she quietly removed her makeup and untangled her elaborate hair. She caught a glimpse of him gazing at her in the mirror, his eyes bright. Was he contemplating whom he had married? After bathing to wash away all superficiality, her heart raced as she approached him, sitting opposite him. "Senior, why did you choose to study medicine?" she asked with a smile. He was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question. I don't even know why I chose medicine. I'm quite timid, you know? After my first anatomy class, I was so nauseous that my classmate had to buy me lunch. Guess what she brought? She blinked playfully. He looked at her, his silence indicating he awaited her continuation. She chuckled. "She brought pig liver." He raised an eyebrow. "You can't eat pig liver now?" Some medical students indeed struggle with such things. After their initial anatomy class, they might even shy away from beef. She looked at him with mock despair, right? I had just been sick, and she brought me pig liver. That wasn't even the worst part. When she handed me the lunchbox, she said, "The liver is enlarged with pinpoint-sized necrotic spots. It looks like this pig was infected with salmonella." Her expression resembled that of a wronged puppy, and her humorous anecdote was amusing, yet he remained serious, his clear gaze piercing through her jest. "Your classmate is essentially you, isn't she?" As a side note, on New Year's Eve, I wish everyone a prosperous new year. Just a single update today. Chapter 35. Not a dreamer, he is truly too astute. Indeed, there was no salmonella-infected pig liver. It was merely her whimsical tale intended to amuse him. Dong Miao Miao did not appear at the wedding, yet her absence was not much better than her presence. By not showing up, she preserved the Ning family's dignity, yet Dong Miao Miao must have been heartbroken in some hidden corner. A sense of defeat washed over her. He reached out, gently touching her hair. This tender gesture filled her heart with warmth, a wave of moisture in her eyes. Gripping his sleeve, she persistently inquired, "So, Senior, do you have any psychological shadows from studying medicine?" His expression darkened, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. She laughed. "There must be." "Is there? Do tell." He hesitated, eventually relenting under her persistence, clearing his throat and cautiously saying, "During my urology rotation, I didn't drink milk for quite a while." This question took her a moment to process before she burst into laughter. "Senior, you..." Ha ha ha. What was meant to be her light-hearted jape turned into a tale that entertained her instead. She laughed until she fell back on the bed, covering her face with the blanket. However, in the next moment, she felt cool fingers gripping her ankle, causing her body to stiffen. "What is wrong with your foot?" His voice resonated. She sat up, retracting her foot. "It's my high heels." She was 25 centimeters shorter than him. To compensate for the height difference, she wore towering heels all day, resulting in blisters on her heels and little toes, which now ached after her shower. He said nothing, merely rising to retrieve a small first aid kit. It was the first time she observed him in action. His long, fair fingers with neatly trimmed nails were the hands of a natural surgeon, yet they felt a tad too cold against her skin. His expression was serious as he squatted before her, meticulously tending to her blisters. For the first time, she looked down at him from height advantage, noticing his lowered gaze, his long lashes, a straight nose, and perfectly proportioned facial features undeniably handsome. The one she once admired from afar was now kneeling at her feet, tending to her blisters. Even now, she questioned whether this was a dream. Chapter 36. Birthday. She felt that he, and Dong Miao Miao were in essence of the same ilk, passionate and intense to the extreme. He relinquished the opportunity to study abroad for dual doctorates for Dong Miao Miao, while she tore up her overseas acceptance letter for the sake of their marriage, and Dong Miao Miao vanished from everyone's sight, leaving no trace behind. She had not even completed her graduate studies and had withdrawn. He did not seek out Dong Miao Miao. For him, distancing himself from her as much as possible was the best resolution, if indeed this was an ending. Unfortunately, it was not. He began to work night shifts obsessively, immersing himself in experiments. The spirited youth who once strummed a guitar beneath the stars had faded away, leaving behind an empty shell. A machine solely focused on studying and diagnosing. Their paths crossed with Dong Miao Miao, once more purely by chance, or perhaps it was fate. On his first birthday after their marriage, she kept the date close to her heart, and his parents chose to give them space by stepping out for the day. She ordered a cake and prepared a lavish meal according to his preferences. She knew he would finish work at 6. After her flurry of activity, she anxiously awaited his return. As the clock struck 7:30 and he had yet to arrive, a familiar sense of dread crept in. She had witnessed this scenario numerous times. Often, he would stay late at the hospital, either voluntarily or covering for others. Yet today, he was particularly late, and she refrained from calling him, unwilling to pressure him. However, the worry gnawed at her, prompting her to take a taxi to the hospital, where he was nowhere to be found. She lost her sense of direction, unsure of where to seek him. Wandering alone through the darkness, she unwittingly returned to the school, to the playground, to the very spot where he once strummed his guitar beneath the starlit sky. And there he sat, the stars casting a cold and desolate light upon him, an aura so frigid it deterred her approach. She halted, remaining in the shadows, torn between the impulse to disturb him and the indecision of whether to stay and watch or to turn away. At that moment, Dong Miao Miao appeared, slowly approaching from the opposite end of the playground. Dong Miao Miao spotted him, and then her, an inexplicable feeling washing over her. Amongst the three, she felt like the superfluous one. Without hesitation, she turned to leave, and at that very instant, Dong Miao Miao dashed in another direction. She could not ascertain whether he noticed Dong Miao Miao's arrival, yet he remained seated, motionless. Once outside the playground, she slowed her pace, gasping for breath, the heaviness in her chest refusing to dissipate. Just then, she unexpectedly encountered Dong Miao Miao again upon exiting through another gate. They stood merely 10 meters apart, unsure of who took the first step forward, gradually closing the distance between them. Dong Miao Miao had lost considerable weight, her eye sockets sunken. "Where have you been?" "We had a plan." They spoke in unison. Ultimately, Dong Miao Miao smiled. "Don't misunderstand. I merely came for a stroll, unaware he would be here. He probably didn't see me." She shook her head. Even if they had made plans, it mattered little. She understood all the intricacies of their situation and harbored no resentment towards either of them, only sympathy. Even at the conclusion of their marriage, she bore no ill will towards them. Everyone did their utmost within their own narratives, be it herself, him, or Dong Miao Miao. Regardless of the outcome, there were no regrets. After all, love is not solely the endeavor of one individual, nor is it contingent upon one's excellence or character. Love is, indeed, a perplexing affair. "Where did you go?" Although she and Dong Miao Miao were not particularly close, the question slipped out naturally. The girl who once cried on the playground, saying they should escape to a place where no one knew them, tugged at her heartstrings. Dong Miao Miao continued to smile. "Silly girl, aren't you? You should hope for my disappearance, never to return. Why inquire about my whereabouts?" For reasons unknown, the more Dong Miao Miao laughed, the more it ached within her. How deep was the sorrow concealed behind such a smile? In a sudden rush of emotion, tears brimmed in her eyes as she impulsively embraced Dong Miao Miao. Choking on her words, "Please take care of yourself." Dong Miao Miao must have been oblivious to how long she had admired her. Dong Miao Miao stiffened momentarily, but allowed the embrace. After a long pause, she sighed, "Silly girl, I'm well truly." Feeling embarrassed, she discreetly wiped away her tears and released Dong Miao Miao, offering a shy smile. "Em sorry, e." She wished to explain her impulsive action, yet words eluded her. Dong Miao Miao, however, raised her hand to wipe away the tear at her cheek. "Liuzheng, such a lovely name. It suggests you possess a delicate and transparent heart. To marry you would be his fortune." She lowered her head, utterly abashed, as if it were inappropriate for Dong Miao Miao to console her. Surely, Dong Miao Miao's own tears had all been shed. "Silly girl, I must go now. You should take him home." "Don't worry, I will be fine. He will be too. For living well is our responsibility." Dong Miao Miao gently embraced her before departing. She stood still, contemplating Dong Miao Miao's words, tears streaming down her face once more. In that moment, she truly understood these two individuals. While the ideal realm of love may be togetherness, the highest realm is not. For people like him and Dong Miao Miao, to love recklessly is easy. Even to sacrifice oneself for love is achievable. Yet, the most challenging aspect of life is not death but living. One can die for each other, but one cannot live solely for that purpose. Each person bears their own responsibilities in life. Beyond family and parents, there is also the responsibility towards one another. You must live well for Dong Miao Miao's sake, ensuring she has a beautiful next chapter in life. Surely, there exists another man in this world who loves Dong Miao Miao just as deeply, providing her with a normal life filled with happiness, and Dong Miao Miao, likewise. At least, that was their shared sentiment at that moment. That night, she did not bring him home, but returned quietly to her own place, waiting silently in the darkness, confident he would eventually return. In the dead of night, the sound of the door finally echoed through the silence. She brought out the cake, and in the candlelight, she smiled serenely, softly uttering, "Senior, happy birthday." He gazed at her, his brows furrowing slightly as his bright eyes scanned the lavish dining table, untouched by anyone. With a furrowed brow and a hint of surprise, he asked, "You waited all night?" She offered no reply, merely pursing her lips in a smile. He approached, running his fingers through her hair, his voice low and earnest. "I'm sorry. It won't happen again." She certainly bore him no grudge, yet she was reluctant to hear his apologies. Shaking her head with a smile, she suggested, "Senior, how about we make a wish and blow out the candles?" He simply watched her, the flickering candlelight dancing in his eyes, warming his previously cool demeanor. His voice, as refreshing as a clear spring, broke the silence. "Liuzheng, you make the wish for me." "All right." She closed her eyes, silently wishing, "I hope Senior can smile every day, just like before." Subsequently, he joined her in blowing out the candles, cutting the cake, and enjoying dinner together. Yes, it was he who accompanied her. Perhaps he did not require such a birthday, but out of guilt, he willingly engaged in every activity she cherished. He was indeed a man of his word. He promised it would not happen again, and indeed it never did. Following her birthday, his own, and every holiday, he returned to be with her, showering her with gifts. For her parents' birthdays, he was an attentive and thoughtful son-in-law, ensuring every celebration and gift was accounted for. Even for every academic improvement, every advancement in her studies, he would reward her. He was truly a clever man, a perfect husband and son-in-law. His perfection was almost surreal, akin to every operation he performed, devoid of any flaws or omissions. At times, she wished to ask him if he ever felt weary. Yet, gazing into his clear and gentle eyes, she swallowed those words. He had once inquired about her future, asking her plans after graduation. She refrained from mentioning the offer she received. She had her own ambitions. The path she had abandoned in her homeland was irretrievable, and the past that had been torn away could not be reclaimed. All she could do was start anew. She intended to take the graduate entrance exam once more, aiming for a local school, so as not to be too far from him. Naturally, he and Ning family wholeheartedly supported her plans for further studies. Nevertheless, her 3-year journey through graduate school unfolded as a series of stories, or perhaps mishaps. In her first year, she was newly married, adjusting to a new family while yearning to step into his heart, expending effort to adapt to married life. Shortly after their wedding, her mother suffered a leg injury due to an accident, and her father experienced his first episode of illness almost simultaneously. During that period, she found herself unable to focus on her studies, while he grew thinner from strain. His busy schedule left him little time, and he dedicated all his spare moments to the hospital, caring for her parents, tirelessly ensuring that Ruan Liuzheng remained uninvolved in hospital matters, insisting she concentrate on her studies. Although he bore the brunt of the responsibility, she still could not prepare adequately, leading to her failure in the first year's entrance exam. As a side note, there will be another update tonight. In her second year, perhaps she was too burdened by her emotions and studied excessively. Despite his repeated advice for her to balance work and rest, she ignored him, resulting in her falling ill with a high fever the day before the exam, leading to disastrous scores in English and politics. In the third year, Dong Miao Miao got married. She learned that he had gone to Yunnan, personally handing Dong Miao Miao over to that soldier. He had only a day to spare, catching a midnight flight to Kunming, followed by a rush to rent a car and reach the small town where the troops were stationed, all for that fleeting moment. Then, he would immediately return to Beijing, arriving home once again in the dead of night. The next day, he was to assist in a major surgery. The instant he stepped through the door, she noticed the weariness in his eyes and the tension in his brow that had finally relaxed. She had long since grown accustomed to saying nothing, simply serving him warm porridge, having already adjusted the bedroom temperature to perfection, urging him to rest early, knowing he had a significant operation the following day. She dared not waste even a moment of his precious rest. Dong Miao Miao had found her own happiness, and perhaps he had finally let go. Over the past 3 years, despite numerous opportunities for international exchanges, he had declined them all. Yet now, after a year of being officially employed at Bea following his doctoral graduation, he had accepted another overseas assignment in neurosurgery. After all, there was nothing left to hold him back, was there? For some inexplicable reason, she felt an intuition that with his departure, she might lose him forever. The night before he left, she prepared a sumptuous dinner, complete with red wine. She had never been one to drink, even during the various feasts he had arranged for her family. Yet this time, she raised her glass and asked him if he would join her. He had never refused her requests. That night, They both indulged in a light intoxication. In the haze of their inebriation, she asked him, "Senior, after 3 years, do you love me?" In his tipsy state, his eyes sparkled with a brighter glimmer, revealing silence, tenderness, and hesitation. She felt as if all the wine flowed through her heart, gently caressing his face. "Just a little?" He grasped her hand, his gaze evasive. "Liuzheng, don't overthink it. I'll be back in a year." He was astutely aware of her concerns and thoughts, yet he could not articulate the 3 words she longed to hear. She said nothing more, merely rose on her toes to kiss him passionately, unfastening the buttons of his shirt and loosening his belt. That night was indeed wild. She clung to him, nearly through the entire night. When he left, he did not wake her, but she knew everything. She just did not wish to open her eyes and watch him depart. Nor did she want to see him off at the airport. Would not saying goodbye make it feel as though there had been no departure at all? He left a note. "Liuzheng, I've left without waking you. Take care." He had never allowed her to call him by that name. As she gazed at the note, tears streamed down her face. Yet he remained unaware that he had left behind more than just a note. A month later, she found out she was pregnant. Chapter 40. Disappointment. This was truly unexpected. From the very first day they were together, he had always used protection. She had never pressed him on why he didn't want children. Whether he didn't want them or simply was ready, he had his reasons. Moreover, during his doctoral studies, he was so busy that it was hardly the right time for parenthood, mentally or temporally. Though he had taken precautions that night, somehow it had resulted in an unexpected pregnancy. However, since it had happened, she would not refuse this child. She intended to keep it, even though her faith in their future had waned. During the month of his absence, he had called only once to provide his number overseas, and after that, he fell silent. She had no intention of hiding the news of the pregnancy from him, but she hoped to tell him when he called back on his own. For a month, she refrained from reaching out, waiting for him to call. She thought that if he had even a shred of concern or longing for her, he would surely return her call. She wished to see if, by loosening her grip, this kite would still remember the string in her hand. Speaking of kites, her name contained the character for kite, which had always given her a special affection for them. During a warm and blossoming spring, she had taken him out to fly kites, recounting the story behind her name, and had once playfully asked him, "Have you ever lost a kite?" He had frowned, remaining silent for a long time before finally admitting, "Yes, and I never got it back." In that moment, she understood that what he had lost was likely not merely a kite. She had initially taken him out to play in hopes of rekindling a sense of childlike joy, wishing to see him smile, yet in the end, she had failed to elicit a laugh from him. As she ran with the kite in the wind, waving at him, he merely watched from a distance, his brow furrowed. This sense of frustration had begun on their wedding night, when she had failed to make him laugh, and had permeated their entire marriage. Rather than being disappointed by the life they shared, it was more accurate to say she was disappointed in herself. And once again, she faced disappointment. She never received his call. Instead, she learned the unfortunate news that she was not pregnant, but rather experiencing an ectopic pregnancy. She chose not to inform her parents. Her father was unwell, and she didn't wish to burden them with worry. Initially, she had also intended to keep it from her in-laws, but it was impossible to hide, as when discovered the truth. Thus, she pleaded with her mother-in-law not to inform him across the ocean, reasoning that he was too busy to return immediately and that it would only cause him trouble. Naturally, when touched by her understanding, complied and took great care of her. It seemed that those who were unwell were always a bit more fragile. Before and after the surgery, she clutched her phone, subconsciously hoping he would call, wishing only to hear his voice. Even a simple hello or a cool Liuzheng would suffice to quench her heart's thirst like water in a desert. Yet, disappointment was inevitable. Chapter 41. The life of a robot lying in a hospital bed, restless through numerous nights, gazing at the starry sky outside. She knew he was busy on the other side of the globe. Studying and working abroad must be incredibly demanding, leaving him no time to call her. She consoled herself with this self-deception. Yet, within her, there resided a lucid self, fully aware that he had likely forgotten her amidst his busyness. She thought of how, while he was deliberately working late into the night on experiments back home, he still found time to secretly keep track of Dong Miao Miao and learn about her plans to sell her house from the sprawling real estate market. She did not wish to compare herself to anyone. She had never thought to measure herself against others. However, the starkness of reality often left her feeling desolate. After being discharged from the hospital, she ceased to expect his call, knowing she would not receive one. She estimated that he would probably call around the Mid-Autumn Festival, as there were no significant days in between. Her estimation proved accurate. The following 2 months passed without a word from him until, on the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival, her phone rang promptly at 10 o'clock. She sensed it would be him, and upon checking, indeed it was. The accuracy of her prediction rendered her devoid of the joy and quickening heartbeat that should have accompanied the call. She answered calmly, "Hello, Senior Liuzheng." His voice traveled across the line, tinged with the essence of the Pacific Ocean, refreshing yet cold. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." She felt inclined to laugh, as his words echoed her expectations perfectly. "Thank you. Happy festival to you too." It seemed there was nothing more to say. He had always been reticent, and she had been the one to draw him into conversation. If she did not speak, what else could be said? He likely sensed it was improper to end the call without further exchange. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "How have you been lately?" "Fine," she replied briefly, the atmosphere thickening once more. She anticipated he would next ask about her parents, so she quickly added, "My in-laws are well, my parents are fine, and Ruan Liuzheng is doing well too." He must have been momentarily taken aback on his end. She chuckled. "Are you wondering how I knew what you were going to say?" Though he was too shy to admit it, his silence confirmed her suspicion. She continued, "I also know you must have forgotten today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Your phone reminded you." Once again, she had guessed correctly. No, it was hardly a guess. He had always been like this. All significant dates, including the time for Ruan Liuzheng's examination, were meticulously set as reminders on his phone, ensuring an impeccable execution. His life with her resembled a professional endeavor, methodically accomplishing tasks one by one, with meticulous planning and foresight, never faltering. There were moments when she longed for him to err just once, to grant her an opportunity to express her frustration. Yet he was unwaveringly flawless, yet paradoxically surrounded by imperfections. This encapsulated their existence together. It felt akin to living with a robot, following a predetermined program, devoid of any expectation for emotional connection, as the robot's programming lacked the capacity for genuine concern or warmth. Even if she deliberately exposed herself to the cold and fell ill, he would not notice her suffering until the illness manifested, at which point he would assume his role as a physician. Chapter 42, I Do the World, including her own parents, only perceived how kind Dr. Ning was to her after her illness. They marveled at his attentiveness, recalling how he personally fed her kanji and stayed awake all night monitoring her temperature. This starkly contrasted with her understanding of their marriage. Eventually, her overseas phone call, filled with heartfelt reminders, concluded with him silent, leaving her to finish her thoughts, a semblance of closure. "Senior, remember to carry some biscuits or small bread. Eat a few bites when you're hungry. Don't let your stomach remain empty. Also, pay attention to the temperature changes while you're out there. Don't fall sick. I've sent you some ingredients, since I know you might not like the local cuisine and may not have time to go to the supermarket. Just get an electric cooker to make kanji, put the rice in when you return from the hospital, and it will be ready the next morning. Senior, your stomach isn't good. Drinking kanji will benefit you." He earnestly acknowledged her every word as tears streamed down her face, marking the first time she wept while speaking to him, perhaps also the last. She was grateful he never witnessed her tears. Crying ultimately stemmed from pain. Regardless, this was her fervent expression of love, a moment of resolute farewell to him and to the love of her life. A sensation akin to a vice tightening around her heart, yearning to sever the softest part, yet feeling deeply intertwined and unable to detach, leaving her in silent agony. She covered her mouth, unable to utter a single goodbye amidst the deluge of tears, fearful he might hear her sobs. In a rush, she ended the call and collapsed on her bed, burying herself under the covers, weeping uncontrollably. All her tears were for 2 words, reluctance. She loved him so profoundly that even at the end of their fateful journey, she felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Later, her parents informed her that Ji Qian had called on their birthdays, sending money to honor them, urging her to tell him to focus on his work and studies abroad, without worrying about home. Having already shed her tears, she would not cry again, nor would she relay this message to him. At the beginning of their marriage, he had promised to care for her, and she recognized his sincere efforts. Among the myriad couples around her, few husbands and sons-in-law were as devoted as he. As for the inability to love, it was not something that could be forced. She had known this from the outset, just harboring a tinge of hope. There was no regret, no resentment, The moments spent with him had brought her much joy. He had carried her home, trimmed her nails, remembered all her favorite snacks, patiently tutored her in her studies, and embraced her through every festive occasion. During those days, her laughter was genuine. She pondered deeply. If time were to rewind 3 years. When he asked if she would still choose him, her answer would remain, I do. Chapter 43. Return. A person experiences many splendid symphonies in life. Loving the one whom she deemed most worthy during her prime years was undoubtedly one of the grandest chapters in her life, a memory she would forever cherish. The next call from him came during the graduate school application period. He inquired whether she had registered and if she was adequately prepared. She confirmed her application, albeit to a university in the South, not entirely to escape, but after careful consideration, she believed this institution held greater prospects. She did not wish to delay another year. He advised her to take care of her health and not to stay up too late, and she answered affirmatively, mirroring the responses she had given when he was still in the country. This time, she successfully gained admission, though her mother-in-law and mother were taken aback upon receiving the news, questioning why she would travel 2,000 kilometers for her studies. Her mother-in-law even asked if she had consulted Ji Qian, to which she could only reply that he was aware and she would tell him in due time. Naturally, she intended to inform him, but only upon his return to the country. Initially planning to stay abroad for a year, he ended up being away for a year and a half. By the time he returned, it was already the spring festival, and she had completed a semester of her graduate studies. On the day he returned to Beijing, she went to the airport to greet him. With a serene smile, she watched him gradually approach her line of sight. He appeared as slender as ever, tall and striking, his natural demeanor radiating a cool aura that made him stand out in the crowd, impossible to overlook. Had it been before, she would have rushed into his embrace, perhaps even planting a kiss on his cheek. However, this time, she remained rooted at the exit, unable to move. He spotted her too, dressed in a striking red coat. As he approached, their eyes met, and perhaps due to their prolonged separation, words eluded them momentarily. She smiled and said, "Senior, welcome home." His eyes sparkled, reflecting her vibrant attire like flickering flames. Ultimately, he reached out to touch her hair, reminiscent of his tender gestures from the past. She giggled, but tilted her head away, suggesting, "Senior, let us go." He said nothing further and joined her in the car. She had driven there herself, opting not to call for a driver, desiring a moment alone with him before entering the house. Hence, she took the wheel while he sat in the passenger seat, feeling as though time had reversed, transporting her back to a year and a half ago. With a heavy heart, she finally voiced the thought that had been weighing on her, just as he fastened his seatbelt and before he could start the engine. "Senior, let us get a divorce." The softly spoken words caused the car to jolt unexpectedly, halting in its tracks. He gazed at her, his voice calm, yet slightly hoarse, tinged with disbelief. "What did you say?" She suspected he had not heard correctly or thought he had misunderstood. So she repeated, "Senior, I said, let us get a divorce." Chapter 44. Indebted at that moment. His clear gaze bore into her, stirring a flutter of panic within her. She averted her eyes, looking out at the street adorned with vibrant red lanterns, brimming with festive cheer. She vividly remembered their first spring festival after their marriage, when her parents moved into their new home. Ruan Liuzheng had helped him hang red lanterns at the entrance, and she had joined in the festivities, inadvertently injuring her finger, nearly bringing her tears. He had skillfully tended to her wound, even trimming her nails, gently chiding her, "You're studying medicine. Don't you know nail polish is toxic? Keeping nails this long isn't hygienic." Thus, her freshly manicured nails were reduced to nubs, the vibrant color washed away. She understood the reasoning behind his actions, but sometimes she wished to indulge in small acts of vanity, especially since she was preparing for exams at home. For reasons unknown, she particularly relished these moments with him, cherishing the occasional small mistakes that allowed her to hear his soothing voice gently admonishing her. During those times, she would steal glances at his perfect profile, captivated by the melodious cadence of his voice, often losing track of his words. Especially during her review of her major, she often posed questions to him, even though she already understood, repeatedly expressing her lack of comprehension, not in search of answers, but simply to hear his voice as he patiently clarified her doubts time and again. In those moments, his patience reached its zenith. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of his hands resting on the steering wheel, and a smile graced her lips, filled with memories upon turning back. He did not rush to drive away. After a brief silence, he gently said, "Liuzheng, If I have fallen short, please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. She anticipated his words. His decision to marry her was impulsive. It was also a lifelong commitment. He had never contemplated divorce, viewing her as his responsibility, a notion she understood. Maintaining her gaze forward, she smiled. The words she longed to speak having already rolled through her mind countless times, no longer requiring contemplation. Senior, this is not your fault. You have done exceedingly well. I know you have always strived to treat me well. You have reached your utmost, and the issue lies within myself. Liuzheng. His hand left the steering wheel and grasped hers. What was the true reason? His hand remained slightly cold. She did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it. Senior, do you know? When you asked if I would marry you, I had received an offer to study abroad. She had always assumed he was unaware. Yet to her astonishment, he nodded and replied, I know. It was she who was taken aback. You knew? What did you find out? Who told you? He simply replied, How vast is the medical department? I found out on the first snowy day of our first year of marriage. On the first snowy day, she recalled that day. He had returned somewhat changed, demanding much from her, and ultimately embraced her, saying, Liuzheng, I will always be with you. At that moment, she had felt surprised, realizing the reason behind his actions. Senior, do you feel particularly guilty towards me? She asked, tilting her head. He paused, then said, Liuzheng, I owe you much. As a side note, today's return journey took the entire day. It's late now, and I apologize for the single update. Tomorrow's update will be delayed. Chapter 45, I'm sorry, she sighed. Senior, I'm not sharing this to make you feel indebted to me, but to let you know that despite my efforts, I have not been able to bring you happiness. I think I have reached my limit. I understand you do not wish for a divorce because I am your cross to bear. You believe you have wronged me by pulling me into your life. And only by continuing to bear this cross can your conscience find peace. However, Senior, this life is exhausting. After all these years, you have tirelessly cared for me and my family. Is it not wearying? He gently shook his head. It is not tiring, Liuzheng. I promise to always take care of you. She smiled and shook her head in return. But this is not the life I desire. I wish for your sadness and my joy to create a chemical reaction, producing a new entity called happiness. Yet I have failed. Not only have I not brought you happiness, but I have also allowed sorrow to engulf me. Senior, I do not wish to continue. She understood that as long as he was unhappy, he would never consider divorce. Yet, happiness is a shared endeavor. Senior, she paused, summoning her courage to softly call out, think about it. She distinctly felt his hand, which held hers, twitch slightly. Liuzheng, he spoke urgently, as if trying to explain something. She turned to him, placing her right hand over his lips. Senior, no need for explanations. I understand. I comprehend everything. If I did not understand you, how could I call myself your devoted fan? However, after these years, I believe you need more than a fan. You need someone who can help you rediscover your aspirations, and I too wish to have my own dreams. So, Senior, let's conclude this here and give each other a chance to begin anew, shall we? Liuzheng, I am sorry. His eyes were filled with reluctance and guilt. Yet, one cannot live a lifetime burdened by guilt. It is a weight and torment for anyone. Senior, if our union is a mistake, then rectifying that mistake is the only true solution, not persisting in error. You need not feel guilty. When you proposed, you offered me a choice. I could have chosen to say no, but I chose to say yes, and I take responsibility for that choice. Now it is time for a final reckoning. Senior, I agreed to marry you because I loved you, and now, want to part ways, it is because my love can no longer sustain our future together, or rather, my love has been exhausted, and I can no longer love as I once did. She gazed at his face, her eyes misty, as if returning to her university days when she was still a fervent fan, smiling sweetly. Senior, the happiest moments in my love for you were those carefree days of secretly admiring you during our 4 years at university, wholeheartedly and without worry. Senior, you deserve my love, and you deserve for me to continue loving you. However, allow me to return to the identity of a mere fan. This version of me should be much happier. Life offers no path for retreat, and she could never revert to being his fan after becoming his wife. Yet, only by rejecting their married life could he agree to a divorce. Chapter 46. Not just anyone was she happy. In truth, she had always been happy, whether during her university days or in her married life, and even in the subsequent years spent alone. Of course, there have been moments of sorrow and the taste of hardship, But how could one expect to stave off tears without granting oneself the energy for happiness? Each day is a new beginning. She would not allow last night's tears to dictate today's life. This was her principle. So Liuzheng continued to embrace joy now and forever. At Bea Hospital, as autumn's chill crept in, Ruan Liuzheng walked along the corridor back to her department. She had just completed a surgical procedure alongside him. After she visited the restroom, he had gone ahead. This was her first time assisting him in surgery, and she had initially thought she would feel anxious, for no matter how time had passed, she remained his devoted fan, as she had always been. Especially after entering Bea and witnessing his many surgeries, her admiration for him had only deepened. He was a natural surgeon, each operation executed with perfection, earning him the title of the youngest and most promising neurosurgeon at Bea. However, she seemed to have underestimated herself. Indeed, although she did not display it, her heart raced when she faced him, and she admired him just as she had in university. She worried she might lose composure on the operating table. Yet she did not. Standing opposite him, gazing into his captivating eyes, her focus shifted entirely to the surgery, even forgetting that the person before her was her beloved. She even tuned out his melodious voice during the procedure. Once the surgery concluded, he looked up and said, "You worked hard." At that moment, she was struck. Those words resonated deeply within her. Everyone worked hard, yet his simple acknowledgement felt somewhat jarring. The instrument nurse, Lu Tong, shot her a knowing glance and winked. She understood the implication. Lu Tong knew her. But to say he treated her differently would not be entirely true, for he remained consistently calm. His demeanor towards her no different than with Ding Yuan. As the workday ended, she approached the department office door, overhearing a conversation within that seemed to mention her, prompting her to pause. "Hey, Dr. Ning, what were you thinking? Letting your two students assist? Are you planning to let them operate as well?" Ding Yuan is acceptable since she just transferred in. She might just stay, but what about Ruan Liuzheng? Even if she excels, she is not from our hospital, and if something goes wrong, you'll be the one to take the fall. Don't be foolish. She's just a trainee. Let her muddle through and go back. It sounded like Dr. Wu's voice from the department. Nothing will go wrong. I'll keep an eye on her, he replied in his characteristic calm and gentle tone. What? Are you seriously considering letting her operate in the near future? Dr. Wu marveled. Dr. Ruan is quite impressive, bold yet meticulous, a promising talent. Given time, she will match us. Hearing the praise directed towards herself, Ruan Liuzheng felt a swell of joy in her heart. However, another voice interjected, laced with teasing and mockery. Dr. Wu, you may be unaware, but Dr. Ruan is no ordinary person, especially in the eyes of Dr. Ning. A sudden tension gripped her. Dr. Cheng, who made that remark, had joined the Northia team alongside him. She was well aware of Cheng's familiarity with her past. There was nothing unusual in their daily interactions. But could she be jesting behind her back? What was different now? Intrigued, Dr. Wu pressed for details. A brief silence ensued before Dr. Cheng chuckled, revealing they were alumni of the same institution. This assertion did not fool Dr. Wu. Most of our hospital's doctors share the same alma mater, you know? He retorted, his voice clear and gentle. Technical skill transcends hospitals. It belongs to the collective. Dr. Wu exclaimed dramatically, Dr. Ning, we are also alumni. When will you look after me? Enough of your theatrics. Dr. Cheng laughed. She lingered outside for a moment, sensing it was not the right time to enter, and opted to take a brief stroll before re-entering. As she turned a corner, she encountered Ding Yuan, who had been sulking since their surgery earlier that day. With Dr. Ning present, she had refrained from expressing her displeasure, but now, in their narrow passage, Ding let out an audible huff. Ruan felt no obligation to explain herself to Ding and intended to pass by unnoticed. Yet Ding called her out. Are you using some underhanded tactics behind the scenes? Ding confronted her aggressively. Ruan remained silent, simply gazing at Ding, already aware of the forthcoming accusations. On what grounds do you believe you can perform the surgery? Ding's eyes seethed with resentment. You're merely a graduate student, an older one at that. How dare you take the lead over me? Did you offer Dr. Ning some kind of favor? Lead the surgery? Ruan was perplexed by the accusation. Stop pretending. You are the primary surgeon for next week's cranial surgery to excise a meningioma. Ding's tone dripped with envy. What gave you the right? If you hadn't given Dr. Ning any favors, would he even allow you to try? Ruan pondered this question. She had served as the first assistant in similar surgeries multiple times and was well versed in the procedure, with Dr. Ning by her side for guidance. She believed herself capable of handling the responsibility. As for whether or not he favored her, she remained uncertain. However, that was inconsequential. What mattered was her competence. The ability of a clinical resident does not correlate directly with their academic credentials. While a higher degree is advantageous, experience holds equal significance. She did not delve further into her rationale, simply stating, "Your words tarnish Dr. Ning's character. He is an upright man. Do you truly believe I could bribe him?" Ning's expression momentarily faltered at Ruan's assertion. Seizing the opportunity, Ruan turned on her heel and walked away. On her way back, she encountered Dr. Wu, who greeted her with a faint smile. She surmised that the office discussions regarding her had concluded and proceeded to return. Upon entering the office, she found it vacant. Approaching his desk, she discovered a drawing, a childlike depiction of a doctor in a white coat holding a small boy's hand. The artwork, rendered with vibrant crayons, was undeniably innocent, yet showcased meticulous attention to detail. Each aspect of the drawing reflected the artist's heartfelt engagement. The hairstyle and attire were accurately portrayed, with a stethoscope draped around the doctor's neck. The name tag on the white coat bore the characters Ning Ji Qian, with the character for Qian written larger than the others, almost spilling over the edges, while the titled chief physician was squeezed awkwardly to one side. Ruan chuckled softly at the charming naivety encapsulated within the drawing. Observing the small boy in the image, also clad in a miniature white coat and sporting a stethoscope, she noted that his name tag read Ning Xiang. He clutched several balloons, each inscribed with a letter that together spelled out, "I love Dad." Indeed, love permeated every stroke of this artwork, revealing the deep affection and admiration Ning Xiang held for his father, inspiring him to aspire to be a doctor just like him. Lost in her reverie, she was startled by a bright, youthful voice in the doorway. "Who are you?" Looking up, she saw a small boy peering at her timidly. His round, cherubic face and large, sparkling eyes resembled glistening grapes, almost as if tears were about to spill. She had a hunch about his identity and smiled. "Are you Ning Xiang?" The boy blinked, and his face flushed crimson, revealing a hint of conflict and unease, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. "Is this your drawing? It's wonderful." She pointed at the artwork on the desk with a smile. The mention of the drawing captured his attention. He bounced over to her, his eyes shining with excitement and enthusiasm. "Yes, it's my project from kindergarten. I drew Dad. The teacher said I did well and gave me a little star." He pointed to a star sticker affixed to the drawing. "Your teacher is right. This drawing clearly shows how much you love your dad," she praised earnestly. Ning Xiang fidgeted with his hair, suddenly feeling shy. Finally, summoning his courage, he blinked and asked, "How do you know my name? You've never seen me before." "Because." She was formulating a whimsical response when he blurted out, his cheeks still flushed, "Because you're my mom, right?" She was taken aback. This answer exceeded her expectations. "I know you are. There are pictures of you and Dad at home. Grandma said you went far away to study, and when you return, you could be a big doctor like Dad, right?" Ning Xiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This left her at a loss for words. She should clarify that she was not his mother, yet she feared hurting the child's feelings. She wondered why when he had explained it this way to the child. After all, they were divorced, weren't they? Just as she grappled with her thoughts, another voice rang out from the doorway. "Ning Xiang, come here. Why are you running so fast?" It was Wen. It had been years since she had last heard the name Xiang Xiang. This instance was distinct from the previous one, when he likely did not know the origin of the name. Among the crowd, only she had heard Meow Meow refer to him in that way, though the name still tugged at her heart. It was no longer as disconcerting as the first time she heard it from her mother. She warmly smiled at Wen, internally debating what to call her. He still referred to his parents as Mom and Dad, yet she found it difficult to utter. After a moment's hesitation, she gently and clearly addressed Annie. Wen Yi's surprise was palpable as she disregarded the formal address, stepping forward to grasp Ruan's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Liuzheng, you're back. Are you working at North too?" Wen Yi's enthusiasm only intensified Ruan's discomfort. Although Wen Yi had treated her kindly in the past, her current demeanor mirrored that of when Ruan was still a daughter-in-law of the Ning family, her tone and gaze unchanged. Ruan felt overwhelmed. Yet, it was awkward to withdraw her hand from Wen Yi's grasp, so she smiled and explained, "No, I'm just here for further training." "Further training?" When he glanced at her standing position, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "Who is your supervisor?" She could no longer feign an indifferent smile. Instead, A bittersweet grin emerged, revealing her helplessness. It was Teacher Ning. Teacher Ning? When he was momentarily taken aback by this address, but soon laughed, exclaiming, Teacher Ning? Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Teacher Ning. Grandmother. Ning Xiang, who had been eagerly listening to their conversation, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Grandma, who is Teacher Ning? He is your father. Ruan Yi explained seriously to her grandson, yet she immediately lost her composure and laughed again. Ning Xiang was puzzled as to why his mother referred to his father as teacher. Mother? Ruan Yi herself was momentarily taken aback by her own familiar address. But she smiled and showed no objection to Ning Xiang calling him that. Ruan Liuzheng felt her face flush from the antics of the grandmother and grandson duo. Ruan Yi then inquired, if we don't call him teacher, what should we call him? Ning Xiang's eyes rolled as he spotted his father at the doorway and promptly ran over, directly asking the person in question, Dad, why does Mom call you teacher? Mommy Rue calls her dad husband. Ruan Liuzheng wished she could sink into the ground. Fortunately, the doctors and nurses were preoccupied, and there were no other people in the office at that moment. However, she could no longer stay there and thus picked up her bag, saying to an E and him, Auntie, Teacher Ning, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Ning Xiang, with his large, glistening eyes resembling black grapes, looked at her, on the verge of tears. Her heart softened at the sight of his expression, and recalling the child's background made her feel a pang of sadness, wondering if he knew he was not the biological child of the Ning family. Chapter 50. Forgetting but she could never be his mother. With that thought, she steeled her heart and lowered her head, intending to pass by Ning Xiang and his father. Just then, a small hand tugged at her garment. Mom, Ning Xiang stubbornly called out, tears welling up in his eyes. Is it because I'm not being good that you don't want me anymore? The resolve she had managed to build crumbled with those words, and she paused, momentarily at a loss. She could only look up at him, hoping he would resolve this awkward situation, which was not of her making. His clear, untroubled eyes held no trace of discomfort at this sudden turn of events, and he simply said to Ruan Yi, Mom, please take Ning Xiang to the car. When he seemed unbothered by their awkwardness and remained cheerful, walking up to them and specifically telling Ruan Liuzheng, do come over to our house to play sometime. Then he took Ning Xiang's hand, saying, let us go wait for Dad outside. We must not disturb his work. Although Ning Xiang was still reluctant, he, being sensible and holding the medical profession in high regard, pouted and allowed his grandmother to lead him away. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and dashed back to Ning Zhizhuan's desk, clutching the drawing there like a treasure, looking pitiful as he followed his grandmother out. Once the duo had gone far, Ning Zhizhuan's gaze returned to her, his tone serious as he said, I apologize for the inconvenience caused. His tone remained calm, as if he were speaking to her during a surgical procedure. I'm sorry was always met with it's all right. What else could she say? She could only smile and shake her head, assuring him it was nothing. But what about in the future? How would she cope when this little rascal unexpectedly called her mom in the office? There wouldn't be such misunderstandings again. His light voice broke the silence. Children always long for their mothers. It's a given. I will clarify it with him when I return. Well, that's good. She nodded, adding, I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. He stepped aside, allowing her to pass. After she walked by, he suddenly called out to her, Liuzheng. Huh? She turned back. He gazed at her for a few seconds before saying, you will perform the right frontal craniotomy for the meningioma removal next week. Think thoroughly about the surgical plan. We will discuss it in our meeting. All right. She readily agreed, without questioning why, as there was no need to. She rather enjoyed their current mode of interaction, ever since he had given her a ride home in the rain. Their simple conversation during the trip had solidified this pattern. They no longer discussed anything beyond work, as if the past few years had been entirely erased from their lives. She graduated with her bachelor's degree, pursued her master's, rotated through various positions, worked, returned home, and then came to Bea for further studies. She was his junior, his admirer, and now his student. That was all. They had both chosen to actively forget the period of familiarity that had once brought them together. As for the side note, the release date has been set for February 23rd, with 20,000 words to be delivered. Chapter 51. Little Ning, of course. She understood that this so-called forgetting was nothing more than self-deception for both her and him. However, such self-anesthesia was akin to performing cosmetic surgery on old wounds. People must live beautifully. Another day dawned. It was time for the routine ward rounds. Quietly, she trailed behind him, following him to the bedside of patient Kai Jinrong, whom she was about to operate on. Kai Jinrong was a 65-year-old woman with impaired vision in her right eye, seeing only within a meter before her, while her left eye had a vision of merely 0.5. The lesion was located at the anterior pituitary fossa, closely related to the optic nerves on both sides. During her time in the hospital, the elderly woman had been alone, with no children to accompany her. "Hello, Auntie," he said as he approached, bending down to speak gently to her. The elderly woman, though her eyesight was poor, was mentally sharp and articulate. She vaguely recognized him as the doctor and trembled as she asked, "Is that you, little Ning?" "Yes, it's me," he replied brightly. "How are you feeling today?" She stood beside him, watching his warm smile, her lips curving slightly upward. In her eyes, Teacher Ning was most charming at 2 times: when he meticulously performed surgery in the operating room, and when he treated patients with such kindness. He was attentive to every patient, yet it seemed he had a slight bias, showing more concern for someone like Annie Kai, perhaps because her situation was more pitiable. Annie Kai had a son and a daughter, but they were sent by the neighborhood committee, and her son had only shown up once at the hospital before disappearing. The committee would send someone daily to check in, but they couldn't be there all the time, leaving the elderly woman alone in bed, often in tears. Her clothing and shoes were worn and even dirty, not necessarily because she didn't care about cleanliness, but rather due to her limited vision, which made it difficult for her to wash her clothes properly. On her bedside table lay half a bun, likely her breakfast from that morning. Thankfully, the hospital cafeteria provided meals 3 times a day, or else it would have been a challenge for her to eat. He had been reserved for years, yet his innate ability to communicate was exceptional. Before long, Annie Kai felt as if he were just a neighborly boy. Listening to his questions, she nodded. "I'm doing well. Little Ning, may I speak with you?" "Of course, Auntie. I'm all ears." He prepared to listen attentively, a respectful demeanor evident. The elderly woman hesitated, and he quickly understood, turning to the others, "You may step outside." Had the patient been wealthy, she would have worried about possible bribery, but his character was beyond question. Still, caution was necessary. However, with Annie Kai as the patient and knowing there were others in the ward, there was no need for concern. She and the group of resident doctors and interns stepped outside to wait. Chapter 52. The appointed Ding Yun's eyes sparkled with pride as she whispered, "Who says we doctors are cold-blooded?" Teacher Ning's example is a living rebuttal to that notion. Integrity and kindness barely scratch the surface of what defines Teacher Ning. What does it mean to be an angel in white? This is it. Other doctors echoed in agreement, and she merely smiled with her lips curved. Thus, Teacher Ning, after loving him for so many years, truly did not love the wrong person. Even though their current situation was as it is, he remained the highest mountain and the brightest star in her heart. However, she was uncertain about the words Aunt Kai had spoken to him. She only vaguely heard his gentle voice, soothing her. After about 10 minutes, he emerged, his expression unchanged, continuing his rounds with them. Before she left, she glanced back at the ward, where the elderly woman was still wiping her tears. As the lead surgeon for this operation, she felt a lingering concern and wished to find an opportunity to speak with the elderly woman. However, she had been quite busy until he called her. "Dr. Ruan, come here for a moment." Having spent so much time together, it was inevitable that they would face each other directly. In front of others, he always addressed her as Dr. Ruan, a title she had gradually grown accustomed to. Yet, when he called her by her name, Ding Yun would cast a wary glance, tinged with disdain. She found it difficult to assess Ding Yun. Although she was ambitious, passionate, responsible, and possessed strong learning capabilities, she would undoubtedly become an excellent doctor. Yet her priorities differed from hers. As she approached him, Dr. Chung stood up to leave, but playfully cleared his throat, mimicking him by calling her Dr. Ruan in a rather peculiar tone. She felt somewhat helpless. After spending time with the department, she was no longer as reserved as before, and they could share harmless little jokes. Dr. Chung's playful jab was something they both understood. She decided to embrace this small prank, asking, "Dr. Chung, is there anything I can assist you with?" As a student in the hospital, it was quite ordinary for her to help the teachers with various tasks. So she casually inquired to defuse his joke. Dr. Chen exclaimed, No. How could we dare to command Teacher Ning's assistant?" This remark drew another glance from Ding Yun. Fortunately, after Dr. Chung finished speaking, he left with a grin, and she could only shake her head. "Dr. Ruan," he gestured for her to sit down. "Let's discuss bed 15. Bed 15 referred to Aunt Kai. Upon addressing serious matters, she chose to overlook Dr. Cheng's jest. In private, when no one was around, he would still call her Liuzheng, and each time he uttered her name, her heart would race. However, the clarity and coolness in his eyes served as a timely reminder, calming the sparks and unease within her. Thus, when facing him, her own gaze mirrored the calm waters at that moment. Chapter 53. Apologies. She sat across from him, anticipating he was about to clarify what Aunt Kai had just expressed. He looked at her with an indifferent gaze, no different from how he regarded Ding Yuan and others. Dr. Wan, Aunt Kai's emotion seems somewhat unstable. She just told me she no longer wishes to undergo surgery. Is it out of fear? Or she left her sentence unfinished, yet he likely understood. At 65 years old, without anyone to care for her, the thought of undergoing a craniotomy must have been terrifying. However, it was also possible that Aunt Kai was concerned about her family or the costs involved. The elder herself had claimed she was afraid, stating that once her head was opened, there would be no hope left. It would be better not to proceed. But I don't think that's the case. He paused. While the decision to operate rests with the patient, we can only propose treatment plans. Regardless of whether the surgery happens, Aunt Kai needs to be mindful to avoid any complications. I understand, she nodded in acknowledgement. If there were family members to care for her, we wouldn't need to worry about such matters. However, given Aunt Kai's situation, since she has come to our hospital, we should assume this responsibility. You are the lead surgeon and a woman. Perhaps you can communicate certain things more comfortably. Understood, she replied earnestly. Originally, she intended to visit Aunt Kai regardless of his words. Listening to his instructions, she suddenly recalled Ding Yuan's praise of him that morning and couldn't help but smile coyly. His confusion was evident as he stared at her, asking, "What are you laughing about?" She remained silent, merely smiling at him. His bewilderment deepened as he questioned if there was something on his face, reaching up to touch it. She burst into laughter. In the past, she enjoyed playing small tricks on him. Although he often reacted with indifference and a helpless expression, it brought her joy. However, she certainly did not feel inclined to do so now. Her previous antics were unlikely to win his favor, and she understood that. "Nothing. I shall take my leave," she said with a smile, preparing to exit. "Wait," he called her back. At this moment, everyone else was busy, leaving only the two of them in the office. He hesitated, his expression slightly uncomfortable. "Liuzheng," she smiled softly, lowering her eyes. The sound of Liuzheng hung in the air like a whisper in the wind. "That day when I returned, I talked to Ning and clarified everything. So that was the reason behind his awkwardness." "Okay," she replied, choosing not to say much. Time seemed to freeze as she lowered her gaze. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you," he said sincerely, his voice low. "Ah," she responded with a gentle smile. "It's all right. Ning is quite charming." Aside from performing surgeries, apologizing was his forte, and she had lost count of how many times she had heard him say sorry. "Additionally, I am working on a new project this year. If you're interested, you're welcome to join." Chapter 54. The project, when he made this proposal, it sounded as ordinary as when he issued medical orders. She was momentarily taken aback. "I am not from Bea. I don't think I can." "You can. This project is not limited to Bea doctors. Of course, if you want to join Bea." Upon hearing this, she quickly interrupted. No, I don't want to." Her demeanor, as if avoiding a snake or a scorpion, caused him to swallow the remainder of his sentence, staring at her intently. Feeling somewhat guilty under his gaze, she lowered her head. Taking a moment to calm herself, and lightly coughed, "I signed a contract with Xiqing Hospital. I must return." "I know," he replied without a hint of emotion, his eyes unwavering. "That's not an issue. If you prefer not to return, you can simply bear the compensation." She shook her head. "I still don't want to join Bea." He fell silent. She understood that Bea's neurosurgery department could accept one more doctor this year, and Ding Yuan was keenly eyeing the opportunity. Given his position in neurosurgery, he could likely advocate for her. However, why was he doing this? To alleviate his guilt? It was truly unnecessary. Regardless of his intentions, she had never considered joining Bea. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive as silence enveloped them. She took a slow, deep breath to avoid feeling suffocated. Stealing a glance at him, she found him gazing back at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She decided to confront the situation directly, blinking and offering a carefree, slightly mischievous smile. "Teacher Ning, you said it yourself. Skills are not personal nor exclusive to Bea. They belong to everyone. Isn't it fine for me to take your skills to Shichen? I could help propagate the spirit of Ning's scalpel. Ning's scalpel was his nickname, which she had never dared to utter before. Calling it out playfully now made her seem animated and lively. He stared at her, and she felt a flutter of unease as she suddenly remembered that she had overheard this phrase, which could expose her. Her smile gradually faded, yet his furrowed brow began to soften, and his tone remained calm. Well, it's up to you. Thank you, Teacher Ning, she nodded eagerly. After standing for a moment, he said nothing further and instead picked up several images to examine. After a while, realizing she was still there, he looked at her with some surprise and waved his hand. It's nothing. Go ahead and be busy. You should participate in the project. Oh, she shrugged, hurrying out, unable to suppress her thoughts. He had called her back several times before, but now that she was ready to leave, he sent her away. Is she not waiting for his command? As for the topic, he has already stated that it is not limited to any particular hospital, so she might as well participate. She wishes to learn more advanced techniques. Upon exiting the department office, she proceeded to bed 15, where Aunt Kai was located, and discovered that the community committee lady, who had previously visited the hospital, was conversing with Aunt Kai. Uncertain of their discussion, she observed Aunt Kai shaking her head and wiping away tears. Not wanting to intrude, she took a stroll through other wards before returning, just as the community committee lady was leaving. The lady noticed her as well. Since Aunt Kai's family had not visited, all communications regarding family matters had been conducted with this lady, who recognized her and called out, Dr. Ruan, with red-rimmed eyes. Chapter 55. Difficulties. The lady pulled her aside to speak. Dr. Ruan, does Aunt Kai really need surgery? She asked with concern. What's the matter? It seemed the lady's presence did not alleviate Aunt Kai's worries. With a sigh, she explained, Aunt Kai has many concerns. No one has signed the consent for the surgery. And even if Aunt Kai could sign herself, who would take care of her during recovery? Our community can only do so much. What about Aunt Kai's children? Remembering the daughter and son who had never shown their faces, her curiosity was piqued. Ah, the daughter married out of town and hasn't returned in years, nor has she sent any money. The son and daughter-in-law are unfilial. They haven't even allowed the old lady to stay in their home, leaving her to live in a shed outside without any living expenses. She collects bottles and cardboard to sell for a little money. The street committee has tried reaching out to her son and daughter-in-law multiple times, but to no avail. The lady glanced at her. The surgery fee hasn't even been paid yet. Having never witnessed such unfilial behavior in reality, Ruan Liuzheng felt a surge of anger as she witnessed it unfold before her. Can't we report them? The lady sighed again. It's easier said than done. How about this? We'll return and talk to her son again, and first get the surgery fee sorted out. With a troubled expression, the lady departed. Ruan Liuzheng entered the ward and stood beside Aunt Kai. Who is it? Aunt Kai, with tears still fresh, asked as she wiped her eyes. The elderly woman's fingers were rough and cracked, her skin marked with ingrained dirt. Her murky eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, a sight that tugged at Ruan Liuzheng's heart. The corners of her eyes bore white discharge, and after crying, her nose showed signs of mucus. Ruan Liuzheng, unable to bear it, softly spoke, Aunt Kai, it's me, Dr. Ruan. Dr. Ruan. Aunt Kai immediately grasped her hand, her fingers damp and clinging. Doctor, please tell Xiaoning I won't have a surgery anymore. I won't do it. Ruan Liuzheng retrieved the tissue and gently wiped away the tears and mucus from Aunt Kai's face, speaking soothingly. Aunt Kai, please share your difficulties with us. Don't cry. Your eyes are already in poor condition. Please don't move. She delicately cleaned the discharge from the corners of Aunt Kai's eyes with a cotton swab. The old woman began to weep anew. My dear, you are all such good people. Aunt Kai, don't worry. I understand what you're feeling. Please stop crying. She continued to wipe away Aunt Kai's tears. You understand? Aunt Kai looked at her. Yes, I understand. You must focus on your recovery for now. Don't think about anything else for the time being. If you have any difficulties, just let me and Dr. Ning know. There's no rush. She smiled and held Aunt Kai's hand. Hearing this, Aunt Kai sighed, but offered no further words. Ruan Liuzheng encouraged her for a while, conversing with her, and while Aunt Kai did not reveal her inner thoughts, she nonetheless listened to Ruan Liuzheng, responding to whatever she said. Chapter 56. What to do. While Ruan Liuzheng spoke gently to Aunt Kai in the ward, she harbored a pent-up frustration that she could not display at work, which lingered until the end of her shift. As she prepared to leave without a word, someone called out, Dr. Ruan, with matters on her mind. She turned to look at him. Wait a moment. Let us leave together. I have something to discuss with you regarding the surgery. He stood up and approached her. At least 3 pairs of eyes in the department were fixed on her: Dr. Chung, Tanya, and Ding Yiyuan. Dr. Chung smiled and coughed lightly, expressing their unspoken understanding. Tanya pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Well, I'll head out first, Liuzheng." As for Ding Yiyuan, she exuded a subtle hostility. Her face flushed as she stood at the door, watching Tanya pass by, but she had to wait for him. Since that rainy day, he had escorted her home. She had made a point to avoid him after work, either leaving before him or waiting until he was gone. If she was with Tanya, she would leave with her, and he would cleverly keep his distance. What was different today? Wasn't he, the topic of surgery, supposed to remain within the office? He walked past her without inviting her to follow, and she trailed behind, fixated on his back, ultimately deciding to catch up with him. As they walked out of the elevator, he finally said, "Wait, I'll go get the car." "Oh, you could just speak here. There's no need to go out of your way for me." He glanced at her, waiting, and then walked away. She opened her mouth, but no further words came out. As Ding Yiyuan passed by her, she was met with a dismissive glare filled with disdain. She shook her head with a wry smile. Just then, his car pulled up in front of her, confirming Ding Yiyuan's suspicions. With a cold snort, Ding Yiyuan departed, and Ruan Liuzheng reluctantly got into his vehicle. "Teacher Ning," she exclaimed as she settled in, "there's no need to go through so much trouble. We could have discussed work matters in the office. This is too much trouble for you." He cast her a glance, his eyes serene, and handed her a USB drive. "This contains all the research materials for the project. Take a look when you get home to familiarize yourself, so you won't be at a loss during the project meeting." She accepted it, realizing her words had been in vain, as his response seemed to fall on deaf ears. "Also, you've been preoccupied today. Are you thinking about Aunt Kai?" After stowing the USB drive, she replied, "Yes, it's infuriating. How can there be children so unfilial in this world? It's unbearable. So, what do you plan to do?" he asked while driving. I'm going to find Xiao Yiding. I refuse to believe there's no justice in this world." This was her intention since the morning. Isn't there a legal responsibility for not providing support? By the way, can you give me Xiao Yiding's number? Has he changed it? Chapter 57. No longer together, no, he replied, his eyes fixed on the road, revealing neither agreement nor disagreement with her plans. Finally, he inexplicably asked, "Do you still have their numbers?" She paused for a moment. After years apart, her resolve to sever ties was as firm as his former feelings for Miao Miao. Naturally, she should have cut off all connections with everyone in his circle. In truth, she had indeed done so, even striving to forget his number. So how could she possibly remember Xiao Yiding's? Lost in thought for a moment, she softly replied, "I don't have it anymore, but I can check with the law firm. Lawyer Xiao is quite renowned. Surely I can find him." He fell silent, stealing a glance at his profile from the back seat. She longed to emphasize, "I haven't kept anything. All ties to the past have been erased." Suddenly, the image of a family photo flashed before her eyes, where she rested her arm on his, leaning on his shoulder with a sweet smile. Shaking her head, she decided it was better to forget, to let go. There was no need for words to underscore it. The more she spoke, the more deliberate it seemed. She pulled out a book from her bag to read, making the atmosphere feel more natural, as aside from discussing work and patients in the hospital, there was little else connecting them. The world beyond the car window seemed unusually tranquil, as if the distant sounds of honking horns were muffled by an invisible barrier. Before she realized it, the car had entered the community and parked right in front of her home. "We've arrived," he said gently. "Thank you," she replied, hastily putting away her book without casting him another glance. As she opened the car door and stepped out, she suddenly froze. Her mother was standing by the small fence at the entrance. The mere sight of the vehicle caused Pei Sufin's eyes to light up. Holding a bag of vegetables, she tossed it aside and joyfully rushed over, leaving Ruan Liuzheng momentarily speechless. Seeing Pei Sufin approaching him, she quickly turned to him, exclaiming, "Thank you for bringing me back. Goodbye. We've said our goodbyes. You should drive away now, right?" Yet he remained, a meticulously considerate man, unwilling to display such rudeness. He followed her out of the car. Pei Sufin approached him eagerly, her face beaming. "Ji Qian, will you come in for dinner today?" Ruan Liuzheng felt at a loss for words. Her mother always treated him like family, calling him home as if nothing had changed. He respectfully addressed her mom. The affection in Pei Sufin's expression blossomed even further. "Ji Qian, since you're here, stay for dinner before you leave." "Mom, he has things to do." Ruan Liuzheng interjected quickly, attempting to dissuade her mother's insistence. She took her mother's hand and gently pulled her back. Mom, he still has to work and attend a meeting. He doesn't have time to linger. Without further concern for him, she led her mother back through the gate and opened the front door. Inside, Pei Sufin continued her relentless questioning from behind. Zheng Jiqian is so busy, yet he still brought you home? You too. Ruan Liuzheng felt a surge of frustration. She carelessly tossed her shoes aside and flung her bag down, raising her voice. Mom, please stop overthinking things. I have long moved on from him. I've completely forgotten about him. Now, he is merely my teacher. There is no possibility of us getting back together. Even if the mountains crumble and the earth merges, we will not reunite. If you truly care for me, please stop wishing for our reconciliation. A sudden silence enveloped her. Sensing something amiss, she turned around to find her mother speechless, while he stood at the door, slender and still. How could he have followed her? For a brief moment, the three of them stood there. He gazed at her, she at him, while Pei Sufin, caught in between, appeared anxious and flustered, her eyes darting back and forth. He stood silhouetted against the light, casting a long shadow on the floor, his figure more elongated than in reality. Yet his eyes, shrouded in shadow, sparkled with an intensity that was almost searing, clear yet piercing. Her heart felt as if it had been singed, and she knew that harsh words needed to be spoken. Perhaps the sooner, the better, to extinguish the hopes of those who still held expectations. She understood better than anyone that if something is destined to fail, it is better to abandon all hope. Thus, she found no regret in this unforeseen encounter. After voicing her thoughts, she felt a sense of ease and smiled. Teacher Ning, since you are here, why not come in for a glass of water? She turned to pour a drink. No, you needn't bother, he replied, his gaze sweeping the living room before resting on a family portrait. He placed a business card at the entrance, Xiao Yiting's card. You wanted his number, right? All right, she said, extending the glass towards him. However, he gestured that he didn't need it, simply stating, I must be going now. Then, following her lead, he addressed Pei Sufin. Mom, I have to attend a meeting, so I want to come in. Please send my regards to Dad. Goodbye. Hey Jiqian, Pei Sufin called after him, but he had already stepped out of the front yard. Under the setting sun, the white gate swayed slightly. Pei Sufin returned with a frown, sighing, Oh, why must you speak so harshly? It's hurtful. What is wrong with Jiqian? He still calls us Mom and Dad, so dutiful and outstanding. Indeed, he had been attentive in calling her parents Mom and Dad. Yet during their years together, she had never once heard him refer to his own father. Knowing her mother would continue her tirade, Ruan Liuzheng picked up her bag and ascended the stairs, intending to retreat to her room to review her research materials. Hey, Zheng, don't walk away. Every time I try to discuss something serious, you leave. Pei Sufin attempted to stop her. Even if you truly don't plan to reconcile with him, don't say it so definitively. You still work together. He is still your teacher. She paused, turning back. Mom, precisely because he is my teacher and we will be working together, it's better to be clear and definitive. You. Pei Sufin was at a loss for words, her frustration evident. She then asked, Your father's birthday is coming up in a few days. Will you be free? Ruan Liuzheng is coming back, and we should have a family dinner together. All right, I'll remember, she replied, heading upstairs. As an aside, today is the 20th, and the countdown to the launch has begun. The book will be available on the 23rd around midnight. I await your presence. That evening, she called Xiao Yiting. The polished figure, accustomed to the legal field's intricacies, paused for several seconds upon hearing her introduce herself as Ruan Liuzheng. Then, in his characteristic warm tone, he greeted her. Hello, long time no see. Back already? Using his full name was a deliberate choice, for after severing ties with Ning Jiqian, referring to him as second brother felt peculiar. I have a favor to ask. He laughed. You're coming back just to ask for a favor? Usually, when people come to me, it's not for pleasant reasons. She chuckled. That's true. Who seeks him out for trivial matters? It's not for my own affairs. She explained the situation regarding Aunt Kai. Although he was somewhat surprised that a doctor was intervening in such matters, he readily agreed to assist if Aunt Kai indeed intended to file a lawsuit. As for Aunt Kai's thoughts, she was yet unaware and planned to discuss it with her the next day at work. The following morning, she made a point of arriving at the hospital early to have a proper conversation with Aunt Kai before the day became too hectic. However, upon her arrival, she was met with shocking news. Aunt Kai had attempted suicide by wrist-cutting the previous night. Fortunately, a nurse on duty had discovered her in time and saved her. Hastily, she made her way to the ward. Finding Aunt Kai asleep, her wrist bandaged, her wrinkled face pale. Silently, she adjusted the blanket over the elderly woman, preparing to leave and not disturb her rest. Just as she stepped out of the ward, a burly man rushed towards her, seizing her collar and demanding loudly, "Are you a doctor at this hospital?" Her petite frame felt as if it were being lifted like a chick, and she was momentarily startled and frightened, bewildered by the situation. "Who are you? Please let me go." She tried to remain calm, assuming it was a family member agitated over an emergency. "Let you go," he retorted fiercely. "My mother was hospitalized here, and she ended up committing suicide. How have you mistreated her? Where's your sense of responsibility?" She surmised that he must be Aunt Kaya's son, the same family member who had only visited once before. Now he had returned, and in a fit of rage, he was ready to strike. Her own anger flared. "Mistreated your mother? Where's your sense of responsibility? Think about how you have treated her." Her voice had risen sharply, provoking him further. He slapped her hard across the face. Startled, she found herself momentarily stunned, her head ringing. Bystanders, including other patients' families, gathered around, whispering among themselves as they witnessed the scene unfold. Ding Yuan had just arrived at work when she spotted someone from a distance and hurried over. Chapter 60. Chaos. Ding Yuan recognized this person. Her fiery temperament compelled her to yell, "Release your filthy hands, or I shall call the police." After speaking, she attempted to pull Ruan Liuzheng away from him. However, the man was undeterred, sneering, "Call the police? I was just about to do that. Let them see how irresponsibly your hospital has treated my mother." Following his outburst, he forcefully shoved Ding Yuan, sending her crashing to the ground. Although she was tall for a woman, she was no match for such a muscular man. Not only did she fall, but she also struck her head against the cleaning cart. The man still had a grip on Ruan Liuzheng's clothing. In a fit of anger, struggled to break free. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient, and the man pinned her against the wall, shouting, "Get your supervisor out here." Compensation. On the ground, Ding Yuan touched the back of her head, feeling a bump forming. Enraged, she picked up a mop from the cleaning cart and swung it towards the man, who seized it effortlessly. Suddenly, a woman emerged from nowhere, clawing at Ding Yuan's face and shrieking, "The doctor is hitting people. Call the police. Quick, call the police." Ruan Liuzheng, pinned and unable to move, shouted toward the onlookers, patients and their families alike. The day shift doctor had yet to arrive, but the night shift doctor was alerted and rushed over. Meanwhile, Tanya desperately knocked on the duty room door. "Dr. Ning, Dr. Ning." The corridor erupted into chaos. The arriving doctor was blocked by the woman, who tore at her own clothing and screamed, "Come here. Try it. The doctor not only hits, but also assaults women, and tears my clothes." The night shift doctor found himself in a rather awkward position. The woman clung to him, continuing to scream for help, help, help. The doctor is shameless. Caught off guard by the woman's antics, and already feeling vulnerable, the doctor hesitated to take any decisive action in front of the patients and their families, who generally expected medical staff to endure rather than retaliate. Ning Zhiqian emerged from the duty room, his eyes bloodshot. He had been summoned to the department late at night and worked until dawn, only to lie down briefly in the duty room. Now, awakened by Tanya, dark circles under his eyes accentuated his exhausted demeanor, making him appear even more aloof. He rushed over without uttering a word and landed a punch on the man's face, immediately shielding Ruan Liuzheng behind him. This action confirmed the accusation of the doctor hitting someone. Blood trickled from the man's mouth as he staggered back, nearly losing his balance. The woman clinging to the night shift doctor was momentarily stunned before resuming her wailing. "Now you all see it. The hospital is irresponsible, driving my mother-in-law to suicide. We are here to seek justice, and the doctor is hitting people." The man seemed to regain his composure and stepped forward, closing the gap between himself and Ning Zhiqian to less than 10 centimeters. "You hit me?" he demanded, his face flushed with anger. In terms of height, Ning Zhiqian matched him, but he was much leaner. However, Ruan Liuzheng knew that the Ning family was not to be trifled with. Their small faction, led by the eldest son of the Ning family, along with the Shaos and Zuas, had been bullies since kindergarten, known for their brutal fighting skills. Not the reckless brawling of common ruffians, but true combat prowess. Chapter 61. A system. These were merely rumors. Since Ruan Liuzheng had known Ning Zhiqian, he had always been a refined and talented gentleman. She had only seen him occasionally hitting a punching bag while working out. It was this sudden display of force that reminded her of those tales. As she watched him prepare to clash with the man, she was not concerned about the outcome. Rather, she feared for him as a doctor and felt that, regardless of victory or defeat, he would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. She tugged at his clothing from behind, whispering, "Stay calm, don't fight anymore." Just as her words left her mouth, he pulled her closer. This maneuver allowed him to evade the man's swinging fist, but it also drew her into his embrace. The familiar scent enveloped her, momentarily disorienting her. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment before he released her, pushing her away, returned to the office. Simultaneously, the man swung at him again. He extended his arm to block it and delivered a kick to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Stunned, Ruan Liuzheng could only worry about what trouble he had landed himself in. The woman, witnessing her husband's misfortune, rushed at Ning Zhiqian, wailing and clawing at him, her tears and snot staining his clothes. She believed that her husband was at a loss for how to counter such an attack, especially since those of their education valued gentlemanly conduct. Little did she know she miscalculated. Ning Zhiqian was unfazed by her antics and forcefully threw her off, sending her tumbling to the ground. She got up, howling even louder, her clothing torn to reveal a low-cut top beneath. "Look, hurry and take pictures to upload online. The doctor not only hits, but also behaves lasciviously. No wonder doctors are called rascals. There isn't a decent one among them. How can I continue living? I'll fight you." After her rant, she charged at Ning Zhiqian, aiming to headbutt him. Ruan Liuzheng watched in horror. This was unacceptable. While he could handle the physical confrontation, she feared he might become embroiled in the woman's baseless accusations. Although the truth was evident to anyone with eyes, the power of rumor was frightening. Who could predict how twisted the narrative would become? Without a second thought, she rushed forward to grasp the woman's hand, desperately trying to restrain her. The woman, frustrated by her failure to reach her target, clawed at Ruan Liuzheng's face. Having always been a well-behaved child, Ruan Liuzheng had never engaged in fights or arguments. The sharpness of the woman's nails stung painfully, and she was at a loss for how to retaliate. Instead, she clung tightly to the woman, preventing her from entangling Ning Zhiqian any further. Meanwhile, the man had rejoined the fray, now grappling with Ning Zhiqian. The woman, eager to assist her husband, found herself unable to shake off Ruan Liuzheng. Just then, Ding Yiyuan grabbed one of her arms, while Tanya circled her waist. Pulling her back, Tanya, more composed and experienced, urgently advised them, "Don't engage. Please don't fight." Ding Yiyuan, with her fiery temper, initially wanted to retort, but Ruan Liuzheng understood Tanya's intent. She shot a pleading look at Ding Yiyuan, who clenched her teeth and refrained from further confrontation, focusing instead on preventing the woman from aiding her husband, who remained completely immobilized, spewing a torrent of curses. Chapter 62. Justice. Meanwhile, Ning Zhiqian had managed to subdue the man, who now gasped for breath. "Just wait. The doctor actually hit someone. I will report you. I will expose you online." Ning Zhiqian, not one for idle chatter, pointed to his name badge. "Ning Zhiqian of the Department of Neurology. Remember it well. I wanted to hit you for ages. You just made it easy for me." Ding Yuan, filled with fervor, cheered, "Well done. Teacher Ning, you are so impressive." Tanya and Ruan Liuzheng exchanged worried glances. Recognizing that Ning Zhiqian was typically not a volatile person, something was amiss today. They were uncertain how this chaos would resolve. In these tense times between doctors and patients, if the man truly took to social media, the ensuing controversy could become irreconcilable. Ruan Liuzheng observed the crowd of patients and their families, releasing her grip on the woman and stepping closer to Ning Zhiqian. Pointing at the man, she spoke with fervor. "Enough. Stop sullying our hospital's reputation. It is clear to all present who is in the right and who is in the wrong." With that, she surveyed the crowd once more and declared, "Do you all know who this man is and why he has come to the hospital to cause a scene? He is none other than the son of Grandma Kai in bed 15. Since Grandma Kai was admitted, he has neglected his duties as a son, visiting only once to take her home against her will. You all know Grandma Kai, right? The one with poor eyesight, who at 65, has snow-white hair and manages her meals and cares for herself alone. Indeed, this man is not human at all. He is nothing short of a beast. No, to call him a beast would be an insult to beasts. How could Ding Yuan's assistants be absent in such a scene?" The commotion arose, revealing that this man lives comfortably with his wife while throwing Aunt Kai into a shed, neglecting her needs, and providing no financial support. Aunt Kai survives by scavenging bottles. Otherwise, why would Dr. Ning express a desire to hit him? He is precisely the kind of inhumane beast that warrants such a reaction. Originally, the community committee only discussed these matters with the doctor as they pertained to Aunt Kai, and they did not wish for them to be made public. However, they could not allow Ning Zhiqian to bear the blame. If there were to be exposure, it should be of this man's disgraceful character. The man and woman became agitated, shouting that the doctors were talking nonsense and accusing them of defamation. "Produce your evidence." Ding Yuan countered with sharp words, while Ruan Liuzheng, fearing she might utter something even more incendiary, hastily added, "Evidence? Every word we say can be verified with your community committee. Everyone in your neighborhood is a witness. Furthermore, you did not contribute a single penny towards Aunt Kai's hospitalization. It was all donations from the street. Aunt Kai, fearing she might implicate you, was reluctant to undergo surgery, living in tears, and last night she attempted to take her own life. The hospital called to inform you, yet you retaliated by claiming we are irresponsible. You assaulted me. You choked me. Had it not been for Dr. Ning's intervention, I might have been suffocated. Now you are countersuing us for assault. If you wish to file a complaint, we are unafraid. Numerous witnesses observed the entire incident, and all occurrences are recorded on surveillance. The truth will prevail. I seek justice for Aunt Kai. I would be delighted to expose your actions online, so that the entire nation can witness your heartlessness. On a side note, today is the last day of free access. Starting tomorrow, it will be available for purchase. More accurately, it will commence at midnight, with the first chapter of the paid content uploaded around 12:30. Offering 20,000 words as a gift to everyone. Chapter 63. His sense she was not one to stand out, apart from her thesis defense. She had never spoken like this in her life. Having completed her outburst, she was overwhelmed with emotion, her hands clenched into fists. The crowd erupted with the sound of cameras clicking, and in this age of advanced digital communication, she could not ascertain whether anyone would disseminate the information online or what the repercussions might be. Whispers of astonishment circulated, with many expressing disbelief at the revelations of the truth or how such children could exist in the world. The man and woman seated on the ground observed the shifting sentiments of the crowd, leaning towards the hospital, lamenting, as doctors, "You cannot bully us just because you possess education and eloquence. We may lack sophistication and articulation, but when our mother faced adversity in your hospital, we were understandably upset. If it were your family in our situation, with a loved one in the hospital who had taken their own life, would you not be distressed? We came to inquire about our mother's condition." The woman sobbed, her legs kicking in despair. "My husband could be a bit hot-headed and speaks harshly. But why did the doctor resort to violence? How can you accuse us of being unfilial? Is there no law left in this world? Is there no justice? As ordinary citizens, must we always be victims? We know your hospital has influence and power. We do not seek much, just proper treatment for our mother." Ruan Liuzheng was struck by the audacity of their claims and could not help but scoff sarcastically. "Oh, how deeply you care for Aunt Kai, given her poor eyesight. The hospital requires family members to accompany patients. Yet where were you when Aunt Kai needed you? Now that trouble has arisen, you storm into the hospital demanding accountability without even checking on her condition. What is happening here?" A trembling voice interrupted. Ruan Liuzheng turned to see Aunt Kai, her wrist bandaged, emerging with assistance from fellow patients. She had been asleep, and upon awakening to the commotion, she had not paid it much mind until she heard that her son was fighting with the doctor. Aunt Kai, with her cloudy eyes, called out, "Xiao Ning, Jiao Ning." "I'm here, Aunt Kai," Ning Zhiqian responded, ignoring the two individuals still sprawled on the ground, moving instead to support Aunt Kai. Grasping his hand, she instinctively shielded him with her frail frame, urgently warning, "Ning doctor, you must leave. You are a good person, but my son, he is quite aggressive." The crowd murmured disapproval at the son's lack of support for his own mother, and the tension escalated. Suddenly, the woman lunged forward, crying, "Mother, you are so unfortunate. If you are troubled, please confide in us. Why take such drastic measures? The hospital is utterly irresponsible. Rest assured, we will seek justice on your behalf." Yet Aunt Kai stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Enough. Do not come here to wreak havoc. As a lonely widow, whether I live or die is of little consequence. Do not bring harm to the doctor." "Why do you say such things, mother?" The man protested, rising from the ground to approach Aunt Kai. "We may be busy, but we truly care about you. We rushed to the hospital upon hearing of your incident, only to be assaulted by the doctors. Stop this nonsense. Xiao Ning is a good person, and all doctors are good people. I am in the hospital, and you refuse to come. It is they who are comforting me." Aunt Kai persisted in shielding Ning Zhiqian. As the onlookers continued to discuss the situation, Aunt Kai remained resolute in her support for Ning Zhiqian, leaving the two individuals flushed with embarrassment. The woman seemed ready to retort, but was silenced by a glance from the man. "Mother, you are unwell. You should return to your bed," he urged gently. Ning Zhiqian, observing the crowd in the corridor, began directing them to disperse, stating, "Everyone, please return. You have work to attend to, and the doctors will be making their round shortly." As the situation appeared to be resolving, the crowd complied and slowly began to disperse. The man guided Aunt Kai back to her ward. Though the woman was reluctant, she followed suit under the man's insistence. Once it seemed all was settled, Ning Zhiqian, maintaining a serious demeanor, led the doctors back to the office. Soon, the day shift doctors and nurses arrived, along with the police and the department head, each commencing their respective duties. The police took statements while the doctors conducted their handover meeting. Ning Zhiqian endured a lengthy reprimand from Director Liu. "Ning Doctor, you are a role model in this department. Is this how you choose to lead? I am utterly disappointed. When did you become so reckless?" He silently absorbed the criticism, offering no defense or admission of fault. Ruan Liuzheng stood nearby, unable to restrain herself. Director Liu. Before she could finish, Ding Yuan echoed her words. They exchanged glances, but Director Liu interjected, "You two need not speak. I'm already aware of the situation. However, he remains at fault. There is no need for any justification. All your meetings and learning have been in vain." Only then did he seem to take notice, casting a glance at them. "Do not speak," he ordered. Feeling helpless, Ruan Liuzheng fell silent alongside Ding Yuan. Director Liu continued his tirade against Ning Zhiqian, who listened quietly until ultimately, Director Liu stormed off in frustration. Ning Zhiqian then made a brief visit to the medication room, retrieving a bottle of alcohol. He sat down, his voice soothing yet audible, calling out, "Come here." Who was he calling? She glanced around, noting several individuals in the office, including Ding Yuan. Who could he possibly be addressing? "Doctor." Cheng's gaze immediately fell upon her. She shifted her toes nervously, biting her lip, uncertain, as the office fell into an abrupt silence, the atmosphere feeling somewhat peculiar. To her surprise, her face began to flush uncontrollably. She had an inkling that he was indeed calling her, but after all, misunderstandings had arisen over cakes before. Oh dear, why couldn't he just call someone else's name? When no one responded, his serious gaze shifted toward her, his expression colder than usual, his voice slightly raised. "Come here. We have surgery to perform today. Do not waste any more time." Now, all eyes were on her. She remained unsure, pointing to herself. "Me?" He frowned, as if to say, "Who else?" Her cheeks continued to burn as she lowered her head and hurried to stand before him. He gestured toward a stool in front of him. "Sit down." "Oh," she replied softly, taking a seat beside him. He opened a bottle of alcohol, dipped a cotton swab into it, and grasped her chin with one hand. His touch, though cool, sent electric sensations coursing through her, causing her face to feel as if it were on fire. She instinctively recoiled, but he glared at her, tightening his grip. "Stay still." A refreshing coolness spread across her face, quite soothing. After all, she had no idea if her cheek had become swollen from the slap he had given her, and now it burned crimson. The alcohol felt surprisingly pleasant against her heated skin. However, the proximity between them was unnerving. She could see her own reflection in his deep, dark eyes, her image starkly illuminated. Just a fleeting glance made her lower her gaze, yet the memory of his striking features lingered, too captivating to dismiss. Her thoughts spiraled. She wished to take a deep breath to calm herself, but dare not, as his breath was so close. Perhaps it was due to his profession, but he always exuded a clean, refreshing scent, indescribable and not quite floral or detergent-like. Even at such proximity, it was faint and elusive. She was particularly sensitive to this aroma, having once slept wrapped in it for an extended period, a scent that was hauntingly unforgettable. Thus, at this moment, with him so near, she felt easily overwhelmed by this fragrance. Taking a deeper breath would only fill her heart and lungs with it, leaving her too afraid to inhale deeply. She felt as though the air was running out, yet she dared not seek more oxygen, fearing suffocation. "Is it done yet?" she asked, her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. Perhaps it was his captivating eyes that made her overlook her own striking gaze. Lively in motion, yet tranquil as still water. Indeed, she often likened his eyes to a starry river, shimmering brightly, while her own were more like autumn waters, rippling with light. He frowned, admonishing her to remain still. Then, suddenly, he applied the alcohol with a heavier hand, causing a searing pain that made her gasp involuntarily. The thought of analyzing his fragrance slipped away as she inquired, "Is my face scratched?" "Yes," he replied sternly. "Why are you being so rough then? Aren't you the leading neurosurgeon? If you keep this up, you'll never make it in this field." He scowled. "If I don't apply pressure, you wouldn't know the pain?" His expression was reminiscent of when he previously scolded her for painting her nails. She was at a loss for words, unable to suppress her retort. "As a surgeon, isn't your aim to alleviate the patient's pain?" He fell silent as he finished tending to her injuries, packing away the alcohol bottle. She still felt a lingering sting across her face, and with concern, she sought a mirror to assess the damage. She had no habit of carrying one, her eyes darting around the office in search. He noticed her small gesture and asked, "What are you looking for?" "A mirror," she replied casually. "Don't bother looking. You'll definitely be disfigured." His tone was somewhat harsh. Taken aback, she wondered, was it really that serious? She leaped up to check her reflection in the window glass. It was unclear, but she could see several long scratches on one side of her face, inflicted by that woman. Dr. Chung chuckled at her distress. She believed that disfigurement was unlikely, but she couldn't be certain about the potential marks left behind, so she scrutinized the depth of her wounds. In a state of urgency, she pondered what had happened just moments ago. After organizing his supplies, he stood and questioned her in a tone of reproach. "What were you doing just now?" Well, she contemplated his words and the emotions he intended to convey, feeling he had no real grounds for reproach. "Wasn't I just battling with Aunt Kai's son and daughter-in-law with you? Why did you need to show off? I told you to leave first. Why did you stay there and let them grab you?" He noticed her still frowning in contemplation and raised his voice a few decibels higher. To others, his tone might seem merely raised, but for someone usually so gentle, it felt like a reprimand. She felt somewhat aggrieved. Her intention to remain by his side was to prevent him from suffering any loss, although he hadn't truly lost anything. Yet, due to his uncommunicative nature, could she leave? She longed for the days when he was a quick-witted debater. "I was only trying to help you." She finally burst out after holding back for so long. "Help me? By fighting for me?" Doctors shouldn't engage in conflicts with patients. Remember that. As she listened, she recalled Director Liu's admonitions to him, feeling both amused and irritated. She then calmly replied, "You really shouldn't have resorted to violence today. There are other ways to resolve issues. Couldn't you have just endured? You're not usually this impulsive." Chapter 64. Is he her husband? Indeed, in her eyes, he had once been vibrant and youthful, cold as ice at times, radiant like the morning sun, and gentle as moonlight. Yet she had never witnessed him being reckless or impulsive, although she had heard tales of their youthful rebellion under the leadership of 3 ruffians. She had always believed it was merely youthful folly. After listening, he glanced at her, saying nothing. She assumed he absorbed her words and continued. "This person will not let it go easily. Today was merely a fa odd day for others. He will surely plot again. If he comes back, you absolutely must not resort to violence again. We are already in a passive position. Winning at the end still feels like a loss. Moreover," she rambled on, delicately reiterating Director Liu's earlier stern words, concluding, "So, you were truly too impulsive today. You were wrong from the moment you threw that first punch. You should have restrained yourself." He seemed to become irritated by her incessant chatter, finally retorting, "If I hadn't hit him, you might have already been choked to death." She paused, thinking that being choked to death was quite unlikely. That man was not so bold. Before she could voice her thoughts, Director Liu's booming voice echoed from the doorway. "I refuse to believe he would dare to cause a fatality. He lacks the courage. Where has your usual calmness gone?" Director Liu returned, and after his outburst, Ruan Liuzheng dared not speak further, lowering her head and quietly returning to her seat. Suddenly, she felt a gaze upon her. Ding Yuan was indeed staring intently at her. Dr. Cheng's smile dimmed slightly, yet the ambiguous hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, never fully fading away. "Director Liu, you may not be aware, but if you had encountered today's situation, you would undoubtedly remain calm." However, Dr. Ning could not maintain his composure. At last, like a stone thrown into a still pond, Dr. Ning spoke, his voice cold and his expression rigid, clearly laced with a menacing undertone. Cheng Zhouyu. Director Liu furrowed his brow, wondering what had yet to be clarified. Ruan Liuzheng lowered her head, casting furtive glances at Dr. Cheng, sensing impending trouble. Speak up. You, with your gaping mouth, and you, speaking only half a sentence, are intent on driving me mad? Reveal everything that has been concealed so I can tidy up the mess for you. Director Liu was particularly irritable this morning, having faced a setback with Ning Zhiqian, which only fueled his anger, pulling the innocent Dr. Cheng into his tirade. Ning Zhiqian regarded him and uttered the first words of the morning. You needn't clean up after me. Focus on your own affairs and let things unfold as they will. Ning Zhiqian, do you believe yourself invincible now, untouchable by the hospital? Let me remind you, even if you are the foremost neurosurgeon, disciplinary action will still apply. Director Liu exploded in fury. Ruan Liuzheng, feeling anxious, stood up hastily and confessed, Director, please don't be angry. Teacher Ning did not strike first. The man attacked me first, and Dr. Ning. I'm already aware of that. No need for your explanation. Director Liu interrupted before she could finish. Ning Zhiqian shot her a glance, signaling her to remain silent. Under the pressure of Director Liu's glare, Dr. Cheng managed a gentle smile once more. Well, the reason Dr. Ning acted was that he is a longtime mentor of Dr. Ruan. The word mentor struck Ruan Liuzheng like a thunderclap. Her immediate reaction was to exclaim, He's my teacher. The volume of her voice surprised everyone, including Ning Zhiqian. Her face flushed crimson, and as she reached to touch her face, she inadvertently brushed against her wound, causing her to wince in pain and lower her head, feeling ensnared in a trap set by Dr. Cheng. Director Liu was taken aback by her high-decibel declaration, while Dr. Cheng struggled to stifle his laughter, nodding vigorously. Indeed, Dr. Ruan's teacher. How could a teacher stand idly by while their student is being bullied? It is only natural that he would react. Director Liu, thinking there was more to the story, became even angrier. Does everyone in the department know you are her mentor? Is this how teachers exemplify their teachings? Because you are a mentor, you ought to exercise greater caution. He maintained his dispassionate demeanor, responding to Director Liu's earlier remarks. Director, as a neurosurgeon, one must constantly embody calmness. Perhaps you should take a moment to drink some water and collect yourself. You. Director Liu was rendered speechless by his audacity. Ning Zhiqian, you think you're quite impressive now, don't you? If I were to intervene in your affairs again, I would write my name backward. Just wait for the consequences. He went to pour a glass of warm water and handed it to Director Liu, who stubbornly refused to accept it. Director, I know you're concerned for me. Rest assured, the worst outcome is merely dismissal. Given my performance today, if I were to be dismissed, I would simply apply to be a security guard here. You need not worry. I would strive to be the best one. Director Liu, caught between fury and amusement, found the juxtaposition of emotions quite strange, especially on the face of a department head. Ultimately, he sipped the water and sighed. You indeed still have the presence of mind to joke. I am not joking. It is all right. Since the blows have been exchanged, I will shoulder the responsibility myself. As a girl in our hospital for training, I cannot let that scoundrel harm Dr. Ruan without intervening. Would you have done any differently? He finally began to speak to Director Liu more amicably. Director Liu continued to sigh. Well, you could have simply delivered the first punch to liberate her. Why continue to escalate the conflict? You have only made matters worse. He paused. Well, since it has come to this, Director Liu's ire flared once more. So you sought merely to indulge yourself? Ning Zhiqian met his gaze, blinking in acknowledgement. Director Liu, furious, stood to leave, declaring, if I were to involve myself in your affairs again, I would write my name backward. Yet Dr. Cheng, ever the instigator, insisted. Director Liu, it has happened a second time. Director Liu, irate, nearly collided with the doorframe upon exiting. Dr. Cheng continued to chuckle, while Ning Zhiqian cast a fleeting glance at him before announcing, round up the team for rounds. A multitude gathered, embarking on their daily rounds with a sense of normalcy restored to the hospital. As he conducted his rounds, Ning Zhiqian appeared as serene as ever, as if nothing had transpired, until he reached bed 15 and halted, turning back to find her. In the sea of people, she was diminutive and unnoticed, uncertain of his intent. However, she heard his gentle call, Dr. Ruan, here. She quickly rose on her tiptoes. Come here, he instructed. Oh, she began to maneuver forward, only to hear him call again, "Dr. Ding, coming." Ding Yuan joined her in making her way to his side. "You too, stay close behind me and be vigilant," he softly admonished. "Understood," Ding Yuan promptly replied. Ruan Liuzheng then comprehended his intention to keep them closely guarded, concerned that the two individuals might act disrespectfully again. Remarkably, the troublesome pair remained, loitering near Aunt Kai, whispering amongst themselves. Upon their entrance, they immediately fell silent. Ning Zhiqian ignored them and proceeded directly to Aunt Kai. As numerous white figures surrounded her, Aunt Kai, experienced in such encounters, recognized the doctors and promptly called out, "Xiao Ning, present, Andy." He bent down, taking her outstretched hand. Aunt Kai's eyes searched for Dr. Ruan amidst the commotion. "Where's Dr. Ruan?" "I am here, Andy." She emerged from behind Ning Zhiqian, knowing that with so many present, the two individuals would not dare to act out. However, she could see Ning Zhiqian subtly adjusting his posture, prepared to protect her at a moment's notice. Aunt Kai could not see the injury on her face and instead apologized to the blurred figure before her. "Dr. Ruan, I am so sorry. You have been so kind to me, yet it resulted in your being harmed. It is entirely my fault." "Aunt Kai, it is not your fault. Please do not dwell on it. Focus on your recovery and refrain from repeating such foolish actions. We worry about you," she gently reassured. "It is precisely because of your kindness that I feel indebted." Afterward, she glanced toward Ning Zhiqian. "Xiao Ning, my own child. I failed to raise properly and have caused you trouble." Ning Zhiqian, holding her hand, gently responded, "Annie, let us not dwell on this. How are you feeling today? Are you experiencing dizziness?" "A little," Aunt Kai replied, but was reluctant to discuss her condition further, instead grasping Ning Zhiqian's hand and saying, "Xiao Ning, my days are all the same. Please do not worry about me. Today, I must sincerely apologize to you. It was my son who was in the wrong, but I cannot control him, so it falls upon this old woman to express my regrets to you." "Mom, what are you saying?" "We always heed your words. Whatever you say goes. This morning, I heard of your distress, which understandably affected your demeanor toward the doctors. You were merely anxious for your well-being. If you wish for an apology, I shall apologize." The man's attitude had undergone a complete transformation, as astonishing as it was unbelievable. Ruan Liuzheng cast a suspicious glance at the man before her. She observed him pulling his wife aside, genuinely apologizing. "Doctor, I was impulsive this morning. I'm sorry. I was just anxious. I hope you are magnanimous enough to forgive me." Had he not a history of disloyalty, this apology might have seemed sincere. However, he did. Ruan Liuzheng found herself pondering the motive behind his actions. Was he concerned about offending the hospital and risking poor treatment for his mother? Clearly, filial piety was not his strong suit. As she contemplated this, his wife began her own reluctant apology, her face cold and eyes rolling as she muttered, "Sorry." Of course, Ning Zhiqian would not allow the ward rounds to devolve into apologies. He swiftly redirected the conversation back to the overall assessment, inquiring in detail about Aunt Kai's health, urging her to take good care of herself, and then turning to her son to ask about his thoughts on the surgery. "Of course, it must be done." The man responded with surprising enthusiasm, as if the unfilial behavior he had displayed earlier was not his at all. "Doctor, rest assured, no matter the cost. Please ensure my mother receives the best treatment. As her children, we will fully cooperate." Ruan Liuzheng grew increasingly puzzled, while Ning Zhiqian remained unfazed, meticulously outlining the necessary details for the surgery. Given Aunt Kai's recent suicide attempt, her physical condition was likely unstable, and her emotional state was precarious. It seemed a reassessment was in order. After completing the rounds, Ruan Liuzheng could not suppress her whisper of confusion behind him. "What is this person doing? His transformation seems too rapid." Ding Yuan shared her bewilderment. "Indeed, I'm beginning to wonder if I didn't wake up properly this morning and am merely dreaming." Hearing their remarks, he offered a quiet explanation. "You criticize him for being unfilial and for striking first. He must demonstrate that he is not that kind of person. Otherwise, who would believe him if he were to expose or complain about this situation?" As a side note, the second update is here with 3 more to follow. Let us keep striving. Chapter 65. He is not worthy what to do. Ruan Liuzheng still felt anxious, which was undeniably tied to her history with him, yet also independent of it. She would worry about any colleague facing disciplinary action, but with him, the concern felt different. Remembering the words he had exchanged with Director Liu that morning about becoming a security guard if dismissed, she recognized the humor in it. dismissal was impossible. Yet, it would have repercussions. Complaints were manageable, but exposure was a different beast. The nature of the internet meant that netizens often lacked understanding of the truth, leading to a chorus of opinions that could transform a baseless rumor into a perceived reality. The phenomenon of public opinion can be frightful. Today, as society seems to cower before it, with the pressure sometimes resulting in severe consequences for matters that should be simple. This unfortunate reality has turned complaints and exposure into weapons, rendering professionals feeling constrained within their roles. He did not respond to her inquiry about what to do. He simply returned to the office after checking all the wards to prepare for surgery. Noticing his darkened under-eye circles and the red veins in his eyes, she realized he had been busy since emerging from the on-call room that morning, having skipped breakfast. Another surgery would stretch for several hours. He must be starving. She rummaged through her bag, recalling the snacks her mother had given her, meant for times when she felt peckish. This moment felt different from the first day she had arrived at Bea, anxious about his health. Now, a sense of calm enveloped her, perhaps because they both understood that rekindling their past was no longer an option. She reassured herself to regard him purely as a mentor, and even if it was self-deception, her heart felt at ease. For instance, if Dr. Chung hadn't eaten breakfast today, she would happily share her snacks with him. Just as she turned to retrieve the food, Tan Yafeng burst in energetically, carrying a large bag. "Come, everyone, let's have breakfast." She placed 2 hefty bags on the table. "Tan Yafeng, be careful not to get scolded." The doctor cautioned, "Let them scold me. We can't let anyone go into surgery on an empty stomach." Tan Yafeng set the breakfast down in a convenient spot, inviting anyone who was hungry to help themselves. The hospital was bustling. Medical orders had been issued, and nurses were in a flurry. Ruan Liuzheng felt reassured as she noticed Ning Zhiqian was not reaching for the food. She approached him, asking, "Aren't you on the night shift? Aren't you heading back?" "I will be going back. I just went to the cafeteria for breakfast and thought I'd bring some for you all, mainly because Dr. Ning hasn't eaten, and he is about to go into surgery. You should at least have a bite." Tan Yafeng spoke rapidly, her words tumbling out in a rush. She had been summoned to the department in the middle of the night and had only managed to sleep for less than 2 hours. "I'm heading out now. You all stay busy," Tan Yafeng declared, waving goodbye to Ruan Liuzheng as she departed. Ning Zhiqian headed outside, presumably to prepare for the surgery. Ruan Liuzheng quickly extracted a box of porridge and 2 buns from the bag, calling after him, "Teacher Ning, you should eat something." He paused, looking down at her, the redness in his eyes not diminishing the brilliance within his dark pupils. Each time their gazes met, she felt a pang of guilt. His eyes were simply too bright, so bright that she once thought he wore colored contacts. Yet even those could not replicate such a crystalline glow. This radiance was not only stunning, but also had a penetrating quality, as if it could peer through her clothing and into her very soul. Holding out the porridge, already equipped with a straw, she masked her inner turmoil. "Please eat some. Tan Yafeng specifically bought this for you. You're the only one in the department who hasn't had breakfast before heading into surgery, and you only slept for a couple of hours last night." She gazed up at him, the moment reminiscent of years past when he would emerge from night shifts and head straight into the operating room. She would chase after him, exclaiming, "Wait, you haven't had breakfast. Have a few bites before you go." Regardless of who was watching, she would use a small spoon to feed him as many bites as she could manage. Lost in memories, his features began to blur before her eyes. Yet the nostalgia remained gentle. When he took the porridge from her hand, she showed no outward reaction. Watching him stride away, she smiled and called after him, "Bun. Don't forget the bun. The past may linger, but life moves forward. This is how it should be. There should be no resentment or hatred, just a natural distance maintained, akin to Tan Yafeng's concern for him, with nothing hidden." The day unfolded in a flurry of activity, leaving little time for meaningful conversation. Perhaps this was why Ding Yuan finally found the opportunity to seek her out after work. "Ruan Liuzheng, I've discovered you're quite the talker. This morning, you were so articulate, yet you're usually so quiet." Ding Yuan's demeanor surprised her today. When helping, she had even grabbed the woman's wrist. Ruan Liuzheng realized that Ding Yuan, with her straightforward nature, was not so unpleasant after all. In critical moments, she could unite efforts, and Ruan Liuzheng had been seeking the right moment to express her gratitude. "Thank you." Her thanks were sincere. "Thank me? For what? For helping you in a fight?" Ding Yuan laughed. "Yes. Even so, no need to rush to thank me. My assistance does not stem from affection, but rather from our shared identity as healthcare professionals. If someone dares to bully you today, it is conceivable that I might be next. Helping you is, in essence, aiding myself. I would extend the same courtesy to anyone else." Ruan Liuzheng chuckled, realizing that this was the very sentiment she wished to express gratitude for. The tumult that transpired in the department today could be set aside for now, as she found herself moved, not only by Ding Yuan, but also by him. His assistance today was not solely due to her being his ex-wife. It was an act of solidarity. As Ding Yuan articulated, he would extend the same hand to anyone else. Furthermore, there was Tanya, whose calmness amidst the eruption of conflict and kindness afterward enveloped her in warmth. Hence, she felt compelled to say, "But I must thank you." She insisted on expressing her gratitude, smiling at Ding Yuan. However, Ding Yuan shot her a sharp glare, exclaiming, "You fool! If you knew what I was about to say, you wouldn't be thanking me." "What is it?" Ruan Liuzheng pondered what Ding Yuan could possibly reveal. Upon reflection, it seemed Ding Yuan had indeed been observing her closely throughout the day. "Ruan Liuzheng, through my observations today, I have discerned certain issues," Ding Yuan said, her gaze fixed on Ruan Liuzheng with a mix of understanding and indignation. "What issues?" Ruan Liuzheng recalled that Ding Yuan likely wished to address her relationship with Teacher Ning. Admittedly, the moment when Ning Zhiqian applied alcohol to her wound had felt rather peculiar. "Are you quite familiar with Teacher Ning? You speak to him informally." Using you instead of you in a respectful manner, Ding Yuan pressed closer. This detail had escaped Ruan Liuzheng's notice. She was taken aback by how astutely Ding Yuan observed her. "When you prepared breakfast for him, your interaction resembled that of someone who frequently brings him meals." Ding Yuan remarked coldly, "I am unaware of what tactics you employed to suddenly become so familiar with Teacher Ning. It's no wonder people say that the silent dog is the one that bites." "Hey, what kind of metaphor is that?" "Don't refer to me in such a manner," Ruan Liuzheng retorted. "I am unafraid to tell you that I have feelings for Teacher Ning," Ding Yuan declared bluntly, not allowing Ruan Liuzheng an opportunity to respond. Stunned, Ruan Liuzheng found herself at a loss for words. Just a moment ago, she had been contemplating that Ding Yuan was here to question her connection to Ning Zhiqian, and now she hesitated to articulate her thoughts. Especially since announcing he was her ex-husband seemed inappropriate. To her surprise, Ding Yuan was so audacious, back when she harbored a secret crush on him. She felt like a timid quail. However, it appeared Ding Yuan sought no response from her, merely issuing a warning or perhaps declaring rivalry. "Ruan Liuzheng, I know you also harbor feelings for him, and it seems you might have even gotten a head start. Who would have thought you were so calculating?" She continued, "However, I'm not afraid. I have always pursued what I desire openly. In matters of love, everyone is equal, as long as he remains unmarried. I retain the right to pursue him. Thus, Ruan Liuzheng, I shall compete with you." Ruan Liuzheng, who had never felt competitive, was bewildered by this unexpected rivalry. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Ding Yuan, could you be mistaken? Regardless of whether there is a misunderstanding, I know you will not admit it. I have encountered many people like you, brave in action, yet cowardly in acknowledgement, pretending to be something you are not. Frankly, I find individuals like you unappealing. Only men seem to be drawn to your type." Ding Yuan proclaimed, "There is no need for you to explain. I merely came to make my stance clear. I like him. If you happen to like him too, we shall compete fairly. If you do not, then let me assure you, do not entertain any illusions. He is mine. I, Ding Yuan, have never desired something and failed to obtain it." With that, Ding Yuan strode away swiftly. Ruan Liuzheng watched a retreating figure, smiling helplessly. It was hardly surprising that someone would be drawn to such a remarkable person. She had long since become accustomed to sharing her affections with many others. However, regarding Ding Yuan's last remark, could she not assert, "He is not merely an object"? She chuckled. Indeed, he was far from being an object. If she wished to express her disdain, she had every right to do so. Before the end of her shift, she made her way to visit Aunt Kai, only to find Aunt Kai's son accompanying her. Reflecting on Ning Zhiqian's words from the morning, she thought that if this commotion resulted in a dutiful son, it would not be in vain. Hesitating at the entrance, the man noticed her first, greeting her warmly. "Ah, doctor, hello." She had no intention of creating animosity, so she politely nodded, unperturbed, confident he would not dare to strike her again. "Doctor, rest assured, I will be here all night, ensuring my mother is not alone." the man promised with a smile. That is for the best. Accompany Aunt Kai to ease her mind and relieve her of heavy burdens, she replied. Yes, yes, I understand. The man nodded eagerly, grinning. She leaned down to speak softly with Aunt Kai for a while before departing. As she left, the man maintained a cordial demeanor. But as soon as she turned her back, his expression shifted, and he let out a cold huff. As Ruan Liuzheng entered the elevator, the doors were about to close when she hurriedly sprinted a few steps to reach it, pressing the button. The doors opened, revealing him, Teacher Ning. She smiled and nodded. He responded with a slight nod, his eyes appearing more sunken than in the morning, with a lingering redness and a furrowed brow. The elevator doors closed, enveloping them in silence. The confined space felt somewhat awkward, as she could hardly pull out a book to read. Teacher Ning, what kind of patient arrived last night? She inquired, attempting to break the ice, fully aware of the answer. A sudden cerebral hemorrhage. You were busy all night? Yes, more or less. Oh, and then you had to go back into surgery today. It's no wonder you can't seem to gain weight and are actually losing it, she remarked. By the way, I still have 8,000 left. Chapter 66. Mother, are you a gift from Father? She refrained from voicing her sigh, merely allowing it to echo in her heart. To express it aloud would breach propriety. All surgeons are this busy. She had experienced such demands herself in southern hospitals, where she had also endured days without leaving the department. Thus, the elevator fell silent once more, but fortunately, people began to enter at each floor, gradually filling the space. She and he were separated by the throngs. Occasionally, familiar faces would step into the elevator, calling out, Dr. Ning, to which his reaction was somewhat dull. She observed this with surprise, scrutinizing him closely, and soon realized he was nearly asleep from exhaustion. Had he merely endured a few nights of this? Given his physical condition, such sleeplessness should not have left him so drained. Even she could manage it. Friends had once asked her how they, as surgeons, could continue performing lengthy surgeries while utterly fatigued. She had laughed and replied that all surgeons endure fatigue, yet one rarely hears of surgical mishaps. Indeed, once on that small operating table, it was as if one had received a stimulant, achieving a state of heightened focus and clarity. However, once the procedure concluded, fatigue would wash over one like a tidal wave, magnifying the weariness. She had experienced the sensation of wanting to sleep in the elevator, especially as it slowly descended, intensifying her fatigue. Upon exiting the elevator, she walked beside him and could not help but ask, What is wrong with you? Were you very tired last night? Are you all right? I'm fine, he replied as they approached the inpatient department, his responses remaining consistently terse. Yet you appear so drowsy. A few days ago, Ning Xiang was ill and had a fever last night, he explained succinctly. Ning Xiang, she nearly forgot about this individual, perhaps because she could never reconcile him with the role of a father. The youthful boy who once sparkled with joy was now a father. How swiftly time slips away. Is he feeling better now? She inquired, a smile lingering on her lips as she savored the realization of his new role as a parent. Yes, he stopped having a fever since yesterday. As they spoke, they exited the hospital building, where he needed to retrieve his car. In such circumstances, any man would typically say, Wait a moment, I'll give you a ride. However, can you still drive? It was neither an agreement nor a refusal, but a genuine concern that he might doze off while driving or waiting at a red light. Then, will you drive me? He said, producing the car keys. He drove westward, the sun setting brightly, casting vast rays upon him, creating a momentary illusion of colors dancing in his eyes. The keys found their way into her hand. You drive? I really want to rest. He left those words hanging as he walked towards the car. She gazed at the keys in her hand, still seemingly imbued with his essence. Had she not been acutely aware of their relationship and his character, she might have thought herself ensnared by his charm. In that fleeting moment under the sunset, he was undeniably captivating. In the blink of an eye, the keys were in her possession. At this juncture, she had no choice but to follow him. Even if she hesitated to drive him home, she had to catch up and return the keys. By the time she reached him, he was already seated in the car, comfortably resting against the backrest with his eyes closed. Admittedly, her heart softened. As a companion, an ex-wife, or a student, she couldn't bring herself to awaken him, even though he was merely resting his eyes, not yet asleep. With a silent sigh, she settled into the driver's seat. She rarely drove, and this car even less so. The vehicle that had come with her dowry remained untouched by him. After encouraging her to learn to drive, it became hers. Yet, Each time she visited him at the hospital, she disliked driving, as it made returning home together inconvenient. She cherished those moments spent in the same car, savoring the passage of time, whether under the sun or the rain, at dawn or dusk. She had once longed for the sensation of returning home with him, wishing the journey would linger on, slowly traversing life together. The place she once called home, she thought she would never revisit, yet life had its unpredictable turns. She shook her head inwardly. Perhaps the essence of life lay in confronting the unforeseen. She had come to this city for further education. What else was there to fear? She would reside here for a lifetime, with opportunities to reunite with everyone. As her thoughts meandered, familiarity returned when she restarted the car. The sensation was reminiscent of roads traveled and faces seen. Everything. She estimated that he was truly asleep shortly after they set off, which was fine. It allowed her to concentrate on driving. Passing her home, she did not stop, continuing on to his residence, the place she had once inhabited for countless days and nights. The car halted, and he remained asleep, his breathing steady, familiar yet distant. She had always adored observing his slumbering form, as it allowed her to gaze at him without reservation, imprinting his visage in her memory, although she occasionally wondered who occupied his dreams. As for now, she yearned to abandon the car, leaving him to sleep until someone discovered him, as a form of reprisal for his impolite demand to be driven home without her consent. However, recalling recent news of individuals suffocating in cars while asleep, she reconsidered. Ultimately, she honked twice. He jolted awake, eyes reddened and filled with a bewilderment that seemed to stem from elsewhere. She opened the door, declaring, "We've arrived. I'm going home. Farewell." Without further concern for him, she exited the vehicle. Yet, just a few steps away, she was greeted by an exuberant voice, "Mama. Mama, you're back." The word mama felt like a spellbinding incantation. She halted, steeling herself to look back, and before she could make sense of it, a small, pudgy figure rolled towards her, wrapping around her leg and refusing to let go. "Mama, is it true that Daddy's gift for me is you? Mama, this is the best gift I could ever receive. Mama, are you here to have dinner with me?" The child's face, rosy and radiant, beamed like a little sun. As he uttered a stream of words, his bright eyes filled with anticipation, yearning for a response from her. Looking down at this cherubic face, Ruan Liuzheng found herself unable to withhold a reply, managing a strained smile. "What gift are you referring to, Ning Xiang?" The repeated calls of mama tugged at her heartstrings. Yet she pondered the perplexity of the situation. Hadn't someone claimed to have clarified everything? She glanced towards the car, where the occupant retrieved a large remote-controlled car from the back seat. However, Ning Xiang had already taken her hand, his small, soft, and warm grip. "Mama, Daddy said I've been very good while sick, not making noise, taking my medicine, and even learning to read at home. He has bringing me a gift today." Ning Xiang articulated clearly, his expression a mix of pride and satisfaction. So, she was the gift, or was it the present? As she regarded the instigator approaching with a half-person height remote-control car box, she realized that was indeed Ning Xiang's gift. "Daddy!" Ning Xiang exclaimed upon spotting him, eager to leap into his arms, but reluctant to let go of Mama's hand, bouncing in place. "Ning Xiang, why aren't you resting at home while sick? Why come out?" he inquired, drawing near and ruffling Ning Xiang's hair. "Daddy, I saw your car from the window and came out to greet you," Ning Xiang affectionately replied. Noticing the remote-controlled car in his father's hands, his excitement reignited. "Daddy, is this mine too?" "Yes, this is your gift." He handed the box to Ning Xiang. Ning Xiang's expression shifted to one of mild disappointment, a hint of disdain crossing his face. "Is this really the gift? What about Mama?" Ning Zhiqian's face betrayed an unmistakable awkwardness as he cleared his throat. "Mama is here to see you. Weren't you feeling unwell?" Ruan Liuzheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mama," he echoed the term she had grown accustomed to hearing. Hadn't everything been clarified? Yet he continued to ignore her, solely focusing on handing the remote control car to Ning Xiang, who accepted it eagerly. Ning Xiang found himself weighing the joy of Mama's visit against the thrill of receiving a gift, eventually concluding that as long as Mama was present, he would be content. Just as he was about to take the remote control car, he paused and said, "Daddy, can you hold this for me? I want to hold Mama's hand." Hold her hand? Did that imply he wished to take her back to Ning's family home? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Ning Xiang continued, "Mama, let's go. Grandma is waiting for us to come home for dinner. She made so many delicious dishes. What do you like, Mama?" Is what I like also what you like? Ning Xiang clutched her hand tightly, and though she wished to pull away, she couldn't bear to do so. However, the prospect of dining at Ning's home filled her with reluctance. She shot a glare at the man beside her, questioning, "What is going on here? Aren't you going to resolve this?" He, cradling a large toy remote-controlled car, wore an apologetic expression as he lowered his head to address his son. "Ning Xiang, don't cling to Mama. Didn't we agree? We would disturb Mama's life." Upon hearing this, Ning Xiang lowered his head, falling silent. Yet he still held tightly onto Ruan Liuzheng's hand. "Ning Jiang." His tone grew stern. After all, he was still a child. Ning Xiang burst into tears, lamenting, "I didn't disturb Mama's life. I didn't come to find Mama. Mama came to see me. Can't she stay for just one meal? Just once? I miss Mama. I want Mama. Yaya's Mama has dinner with her every week. Can't I have just one time?" This heartfelt plea tugged at Ruan Liuzheng's heartstrings. Ning Zhiqian's expression darkened, his voice sharper. "Ning Xiang, who taught you to be unreasonable? Crying when you don't get what you want? Is that how a boy should behave? Let go of Mama." No. If you let go, I will never see my mother again." Ning Xiang cried out in a high-pitched voice, gripping Ruan Liuzheng's hand tightly. "Will you let go?" he threatened with a stern face. Ning Xiang shook his head in tears, desperately trying to squeeze into Ruan Liuzheng's embrace. "Let go of me." He tossed the remote-control car to the ground and, lifting Ning Xiang as one would a chick, he spanked him hard on the backside. Ning Xiang cried even louder, yet his grip on Ruan Liuzheng's hand remained unyielding. This scene brought tears to Ruan Liuzheng's eyes. The plight of Ning Xiang was too pitiful. Under normal circumstances, a father scolding his son would be commonplace. But this was different. With red-rimmed eyes, she immediately wrapped Ning Xiang in her arms and reproached Ning Zhiqian. "Why are you hitting the child? What wrong has he done?" Ning Xiang felt even more aggrieved with someone standing up for him. Moreover, this was the first time his mother held him, and he instantly clung to Ruan Liuzheng's neck, sobbing on her shoulder. A wave of sorrow washed over Ruan Liuzheng's heart. She couldn't comprehend how things had spiraled into this state. She gently patted Ning Xiang's back, soothing him for a long while until he finally ceased crying. What happened?" Wen Yi's voice broke the silence. "Ah, you're here, Liuzheng." When he approached with a smile, reaching out to Ning Xiang, "Come here, Xiang to Grandma." Ning Xiang had stopped crying, but he still sniffled, unwilling to let go of Ruan Liuzheng's neck. Ning Zhiqian wore a grim expression, every line on his face declaring his authority as a father. Ning Xiang nestled against Ruan Liuzheng's shoulder, sniffling, his soft, cool cheeks brushing against her face. "Mom, don't you really want to think about it?" Ning Jiang, he spit it, pouting. Her emotions were a tangled mess, and faced with the innocent, pleading gaze of a child, she found it hard to utter words that might hurt him. Yet, how could she untangle this terrible relationship without refusing him? She turned her head to glance at the little figure nestled on her shoulder, and the tears spilling from his watery eyes seeped into her heart. Her heart softened, and she sighed, "No, Xiang is so well-behaved. How could I possibly not want him?" Xiang. She had only called him by that name once in her life. She had once expressed a desire for a child of her own, and now, heaven had truly sent her one. Although he was not the one she had picked up, he was calling her mom, and very likely this title would stick. Ning Xiang felt he finally had a mother after enduring such a long period without one. The sudden happiness was overwhelming, and he clung to her neck, crying once more. When he extended her hand but did not reclaim her grandson, instead, she sighed, her eyes filled with longing. "Liuzheng, why don't you stay for dinner?" Xiang, "Oh, it's all my fault. Blame me. I truly have put you in a difficult position." She felt Ning Zhiqian's gaze upon her, but she averted her eyes, resting her cheek against Ning Xiang's little head, nodding. "Then I must trouble you, Aunt." "Trouble? Nonsense. I am delighted. Come in. Don't just stand at the door." "Ven yi urgit karmli." Xiang, come down. I can't carry you." "Really? Mom, am I too heavy?" the little round-faced boy asked with concern in his eyes. She chuckled. "Not at all. A little chubby is adorable. Mom, I'm getting down." He obediently slid to the ground, taking her hand and looking up. "Mom, thank you for having dinner with Xiang." Ruan Liuzheng paused, taken aback by how thoughtful this child was. Did he really need to say thank you for this? She had expected that after her decision to stay for dinner, he would be pleased, but instead, he held her hand cautiously, falling silent, merely smiling up at her with eyes full of contentment. Upon entering the house, Ning Xiang immediately fetched her a pair of clean, beautiful bunny slippers that looked almost new. Mom, please change your shoes. In that moment, Ruan Liuzheng felt a pang of guilt wash over her. Ning Xiang genuinely loved her and regarded her as his mother. Yet she had given nothing in return. How could she bear such profound affection from a child? This was something she had never anticipated. Having never been a mother before and unprepared for such a sudden development, she feared that she might ultimately bring harm to Ning Xiang. Liuzheng, please sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Vengi enjuraget her amiably, sensing her discomfort. She smiled in response. She was familiar with everything here, and indeed, she could feel at ease. In the living room, the prominent lazy sofa caught her eye. She had deliberately bought it because she enjoyed curling up with a book or watching television, and she had spent countless days on it. The small table beside it, where she often kept snacks, was still there. Most of the furnishings in the house had been purchased by his parents when they acquired the villa. At that time, he had not yet graduated from elementary school. Later, after their marriage, they redecorated and added many new items, but the old ones remained. The sofa and furniture were made from precious wood, appreciating in value over the years. They had never been replaced. When he was a nostalgic person, back then, she had wept in this very room, reminiscing about past moments shared with Ning's father, lamenting, "People change, but the heart is the most fickle." At that time, she had been filled with confidence, telling herself that even if the world turned its back, her love for Ning would remain steadfast. The folly of youth. Now, the phrase "things change" was all too applicable. He followed her silently, and at that moment, Ning Xiang returned with 2 cups of water, first handing one to her, his tear-streaked face brightening with a sunny smile. "Mom, have some water." She took it hastily, fearing it might be too hot, and upon touching it, found it to be just the right temperature. "Mom, please sit." Ning Xiang freed his hands to help her sit down, and without needing to think about where to sit, she settled comfortably. "Dad, this one is for you." The little one, having forgotten the earlier incident, obediently poured water for his father. After serving both parents, Ning Xiang sat beside Ruan Liuzheng, leaning against her without causing any trouble, merely touching her clothes or her hand, then softly calling out "Mom" before smiling at her, making her heart ache with sweetness. "Xiang Xiang, come here. Grandma is going to give you your medicine." "Coming, Grandma," he replied cheerfully, then turned to Ruan Liuzheng with a smile. "Mom, I'll go take my medicine first, and I'll come back to keep you company." With that, he hurried away, and from a distance, she could hear him speaking to the nanny, "Aunt Xing, Grandma, my mom is back." The living room was left with just the 2 of them. Ruan Liuzheng turned the cup in her hands, waiting for him to utter the words, "I'm sorry." As expected, he opened his mouth first. "Liuzheng, I'm sorry." She smiled, a hint of teasing in her tone. "After all these years, you've grown." He did not grasp her meaning. "What do you mean?" She huffed lightly. "When you arranged for me to be your wife back then, you could at least have given me a heads up to see if I was willing. Now, I've been made the mother of your child without so much as a notification." His expression of regret was sincere as he lowered his voice. "I truly apologize. I never expected it to turn out this way. Ning Xiang, this child, has no idea of his origins. He assumed I was his biological father from the moment I brought him home. When he started to understand, he began asking why he only had a father and no mother. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth, so I merely told him that his mother is far away. I never anticipated that he would take this matter to heart. Upon discovering our wedding photos at home, he recognized them, for the woman who married my father is his mother. Consequently, he inquired with my mother, who was at a loss for how to respond, ambiguously affirming that I was studying far away to become a doctor, saving lives. He holds great admiration for doctors, and after hearing this, he asked why I did not return to practice. My mother explained that the patients there needed me. Only then did he settle down. But soon he stumbled upon more photographs of daily life, including your identification pictures, which somehow lodged your visage in his memory. What do you plan to do? I have a son now. What am I to do from here on out? She does not dislike Ning Xiang. Had she encountered him first, she would gladly have brought him home. She merely wishes to avoid entangling their parents' relationship, fearing it would lead to further complications. After that encounter at the hospital, I spoke with him. I had previously referred to myself as his mother, so I clarified that I am indeed his mother, but we are divorced now, and he has his own life, which we must not intrude upon. He understands the meaning of divorce. There are children in his class with divorced parents. At that moment, he promised me he would not disturb you, and that living with me would suffice. I never expected him to react this way today. Ning Xiang is a lively and sunny child, full of laughter and mischief, rarely expressing a desire for his mother. However, upon seeing you, he seemed overwhelmed with unanticipated feelings. Perhaps no child truly wishes to be without their mother. Nonetheless, I will converse with him again, hoping not to cause you any distress. You have already troubled me. She glared at him. Thus, I sincerely apologize. I always seem to put you in a difficult position. Guilt flickered in his eyes. What she detested most was hearing him utter those 2 words of apology. In the past, those were the very words she heard most often from him. And now they returned once more. Her anger simmered, yet she could not express it freely, for they no longer shared a marital bond. What do you intend to do? I cannot very well go on blind dates with a child calling me mother, can I? Her mind was in turmoil. The issue was not whether the child called her mother. It had nothing to do with her dating life. Truth be told, she had not even considered dating yet. He was taken aback, suggesting that he could explain the situation if it became inconvenient for her. She was momentarily stunned, imagining introducing her ex-husband and child during a date. Hello, this is my ex-husband, and this is my child. Let us discuss life. No. He too found the notion absurd. She sighed, emphasizing that the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. It is about what I should do moving forward. Ning Xiang now firmly believes I am his mother, expecting me to take him out for meals and play with him weekly. He hastily reassured her that it was unnecessary. What do you know? Taking him out to eat and play is not the issue. The crux lies in the fact that she does not want to lead a life where she is a mother and he is a father. Would that not just lead them back to where they started? What do you mean by that? He pressed further. Forget it. I do not wish to discuss it. This predicament is of your own making. You must resolve it yourself. She fixed him with a stern gaze, the first time she had shown him her displeasure, and the first time she had truly lost her temper. During their time together, she had revered him, unwilling to direct her anger toward him, even when she felt sorrowful, silently absorbing her own pain. It was impossible to be angry in his presence. The anger simply wouldn't surface. Just wait a moment. Even if they had reached the end, it was merely a fading affection, devoid of fury or resentment. Perhaps he had never seen her like this before, momentarily taken aback, until Ning Xiang's cheerful voice rang out. Mom and Dad, dinner is ready. With pattering steps, he rushed in front of them, pulling Ruan Liuzheng's hand. Mom, dinner is ready. I have set the table for you. Come quickly. She glanced at Ning Zhiqian, taking Ning Xiang's hand and walking away. Never mind. She was quite familiar with the Ning family. Since she was there, she might as well be gracious about it. Being hesitant would only make her appear guilty. From a distance, she noticed that Ning Zhiqian was not seated at the dinner table. She softly asked Ning Xiang, "Where is Grandpa? Has he not returned?" During her years at the Ning family, Ning Zhiqian's situation at home had been quite awkward, as when he harbored grievances about his misdeeds, while Ning Zhiqian could not forgive him. Yes, Grandpa went fishing in the countryside. Mom, when Grandpa returns with the fish, I will bring some for you. Upon saying this, he seemed to reconsider and pouted. Mom, I won't disturb you. I will let Dad bring it to you. Ning Xiang's words caused her heart to ache. She could not bear to see him so aggrieved, softly saying, Ning Xiang, please do not say you will disturb me. With that, she sighed inwardly, realizing she had now admitted to being his mother. Ning Xiang looked at her in disbelief. Mom, then, can I disturb you? Seeing the cautious expression in Ning Xiang's eyes, she could only reply, that is not called disturbing. It is called visiting. Although I am no longer with your father, I will come to see you, and you may visit me as well. Behind the veil of lies, a sincere heart resides. Her words were not entirely untruthful. The title of mother was one she could not shake off. Ning Xiang was overjoyed by her words, immediately fetching paper and pen to ask her to leave her phone number, proudly declaring, Mom, Ning Xiang will call you. After a moment's thought, he added, Mom, I won't call you often. I will only call when I miss you. Then he pondered the dilemma. What if he missed his mother every day? Ultimately, he resolved, Mom, I will only call when I really, really miss you. His little brows relaxed, as if he had made a significant decision. Then, with great care, he folded the paper with the number and tucked it into his little pocket before pulling her to the dining table. Among children of Ning Xiang's age, he was exceptionally well behaved, eating heartily and without fuss, a testament to his excellent upbringing. Today, Ning Xiang was quite busy, not only caring for himself, but also looking after his mother. Mom, eat the drumstick. Mom, this is delicious. Mom, you need to eat vegetables to look pretty. Mom, be careful of the fish bones when you eat. Mom, I'll help you pick out the bones. However, being merely a 4-year-old, He struggled with the task of removing bones and realized his limitations, leading him to call out, "Dad, I can't clean it well. You help Mom with the fish bones." Today, Ning Xiang was the star of the show, while Ning Zhiqian's presence felt minimal. Finally addressing him as Dad brought Ning Zhiqian into the spotlight. He sat across from her, the gleam in his eyes making it difficult for her to maintain composure. "No need, no need. I can manage myself," she hurriedly replied. "But Ning Jiang's head. Ning Xiang, I'm not a child anymore. I can eat fish myself. You should eat." The little guy was so focused on taking care of her that he had yet to finish his own meal. "I am full," he said, propping his chin up and grinning, with still half a bowl of rice remaining. "Ning Xiang, you mustn't waste food," was Ning Zhiqian's immediate admonition. Ning Qiang bolted. I want to lose weight. When he could not help but laugh. What does a child need to lose weight for? Hurry and finish your meal. In truth, Ning Xiang was not full and indeed wanted to eat more, his dark eyes darting as he asked Ruan Liuzheng, "Mom, am I really not fat? Am I heavy when you pick me up?" It turned out the little fellow was contemplating weight loss due to a previous light-hearted comment. She was at a loss for how to describe her feelings. Tonight, many of Ning Xiang's seemingly trivial remarks struck her at the softest corners of her heart, creating a sensation that was both bittersweet and peculiar, yet profoundly uncomfortable. The cumulative effect of this discomfort was unbearable. She could not bear to hurt Ning Xiang's heart, nor could she endure the dimming light in those dark, grape-like eyes. Her heart was filled with sighs, lamenting how this little child had so completely captivated her. Ultimately, she gently stroked his small head and murmured, "Think of it as not being fat. Think of it as very cute, very beautiful." Lacking experience as a mother and having little interaction with children, her encounters during pediatric rotations had only been with those visiting the clinic who naturally resisted doctors. Thus, she found it challenging to comfort children, and her compliments towards Ning Xiang came out awkward and stiff. She couldn't help but admire Ning Zhiqian. How could such a solitary individual manage to raise a child and communicate with them? However, since their first meeting, it seemed that nothing presented a challenge for him. Perhaps raising a child was no exception. After all, he had even managed to handle the children in the ward. But did he know that they had once shared the fleeting experience of nurturing a small life together? No, that could hardly be called life. To this day, a scar remained on her abdomen, a remnant of the procedure to remove that non-life. 8 years of infatuation and over 1,000 days of marriage left this final mark, etched into her skin and embedded in her heart. People often say that life is a balance of gains and losses. She had gained a scar. What had she lost? She had never told him, nor even her family, that she had lost a fallopian tube. Only when he knew. She always faced each day's sun with a smile, assuring both herself and him that she had loved without regrets. Yet, as a being of flesh and blood, with a soul and emotions, no one is invulnerable. There are moments in life that bring pain. Lying alone in a hospital bed with a catheter, she felt the pinnacle of suffering. Even after all this time, there were rare moments, though few, when she would touch that scar and recall the pain before and after the surgery. Abdominal pain before, heartache after. "Ruan Liuzheng, have some soup. You're still so thin. Why haven't you gained any weight?" Wani interrupted her thoughts as he offered her a bowl of soup. "Thank you, Auntie," she replied. The memories faded, the pain dissipated, and she continued to smile gently and serenely. A plate of carefully deboned fish was placed before her, and she looked up to find him focused on his meal. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of fish. That detail likely hadn't been noted in his phone as reminders. She transferred the fish to Ning Xiang's bowl, saying, "Go on, eat. Fish won't make you gain weight." That tender smile resembled a mother's so closely. Ning Xiang blinked. "Isn't it for Mommy?" "No, it's for you," she replied earnestly. "Daddy, right?" Ning Xiang asked skeptically. He, too, wore a serious expression, affirming, "Yes, it's for you, Ning Xiang." When he observed the three of them, a shadow crossing his eyes, and he sighed internally as he took a seat. After dinner, Ning Xiang took her hand and led her to the living room to show her his drawing. When he brought a plate of fruit and placed it on the coffee table. "Liuzheng, have some fruit. There's no rush. The driver will take you back later." "Thank you, Annie," she smiled. Ning Xiang held up a picture, pulling Ning Zhiqian over. "Mommy, look at my drawing. Daddy, you sit down too." The little one nestled between them, eager to display his treasure to Liuzheng. Upon seeing it, she recognized it as the same drawing from before. Now, with an added detail, a female doctor beside him, Ning Xiang holding a balloon that now read Ning Xiang loves Daddy and Mommy. This is Mommy. He pointed at the drawing. Daddy and Mommy took me on a spring outing. As she gazed at the picture, her heart stirred with an indescribable sensation. A family outing? Ah, family. Mommy, how do you write your name? Can you teach me? Ning Xiang inquired, finally noticing the name tag on the doctor's chest. My name is Ruan Liuzheng, she said, picking up paper and pen from the table, writing her name with meticulous strokes. I recognized the character for flow, as in river. But Zheng is a bit tricky, Ning Xiang observed. It's the Zhengyin kite, she replied softly. Really? Ning Xiang's eyes lit up. I love flying kites. Mommy, I'm going to write now. Can you check it for me later? Of course. For Ning Xiang's little requests, she could hardly find it in her to refuse. Mommy, look at what I wrote. He perched on a small stool, leaning over the coffee table to begin writing. Ruan Liuzheng watched closely. Ning Xiang wrote her name several times, initially struggling with the strokes. But Ruan Liuzheng leaned down to guide him, stroke by stroke. The night deepened, the living room bright with light, the television off, and a tranquil silence enveloped the home, save for the soft sounds of her and Ning Xiang's conversation. Remember, from left to right, from top to bottom. First write the left side. Which side is left? Yes. Follow my writing. Mommy, is this right? Ning Zhiqian leaned against the sofa, eyes half closed. Gradually, the sounds of their conversation faded, his eyelids grew heavy, and he eventually fell asleep. Ning Xiang finally mastered the 3 characters, carefully inscribing them on the female Dr. S name tag in the drawing. He intended to show it to his father, but upon noticing that he had fallen asleep, he silently chuckled, raising a finger to his lips to hush her, whispering, Mommy, Daddy is asleep. Then he set down the drawing and retrieved a blanket from the nearby sofa, gently draping it over his father. Watching Ning Xiang's small frame struggle to cover his father with a wide blanket, she felt an unexpected moisture welling in her eyes. Mommy. After ensuring his father was covered, Ning Xiang yawned, clearly ready for sleep, leaning softly against Ruan Liuzheng. In an aside, there was another chapter to come in the afternoon. Chapter 69, Exposure. Ruan Liuzheng instinctively embraced him as he rubbed his eyes and clambered onto her lap. Though she had never properly held a child before, it felt natural as Ning Xiang nestled into her embrace. Sleepy yet determined, he fought to keep his eyes open, cherishing this rare moment with his mother, but ultimately succumbed, murmuring Mommy before drifting off, his little hand clutching her collar. When he approached, observing the tender scene, and turned away to wipe his eyes. When he returned to Ruan Liuzheng, his face was radiant with a smile. Come, let me take him. Thank you, Liuzheng, Wen Yi said softly, gently lifting the sleeping Ning Xiang from her arms. I'll put him to bed. Wait for me. Ruan Liuzheng nodded, even without Wen Yi's prompting. She would not be so impolite as to leave abruptly. In their past marriage, Wen Yi had treated her well, and regardless of her relationship with Ning Zhiqian, she always held gratitude for Wen Yi. As Wen Yi ascended the stairs, she sat quietly in the living room, the sound of his steady breathing nearby. So close it felt as if the 6 years they had been apart were merely 6 days, or even 6 hours. Time momentarily transported her back to the nights spent beside him, the air clean and his breathing calm. She needed not to glance back. Simply sitting there allowed her to vividly recall his sleeping visage, his delicate features, and long lashes. Yet, she truly believed she had forgotten him. In the 6 years in the South, she had poured her heart and soul into studying and working, too busy to allow herself any unnecessary thoughts of those she should not think about. Over time, there were moments when she stood on the street, pondering why she had come to the South, the man who had occupied the most significant place in her life becoming increasingly indistinct. She only remembered his bright, beautiful eyes and the starlight of that night when he sang, "Because I Love You," so brilliant. Thus, she convinced herself that she had indeed forgotten. It turned out that what one calls forgetting is merely a form of self-induced amnesia, a reluctance to recall. Wen Yi had yet to return, and a faint sound caught her attention, something sliding down. She looked to find the blanket Ning Xiang had covered her with had slipped to the floor. She sat rigidly for a while, her gaze fixed on his slumbering visage, identical to the image etched in her mind, features exquisite, long eyelashes, and a partially open collar. A clean scent faintly lingering in the air. Eventually, she rose, gathered the blanket, and gently draped it over him. As she leaned down, his likeness became even more pronounced. Yet, a difference remained. The youthful boy of yesteryears had transformed into a composed man, and it was not merely his demeanor that had altered, but also the subtle lines at the corners of his eyes, the slight laxity beneath them. Between the boy and the man lay the passage of time. As she heard Wen Yi's footsteps approaching, she immediately stood upright, feeling somewhat awkward, and restored her composure before Wen Yi arrived. She picked up her bag and softly said, "Aunt, I shall take my leave." Wen Yi did not insist on her staying longer, accompanying her to the door. "I called for a driver. He's waiting outside." "Thank you, Aunt." Initially, she had no intention of being driven home, but since it had been arranged, refusing would seem contrived. "Liuzheng, I truly apologize for Ning Xiang's wishes. None of us anticipated his yearning for a mother to be so profound. Please do not take to heart his childish remarks. After all, he is just a child. In time, he may forget once he has a new toy." When he handed her several gift boxes. "Take these back for your parents. How have they been lately?" No, it's unnecessary yet. Please keep them for yourself. They are quite well." Liuzheng immediately declined, observing the packaging that seemed to contain ginseng and bird's nest delicacies. "Take them. Stop pushing them away." Wen Yi insisted. "Aunt, really, I can't accept them. I feel quite embarrassed as I came without bringing anything for you." She was reluctant to accept the gifts, having never intended to visit his family when she came over. Her plan had merely been to drop him off. Now, she reflected on her actions, realizing how rude they seemed. "Child, why be so polite with me? These are not for you. They are for your parents. How can you refuse on their behalf? Take them." Wen Yi, and she exited the house, placing the items in the car and pushing her inside as well. "Liuzheng, do come over to my home sometime. Accompany me for a shopping spree." "All right." Out of politeness, she acquiesced, recognizing such invitations were often mere formalities. Shopping with her former mother-in-law? She had little time for such matters now. "Be careful on the road," Wen Yi instructed the driver. As the car departed from the Ning residence, the driver, a familiar face to her, Mr. Yang, was someone she was uncertain whether to greet. The memory she had tried to erase reemerged vividly. Fortunately, the driver was focused on the road, allowing her to remain silent, pondering the chaotic events of the night. "Ning Jiang." She recalled calling his name countless times that evening. Truthfully, every utterance of it stirred something within her. Yet, reflecting back, the naive fan of yesteryear's Liuzheng would not have associated any significance with that name. Therefore, to have feelings was tantamount to harboring desires, and had she not claimed to be devoid of such cravings? Thus, whether she called him Ning Xiang or another name seemed inconsequential, perhaps even irrelevant to her. Yet, a child wholly unrelated to her was calling her mother. What was she to do? Should she truly leave it to Ning Zhiqian to resolve? Given Ning Xiang's demeanor tonight, it seemed unlikely he could manage it. The thought of Ning Xiang calling her mother or running into her department, clinging to her legs, yearning for her embrace was unfathomable. Confusion lingered. Until the car arrived at her home, she had yet to settle her thoughts, stepping out in a daze. Upon entering, she suddenly remembered the items Wen Yi had given her, still left in the car. Perhaps it was fate. "Zheng, why have you returned so late?" Pei Sufin approached her with concern. "Oh, there was an impromptu meeting in the department. It ran late." She fabricated a lie, determined to keep her mother unaware of her visit to the Ning household, lest she endure endless inquiries. "Have you eaten? I kept dinner warm for you." "I have. We had a group meal after the meeting." She changed her shoes, feeling fatigued after a long day of work compounded by her evening with the child. The image of the man who had fallen asleep on the sofa resurfaced in her mind, features exquisite, long eyelashes. She gently shook her head, attempting to dispel those thoughts. "Mom, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm going to rest." "Go ahead, but don't forget, it's your dad's birthday, and Ruan Liuzheng will be back." Of course, I want to forget. She needed to find a moment to select a birthday gift for her father. The following day, chaos erupted in the department. Some aspects were expected, while others were surprising. The neurosurgery department of Beia Hospital had indeed gained notoriety. A doctor had struck a patient, and the uproar was well documented. Upon her arrival at the hospital, Liuzheng found the staff in a state of outrage, brandishing their phones to show her the online articles featuring her. One close-up depicted her feeding Ning Zhiqian porridge, the perspective suggesting a tender moment between them. In addition to this image, several others showed Ning Zhiqian in the act of striking someone, and her, Tanya, and Ding Yiyuan restraining a woman. The accompanying text was even more infuriating. The headline read, "Beia Hospital, a hollow reputation, irresponsible and indifferent to human life." Such sensational headlines drew significant attention. explaining why they had garnered hundreds of thousands of shares overnight. The content was scathing, lambasting the neurosurgery department for negligence, claiming that while patients cried for help, the doctors indulged in breakfast and inappropriate relationships. Ning Zhiqian, as the chief neurosurgeon, was particularly targeted, accused of maintaining ambiguous relations with numerous female students and interns. The image of a female student feeding him breakfast served as one of the alleged pieces of evidence. Furthermore, a family member recounted their mother's tragic experience, expressing outrage that, due to delayed payments and the appearance of being less affluent, their mother was treated coldly at Bea Hospital. The neglect led to the mother's despair and subsequent suicide, accompanied by a picture of Aunt Kai. After learning of their mother's death, the family confronted the doctors, and in their anger, harsh words ensued, resulting in both parties being assaulted by the medical staff, with the perpetrating doctor brazenly declaring, "Ning Zhiqian from Bea Neurosurgery. Feel free to file a complaint if you dare." Such expos often resulted in comments that eclipsed the news itself. The remarks were overwhelmingly negative, an avalanche of vitriol against the medical profession, denouncing the current state of hospitals and the lack of ethics among doctors. Many expressed vehement hatred toward medical practitioners, some going so far as to curse their families, wishing death upon Ning Zhiqian and threatening violence against the 3 female doctors. Reading such words sent a chill down her spine. As an aside, could everyone see the side notes? Here's the thing. Yesterday was the first day of our launch, and Zhiqiang distributed red envelopes in the group. But what about those not in the group? Do you remember Zhiqiang's previous quiz activities? Zhiqiang has decided to hold them irregularly, and lucky winners will receive 3,000 Sierra Leonean leones when coins. However, the questions must be included in the side notes. So Zhiqiang needs to know if he can see the side notes. The update concludes here. She could only glance at it once before she could no longer bear to continue. Tossing her phone aside, her first instinct was to observe his reaction, for he was the central figure of the entire affair. As she had anticipated, he exhibited no response whatsoever. It was as though the discussions among the nurses had no bearing on him, as he remained engrossed in his duties. In truth, it was primarily the nurses who were incensed, while the doctors, the men, appeared utterly unperturbed, preoccupied with their work. The evening shift doctor was diligently documenting, while the day shift doctor prepared for the new day's responsibilities. Ruan Liuzheng hesitated, uncertain whether she should approach him. After all, they had unwittingly become the protagonists of a scandal that necessitated discretion. Just then, the male lead lifted his head, his clear voice cutting through the nurse's incessant chatter with remarkable clarity. "Dr. Ruan, Dr. Ding, please come here." Ding Yiyuan, fuming with anger, reluctantly complied. "Surgery on bed 26. Ensure that the patient and their family are well informed about the surgical precautions. Prepare for the operation. Check coagulation time, blood type, routine blood, urine and stool tests, chest x-rays, liver and kidney function, and blood type preparation. Notify the anesthesiology for consultation. Also, remember to ask the patient if they are menstruating on the day of surgery." He articulated each word with precision, entirely unfazed by the surrounding turmoil. Ding Yiyuan remained silent, her anger palpable, especially as the individual at the center of the situation acted as if nothing had transpired. Only Ruan Liuzheng acknowledged his instructions, responding, "Understood, Teacher Ning." "Teacher Ning, why are you not reacting at all?" Ding Yiyuan could no longer contain her frustration. Only then did he glance at the still agitated nurses, finally rising to address them. "Time to change shifts. Those who need to document, get on with it. What are you all doing here?" He checked his watch, noting that there was still a minute until Director Liu arrived. Were they waiting to be reprimanded? His voice was never loud, its quality resembling the gentle flow of a babbling brook, yet it possessed a remarkable penetrating quality that not only overshadowed the clamor, but also gradually quieted the nurses, despite their lingering anger, dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Teacher Ning." Ding Yiyuan, witnessing his silence, felt her ire intensify at his dismissive demeanor. However, before she could voice her grievances, an emergency signal echoed from the intensive care unit. His expression remained unchanged as he led the way toward the ICU. Ruan Liuzheng released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, feeling inexplicably reassured. Surely, his composed demeanor indicated he had a plan to handle the situation. After all, she had witnessed his adeptness in managing crises, In her earlier naivety, she had believed there was nothing he could not handle. Moreover, he must have rested well the previous night, for the weariness from yesterday had vanished. Though the shadows beneath his eyes lingered, the puffiness around them had dissipated, and his gaze appeared particularly clear. Hence, there was no cause for concern. With him around, even amidst chaos, she felt secure. Calmly, she followed him into the ICU. The patient's blood oxygen levels had declined, and there was gastrointestinal bleeding. The nurses reported the issues within the ICU. After ensuring sterile conditions, she and Ding Yuan promptly began addressing the problems while he observed meticulously. Once the issues in the ICU were resolved, the departmental shift change was complete, and the day unfolded in a serene yet industrious manner, as if the morning's turmoil had never occurred. Ruan Liuzheng and Ding Yuan exchanged knowing glances, seemingly understanding the doctor's earlier tranquility. For regardless of the world's chaos, it paled in comparison to the sanctity of life. Their duty as doctors was to heal and save lives, and fulfilling that responsibility sufficed, especially as they watched the previously aggrieved nurses now busily attending to their tasks. The sentiment intensified. They had not been oblivious to the nurses' grievances, nor had they been strangers to misunderstandings. While this incident was the most significant, personal grievances became trivial when juxtaposed with the sanctity of life. Of course, this matter would not simply fade away. Director Liu awaited them in the office, his expression dark. They gathered their records and commenced their rounds. Upon entering the office, he paid Director Liu no mind. However, Ruan Liuzheng cast a worried glance at him, noting his increasingly grim demeanor. Secretly, she stuck out her tongue and hurried after him to continue the rounds. In this era of extensive networking, such a significant event could not possibly remain confined to the knowledge of doctors and nurses. Surely, the patients were aware as well. To be candid, Ruan Liuzheng felt a flush of heat upon entering the wards. Aside from the incident involving physical altercations, she had also been implicated in news reports alongside Teacher Ning, leading her to feel that every room she entered was scrutinized by curious eyes. Her apprehensions were not unfounded. As she exited several wards, she overheard hushed whispers behind her. "Did you hear that Dr. Ruan and Dr. Ning are having an affair? Do you believe it?" Her face burned even more. "What are you blushing for? Lift your head." Her companion Ding Yuan suddenly scolded her in a hushed tone. She fell silent, her embarrassment evident. "Are you hiding something in your heart? Your demeanor clearly indicates you're confirming the rumors." Ding Yuan's attitude was one of disappointment. "If you are innocent, stand tall and proud. A clear conscience has no fear of shadows. You should take a leaf out of Teacher Ning's book." She glanced up at the male lead, striding ahead, admitting to herself that she had not cultivated her composure sufficiently. Nevertheless, Ding Yuan's words reminded her that her lowered gaze and flushed cheeks were indeed telling. In truth, she was not the only one lacking in composure. Ding Yuan also carried her emotions during rounds, particularly as they approached Aunt Kai's room, where Ding Yuan began to exhibit signs of discomfort. Her lips pursed as if they could hold a drip bag. Aunt Kai's son was absent today. It was laughable that he dared to show his face after being beaten. However, Aunt Kai seemed oblivious to the matter, and Ding Yuan maintained her previous demeanor. With the exception of her evident displeasure, rounds were conducted, prescriptions were written, and they entered the operating room. Each day unfolded with the same relentless pace, and Director Liu's scowl remained unaddressed, or rather, he had not been afforded the opportunity to confront him. It wasn't until the afternoon that the situation escalated anew. Aunt Kai's son unfurled a banner at the hospital entrance, protesting that his mother had committed suicide due to being beaten, demanding justice from the hospital. Additionally, he had brought along a group of ruffians, while Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law rallied a band of women, wailing and lamenting at the hospital's entrance. The ruckus rendered the atmosphere unbearable, leading to an afternoon meeting with hospital authorities. Ding Yuan arrived with insider information, suggesting that this incident was inextricably linked to Ruan Liuzheng, and the hospital might terminate her training at Baya. Ruan Liuzheng remained silent. Should she indeed be unable to continue her training at Baya, it would be regrettable. Yet she did not overly mind. Her primary concern lay with him. Would this affect him? Observing her silence, Ding Yuan assumed disbelief. "You shouldn't dismiss this. Let me be frank. My father is the vice president of Baya." Ding Yuan's face bore an air of triumph. She had long suspected Ding Yuan had connections, so this revelation did not shock her. "Ruan Liuzheng, let me tell you, I could have exaggerated the situation, leaving you to bear the consequences. But I'm straightforward and disdainful of petty schemes. If I were to engage in a power struggle with you, it would be on fair terms. So I haven't spoken ill of you to my father. Rather, I clarified the facts on your behalf. Ultimately, how the hospital handles it is their concern. However, I am not optimistic. While the implications of unspoken rules can be navigated, Teacher Ning did indeed strike someone. In this world, a mistaken perception can be deemed a truth simply by others' assertions. The truth and justifications hold little weight in a confrontation between patients and doctors. The doctor is always at fault. Thus, you and Teacher Ning are in a precarious position. Ding Yuan's earlier confidence morphed into concern, though her worry lay primarily with Teacher Ning rather than Ruan Liuzheng. Chapter 71. I am here to bear there exists a folly, wherein one is deemed wrong simply by another's assertion. Ruan Liuzheng continually pondered Ding Yuan's words. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and dashed outside. Where are you going? Ding Yuan called after her. I'm off to find Aunt Kai. The swirling rumors online were beyond Aunt Kai's knowledge and control. Yet perhaps she could offer some words of comfort at the entrance. No need to go. Ding Yuan huffed. Do you believe you can conceive what others cannot? The hospital's administration has already approached Aunt Kai. She refuses to go and insists that both you and Teacher Ning look down upon her for her poverty, treating her with indifference. Ruan Liuzheng stood frozen. Such is the nature of humanity. All her goodwill seemingly wasted. Ding Yuan, in a fit of frustration, continued. You're not the only one who feels this way. Ruan Liuzheng bit her lip but still rushed out, making her way to Aunt Kai. At the door of the ward, she nearly collided with Tanya, who wore an expression of indignation. Ruan Liuzheng could surmise the unfolding drama. How can humanity be so heartless? Tanya complained, pointing at Aunt Kai. She was helping us this morning, and now she's turned. I'll go take a look, she reassured, patting Tanya on the shoulder to encourage her to leave first. Aunt Kai sat alone, looking quite weary. Ruan Liuzheng lingered at the doorway for a while before approaching. As she stepped closer, Aunt Kai, sensing her presence, immediately wore a distressed expression and implored, Don't come looking for me anymore. If you do, I might truly perish in this hospital. I won't go. I refuse. The doctor should be held accountable. Despite anticipating this reaction, hearing Aunt Kai utter those words chilled Ruan Liuzheng to the core. She was reminded of the image of Aunt Kai holding Teacher Ning's hand, calling him Little Ning. She felt she could no longer stoop down to wipe away Aunt Kai's tears or the remnants at the corners of her eyes. Aunt Kai, I'm Dr. Ruan, she softly spoke. Aunt Kai paused momentarily, rendered speechless. Aunt, Teacher Ning struck your son. I come to apologize on his behalf. I am sorry. She spoke slowly, her voice laced with a subtle sorrow. I do not know why your attitude has shifted so suddenly, but I assume you have your reasons. Outsiders cannot dictate how you should feel. Thus, I should not have sought you out again. Then, why have you returned? Aunt Kai murmured. She offered a faint smile. I suppose I am still somewhat unwilling to accept it. I do not know if you have heard the rumors circulating about me. I am indifferent to their words, but Teacher Ning is a good doctor, and you know this better than anyone. I stand up for him. Do you know? I have known Teacher Ning for 12 years. He has never laid a hand on anyone, nor has he ever raised his voice at a person. For them to claim he despises the impoverished is unfounded. Aunt Kai, search your conscience. Has he ever looked down upon you? When you cried, clutching his hand, wiping your tears and snot upon him, did he ever show disdain? Your vision may not be clear, but he is truly a remarkable man, both in appearance and in character, always immaculate, never judging you for your circumstances. During his 8 years at Bea, from student to professor, he has treated countless patients. None have spoken ill of him. Many patients from afar have returned to express their gratitude long after their recovery. He treats elders like family, and he shows the same affection for children, buying them food and toys from his own pocket, telling them stories and jokes to bring them joy. Has he not conversed with you more than your own son has during this time? The bond he forms with his patients transcends mere illness. It is rooted in genuine care. He is a dedicated physician, and I fail to comprehend why one would wish to tarnish his reputation. Is it a desire to see him leave this profession? Should he choose to abandon medicine, he would excel in any field he pursued. Yet we would lose a doctor who treats patients as if they were his own family. Do you know? On the night you attempted to take your life, Dr. Ning worked through the night at the hospital, sleeping for barely an hour, only to be confronted by your son's outburst. And then he performed surgeries the entire following day without a moment to eat, subsisting only on the porridge I forced upon him in the morning. That is the truth behind that photograph. He was so exhausted by the end of the day that he nearly fell asleep in the elevator. This is his reality for more than half a year. Indeed, he chose this path willingly. No one forced him into it. However, let us empathize. Doctors are human too. As a mother, would you wish for your child to endure such injustice if they worked as hard and were as good as he is? At this point, Ruan Liuzheng wondered if Aunt Kai felt any stirrings of emotion. She loathed her limited ability to express herself. The tumult of sorrow and compassion rising within her remained unvoiced, and tears welled in her eyes. Aunt Kai, if he knew I had come to see you, he would certainly scold me for burdening you. As you are a patient and should not be troubled. I only uttered these words to defend him. Please consider it as though I never came. With red-rimmed eyes, she turned and exited the ward. Unbeknownst to her, the other two patients in the room had been entirely captivated by her words, staring at her in silence. As the end of her shift approached, Ning Zhiqian returned, his expression betraying no discernible change. Dr. Chen, Tanya, Dingwan, and several others who cared for him surrounded him, inquiring about his well-being. He calmly replied, I'm fine, just inquiring about the situation. He then reassured them not to worry. Ning Zhiqian, make sure to leave through the back door. There are people blocking the main entrance, Tanya cautioned. Having entered Bea alongside him and maintaining a casual rapport, always addressing him by his full name. What is there to fear? Those who dare provoke Dr. Ning will receive their due punishment. They need to be made to question their existence. Some young nurses chimed in indignantly. Tanya shot them a glare. Haven't you stirred enough trouble? If you keep this up, it won't just be the leadership seeking him out. The police will come looking. The young nurses reluctantly fell silent. The call bell rang, and the nurses returned to their duties. Tanya, hurry and change the patients for. The crowd dispersed, and Tanya reiterated her warning. Remember, avoid any conflict with those people. We cannot afford to provoke them. He nodded in acknowledgement. Unlike others, she did not linger around him, but quietly changed her clothes, gathered her belongings, and prepared to head home. She was not a true member of Bea and could offer him no assistance. Even her words of comfort held little significance. Moreover, with their unspoken mutual understanding of their complex relationship, it was best to maintain distance to avoid adding to his troubles. As she entered the elevator and pressed the button for her floor, the doors began to close, only to reopen suddenly. He stood outside, gazing at her with an air of casual indifference, unburdened. He stepped into the elevator, the doors closed, and it began its descent. Upon reaching the first floor, she hurriedly exited, only to hear his voice behind her. Where are you going? She turned in surprise. Back, of course. Where else would I go? Do you intend to confront them at the front entrance? He glared at her, having forgotten that detail. Follow me, he instructed, moving toward the side door. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him, settling into his car. This will help with the healing. It may not leave a scar, he said, retrieving an ointment from the car, one he had brought from home, intending to give it to her the previous night, but had fallen asleep. She instinctively touched the bruise on her face. The redness from the slap had faded considerably overnight, yet the mark from the woman's grip remained. Last night, she had let her hair fall to conceal it. At Ning's home, when he had not inquired, perhaps finding it too delicate a subject to broach. As for Ning Xiang, she had overheard him quietly questioning his father about it. She was uncertain how he had explained it, but it was clear he had not spoken highly of her, merely suggesting she was disobedient. Being disobedient could lead to injury, making her a cautionary tale for Ning Xiang. As for her parents, they had hidden away as soon as she returned, and it was only this morning that she finally caught sight of them. She pursued them with questions all morning, concerned about her appearance. He gazed at her and said, "Stop crying. If there's anything, I'll bear it. Just stay with me these days and refrain from wandering off." Am I crying? She instinctively denied, wiping the corners of her eyes, which were devoid of tears. Yet, her eyes were red like those of a rabbit. You can't deny it, he stated without mercy. She turned her head away, staring outside, no longer wishing to argue. If there's something, how will you bear it? You want to be prevented from continuing your studies, he replied. Whether I continue my studies is irrelevant. How will you bear it? What if I get punished? She blurted out as she turned back to him. Is it truly irrelevant? He countered. She was unsure of his intent with this question, so she merely hummed in response and glanced out the window again. Then if I'm punished, it won't matter. I can simply resign and apply to your hospital. I could still be your teacher. Chapter 72. Am I truly that exceptional? She quickly turned back, hoping to discern the truth from his eyes. Was it really that severe? Severe enough to consider resignation? Although he spoke lightly, the gap between Bea and Xiqing was significant. Yet, his eyes were clear, reflecting only her image. Sigh. Despite having been his loyal fan for over a decade, she had only scratched the surface of his true thoughts, which remained elusive. Is it genuine? She could not help but ask. Indeed, his expression was unexpectedly serious. She pressed her lips together, contemplating. I must find Xiaoyi Yiding. Right now. Let us go. All right. He said nothing more, turning around to prepare the car. Suddenly, he turned back and asked, Am I really that exceptional? What? She was bewildered by his sudden inquiry. A figure as graceful as a jade tree? Successful in everything? Flawless? He lightly quoted some of her earlier words from Aunt Kai. She looked at him in astonishment. How do you know? He did not respond, continuing to question her, his eyes sparkling with countless stars. Am I truly that good? She could not discern whether he was earnestly asking or merely teasing. However, Ning Zhiqian was never one to jest, so he must have been serious, especially since the Aunt Kai incident had been a minor blow to him. With an open heart, she gazed sincerely into his beautiful eyes and said, Of course, you are indeed that exceptional. After a moment of reflection, she added with certainty, In the 12 years I have known you, you have been without blemish. As for your abilities and character, just consider how I have been your loyal admirer for so long. That speaks volumes. I am not foolish. Yet, after a moment of introspection, she realized she was indeed his devoted fan. However, there was no need to mention that to him. To be able to look someone in the eye and sincerely praise their virtues without ulterior motives was a rare occurrence. He listened, nodding. I truly appreciate your perspective. This topic seemed to reach a natural conclusion, but after a pause, he added, In truth, I am not that exceptional, particularly in your eyes. She understood his implication. Perhaps his feelings of guilt were resurfacing. If there were to be any blemish in his life, it would be his marriage to her. However, in her view, that was not a valid argument for determining his character. Marriage is a mutual agreement between two people and holds no bearing on whether he is good or bad. Thus, she earnestly stated, To me, you are indeed a good person, a good senior, a good colleague, a good role model, a good teacher, and even a good husband in the past, a good son-in-law to my parents. Upon reflection, he indeed had been a good husband in form. The person she might marry in the future might not treat her as well as he had. Yet, life was more than mere appearances. She felt she had made progress by openly acknowledging that he had once been a good husband. So, she continued, You should not dwell on the past any longer. Look, I can now discuss these matters with you so openly, which proves I have truly moved on. We're doing well together now. If you feel indebted to me, then share your knowledge generously. Train me to be an exceptional surgeon. Indeed, she was quite forthright. She could even joke with him. Their current situation was quite harmonious. Although her thoughts and actions often diverged, she was content to maintain a rational control over her emotions. He gazed at her intently, silent. His eyes, potent enough to disarm her, were particularly intense now, making her feel uncertain. What is it? Is it inconvenient to teach me everything? If there are any hospital policies that prevent you, you can teach me according to your discretion. She believed he was not a stingy person. If there were limitations, they likely pertained to hospital or patient confidentiality, especially since she was not from Bea. There are no constraints. I will teach you everything, provided you show sufficient determination. The key lies in your own practice, he replied lightly, turning to drive. Determination? She was quite confident in herself. She paused to think again, firmly reassured of her capabilities, although the prerequisite was that she could remain at Bea. Frankly, she still hoped he would not come to Xiqing, but no one knew how the hospital would handle matters. First, she would meet Xiaoyi Yiding. The car exited through the back door, heading straight for Xiaoyi Yiding's law firm. After several rides together, she had seldom spoken to him while he drove. There was little to say, and it felt inappropriate. He occupied the driver's seat while she sat in the back. Speaking required effort and felt unsafe. However, after their earlier candid conversation, the discomfort she had felt in his car dissipated. As she gazed out at the passing streets, her thoughts were consumed by the Aunt Kai incident, and soon they arrived at the law firm. Without an appointment, they entered directly. Upon reuniting with familiar faces, she felt a twinge of shyness, hiding behind his tall figure. However, Xiaoyi Yiding was not one to let anyone slip by easily. As soon as they stepped in, his booming voice rang out, "Oh, who is this? Sister Zhang, come, have a seat. He personally rose to welcome her. She felt speechless, despite her petite stature hiding behind Ning Zhiqian. How could he not notice him first? Did Zhao Yiding possess X-ray vision? Without her saying a word, Ning Zhiqian interjected, do I appear so transparent that you can ignore my presence? Get lost. What is there to see about an old man? Zhao Yiding laughed heartily. Sister Zhang, am I right? Ruan Liuzheng could hardly endure it. Stop randomly calling me sister. Be careful, or Qing'e will take care of you. Just as she finished speaking, a melodious voice resonated at the entrance. His habit of calling people sister had begun in kindergarten, and even she found it hard to manage. It turned out to be Yi Qinghe, who placed 2 drinks on the coffee table, 1 juice and 1 coffee. Ruan Liuzheng was in awe. One of the women she admired most was Yi Qinghe. Not only was her pairing with Zhao Yiding a sensational lawyer duo, but her attentiveness and thoughtfulness were evident in this simple act of hospitality. She loved tea, while Ning Zhiqian preferred coffee. After all these years, she still remembered distinctly, despite having spent little time with Yi Qinghe. Sister Qinghe, she greeted with a smile. Hey, aren't you calling Zhao Yiding brother Xiao anymore? Zhao Yiding continued laughing. You, at your age, still not behaving properly. Don't frighten Ruan Liuzheng. Yi Qinghe playfully chided him before stepping out. They had come to discuss serious matters with Zhao Yiding, so she temporarily withdrew. She had previously called a brother Xiao. The hierarchy among this group is indeed chaotic. At home, Ning Zhiqian is the second eldest. With an elder brother above him, the Xiao family boasts a multitude of siblings, and when combined with the Zhou family, this little troop is utterly vast. Within the confines of their home, they address each other by familial titles, yet outside, they uniformly refer to Ning Zhiqian as big brother, Xiao Yiding as second brother, and Zhou Chunin as third brother. Except for the eldest of the Zhou family, who is the most well-behaved and composed, refraining from mingling with them. The rest are mere sidekicks. After some consideration, she decided to call out second brother Xiao, and then lifted her juice. How adorable! Truly too adorable. Xiao Yiding laughed and declared, No, I cannot leave such an obedient younger sister unattended. Now that you've returned, I shall protect you. It's time to find someone who will cherish you. Let me think, how many of the brothers are still single? Sister Zheng, starting today, I will assist you in selecting a suitor. She nearly spat out her juice. The instigator, Lawyer Xiao, reached for the coffee on the table and, simultaneously, Ning Zhiqian also reached out, only to find that the one wielding the scalpel was slower than the one wielding words. The coffee cup smoothly made its way into Xiao Yiding's hands, while Ning Zhiqian's hand remained empty, suspended in the air. Ruan Liuzheng stifled a laugh. The dynamic among this group of childhood friends was quite amusing, particularly Xiao Yiding, who always strayed from the conventional path. Ning Zhiqian withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and pronounced each word distinctly. That is mine. What is yours? Xiao Yiding feigned ignorance, suddenly enlightened. Oh, you mean the coffee? I mistakenly took it. I thought it was for my wife. Hey, when did my goddess start serving you coffee? Quite a privilege. You really dare to drink it? He took a deep breath and finished the coffee in one go, then turned to engage with Liuzheng again. Sister Zheng, don't leave just yet. Since you've returned, do us and second sister-in-law the courtesy of dining together. Let me think, who else is unmarried? Sure, Qian. No, too uncouth. And my little fifth. My little fifth is quite good. Sister Zheng, hold on. I will call him to cancel all his plans for tonight. As an aside, there will be another update this afternoon. Chapter 73. Is it very bitter? Second brother Xiao, we have come to see you for serious matters. Let us discuss the important issues at hand. Ruan Liuzheng felt compelled to interrupt Lawyer Xiao, lest this lawyer's meeting devolve into a matchmaking event. The thought of suitors made her heart flutter, and she could not help but steal a glance at the composed Ning Zhiqian beside her, finding solace in his calm demeanor. Serious matters? Xiao Yiding chuckled. Is there anything more significant than our sister Zheng's affairs? Second brother Xiao, I am speaking of the lawsuit. I know. Did I not mention it before? Xiao Yiding waved his hand dismissively. Do you think our little fifth is too young? He is quite suitable. No. Second brother Xiao, the situation has changed. She had initially discussed helping Aunt Kai sue her son for neglecting his support obligations. But now the matter had shifted to discussing defamation and infringement of reputation. Xiao Yiding maintained a knowing expression. I understand. This coward got caught with his tail between his legs after hitting someone. What a disgrace to our 16 young masters. He pointed at the coward silently seated on the sofa. When have we, the 16 young masters, ever left evidence for others to exploit? Rest assured, Sister Zheng. Later I will teach him how to hit without allowing anyone to complain. But that was not her primary concern, was it? She was unsure how many of them were in attendance, but it was evident that someone like Lawyer Xiao was one of a kind, making conversation quite the challenge. However, did Xiao Yiding already know about this? Does that mean Ning Zhiqian had already discussed it with him? She turned to look at him. Ning Zhiqian met her gaze and nodded, confirming her suspicions. So he had indeed mentioned it. You told him, yet brought me along? She found herself utterly perplexed by him. Sister Zheng, of course. I brought you here specifically to see me. Well, the time is drawing near. I will call little Fifth, and we shall dine together. Sister. Xiao Yiding turned and called out to his genuine, non-randomly claimed sister. Yi Qinghe approached gracefully. The restaurant is reserved. But little Fifth has gone on a business trip to Guangzhou. Are you eavesdropping on my conversation? Xiao Yitink affectionately pinchit ye kinchis cheek. You spoke so loudly that the folks across the street could hear you. Yi Qinghe shot him a playful glare and then linked her arm with Ruan Liuzheng. Come on, we haven't seen each other in ages. Ruan Liuzheng noticed that Yi Qinghe had changed, becoming even more beautiful, with a noticeable shift in her demeanor. Previously, she exuded a cold, sickly beauty, appearing somewhat distant. Now, that aloofness had been replaced with a gentle warmth. Not to mention, Yi Qinghe's act of taking her arm was something she would never have done before. Thus, the two of them were undoubtedly engaging in a process of mutual integration. As time flowed silently, they drew closer, not only smoothing out each other's edges, but also permeating one another, each embodying traces of the other, culminating in a harmonious blend of character and essence. The once aloof and lonely Yi Qinghe had been warmed by Xiao Yiding. This is what marriage is. This is what love is. What she and Ning Zhiqian once shared was not. As they walked out together, Yi Qinghe reassured her, don't worry, everything will be fine. This lawsuit poses no difficulty at all. Leave it to us. Let us go enjoy our meal. Behind them, Xiao Yiding and Ning Zhiqian exited the law firm side by side. What purpose does it serve to allow those people to make a scene at the hospital entrance? Couldn't Shi Qian just take them away? Xiao Yiding remarked while putting on his coat. Indeed, came the reply. Tomorrow, Shi Qian will come to escort them away. Wait until tomorrow? In an instant, Xiao Yiding chuckled, you sly fellow. Isn't it enough that you're suing him for defamation? You're also adding a charge of public disturbance? He maintained a stoic expression, seemingly intrigued to witness just how ugly this individual could become. Very well. Take your time observing. Xiao Yiding was unconcerned. As they reached the entrance, Ning Zhiqian suddenly warned, don't act recklessly. Shi Qian is about to get engaged to your little 13. If trouble arises, it will create discord between both families. He laughed, but they're not engaged yet, are they? My little 13 is not willing. As long as Sister Zheng is interested, my little 13 will have the perfect excuse to decline. Ning Zhiqian fell silent. Xiao Yiding shot him a sideways glance. What is wrong? Are you displeased? Not at all, he replied, his demeanor still cool. Xiao Yiding adopted a serious expression. This time, I'm not jesting with you. Since she has returned, and you have no intention of rekindling your relationship, you are my brother, and she is my sister. I shall not favor either side. Oh no, you know my principle. I am inclined towards a girl. Sister Zheng is a fine young lady. The coffee is yours. But her affections may not be guaranteed. Ning Zhiqian's expression grew a few degrees colder, yet he revealed little else. Xiao Yiding continued, I have dealt with all sorts of people. I have seen it all. You and your elder brother are peculiar. Your elder brother is a mere blockhead, albeit one that repeatedly crosses the line, while I can somewhat comprehend him. You, on the other hand, are a cunning individual, a learned scholar, someone who engages with minds daily, yet you play the silent game. Do you not realize how perplexing that is? I am no longer young. I do not have the energy to decipher you. You are on your own. For Ruan Liuzheng, this dinner was quite enjoyable. Of course, with Xiao Yiding around, it was nearly impossible not to have a good time. He was a veritable joy generator. Living with him, one can hardly escape laughter. No wonder Yi Qinghe's gaze was so soft and serene now, especially when she looked at Xiao Yiding, filled with a kind of affectionate indulgence, akin to how one might regard a mischievous child. As both Xiao Yiding and Yi Qinghe now had careers in Zhejiang and Beijing, he would leave for Zhejiang early the next morning, leading to a rather early conclusion to dinner. By the end, Ruan Liuzheng found herself still yearning for more. Until she settled into Ning Zhiqian's car, she was still smiling faintly. Upon noticing her in the back seat, Ning Ziqian, while fastening his seatbelt, urged her to take the front seat. Isn't that inappropriate? Ruan Liuzheng hesitated. She had always been considerate when accepting rides from others and never sought to claim the front seat. What's wrong with that? It's not like you haven't sat there before, and there are no others with us. He cleared his throat. If you stay in the back, it's a hassle for me to talk to you. I'd have to twist my neck. After pondering for a moment, she conceded. All right then. Once she switched seats, she heard his voice soften. Are you happy today? She honestly admitted she hadn't anticipated that meeting his friends would be so relaxed and enjoyable. Of course, this was largely due to Xiao Yiding and Yi Qinghe's considerate nature, as they deliberately avoided making her feel awkward. Another significant factor was her need for companionship. It had been a long time since she had engaged in such pure conversations and shared meals with friends. Since her high school graduation, she was the only one among her close friends pursuing medicine, and after university, most of them had moved abroad, rarely returning. Among her college classmates, she had formed only a few strong connections. After 3 years of staying home for her postgraduate entrance exams, she had gradually lost touch with many. Later, she spent 6 years in the South, where she did make some friends, but they all lived far away, and her time there was predominantly filled with studying and work. You understand, right? I hold myself to stricter standards. After all, I am older than others and cannot afford to waste time. This was the first time she had spoken about herself in front of him, reflecting on their past days together. It seemed there had never been a moment to share such thoughts, or perhaps she was reluctant to do so, fearing he might not want to hear them and that she might annoy him. She was always preoccupied with studying him, occasionally playfully clinging to him for companionship, yet never daring to burden him with her chatter. With this in mind, she playfully asked, "Are you unwilling to hear these things? You see, after I said that, you remained silent." "No, not at all. Please go on," he urged earnestly. Thus, today's gathering felt reminiscent of their school days, light and carefree, a rare sense of ease. Perhaps because she had been too tense in the past. Ever since the day she married him, she had been tightly wounded, first for him within the marriage, then for her studies post-divorce. Although they were friends, the dynamic they shared was comfortable. Although they could be rowdy, they're genuinely good people. If you feel a connection, you should spend more time together without reservations, he suggested gently. She chuckled softly, considering that not many could maintain a friendship with their ex-husband's friends post-divorce. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired, stopping at a red light, his brow furrowed as he looked at her. The streetlights glimmered, casting shadows across his features, making him appear exceptionally handsome. She shook her head, smiling. "It's nothing." Was the past 6 years difficult? His tone was casual, reminiscent of a doctor inquiring whether she had communicated with a patient's family before surgery. Yet, he likely didn't remember that this was the first time he had asked her such a question. Was it hard? Were you tired? Hungry? Happy? These seemed like unrelated thoughts. 1. Chapter 72 contained a bug. Qinghe served Ruan Liuzheng juice instead of tea. I must have been out of my mind to make that mistake. 2. The WeChat public account for Jixiang has changed. The previous one is no longer in use. Those who wish to continue following Jixiang can search for the new public account, Jixiang Yeshu. Remember, it's a public account search, where updates will include short skits, excerpts from new books, or Jixiang's personal essays. 3. There's a quiz. Today I'll leave a question here. Please answer in the comments. And the first person to get it right will receive 3,000 Hongxiu coins from Jixiang. Remember, this is only for those who have subscribed to Jixiang's works on Hongxiu VIP. Alright, today's question is, what gift will Dr. Ning bring for Ruan's father on his birthday? The answer deadline will be announced when the birthday chapter is released. Chapter 74. People always change. The car moved slowly through the congested traffic as she leaned back, reflecting on the past 6 years and silently questioning whether it had been difficult. In truth, the real hardship lay in having no time to contemplate one's own struggles. "Isn't that right?" she mused, a gentle smile curling her lips, yet she felt fulfilled, joyful, and deeply content. "Do you know what I initially found most unbearable over there?" "What?" he prompted, playing along with her. She burst into laughter. It was the food. Can you imagine trying to enjoy a meal in a place where even the stir-fried vegetables are spicy? He remembered her as someone who enjoyed food and was not picky at all, so it was indeed a headache to have her struggle with meals. And then, I gradually adapted to the local customs, and now that I'm back, I find it a bit strange to eat dishes without chili. Experiencing hardship often leads to transformation. After enduring the pain of an upset stomach, one becomes desensitized to the sting of spice. Other pains, too, follow a similar pattern. He paused thoughtfully, then suddenly remarked, "People always change. Indeed, people always change." She gazed out the window, recalling that there was a large bookstore along this road and wondering if it was still open at night. I occasionally miss the snacks from over there. Huh, like the sweet oil dumplings and stinky tofu. The stir-fried duck blood was so delicious, I wanted to lick the plate clean. Plus, I had rice noodles every morning, so good and spicy. Suddenly, she spotted the bookstore, its lights still on. Wait, what is it? He slowed the car. Their essay bookstore. I want to buy a set of books. Please drop me off in front, and I'll head back on my own, she said, preparing to exit. His car came to a gradual stop, and Ruan Liuzheng flashed him a smile. "I'm getting out now. See you tomorrow." As she opened the door and stepped into the night air, the autumn chill felt refreshing against her flushed ears. In her childhood, she often heard that if your ears were warm, someone was thinking of you. On this dimly lit autumn night, who might that be? Liuzheng. A voice startled her, and she turned to see him striding towards her. "I just remembered I need to buy a few books too. Let us go together," he said casually, walking alongside her. "Oh." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling her cheeks heat up again. She hadn't expected the bookstore to be quite bustling that late at night. As they maneuvered through the crowd, he stayed close, his tall frame effectively keeping her separated from the throng. His actions felt natural, and she accepted his presence just as easily. In the past, she would often drag him along for shopping, whether it was at malls, supermarkets, or night markets. Although he had little time, he would always make an effort to accompany her when she expressed a desire to go out. In crowded places, she would instinctively lean into him, preferring his warmth over the closeness of strangers. At first, he didn't understand the need to shield her from the crowd, but being a perceptive individual, he soon caught on. After a few instances of her leaning into him, he began to embrace her in busy spaces. Gradually, this habit morphed into an unspoken understanding. Sometimes, one cannot underestimate the power of such connections. Even after 6 years, their understanding remained intact, albeit in a different form. He no longer enveloped her in his arms, but instead used his height to shield her from the crowd. And because this had become a tacit agreement, Ruan Liuzheng didn't find his actions particularly jarring. She simply felt that he was following her closely, leaving little time for her to seek out the books she wanted. "What books are you looking for?" She couldn't help but ask. "I'll take a look. You go ahead and find yours," he replied, slightly turning as several people jostled against him, causing him to almost brush against her. "All right." She headed towards the literature section, pausing before the various editions of Ziji Tongjian. "Are you buying the comprehensive mirror to aid in government?" he asked in surprise. "Yes," she replied, pulling out a sample book published by Zhonghua Book Company in traditional vertical format, the price rather steep. She placed it back, recalling that my father had once cherished a complete set of the comprehensive mirror to aid in government, having begun reading it in his youth. The pages nearly worn out from his handling. Unfortunately, it had been lost during a house move, and since then, he had yearned to acquire a new set. But he dismissed inferior versions and hesitated to invest in a quality one. Thus it had been left aside. In truth, she intended to purchase it as a birthday gift for her father, but refrained from mentioning the occasion to him. Hence she ceased the discussion there. She herself had little affinity for such literature. The medical books were taxing enough for her mind, and she did not wish to burden herself further with the complexities of discerning which edition was superior. She had contemplated asking him, knowing that he owned the same set, but reconsidered, realizing that as a privileged scion, his purchasing power and taste were distinctly different from hers. After a moment's indecision, he suggested, "Perhaps you might forego the purchase. I have a set." She cast him a sidelong glance, her expression playfully defiant. "No, yours is yours." His collection was of a rarefied caliber, unsuitable for her to accept such a precious gift in the present day. "Why have I never heard Dad mention this?" he remarked, still referring to him as Dad. That habit would not change. Moreover, his implication was that had he known earlier, he would have offered it. "No, please don't," she hastily interjected. "That would make me uncomfortable." Her honesty caused his expression to stiffen slightly. "All right," he acquiesced. She furrowed her brow, biting her lip as she deliberated, ultimately deciding on the Zhonghua Book Company edition. For it was indeed a birthday gift for her father, regardless of the expense. given the numerous volumes and the bookstore's refusal to deliver. It would be a hassle to transport them home. Initially, she had intended to purchase them online, but realizing the necessity of assessing the physical book and print quality, she made the trip herself. In the end, the clerk, alongside him, assisted her in loading the books into the car. She felt grateful he had come along. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to transport them home. At that moment, she realized he had bought nothing for himself and inquired, "What about you? Are you purchasing anything?" He glanced back at the store and said, "Never mind, there are too many people. I'll just browse online when I get home." "Thank you for helping me carry these today," she said politely as they got back into the vehicle. A faint smile curved the corners of his lips, although she couldn't quite discern if it was genuine amusement. Nevertheless, she perceived a soft light in his eyes, as if something had suddenly brightened before her. "Oh, I realize. You are smiling, aren't you?" She had only seen such an expression when he previously spoke of his son. He coughed lightly, denying it. "No, you must be mistaken." As he drove her home, a stretch of silence ensued until he abruptly remarked, "People inevitably change." She responded, perplexed. He offered no further clarification. He accompanied her to her doorstep, retrieving the books from the trunk. She reached out to take them, but he insisted, "You cannot manage them. Allow me." Still, she accepted them, placing them on the ground, smiling gently as she said, "I can handle it myself." Their fingers brushed as they both grasped the books, her touch warm. His firm. She nudged his hand away, smiling softly. "Thank you, Teacher Ning. I can manage on my own." Reflecting on the past 6 years of renting and moving, she had never needed assistance with heavy furniture. He stood there, retracting his hand, but showing no inclination to leave. With a hint of self-deprecation, he asked, "What? Do you not want me to come in?" She chuckled lightly. "It's not that. You know how the elders tend to overthink things and easily misinterpret." A sudden heaviness enveloped the atmosphere. She laughed, jesting. "It's best to avoid any misunderstandings. What if one day you bring a girl home, and they see you and scold you as a scoundrel? How unjust would that be for you?" He nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Therefore, Teacher Ning, this is where I bid you farewell. Thank you and good night." She smiled at him, her eyes narrowing with warmth. "Good night," he replied, watching her. "See you tomorrow." She waved. "See you tomorrow." He turned and entered his car, while Ruan Liuzheng observed the headlights illuminate the dim road as he gradually receded from view. Finally, she grasped the 6 bundles of the comprehensive mirror to aid in government she had purchased, heading toward her home. Upon entering, Pei Sufan approached. "What have you bought?" "Where's Dad? I bought him a book for his birthday. There's more outside. I'll go and get it." She set down one bundle and dashed back out. By the time she had transported all the books inside, Ruan Liuzheng had come down with a carving knife in hand. As a side note, there are inquiries regarding where Xiao Wu emerged from. When writing the San Xiao series, only a group of children, led by the eldest, was mentioned, dominating the courtyard without specifying who they were. Childhood is often like that, a bunch of kids playing together, thus the details of the 16th and others are not elaborated. As for Xiao Wu, he is part of a large family, with his grandfather having numerous siblings, resulting in many cousins. Xiao Wu is one among them. And the text also references Xiao Shisan, the only girl of the Xiao family S generation, likely the heroine of the next book. By the way, let us continue guessing today. Do you have any clues? Chapter 75. Thankfully left here, Ruan Liuzheng gazed at the scattered books, feeling both joy and reproach. "Why did you buy such expensive books?" Ruan Liuzheng noticed the carving knife in his hand and the wood shavings on his clothes. "Dad, why are you still carving at this late hour? You should take a break. Your father has that one hobby. I can't stop him." Pei Sufan replied, while organizing the books. "How much did these books cost?" Upon hearing the word expensive from Ruan Liuzheng, Pei Sufan became quite concerned about the price. Ruan Liuzheng was aware of her parents' frugality, so she downplayed it. "It's not too bad. Dad has been wanting a set for a while, hasn't he? I haven't been able to properly honor him these past years, so a set of books, I isn't much. You girl, don't waste money on unnecessary expenses. You're a girl. Save some for your future." Pei Sufan admonished her. Ruan Liuzheng knew that if the conversation continued, Pei Sufan would inevitably bring up her remarriage. So she quickly changed the subject. "When will Ruan Liang be back?" He said tomorrow or the day after. "He.S. busy filming and needs to request leave from the crew," Pei Sufan replied. "If he.S. busy, he shouldn't come back. It's just a birthday. We celebrate every year, and what is the point of making a fuss about getting older?" Ruan Liuzheng was always more concerned about his children than trivialities. Just accept the children's intentions with a smile. The couple resumed their conversation, leaving Ruan Liuzheng to the side. She smiled to herself, appreciating the warmth of home, with its trivialities and endless chatter. Sometimes it felt bothersome, yet in their absence, she found herself missing it dearly. Home is truly the best. She intended to go upstairs to take a bath, but overheard Ruan Liuzheng remark, "What do you know? Ruan Liang's job was arranged by Jiqian. If he doesn't perform well and keeps asking for leave, isn't that embarrassing for Jiqian? If he were family, it would be different. But now he is not. We have no face to meet Jiqian." Ruan Liuzheng sighed inwardly, until she brought another man into their home. There was no way to remove the name Jiqian from her parents' conversations. She quickened her pace up the stairs. "Hey, wait up, Zheng." Pei Sufin called after her, handing her a tube of ointment. "Put this on your face. You're a doctor, yet you don't take care of yourself. What if you scar?" "Thank you, Mom," she said, embracing Pei Sufin. Thank goodness her parents were not online. If they knew about the incidents on the internet, who knows how they would react. The event's online. Ching, he said the lawsuit is on her, but who knows how long it will take to go to court. Meanwhile, the immediate issues are pressing, and it's uncertain how the hospital will handle them. Throughout the night, she tossed and turned, consumed by thoughts of a particular matter. Perhaps it was the excitement from dinner that lingered, or perhaps genuine concern for Aunt Kai's situation, but she found herself unable to sleep even in the dead of night. Rising from her bed, she reached for her bag, intending to play with her phone for a while, only to discover her phone was missing. Panic set in as she vaguely recalled that she hadn't even used it all evening. Where could it have gone? The hospital? The law firm? The restaurant? Or perhaps the bookstore? Losing the phone was one thing, but it contained a wealth of work-related documents. She dashed back to the nightstand and dialed her number on the landline, astonished when it actually connected. She wondered if anyone would answer. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a melodious voice came through. "Hello?" In the stillness of the night, the sound was particularly enchanting. "Ahem, it's me. Liuzheng," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed, uncertain if she was disturbing his slumber. "I lost my phone and don't know where it could be, so I thought I'd give it a try. It's in my car. I'm charging it for you," he replied, his voice accompanied by the faint sound of a computer shutting down. Liuzheng was momentarily taken aback, as if she had bitten into a fruit-filled candy, the tartness flooding her heart. Once upon a time, she frequently forgot to charge her phone, and every evening it would die on her. It was only when he charged his phone that she would remember to ask him to charge hers as well. Time, an unyielding straight line, allows those traversing it to move forward without the option of turning back. Yet, why must history sometimes replay itself at moments long forgotten? "Do you need your phone, urgently?" His voice cut through her reverie. No, it's fine. I'm just looking for it," she replied hastily. "I intended to bring it to you, but then I remembered you don't want me coming in." His words made her feel slightly embarrassed, prompting her to clarify. "It's not that I don't want you to come in. I just didn't I mentioned this before." "Yes, I understand. I'll bring it to you tomorrow," he said. "All right. Thank you," she responded politely, her demeanor increasingly courteous. In truth, a simple good night would suffice to end the call. But suddenly she was struck by a troubling thought. He hadn't seen the contents on her phone, had he? While there were no real secrets, she had accumulated a number of work documents over the years that would hold no reference value for him. But there were also some rather revealing photos. Before returning, a friend had insisted she join her for an artistic photo shoot, claiming there was a discount for pairs. Unable to resist her friend's persuasion, and considering she had never taken artistic photos apart from her wedding pictures, she agreed. Little did she know, the photo shoot would feature traditional opera costumes, with one particularly revealing set that left little to the imagination. Caught in her turmoil, his voice interrupted her thoughts. "By the way, Liuzheng, about those photos on your phone." Before he could finish, she erupted. "What? You looked at my phone? How'd you know the password?" He seemed taken aback by her sudden outburst. "I tried your birthday." Of course. Her phone password was indeed her birthday, as was her bank card PIN. He could easily transfer money from her account. Although she trusted he wouldn't do so, the mere thought made her uneasy. "Teacher Ning, you should respect my privacy." "I didn't mean to invade your privacy," he explained calmly. "Earlier, when Ruan Liang called you, I hadn't planned on answering, but he called several times, and I feared it was urgent. He asked me to find some pictures of your parents on your phone and send them to him, saying it was quite urgent. I had no choice but to browse through your album. Your album? You went through my album?" she exclaimed. His tone was bemused. "What is wrong with looking at the album? There are no inappropriate photos, not yet," she thought, wondering if he had indeed not seen them or simply deemed them inconsequential. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he said, "Oh, are you referring to those opera photos? I didn't even recognize you. Don't look at them." She insisted. "If you didn't see clearly, then just let it be." Yet, his voice came back, "You really don't look like yourself. If you hadn't said anything, I would never have guessed it was you." "Oh, I see it is you." Indeed, Liuzheng felt as if she might drop the phone in frustration. She was painfully aware of what he had seen that confirmed her identity. A mole on her left breast, nearly on the edge, could serve as his identifying mark. If that were how he recognized her, she would be mortified. Although every inch of her body held no secrets for him, she was still his ex-wife. And the awkwardness was palpable. She suddenly felt the mole on her chest warm, pressing her hand against it, the autumn dryness making her discomfort even worse. "Where did you take such photos?" he asked, seemingly unfazed, as if discussing the photos was perfectly normal. His choice of words clearly conveyed his thoughts. The photographer was a woman, a genuine female photographer. If it had been a male, I wouldn't have gone. After a brief silence, he replied earnestly, "You should probably not keep those photos on your phone. Back them up elsewhere and then delete them. It's fortunate they ended up with me. Having them with you is much different than having them with someone else. Can anyone else access my phone and see those pictures?" "All right, I understand," she said, wishing to change the subject. Just as she was about to say goodnight, he asked, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" "I can't sleep. Thinking about Aunt Kai's situation," she replied, attempting to steer the conversation in another direction. "What about you? Aren't you the least bit worried?" "I was just preparing the PowerPoint for our project presentation. By the way, we have a meeting tomorrow, and you must attend. Have you familiarized yourself with the project content over the past few days?" His tone shifted to a serious one, which was, in fact, his usual demeanor. It was she who felt the embarrassment. "Just a little. I should be able to keep up in a meeting, but don't call on me to speak. Remember, please don't ask me to speak." His research group was filled with exceptional individuals, and as a newcomer, she would undoubtedly feel nervous, hoping to remain inconspicuous. "I'll send you my PowerPoint. You can work on an outline at home over the next couple of days, as detailed as possible. If you have any questions, just ask me." Okay. She was more than willing to take on the task of organizing the outline. Snuggling deeper in her blankets, she leaned against her pillow, finding a bit more comfort. He then recounted the content of his PowerPoint, emphasizing the main points, urging her to review the materials and familiarize herself further. "All right, I've looked over that section. I'll review it again, but I have a few questions regarding the approach." "One moment, let me grab my notes." She emerged from her cocoon of blankets, retrieving her notes from when she reviewed his materials, then nestled back in to browse through them. "Teacher Ning, I have differing opinions on the approach for these cases." "Go ahead." She felt invigorated, though it was indeed quite late. Suddenly remembering he might need to sleep, she asked, "Teacher Ning, you should be going to bed now, right? If not, I can ask you tomorrow." "It's fine." His voice remained clear and alert, showing no signs of fatigue. "But would it affect his rest?" "I've already gone to bed, alone in my room." "A person sleeps. Why does that sound so peculiar?" "Well, let me begin with this case." To dispel that odd feeling, she promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Regarding the case number 12 you mentioned, would it not have been better to utilize a coronal incision from the outset?" "Indeed, we did consider the coronal approach prior to the surgery. You understand the principles of incision design, and in conjunction with the principles we often discuss, we ultimately decided on the Tyrian approach due to the patient's complex condition, allowing for greater exposure. The decision proved correct during the procedure. Furthermore, the modified, minimally invasive approach resulted in smaller incisions for the patient." He meticulously explained the rationale behind the choice of incision, providing examples of different approaches for the same pathology. This topic is vast and could take a month to thoroughly discuss. After elaborating for a while, he paused. "Neurosurgery is exceedingly intricate, and one cannot strictly adhere to rules and regulations. Various challenges may arise during the operation. Different doctors may adopt varying methods for the same patient. Ultimately, it's all theoretical. The crux lies in your ability to operate and accumulate experience. For surgeries that are not overly complex, I will seek opportunities for you to take the lead." "Really? Is that acceptable?" Amidst her joy, she felt a tinge of apprehension. After all, it is rare for an external trainee to have frequent opportunities to be the lead surgeon. "Indeed, I have looked into your situation over the past 6 years. You have spent a considerable amount of time in neurosurgery, and your experience as a first assistant is substantial. You are quite familiar with the fundamental surgical processes. What you lack is practical experience. He paused. Liuzheng, be bold and do not fear. I am by your side. Liuzheng, do not fear. I'm by your side. His words inexplicably touched a tender spot within her, evoking a bittersweet sensation. She held the phone, speechless. In the profound silence of the night, his voice resonated in her ears, seemingly bridging the distance of the night sky, as if he were right beside her. She could even hear the sound of his breathing distinctly, reminiscent of the years past when he would hold her as they slept, his breath a familiar presence by her side. Thus, she inadvertently recalled another of his phrases. I sleep alone. He sleeps alone. Alone. Liuzheng. The sound of her name was melodious, akin to the keys of a piano being touched in the darkness. So vivid that she could almost feel the tremor in his voice, causing her heart to flutter. Huh? The confusion was undeniable. She was grateful she was not standing before him. Have you slept? No. Not yet. She slid deeper beneath the covers, her face slightly flushed. Let us leave it at that for tonight. You should get some rest. Oh, all right. Good night. Good night, Teacher Ning. She hastily hung up the phone. As she nestled back under the covers, her heart raced like a startled deer, reminiscent of being 18 again, yet she was acutely aware of her current reality. A divorced woman. She pinched herself, reminding Ruan Liuzheng, you must remember your present identity. Teacher Ning. Just Teacher Ning. She had promised herself not to repeat past mistakes. Then, she buried her head under the blankets. Indeed, what he meant was to not be afraid during surgery, to be bold and decisive. He would be there to ensure everything went smoothly, and should any issues arise, he would handle them. Ruan Liuzheng, what are you thinking? Gradually calming down, she realized she truly needed to sleep, yet why did sleep elude her even more? She was unaware of how long she tossed and turned. Eventually, she fell asleep, but she dreamt of him. To think that in the 6 years since her departure, she had never dreamt of him. Dreaming of him was one thing, but dreaming of the very bed he slept in alone, the bed she had once shared, could dreaming of the bed herald good fortune? She even dreamt of him kissing her mole. The sensations in the dream felt so real. She awakened in the morning, brushing her teeth in front of the mirror, her heart still racing from the dream, particularly the area of the mole on her left breast, which fell to flame. She cursed herself. How could she face Teacher Ning today? She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face. Perhaps she should cool that mole. Thus, she stepped out with damp hair and dark circles under her eyes. Hey, Liuzheng, washing your hair so early? Pei Sufan remarked, looking at her quizzically. Yes, I didn't wash it last night, she replied calmly. While washing her face, she had already concocted an excuse for last night's dream. It is only natural for a person to have desires. She was no innocent maiden, but a divorced woman. Such dreams were to be expected, especially since he was her sole partner. Dreaming of him was nothing unusual. Thanks to last night's excitement, she overslept, realizing she had no time for breakfast. She quickly changed shoes and rushed outside, but Pei Sufan pressed a jar of porridge and a box of dumplings into her hands. The villa was somewhat distant from the subway station, and she usually rose early to walk there, treating it as exercise. However, given the circumstances today, walking would surely make her late. She considered taking a taxi, but remembered her phone was with him. Thus, she had to walk while waiting for a cab. However, catching a ride in the early morning was no easy feat. Just as she was scanning her surroundings, a familiar car drove into view. She felt a surge of joy, waved, and rushed forward. I was just thinking of hailing a cab. Hitching a ride was somewhat awkward at first, but after a few times, it became natural. Oh, I happened to pass by and thought it unwise for you to go to work alone in case Aunt Kai-san was still outside with his banner. So I came to pick you up. I was worried you might leave early, he said, handing her phone back to her. Thank you. She fastened her seatbelt, relieved to have encountered him. Otherwise, she would have been late. Did you oversleep? He glanced at her. Is that so? Did you talk too late last night? No. Her first instinct was to check her phone, feeling somewhat absent-minded. I couldn't sleep. Insomnia? What's the cause? Perhaps it was a doctor's instinct. Upon hearing symptoms, he immediately sought a diagnosis. It's not your fault. She almost blurted, it's because I dreamed about. Thankfully, she caught herself just in time, her cheeks flushed. It's just that I couldn't stop thinking about the cases you mentioned last night. She tucked her phone away, silently cursing herself. Ruan Liuzheng, what is wrong with you? Really? Then we won't discuss work at night anymore. He replied, his expression serious, as if genuinely probing into the causes of her insomnia. She shot him a glance, thinking to herself, who would still chat with you late at night. Once her inner monologue subsided, she realized his intentions were sincere, genuinely aimed at helping her enhance her skills. Shaking her head discreetly, she pulled out her breakfast and asked, "Do you mind if I eat in your car?" "Of course not. Go ahead," he replied. She lifted the bowl of porridge, about to take a sip, when she recalled something. "Have you eaten?" Sharing a meal alone felt somewhat rude. No, he truly was unpretentious. As an aside to all the readers, it should be noted that the profession of Jixiang has no direct correlation with medicine, especially in the highly sophisticated field of neurosurgery. Jixiang has read neurosurgery textbooks, yet remains a complete novice in such a complex discipline. Therefore, dear readers, please do not use Jixiang's writings as medical references. If there are any professionals among you, feel free to disregard Jixiang's examples and descriptions in this regard, viewing them merely as entertainment. Chapter 77. Feelings develop over time then. You should have this. She left him the dumplings, keeping only a bowl of porridge. It would be unreasonable to share one bowl. Okay, he readily accepted. At a red light, he seized the opportunity to eat a few dumplings. Before he could eat more, the green light shone. As he prepared to drive, she promptly handed him a tissue to wipe his hands, which he accepted without hesitation. When she undertook this task, she did so without any superfluous thoughts. It was merely instinctive, akin to how a surgical nurse seamlessly hands over instruments to a surgeon in need. In truth, over time, a certain level of understanding develops between individuals. It is reminiscent of how, despite his past indifference towards her, if she were to eat cake in his car, he would instinctively offer her a napkin to wipe the crumbs from her mouth. Perhaps this is a trait intrinsic to his profession. Doctors tend to possess a meticulous nature. As the older generation would say, they have an eye for detail. Concerned that he might not be satiated, she continued to consume porridge, reserving the remaining steamed dumplings for him, only to hear him say, "I don't want them anymore. You should finish them." "Is that all you've eaten?" she queried in astonishment, recalling how he used to devour 2 baskets of dumplings for breakfast at home, prepared by his mother. He, however, evaded her inquiry, simply asking, "Did your mother make them?" "Yes." "Can you tell?" She playfully probed, noting how his memory seemed as sharp as his intellect. "Would you care for a bit more?" she offered. He shook his head. "No, you have them." His mother's dumplings, with their exceptionally thin skins and unique filling, seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia in him as he added, "It's been a long time since I've had them." While other matters seemed trivial, Ruan Liuzheng felt a twinge of discomfort every time he referred to his mother so casually. After some contemplation, she decided to address it directly. "Teacher Ning, don't you think it would be more appropriate to change how you address my mother?" He fell silent for a moment, pondering. What should I call her then? Wasn't this a question with an obvious answer? I don't think Mom is suitable anymore. In their daily interactions, she was always cautious, striving to maintain a balance, neither too distant nor overly familiar. Being excessively distant would appear awkward, as if she were still haunted by past events, while being too close risked misunderstandings and the fear of falling back into old habits. Now, after the incident with Aunt Kai, she felt that the relationship was just right, perfectly embodying the blend of teacher-student and friendship, casual yet not intrusive, with normal exchanges and occasional laughter. The only issue remained the term of address, which felt somewhat inappropriate to her ears. After speaking, she wondered if she had been too forthright, glancing at his reaction. However, his face betrayed nothing, as he focused intently on the road ahead. "Teacher Ning, I tend to speak quite directly, but I believe it is better to be straightforward." Calling her mom could easily lead to misunderstandings. Her voice gradually softened. "I understand your sentiment," he replied evenly. "During the years you've been away, your parents have treated me just as they always did. Ruan Liuzheng continues to call me brother-in-law. At first, I found it difficult to change my way of addressing them, especially since your parents are not in the best of health and Ruan Liuzheng is away at school. I often visit them, fearing they might fall ill without anyone to care for them. In such circumstances, it felt unnecessary to alter the way I addressed them. If I suddenly changed it now, wouldn't that seem even stranger? Of course, your feelings take precedence. If you truly dislike how I address them, I will change it." His words left her momentarily speechless. He genuinely cared for her parents. It was no wonder her mother frequently hoped for their reconciliation. "Speaking of which, I still haven't thanked you for taking care of my parents." "Thank you, truly. Liuzheng, there is no need for gratitude. They have treated me well. I'm not blind to that. Thus, treating them with kindness is merely a form of reciprocation. Furthermore, one cannot deny that over time, bonds inevitably form. Over time, bonds inevitably form. Did he have feelings for her? Perhaps, but they were not romantic in nature. Even caring for a pet creates a bond, albeit not one of love. With this thought, she gently shook her head, attempting to dispel such musings, dismissing the notion of feelings as a thing of the past. His voice interrupted her reverie. In truth, the term of address is inconsequential. I refer my aunt as Mom, have called Xiao Yiding's mother Aunt Jiang as well. Titles do not signify anything. What matters is our own conscience. As long as we are true to ourselves, that suffices. She concurred with his perspective, nodding in agreement. Yes, as long as our hearts are at peace, it matters not if anyone else hears. Should any girl misunderstand your intentions, I shall follow your lead and clarify it. Indeed, he replied with a solemn tone. Why do you call others Mom? She shifted the topic. He hesitated, seemingly reluctant to divulge. Yet he eventually confessed because I was quite adorable as a child. They all adored me and enjoyed playing with me. But your older brother and Xiao Er are both handsome. Surely they were also charming as children? They don't seem to lack for cute children, she argued, feeling his explanation insufficient. My elder brother was as dark as coal as a child. My mother was quite disappointed. He seemed to hesitate. I was simply, but trailed off. Simply what? She noticed his reluctance and turned to face him, sensing an untold story behind his troubled expression. What is it? Tell me. Unable to resist her curiosity, he finally admitted, both my mother and Aunt Xiao hoped for a delicate and beautiful daughter, but they were utterly disappointed. I was a delicate child, and they dressed me as a girl, making me call them Mom. Ruan Liuzheng contemplated the Ning and Xiao families and realized that indeed, daughters were scarce among their generation. She couldn't help but laugh, scrutinizing his features further, bursting into laughter. You were truly a little beauty. His expression darkened slightly. Liuzheng, you mustn't laugh at your teacher. She erupted into laughter even more. Having known him for 12 years, she had never truly understood his childhood. This little anecdote dispelled the previously awkward atmosphere surrounding their terms of address. After laughing for a while, she finally calmed down, but the image of the aloof boy being dressed as a girl tickled her once more, compelling her to pull out her phone to avoid laughing further. As his expression had grown, quite displeased, she redirected her attention to the incident with Aunt Kai, curious if it had garnered more attention overnight, only to discover a surprising twist. Oh, she gasped in astonishment. What is it? He inquired, regarding Aunt Kai's incident. There's a twist. Look, she presented her phone to him, then recalled that he was driving and retracted it. I'll read it to you. I'm already aware, he replied calmly. You knew and didn't he tell me? She was astounded by his composure. How could he remain so unfazed? Such sensational news. And he hadn't let slip a word. What is so noteworthy about the discussions online? You'll only be disappointed after reading them. She chose to ignore him and continue to browse. Uncertain of who organized it, she was astonished to find a video created in a remarkably short time frame, showcasing every intern and resident he had mentored over the years, each one solemnly affirming their testimonials. Though their words varied slightly, the essence remained consistent, echoing sentiments like, as a physician, I testify that Teacher Ning is among the finest teachers I have encountered. His care for patients and sense of responsibility are ideals I aspire to uphold for a lifetime. After seeing today's news, I am enraged. Does the freedom of speech on the internet equate to the liberty to slander and distort the truth? If so, are words not akin to a blade that kills without bloodshed? I attest that during my time studying under Teacher Ning at Bay's Department of Neurosurgery, he is a paragon of all physicians. There are also videos from female students. I am a female student taught by Teacher Ning, and after viewing today's articles, I stand ready to publicly testify for him, demonstrating that his character withstands scrutiny. My name is Wu Shuang, and I currently work at the Third People's Hospital. During my time studying with Teacher Ning, there was never any inappropriate behavior, and he exemplifies the highest standards of both medical ethics and teaching. My testimony can withstand any investigation. There is no need to blur my face, for every word I utter is true. I am willing to cooperate with the authorities and any media for evidence collection. Following this, there were testimonies from several female witnesses, none of whom had their identities concealed, and all provided their real names and workplaces. Each one stood resolutely to affirm the integrity and excellence of Teacher Ning. Some of the women were moved to tears as they recounted his diligence at work and his compassion towards patients, questioning why such an outstanding doctor should be subjected to online attacks. Finally, Ding Yuan appeared. "My name is Ding Yuan, and I am currently learning from Dr. Ning at Baiyushin Surgery. There is nothing inappropriate between Dr. Ning and myself. To all those who slander and curse Dr. Ning, do you know the truth of the matter? We are merely ordinary individuals diligently performing our duties, contemplating how to snatch lives from the clutches of death and alleviate the suffering of patients. We never anticipated the terrifying power of the internet, which can elevate a person to fame or destroy them. We do not seek fame or accolades. We only wish to quietly excel in our responsibilities." The aside concluded. Chapter 78, Do Not Hinder Him. The scene shifted, revealing a list of names and the hospitals where these individuals currently work. Ding Yuan's voice continued. "Here is the list of all female interns and trainees who have been mentored by Dr. Ning. Some have appeared in the video, while others who were unable to record on time provided their names and workplaces. They are all willing to cooperate with any investigation to attest to Dr. Ning Zhixian's innocence and character. Regarding the incident where Dr. Ning allegedly assaulted someone, the hospital surveillance has recorded the entire event, which will be played back for you to see the truth. Furthermore, patients and their families at the hospital can also testify to what transpired. Subsequently, the complete footage from the hospital surveillance was shown, from the moment Ruan Liuzheng was choked to the resolution of the conflict, including her scathing rebuke, which clarified why Ning Zhixian resorted to physical action. Additional testimonies from other patients and their families were included. This was a well-crafted and compelling video, rendering all accusations and slanders against him untenable. One wondered who had produced it. The individual capable of accessing the hospital surveillance must be quite remarkable. With hope, she scrolled through the comments, anticipating a reversal of the previous vitriol. However, why did the most prominent comments still contain such repugnant remarks? Was the hospital fabricating evidence? Were witnesses coerced or bribed? Were patients compelled to testify for fear of inadequate treatment? Some even claimed that the testifying patients were hired actors. Even among those female students who testified, there were doubts raised about who would admit to improper relationships. Others questioned why the investigation results were not made public, leaving the truth ambiguous. Certainly, the majority of people were moved and convinced by the video, yet that small faction of conspiracy theorists was glaringly conspicuous, overshadowing the uplifting sentiments of the positive comments with their vicious negativity. She despondently placed her phone into her bag, pondering why some people are so quick to assume the worst in others, believing themselves to be the only ones wise enough to perceive the supposed truths and conspiracies of the world, casually casting aspersions that wound others. What do they gain from such actions? The unwritten rules among women in conversation dictate that when one woman criticizes another or a group, the listeners should join in the condemnation, ideally tearing the subject apart, or else the conversation cannot progress, even among the highly educated. If someone strays from this norm, the discussion falters. Thus, when Ning Zhixian glanced at her and suggested, "There are chocolates in the drawer. Would you like some?" the topic was effectively closed. "Who wants chocolate?" She gazed at him in frustration. He seemed indifferent to everything. As they continued, he noticed her persistent lack of enthusiasm and finally sighed. "One of the most challenging things in the world is to control what others say. Is there a way to silence gossip? Isn't it pointless to fret over something unattainable?" His voice grew increasingly serene. Ding Yuan had articulated a truth. They were simply ordinary individuals striving to fulfill their duties, seeking peace of mind, while the opinions of others were ultimately inconsequential. Their actions were not influenced by external judgments. The turbulent waves of online discourse would eventually fade as new celebrity news emerged, and they would be forgotten. Everyone understands this reasoning, yet when faced with adversity, it is natural to feel unsettled. Her frustration remained unexpressed, and she shot him a glance. "Then why did you sue Aunt Kai's son for defamation?" "I do not care does not mean others can run amok." When he stated this, a palpable force emanated from him, assertive, resolute, and composed, reflecting the Ning Zhixian she had always known, where troubles were mere trifles. Unbidden, she recalled his words from the previous night. "Liuzheng, do not be afraid. I am by your side." Her heart settled, silently assuring herself that it was all right. With him around, he would face any challenges on her behalf, allowing her to focus on honing her skills and enhancing her professional capabilities. They entered the hospital through the back door. Upon arriving at the department, everyone was beaming with optimism. The morning's online reversal had invigorated the staff. Several nurses surrounded Ding Yiyuan, praising her. "Dr. Ding, you are amazing. You managed to contact everyone in such a short time and created such a fantastic video." It turned out that Ding Yuan had uploaded the video online. When she saw the two of them, she eagerly pushed through the crowd and approached Ning Zhiqian with a glimmer of enthusiasm in her eyes. "Teacher Ning, it's resolved. I contacted all the students you've mentored in the past, asked them to record videos for me, and then I compiled the clips and uploaded them online to clear your name. Although some people online still criticize you, the situation within the hospital is certainly secure now. As long as public opinion does not turn overwhelmingly against you, there should be no unfair treatment. Thank you." His expression remained calm. He acknowledged her gratitude, but it was merely a token gesture. Yet, Ding Yuan's radiant smile did not waver in response to his aloofness. "Teacher Ning, I am genuinely happy to be able to assist you." Afterward, as he entered his office and began working, she refrained from interrupting him, instead seizing Ruan Liuzheng's hand and rushing toward the restroom. "Is there something wrong?" Ruan Liuzheng winced as Ding Yiyuan tugged on her hand. Objectively speaking, she felt quite moved by Ding Yiyuan's efforts on his behalf. Perhaps only someone with such an audacious and bold character would act in such a manner. Ding Yiyuan did not offer her any kindness, her tone bordering on reprimand. "Dr. Wan, can you exhibit a bit more self-respect? The current situation is precarious. Because of the photo of you and Teacher Ning, his reputation has been tarnished, allowing others to insinuate that he has improper relations with female students. Do you know why I asked everyone to record videos, but did not include you? I was concerned you might lack confidence. If you truly care for Teacher Ning, please maintain your dignity and distance from him during this critical moment. If the hospital leadership sees you together, all my efforts to vindicate Teacher Ning will have been in vain." Faced with this bewildering accusation, Ruan Liuzheng could only chuckle in disbelief. Moreover, Ding Yuan's manner of speaking was typically self-centered, leaving no room for rebuttal. Before Ruan Liuzheng could even respond, she continued, "Furthermore, Ruan Liuzheng, I will be candid with you. I have already confided in my father about my feelings for Teacher Ning, and he will do everything in his power to protect him. Therefore, do not harbor any illusions about being with him. It is clear to see who would benefit his future more. Please do not hinder Teacher Ning." Having said her piece, Ding Yiyuan left her alone, and she walked back silently. She had no intention of clinging to him or hindering his progress, and it was certainly not for his future. Ding Yiyuan harbors affection for him, yet she fails to comprehend his true nature. If he were indeed a man driven by ambition, given the esteemed background of the Ning family, why would he choose the path of a physician? Today, the hospital commenced an investigation into the entirety of the incident. Not only did individuals come to the department to inquire about patients and their families, but she was also summoned to the deputy director's office for questioning. As she approached the door, she overheard Ding Yiyuan's voice add, "I want to join Professor Ning's research group. I absolutely must. Enough of this nonsense. The project belongs solely to Ning Zhiqian's group. It would not be appropriate for you to meddle." The deputy director's voice responded, "I don't care. I want to participate. If Ruan Liuzheng, a mere external student, can join, why can't I?" Ding Yiyuan persisted vehemently. The deputy director, unable to withstand her tenacity, replied, "Return home for now, and we shall discuss it later." "I refuse. The meeting is about to start. If we postpone, it will be too late. Being late once or twice is inconsequential. Just go back for now. I have matters to attend to." "Dad, regardless, I will participate. Remember that." Ultimately, Ding Yiyuan exited, only to encounter Ruan Liuzheng at the door, who disdainfully huffed and walked away with an air of superiority. Ruan Liuzheng had long since grown accustomed to such behavior and entered the office. "Hello, Director Ding. I am Ruan Liuzheng." The deputy director scrutinized her. 6 years prior, he had not yet been promoted to director. The hospital was vast, with countless doctors, and it was impossible for him to know every physician's spouse. Moreover, at that time, Ning Zhiqian had yet to gain the renown he now possessed. Thus, the deputy director was unaware that she was Ning Zhiqian's ex-wife. "Greetings, please take a seat," he said after a thorough examination of her. He did not utter any further pleasantries, merely inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the altercation that day. She recounted all she knew, providing a clear account of events. "Very well. I appreciate your insights. We are familiar with and trust Dr. Ning's character." "Thank you. You may return now," the deputy director concluded. She sensed a stark contrast between the deputy director and Ding Yiyuan, finding him much more reserved and sincere. Nevertheless, this was of no consequence to her. She was merely a temporary intern and would depart once her studies concluded. Upon returning to her department, she realized the research group meeting was about to commence. He was deliberately waiting for her. Upon her arrival, he handed her the lecture notes. "Let us go." She clutched his materials, trailing behind him like an eager acolyte. As she walked, she encountered Ding Yiyuan, whose piercing gaze seemed capable of scorching her skin. In the face of such unfounded hostility, she could only muster a bitter smile. With no time to ponder, he walked briskly ahead. Should she linger any longer, he would enter the conference room without her. Clutching the notes, she ignored Ding Yiyuan and quickened her pace. The advantage of her height allowed her to conceal herself behind him when she wished to avoid attention. Upon entering the conference room, she indeed utilized this tactic. Stealing a glance at the assembled participants, she discovered that they were primarily physicians from Baya. His claim of no hospital restrictions seemed to hold little truth. Her heart sank, and she instinctively concealed herself further behind him. However, such attempts at evasion proved childish. How could she truly hide? He stepped aside, and she found herself fully exposed to the gaze of all present. "Dr. Ruan will be joining our research group from today onward. Please welcome her," he announced in his customary gentle tone. The applause was fervent, and the gazes equally intense. Her cheeks flushed as the enthusiastic attention divided into two categories. One from those, like Dr. Chung, who understood her connection to Ning Zhiqian, and the other from those unaware of their relationship, whose expressions reflected confusion. She bowed slightly. "Esteemed professors, it is an honor to learn from all of you in this research group. I look forward to your guidance." Dr. Chung smiled. "No need for such formality, Dr. Wan. We are here to explore together. Please, have a seat." He gestured to a chair beside him. Feeling a touch of anxiety, she sat down. Though this discomfort quickly dissipated as the meeting commenced, she became engrossed, busily taking notes, with no time left for unease. Baya was at the forefront of technological advancement, and the research topics they discussed were undoubtedly cutting edge. Now that she was part of the group, she felt compelled to absorb knowledge like a sponge. The meeting extended from 6 o'clock until after 8, and by the time it concluded, the sky had darkened. After changing into her regular attire and preparing to leave, she noticed he had not yet departed. "Ning Laoshi, I am leaving," she announced, not inquiring why he remained behind, as he seemed preoccupied with medical records. "Yes, go ahead," he replied, closing the document in hand and rising. She was taken aback. Was he waiting for her? In that moment of surprise, he had already approached her. After taking a few steps, he noticed she remained still and called out, "Come on." She silently followed. "Are you hungry?" he asked, glancing down at her. "Not particularly," she replied, though she had felt a twinge of hunger during the meeting, which had now faded. "Unfortunately, our hospital is exceedingly busy. It is impossible to gather so many doctors for a meeting during regular hours. We can only convene after work when the on-call staff is available," he explained as they walked, his voice slightly hoarse from the lengthy meeting, yet somehow even more appealing. She was uncertain how to respond, aware that her inclusion in the research group stemmed from his favoritism. Their previously harmonious relationship had become somewhat awkward. Thus, she lapsed into silence until they exited the inpatient department, at which point he suddenly proposed, "Shall we dine together?" "No," she swiftly refused, her tone resolute. Yet, as she gazed into his strikingly bright eyes, she felt a pang of regret and added, "My mother has already prepared dinner and is waiting for me to return." "Very well, wait for me. I will drive," he said before departing, leaving her with his retreating figure. He offered no opportunity for further conversation, leaving her with no choice but to remain and await his return. Ultimately, she accepted his offer for a ride home. As they exited through the main entrance, she noticed that Aunt Kai's son was no longer present to hold banners. It seemed this matter was gradually coming to a close. "Are you feeling unhappy today?" he inquired. "Am I that obvious?" She mused, touching her face. Indeed, compared to the previous night and morning, her demeanor appeared significantly more subdued. However, she would not concede to this sentiment. "No, I suppose I'm just tired." She closed her eyes, genuinely feeling fatigued. "Liuzheng," he called her name, his voice raspy, and the sound resonated with a peculiar clarity as she listened with her eyes shut. She did not open her eyes. "I had selfish motives in bringing you into the research group." He admitted it, and he had seen through the source of her melancholy. Yet, it was not against any rules. There was no stipulation that only Baya physicians could join my group. Liuzheng, the path we are traversing resembles the ascent of a towering mountain. The summit remains unseen, and perhaps we will spend our entire lives climbing without an end in sight. You, however, have started much later than others. Those at a similar level may be nearing the halfway point, while you have only just begun. Liuzheng, I wish to lend you a hand, to propel you forward, to provide you with the best resources and ample support, enabling you to catch up with them in the shortest time possible, perhaps even surpass me. I promised I would do my utmost. You must strive as well. Do you remember? Of course I remember, she replied after a prolonged silence before asking, Is this to compensate me? Do you still feel guilty? He pressed his lips together. Yes. Liuzheng, had I not selfishly detained you by the lakeside all those years ago, your life would have unfolded differently. You would have had your own life, career, marriage, and perhaps children. Her gaze tightened, and she turned to look at him. Why did she feel he was aware of her past ectopic pregnancy? Yes, I know about the ectopic pregnancy. As she gazed upon his exquisitely chiseled profile, her initial astonishment faded, replaced by a sense of resignation and a sigh. Even from the side, one could perceive the furrowed brow upon his face and the glimmer of self-reproach in his eyes. Those eyes of his, shining brightly whenever filled with substance, regardless of whether that substance brought sorrow or joy. She leaned back against the seat, gazing out at the endless stretch of night lights fading into the distance, unsure if those twinkling points were stars or street lamps. I have said it before. It is all in the past. Are you planning to bear this cross for a lifetime? He remained silent for a long while, then accepted. Then let it be for a lifetime. She chuckled bitterly. Why must it be so? I do not wish for you to carry this burden. When you married and when you left, you hoped for your own happiness. Then he paused for a moment, until your happiness is attained. I'm already very happy. For reasons unknown, her heart felt soft at this moment. Really? Truly? She nodded emphatically. His lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile. Someone once told me, your name is quite melodious. Who was this someone? Instantly, she thought of Myoomiya, recalling that starry night when Myoomiya wiped her tears and said her name was beautiful, insisting that someone with such a lovely name must possess a heart as exquisite. Flowing kite. She felt that it sounded even more enchanting when he spoke her name. Kites belong to the sky. I once forcefully pulled you down, and now that you're soaring again, I shall be the wind that helps you ascend higher and further. She sighed heavily. Is that not good? He inquired. It is good. She laughed and sighed. The wind propels me upwards to the azure skies. In truth, her pursuit of further education in Baya was inherently reliant on his support. Now, it was merely a matter of how much she borrowed, no longer entangled in worries. Since she had borrowed his strength, she would strive for excellence, to honor his trust and not bring him shame. Have you come to terms with it? He asked. She smiled lightly. There was never anything to be confused about. I merely feared disappointing Teacher Ning. Then you must work hard. If you do not excel, do not dare to say you are my student. His serious demeanor made his words sound earnest. She laughed again, feeling a bit less weary. They were almost home. I've already sent you the PPT. Please organize the outline tonight. I want to see it. Observing his serious expression, she realized he was not jesting. She gathered her scattered hair and sighed with a smile. Indeed, being a student of Teacher Ning is no easy feat. I am nearly exhausted. He remained silent, gradually reducing speed until he came to a stop, then said, Are you truly very tired? Not all, I was joking. If I cannot endure this little hardship, how could I possibly step onto the operating table? I shall get out now. Thank you, Teacher Ning, goodbye. She exited the car, closed the door, and waved at him. As she watched the car gradually depart, she turned to head home, secretly feeling as though life had returned to its former rhythm, chatting all the way home, the difference being that now she was returning to her own abode. She shook her head with a smile, suddenly noticing a new car parked in the front yard. Who has arrived? As she hesitantly opened the door, familiar sounds of laughter filled the air. Ruan Liuzheng was seated between her parents, engaging them in cheerful conversation. Upon seeing her, he waved enthusiastically, Sister, I'm back. She smiled, knowing it was you. It's only noisy when you return. As the eldest sister, her affection and indulgence towards Ruan Liuzheng rivaled that of their parents. Ruan Liuzheng grinned, handing her a set of car keys. Sister, for you. You bought a car? Ruan Liuzheng recalled the new vehicle at the entrance. Yes, it's a birthday gift for Dad, but Dad said he doesn't need it and told you to drive it. Ruan Liuzheng pressed the keys into her hand. Do you have that much money? She was not well-versed in automobiles, but given the brand, it seemed rather expensive. Ruan Liuzheng stuck out his tongue. Sister, I wrapped up my first film last month, and my pay has come through. However, being a newcomer, the pay is quite low, so I only covered the down payment. The rest, sister, you can pay the mortgage for now. I will repay you when I have the funds. Repay me? She shot Ruan Liuzheng a helpless glance. Pei Sufin disapproved of Ruan Liuzheng's actions, glaring at him as she scolded, You just bully your sister. Do you know how hard she works? When will you grow up? Ruan Liuzheng, however, chuckled, Mom, while it is true that sister has it tough, she also has a brother-in-law. To her brother-in-law, this little money is nothing. Ruan Liuzheng frowned. Ruan Liuzheng noticed but was unfazed, grinning even wider. Sister, stop pretending. You were with your brother-in-law last night. What are you pretending for? Is returning so late today because you had a date with him? Nonsense. I had a meeting today. Last night, before she could clarify, Pei Sufin's eyes lit up, grasping Liuzheng's hand, asking, Really? Are you with Jiqian? Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. I was truly at a meeting. She dreaded her mother's probing. Ruan Liuzheng, however, laughed. Well, last night around midnight, I called you, and you two were still together. It was your brother-in-law who answered the phone. She truly did not understand how Ruan Liuzheng's mind worked. She retorted angrily, Stop talking nonsense. I merely dropped my phone at his place. Ruan Liuzheng burst into laughter. See? You dropped it at his place. Ha ha ha, you just admitted it. Sister, we genuinely hope you reconcile with your brother-in-law. Really, there are no better men than him in this world. I just dropped in his car. Ruan Liuzheng, if you keep talking nonsense, I will hit you. She threw the keys in his direction, pretending to strike him, then turned to Pei Sufin. Mom, is there food to eat? I'm starving. Yes. Pei Sufin hurried to the kitchen. Ruan Liuzheng shot Ruan Liuzheng a glare, choosing to ignore him. Ruan Liuzheng, however, confidently caught the keys, whistling at her retreating figure, chuckling mischievously. After dinner, she returned to her room, the laughter of Ruan Liuzheng and her parents fading into silence. Ultimately, she could not help but smile. Regardless of everything, Ruan Liuzheng's presence had made the home much livelier. She wished to join them in their chatter, but Dr. Ning needed her outline for review tomorrow. In truth, she did not understand why she needed to write this outline and why it had to be so detailed. Nonetheless, when it came to her teacher's words, she dared not disregard them. Once seated, she opened the PPT he had sent her, yawned, sipped some tea, and began to concentrate on her work. Drafting the outline was not difficult, but she feared he would ask related questions. So she meticulously noted down every point before considering it complete. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already past 3. She promptly went to bed, and as soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep. The next day, she could drive to work in her new car, regardless of Ruan Liuzheng's antics. Having a car was incredibly convenient. Even if Ruan Liuzheng had not bought it, she would eventually purchase one herself, though she would not be as extravagant as him, opting for quality instead. As she settled into the car, the fresh scent enveloped her, the unique crystal ornament hanging inside, adorned with photographs of her parents. This little rascal, asking her for photos last night, was for this purpose. Midway through her drive, she received a call from Ning Jiqian. Why was he calling so early? Was it to inquire about the outline? Hello, Teacher Ning. She felt relieved to have completed the outline the previous night. I have finished the assignment. I will submit it to you upon arriving at the hospital. Good, he responded from the other end. Have you already reached the hospital? Yes, I'm on my way. Then, see you at the hospital. After that, the call ended, and she chuckled. He truly was quite insistent. She set out early today, initially thinking she would arrive at the hospital ahead of schedule. However, she unexpectedly encountered traffic control along the way, causing her to be stuck in traffic for quite some time. She silently regretted not taking an alternate route. Fortunately, the delay was not excessively long, and she managed to arrive on time. As she parked her car, she noticed he had just arrived as well, having parked before her and stepping out of his vehicle. Thus, she found herself parking under his watchful gaze. The parking situation was already quite tense, and given her late arrival, the remaining spaces were not particularly easy to navigate. After several attempts that left her sweating, she still hadn't managed to park correctly. Biting her lip in frustration, she glanced at him, who stood motionless a short distance away. Her parking skills had never been particularly strong, and after not driving for several years, this challenge was truly daunting. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she resolved to give it another try. However, he approached her car and tapped on her window. Blushing, she rolled down the window. and he gestured for her to exit the vehicle, saying, "Let me handle it." How embarrassing, but certainly less so than scraping another car. Thus, she obediently stepped out and entrusted this formidable task to him. In mere moments, he maneuvered the car into the space with ease, returned to her, and handed back the keys, his eyes sparkling with clarity. "Did you buy a new car?" she asked, still flustered. "It's from Ruan Liuzheng," she added as she accepted the keys, her cheeks still flushed. "Thank you," she exclaimed. This young man had really made something of himself. When he said this, there was a hint of paternal pride in his tone, and it was no surprise given how often he had played a guardian role in Ruan Liuzheng's upbringing. She handed him the printed outline, saying, "I wasn't sure if you wanted a digital or printed version, so I prepared both. If you need a digital copy, I can send it to you later." He took it and replied, "Let me take a look first." It was going to be another busy day filled with surgeries, meetings, and research on surgical plans. She hoped to leave work on time today, as it was her father's birthday. Thankfully, she finished her shift punctually in the afternoon. To her astonishment, he had no surgery scheduled for the following day, which meant she could afford to celebrate her father's birthday a little later. Feeling cheerful, she changed her clothes and prepared to head home, and he walked alongside her. With their schedules aligned and the department being relatively small, there was no way to avoid each other. Fortunately, she now had her own car, alleviating her previous concerns about commuting with him daily. "Liuzheng," he called out. "Huh?" she responded, turning back after hastily exiting the elevator. "What is it, Teacher Ning? I'm in a hurry to get home for my dad's birthday." "Your outline has a few issues," he said, clearing his throat. "What?" A cloud of anxiety enveloped her. He couldn't possibly want to discuss the outline now, could he? "I need to find time to talk to you about it. I'm worried we might run out of time." His expression was serious. "But it's after work now." It wasn't that she lacked dedication. She simply hadn't celebrated her father's birthday in 6 years and wanted to go home. Tentatively, she suggested, "How about you work on it yourself?" He surely knew best how to handle the material he needed. What took her 3 hours? He might finish in half the time. He regarded her with a steady gaze. "Did you think I needed it? Isn't that the point?" She retorted, confused. "If it's not for you, then why should I write it?" "It's for you," he stated calmly. "For me?" she exclaimed, completely taken aback. "What I need it for? Tomorrow we're going to Xingsha for a project exchange meeting with the medical school there. And you'll be representing us to deliver a lecture on our project," he explained, his demeanor as composed as if he were saying, "You're in charge of this surgery." At that moment, she felt utterly overwhelmed, nearly grabbing his sleeve in a panic. "Teacher Ning, presenting a project isn't as simple as a handshake. I can't do it." "Indeed," he replied, a hint of concern finally flickering in his eyes. What should we do now? Was he actually acknowledging her inadequacy? She quickly suggested, "Why don't you handle it yourself? Please?" Her tone was practically pleading, and the word please slipped out softly. "That one do," he replied, his voice softening. "But you still have tonight to prepare. I'll help you." She felt her head spinning, desperately imploring. "Teacher Ning, please don't make me do this. That's my alma mater. Everyone there will know I'm inexperienced. It'll be humiliating. Only skills matter. No one cares about experience. As long as you present well, they will applaud you." He reassured her. "When I first gave a lecture, I was even younger than you, and it was in the United States." "In the United States? That means I would have to speak entirely in English," she lamented, pulling at her hair in frustration. "Who can compare to you? You're a genius. You're the only one at Baya who became a chief physician at such a young age. All right, you can sulk, but once you're done, you still need to prepare. The plane tickets have already been booked. I'll pick you up for the airport tomorrow morning." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. Her face turned crimson. Why had she sulked? She had merely been expressing her discontent. "I don't need you to pick me up. I'll go by myself. After all, it's your research project, and if it fails, it's your face that will be lost." She was determined. If it came to it, she wouldn't sleep tonight. With her cheeks still flushed, she adopted a stubborn expression that only enhanced her beauty. "So, where will you give me a lecture now?" It seemed she would miss her father's birthday dinner. She certainly didn't want him to know about it. His gaze, like a starry sky, remained calm in the face of her pouting and playful annoyance. "There's no rush. Let us go home and eat first, and we can talk later." She didn't respond, her heart filled with frustration as she turned to leave. After walking a short distance, she realized her attitude was quite unbecoming. He had her best interests at heart, wanting to elevate her starting point. Feeling a pang of guilt, she contemplated returning to apologize. But then she thought, forget it. She had already expressed her anger, and apologizing now would serve little purpose. After all, he had made decisions without her consent and even bought the tickets. At the very least, he could have notified her in advance to give her more time to prepare. Wait, how did he even purchase the tickets? Did he have her ID number? Oh, right. Perhaps it was on one of the various documents. Nevertheless, she could still make it back in time for dinner. That would be fine. They could eat first, and then, like that night, he could call her to discuss it later. She got in her car and started it. He emerged from the building unhurriedly, and as she drove past him, she couldn't help but blush and huff as she sped away. Once home, her mood instantly brightened. Ruan Liuzheng had put in a lot of effort. The house was beautifully decorated and festive, with cheerful music playing, creating a celebratory atmosphere. As soon as she stepped inside, Pei Sufin greeted her with a warm smile, although her gaze drifted behind her. "What are you looking at, Mom?" she asked, closing the door. "Oh, nothing. Just checking on your car. Is everything all right after your first trip out?" "Of course. My skills." She began, wanting to reassure her mother of her driving abilities, but recalling her earlier parking mishap made her confidence waver. She smiled and said, "My skills are still up to par." Seeing the door had closed, Pei Sufin refrained from saying more. Ruan Liuzheng sat on the sofa watching television with Ruan Liuzheng, both casting glances over her shoulder. Ruan Liuzheng paid them no mind, her attention drawn to the dining table where the food had already been laid out, clearly waiting for her. Smiling, she turned to Ruan Liuzheng and said, "Dad, happy birthday." "Thank you, my dear," Ruan Liuzheng replied, delighted to have his children gathered around him. "Mom, Ruan Liuzheng, it's time to eat," she called out. "Wait, just a moment," Pei Sufin replied. "Still waiting?" Ruan Liuzheng made her way to the kitchen, inquiring if there were any dishes still needing preparation. "Let me assist," she offered. Indeed. Pei Sufin replied hurriedly. "There's a soup." "Allow me." Both mother and daughter entered the kitchen. The soup pot emitted a steamy warmth, confirming that a pot of soup was indeed simmering. "Mom, is there anything else to stir-fry?" "I can handle it," Ruan Liuzheng said as she turned on the tap to wash her hands. "No more. You should go rest outside and watch television. After a long day, don't busy yourself unnecessarily at home," Pei Sufin urged her. With a gentle smile, Ruan Liuzheng replied, "I'm not tired. Today is Dad's birthday, after all. I want to fulfill my filial duty." As she spoke, she began to tidy the kitchen and prepare the dishes. You're too understanding." While Ruan Liuzheng is quite the opposite, Pei Sufin gazed affectionately at her daughter. "Zheng, there's something I must tell you." "What is it?" Ruan Liuzheng inquired. "Regarding the car Ruan Liuzheng purchased, your father and I have discussed it. We will pay off the remaining balance, so you need not worry about the loan." "Mom, how can this be?" Ruan Liuzheng immediately objected. "You two can't possibly use all your retirement funds. I insist on repaying it." She continued, "Please, do not take this burden upon yourselves." Pei Sufin chuckled, looking at her lovingly. "Silly daughter, what your father and I have is also yours. Can we take it with us to the grave? We feel indebted to you. You are the eldest in the family, always sacrificing for your brother, and we are not wealthy enough to provide you with a luxurious life. You've been frugal since childhood, bringing us pride, always worried about adding to our burdens. You've saved quite a bit over the years, which is no easy task, and we cannot let it all go to waste. Your father and I have some savings from our lifetime. After all, it is meant for you. Whether we give it now or later, it makes no difference. Although our savings may not be substantial, we cannot afford to give you the same extravagant lifestyle as others. I feel sorry for you." "Mom, please don't say that. I have never felt that being your daughter is a hardship. I feel very fortunate," she replied, a sensitive soul who could hardly bear such words, her eyes glistening with tears. Pei Sufin then retrieved a card from her pocket. "Zheng, we sold that old house in the alley earlier this year. It may be small, but given the location, it is worth something now. Your father and I have already paid off the car loan today. The remaining amount is for you." "Mom, you really paid it off?" Ruan Liuzheng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, take this," Pei Sufin insisted, slipping the card into her pocket. Ruan Liuzheng quickly took it out. "Mom, I cannot accept this. Keep it for yourself." "Zheng," Pei Sufin pressed her hand down. "Take it. Your father and I feel uneasy keeping it ourselves. We're getting older, especially your father, whose health is not great. What if one day he suddenly... It's better for you to keep it. Ruan Liuzheng is rather careless with money. I would feel more secure if you manage the household." "Mom, today is Dad's special day. Why speak of such things?" Hearing those words made her heart ache. Pei Sufin smiled. "Just talking, it won't ruin anything. Take it. I won't mention it again." Seeing her mother's obstinate expression, Ruan Liuzheng knew further refusal was futile, so she accepted it, reasoning that she was merely safeguarding it. After washing the dishes, she noticed the soup pot had already reached a warm state and called out to Pei Sufan, "Mom, the soup is ready. Why haven't we started eating?" Pei Sufan's gaze faltered. "Ready? Oh, just a moment. Wait a bit." Wait for whom? As the words left her lips, she suddenly recalled something, her heart tightening. She turned back to ask, "Mom, did you invite someone else?" Just as she was about to inquire, the doorbell rang. Pei Sufan's face lit up with joy. "They're here." She hurried to open the door. Who could it be? A strong sense of foreboding washed over her. Following Pei Sufan outside, she saw someone standing at the door. She glanced at Ruan Liuzheng and her father. Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. It wasn't Timmy who informed them. Pei Sufan, however, focused on welcoming the guest inside, instructing Ruan Liuzheng, "Get some water." "All right," Ruan Liuzheng replied loudly. Meanwhile, she stood still, observing the newcomer, biting her lip in silence. He was in no rush to enter, first calling out, "Mom," and then turning to Ruan Liuzheng, "Dad, take a look at this. Does it seem all right?" "What is it?" While Ruan Liuzheng did not display his joy as openly as Pei Sufan, it was evident he was pleased, walking towards the entrance. Out of curiosity, Ruan Liuzheng followed suit, only to find a complete tree trunk displayed in the front yard. Her father enjoyed tinkering with such things in his spare time, carving tea trays, crafting ornaments, or polishing bracelets. Sometimes he even sold his creations, though she never understood the nuances of wood quality. Typically, he worked with ordinary timber, but this was an entire trunk, suggesting it was rather valuable. Indeed, she heard her father exclaim, "Oh my, Ji Qian, where did you find this entire trunk of fine cypress?" "From a friend." "Do you think it's acceptable? Am I being taken advantage of?" he asked, standing off to the side. Ruan Liuzheng examined it closely, raising a finger. "As long as it doesn't exceed this price." "You haven't been deceived. That's a relief. As long as it's good quality, I'm satisfied. I just worry about being swindled, since I'm not an expert." "Dad, happy birthday." Joy sparkled in his eyes, likely seeing Ruan Liuzheng's fondness for the cypress. From this exchange, Ruan Liuzheng discerned that Ji Qian must have put considerable effort into acquiring this fine wood. It certainly wasn't something he obtained casually from a friend, or else why would he worry about being deceived? She knew his friends were straightforward individuals, even though this expensive gift was meant for her father. A weight settled in her heart. Ruan Liuzheng was reluctant to part with the cypress, clearly delighted, but he kept saying, "Ji Qian, you are too thoughtful. This is too extravagant. I can hardly accept something so costly." "Dad, regardless of the price, it's merely an object meant for enjoyment. There is no need to feel burdened." He encouraged, "You are the connoisseur. In your hands, it transforms into a work of art. It doesn't matter if it's a hidden gem or not. As long as you enjoy it, Liuzheng is happy as well, and that's what counts." While he spoke, he finally mentioned her name, Liuzheng. Since his arrival at the door, he had been the center of attention, with no one acknowledging her presence. His gaze had not once fallen upon her, suggesting he had come solely for the wood, not for her. Now at last, someone noticed her. Yet, she couldn't muster joy. Having a former husband at a family birthday gathering was undeniably awkward, was it not? Turning, she retreated to the kitchen, ladling the soup from the pot, preparing to serve the meal, ignoring him. Pei Sufan stood at the door, smiling. "Ji Qian, and you too, Dad. Let's eat first, and then discuss this piece of wood." "Indeed, indeed." Ruan Liuzheng chimed in. "Ji Qian, come eat first." Unbeknownst to them, Ruan Liuzheng had only prepared 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, so when they entered, only 4 were set on the table. She momentarily forgot this fact, and when she emerged with the soup, he was already seated, leaving her without a place. However, everyone noticed this predicament. He was the quickest to react, instantly offering her his own. She had yet to accept it when Ruan Liuzheng and Pei Sufan quickly interjected. "No need to give it to her. She can serve herself." He placed the bowl before her, standing up. "Dad and Mom, I'll go get some for myself." At that moment, Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. "Oh, we're all family. Why the fuss? Brother-in-law can just get himself. It's not like he can't find it." "Exactly. I'll get it myself." "Liuzheng, you sit," he replied before heading to the kitchen. Pei Sufan made a gesture as if to tap Ruan Liuzheng on the head. "What nonsense. Ji Qian is a guest." In the blink of an eye, he returned with a bowl and sat beside her. The 6-person dining table had only one vacant spot next to her, either on the left or the right. Ruan Liuzheng produced a bottle of wine, declaring, "Dad, brother-in-law, let us drink a bit to liven up the occasion." while she had reluctantly accepted his continued address of her parents as dad and mom. Hearing Ruan Liuzheng refer to him as brother-in-law in her presence was simply too much for her to bear. However, with so many people around, she could not make a scene or create discomfort, so she settled for glaring at Ruan Liuzheng. He grinned, asking, "Sister, why are you glaring at me? Is it because I can't drink? Brother-in-law, are you drinking?" Ruan Liuzheng was at a loss for words. Her glare was not an attempt to prevent Ning Zhiqian from drinking. She immediately adopted a stern expression, saying, "Ruan Liuzheng, behave yourself. Dad cannot drink." Ruan Liuzheng found this rather dull. Having a doctor's sister has its downsides. There's no fun in life with all these restrictions. Ruan Liuzheng's comment prompted another to intervene. "Your sister is right. How about a little red wine?" Yet, Ruan Liuzheng pouted. "When did I ever say my sister was wrong?" Ruan Liuzheng knew full well that with him present, such scenes were inevitable. Glaring at Ruan Liuzheng proved futile. She resolved to toughen up, eat her meal, and ignore the rest. Pei Sufin supported the idea of red wine, suggesting, "Your dad can't drink. And Zhiqian isn't T1 for alcohol. A little red wine will suffice to celebrate." "All right then." Ruan Liuzheng exchanged the wine for red wine, pouring for Ruan Liuzheng and Pei Sufin first, then for Ning Zhiqian, all the while chuckling, "Brother-in-law, you seem to have a poor tolerance for alcohol. Remember that time you got drunk?" He continued, "You want to get drunk on red wine today, will you?" Ning Zhiqian replied, "No, it's fine," allowing Ruan Liuzheng to pour him some wine. However, when Ruan Liuzheng attempted to pour her a glass, he interjected, "Ruan Liuzheng, your sister cannot drink. She has tasks ahead." "Tasks? What tasks?" Ruan Liuzheng intrigued. "None of your concern. Just work." She shot back with another glare at Ruan Liuzheng. The atmosphere was festive for the others, with three men engaged in lively conversation and toasting, thoroughly enjoying themselves, while Pei Sufin busied herself with serving him dishes, leaving her feeling like an overlooked corner. She didn't mind being neglected. In fact, she preferred it. However, her mother's favoritism was glaringly evident. Her bowl was already overflowing. Yet she watched in disbelief as her mother continued to pile more food on top. Her gaze was soon caught by him, who, noticing her expression, set his cup down and asked, "Do you want to eat?" She shot him a glance before quickly looking away, declaring no. Yet inwardly, she lamented that men really ought not to drink, especially someone like him, as if the very essence of the wine infused itself into his eyes, creating a mesmerizing light that could intoxicate with just one glance. He lifted his chopsticks and shared half of his food with her, his voice smooth and inviting. "Eat. You've been staring at my bowl all evening without touching yours." Her cheeks flushed with warmth. His tone, if he weren't drunk, she would undoubtedly interpret as affectionate indulgence. The side note concluded, and the next day would bring further updates of 10,000 words. The Q&A session had ended, with the first correct answer coming from a user named XXXXXXX2105, who had already received a recharge, since only the first correct answer received a reward. Others who answered correctly afterward would not be rewarded, but such activities would continue in the future to express gratitude to the loyal readers. Thank you all for your participation. Let us strive harder next time. Chapter 82. "I thought you knew," she sighed inwardly. His voice had always been soft and pleasant, and after drinking, it resonated with a dreamy quality. "I'm full," she declared, setting down her bowl and chopsticks. "You all eat. I'm going upstairs to review my studies." "Review studies? What are you studying?" Pei Sufin asked, puzzled. He quickly clarified, "Mom, I'm taking Liuzheng to an academic exchange in Xingsha City tomorrow. She still has work to finish." "Oh, I see." Pei Sufin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then hurry along. Zhiqian is a top expert. Don't embarrass him." Ruan Liuzheng felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Her mother's favoritism was unmistakable. She muttered to herself, "What a mess," and ascended the stairs. Though she said that, she would never allow herself to be embarrassed. Once in her room, she opened her PowerPoint presentation and began to prepare diligently for her topic. She would not permit herself to fail tomorrow. After studying for a while, estimating that dinner downstairs must be over, she decided to help her mother clean up. After a lavish meal, tidying up was no small task, and her mother must have been exhausted from cooking. However, when she reached downstairs, she discovered everything had already been tidied up, and it was he who had assisted her mother. Pei Sufin was just handing him a paper towel to dry his hands. Oh no, Ruan Liuzheng was also helping, and the two of them had done all the work while Pei Sufin rested after dinner. Although he had helped with household chores before, she had momentarily forgotten his habits since he was no longer her husband. Zhiqian, only you can get Ruan Liuzheng to help, Pei Sufan sighed. But her tone was filled with joy, gazing at him with the satisfaction of a mother-in-law. It was no wonder the pampered young master, who had never lifted a finger, was now washing dishes. It was indeed his influence. She could easily picture him directing Ruan Liuzheng like a parent overseeing household chores. Ruan Liuzheng, the master, was indeed best suited for the task. Regardless, Ruan Liuzheng felt a twinge of gratitude. He truly deserved the praise, albeit her feelings were limited to gratitude alone. Zhiqian, you've had some wine today. You shouldn't drive. Stay here and sleep, Pei Sufan advised. Caught up in her feelings of gratitude, Ruan Liuzheng instantly discarded her previous emotions. How could she have overlooked that detail? Otherwise, she would have forbidden them from drinking, leaving her ex-husband to sleep in their home. What kind of situation was that? Mom, she exclaimed, rushing forward. We're going to Xing Sha tomorrow. He hasn't tea packed, and his materials aren't tea prepared. How can he possibly stay? She would rather drive him back. He looked up at her, his eyes still shimmering with the effects of the red wine. First, go check how your presentation is coming along. That's the priority, she silently acknowledged and turned to head upstairs. This girl and her temper, Pei Sufan muttered about her daughter. He merely observed her departing figure. Seeking Pei Sufan's consent, Mom, should I? Go on up. Go on. Pei Sufan waved her hand dismissively. Ruan Liuzheng sat on a chair with the door ajar, and he stepped closer, each step tightening her chest and reddening her face. This was her room. Unlike the living room downstairs, it held a sense of intimacy. Moreover, they had shared this space before their divorce, sleeping in this very bed. His sudden proximity made her feel quite awkward. He fetched a stool, sitting beside her. Let me take a look. Although a faint scent of red wine wafted from him, his tone was steady and serious, causing her heart to race with embarrassment. He had come with a scholarly demeanor, yet she felt self-conscious for overthinking it. In that moment, she questioned whether she was being overly sensitive. However, he was still her ex-husband, and his presence in their home felt somewhat strange. Caught in her inner turmoil, he mistook her silence for lingering anger, remarking, "You've certainly become more temperamental after all these years." That observation is not entirely incorrect, she thought, recalling how she used to dote on him without reservation, only to find herself now at odds with him. You've learned to deceive over the years, haven't you? When have I ever deceived you? He asked, meeting her gaze. You clearly intended to come to our home, yet you feigned a desire to return separately, she retorted. She reminisced about their conversation in the hospital, feeling somewhat foolish. I am not pretending to go home separately. I was merely going to retrieve that cypress branch. He patiently explained to her. Then why didn't you mention coming to my house all day while I was in the hospital? She was with him constantly, except for trips to the restroom. He gazed at her softly and said, I thought you knew. I come every year for the elders' birthdays. She found herself at a loss for words, a certain tender ache blossoming within her heart. To counter this softening sensation, she tossed the mouse at him and declared, Let us get started. Such a goody-goody. She silently grumbled. Your phone reminders should be deleted, he said, grasping the mouse again. Liuzheng, others say that a son-in-law is like a son. Now that I am no longer the elder son-in-law, and since they treat me as family, I consider myself their half-son. Please do not overthink it. I'm not overthinking it. She commanded herself to cool her warm, fuzzy feelings, to harden her resolve. He began to reorganize the materials, his attention to detail surpassing hers. Once everything was ready, he let her practice presenting. The 2-hour lecture felt far more daunting than a thesis defense. At least for the latter, she had ample preparation time, and it was her own work. Thankfully, her clinical experience allowed her to navigate through the case analyses with relative ease, though the theoretical portions he provided felt somewhat rigid. Being a person with high standards, she could not permit herself any mistakes, while he was a perfectionist, exhibiting an almost obsessive rigor in academic and professional matters, both towards himself and others. Thus, it was evident that she could not glide through this unscathed. Eventually, fatigue crept in. After several nights of only 3 or 4 hours of sleep, she found it increasingly difficult to endure. While pinching her thigh under the table and stifling yawns, she said, You keep an eye on things. I'll go get you a cup of tea. He rose to leave. Glancing at the time in the lower right corner of the computer, she realized it was already 3 o'clock. Yawning, she told herself to rest for a moment, waiting for him to bring the tea before continuing. And then everything faded into an endless night. She awoke to the sound of an alarm clock, not to his voice. As she groggily turned it off, she was uncertain of her surroundings. She had fallen asleep at her desk, waiting for him to awaken her after fetching the tea, but he had not called. Now, she found herself in bed. How did she get here? That was a question. Rising, she noticed her computer had been shut down. Certainly not by her doing. A piece of paper lay pressed beneath the keyboard, adorned with her familiar handwriting. Liuzheng, I have gone home. I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Ji Qian. He had indeed returned home. He was a disciplined individual, she knew that well. His visit for the birthday celebration was a matter of courtesy, and his choice not to stay over was a matter of propriety. Thus, he was clear about what was appropriate and what was not. She had been overly concerned. Ji Qian. Her fingers brushed over those two characters. Her phone rang, and upon answering, his voice came through. Liuzheng, have you gotten up? Yes. I have left my house. Get ready. A 1TB coming in. Just come out and we'll head straight off. All right. Then see you soon. See you soon, Teacher Ning. After hanging up, her thumb lingered over the characters Ji Qian. Since it was just an overnight trip, she had little to pack, swiftly organizing her belongings, especially ensuring that all necessary materials were included. Upon stepping outside, she discovered his car was already waiting. She climbed in, feeling a twinge of anxiety, having accidentally fallen asleep last night. She was uncertain if she had forgotten the lecture content. She had never been completely confident. With worry in her eyes, she asked him, Teacher Ning, do you think I managed to pass last night? I feel like I've forgotten everything. Yet, he did not answer her question. Instead, he inquired, do you know why I brought you to Xingsha? Did he even need to ask? Thus, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. I know you want to give me a higher starting point and more opportunities. Thank you. However, to her surprise, he wore a relaxed and cheerful expression. Didn't you say you wanted to try the stinky tofu, sugar oil rice cakes, and stir-fried blood duck from Xingsha? Her eyes widened in disbelief. You're taking me for a feast? Yes, he nodded. If the lecture goes well, I'll reward you with a meal and even add a portion of spicy crayfish. As a side note, today, I need to write an additional 10,000 words. I'll start with 3,000. She couldn't help but chuckle at this. While she understood that his primary aim was not merely to treat her to a meal, his words lightened her tension as she recalled the fiery flavors of Xingsha. She pulled out the neatly organized outline he had revised the night before, a stack of printed A4 papers she had placed in her bag that morning. As she unfolded it, a small note slipped out, the familiar characters Ji Qian written on it. The note fell at her feet, the two characters standing out prominently. The autumn sun shone brightly that early morning. As they drove through the villa district, the ginkgo trees lining the roads gleamed golden under the autumn sunlight. Occasionally, a leaf would fall, landing on the windshield, resembling a heart shape. Unexpectedly, memories of her initial unrequited love surfaced. Every day in her recollections was filled with sunshine, the air fragrant with wisteria. School publications, blackboards, posters, and various honor rolls. Everywhere his name gleamed like gold, easily discernible among the many, sending her heart racing with satisfaction and a smile. Time has always been beautiful, never having let anyone down. She picked up the note and tucked it into her bag. Akin to collecting a ginkgo leaf from the glass window, which was no different from the leaves back at Yen Garden. Time is a wondrous thing, preserving and redrawing the patterns of life. Bowing her head, she silently read through the outline, the sunlight streaming through the car window, illuminating the paper, somewhat blinding. Yet her heart gradually calmed. Each word, each passage became increasingly clear in her mind. She thought she could do this. The conference was set to begin at 2:30 in the afternoon, leaving her the entire morning to prepare. Therefore, from the car ride to the flight, she spent the entire time reviewing, going through the lecture in her mind at least twice, finally feeling a sense of relief. She should be fine now. Meanwhile, they were nearing Xingsha. He remained quietly by her side, never interrupting her, until now. When he finally spoke, "Are you feeling confident?" "Yes." She nodded, smiling. His gentle gaze held a hint of something unsaid. Curiously, she asked, "Is there something else you want to say? Let us talk about it later." He resumed his serious demeanor. Not taking his words to heart, she let it go. Upon landing, they headed to the hotel. A wave of familiarity washed over her. After all, she had spent 6 years here, making it like a second home. Their rooms were adjacent, and after he escorted her to her room, he surveyed the space and asked, "How does it seem?" "It's quite nice. The comfortable bed, an office, a living room, a bar area, 2 bathrooms. and the presence of greenery, along with a small treadmill. How could she possibly complain about a mere overnight stay? This room was certainly beyond what the hospital offered. He must have covered the extra expenses himself. As was his usual style, he was meticulously attentive towards her, leaving no room for criticism. She was someone who could manage with a small room and street food. Yet he either did not know this or consciously chose to provide her the best. In the past, she might have sighed over such gestures, but that was not the case now. She had no demands. Let us tidy up first. We'll head out for bites soon. He placed the room key down. The key is here. Take it when you go out. All right. Speaking of food, made her quite happy. She genuinely yearned for what he had mentioned in the car. 10 minutes later, they left the hotel. Where to? She asked. You're my guide today, he replied under the sun of Xingsha. The air here was different from that of Beijing. The arid autumn of the north is hardly felt here. Despite the higher temperatures, the air is pleasantly humid. Are you truly inviting me to dine? You might find my preferences unfamiliar. In this city, with the aroma of stinky tofu wafts through every street and alley, she perceives that the truly local delicacies lie beyond his reach. Let's go, shall we? How shall we travel? By taxi or bus? Standing in the hotel lobby, he inquired of her. Still the bus. Has he ever taken a bus in his life? It seems he is genuinely eager to follow her lead. Let's take a cab then. She would not really take him on a bus ride. He surprisingly discerned her thoughts, urging her not to worry about him. I have taken a bus before, back when I had just gone abroad and hadn't bought a car yet. So, let us replicate my past. I used to ride a bicycle. For her at that time, cycling was both a means of exercise and a frugal mode of transportation. Glancing at the time, she brightened up. It was just past 10. Let us ride. Cycling along the river. Shall we enjoy the vibrant autumn foliage and the lively waters? That is all I know, he asked, his eyes reflecting the lightness of an autumn day. Indeed, in the prime of youth, full of vigor, and with the spirit of a scholar, we shall even have fireworks tonight. Let me check if they are happening today. Oh, how fortunate. It is indeed tonight. Yet, in an instant, the excitement in her eyes dimmed. Never mind, was merely jesting. Plus, I don't have a bicycle. Wait. He pulled out his phone. I'll make a call. After speaking, he stepped aside to make the call. Ruan Liuzheng was left waiting, unsure of who he was calling. Before long, he returned, suggesting they sit at the coffee area in the lobby. The bike would arrive in 10 minutes. You really arranged for a bicycle? She pondered. You didn't order a new one, did you? Given his extravagant nature, it was not out of the question. However, she felt uneasy about such lavishness for a spontaneous bike ride. No, let us wait. He led her to the coffee area. Sure enough, after a few minutes, someone delivered the bicycles. As the person shook his hand, their gaze kept flickering towards her as she vaguely recognized him as a professor from medical school. Once he left, they each took a bicycle. Let us ride. Is this acceptable? He asked, borrowing a bike from the medical students. Yes, let us ride around for lunch first, then we can watch the fireworks tonight, she exclaimed, but then felt a twinge of regret. This trip was for a conference, and she had been focused only on leisure, making unilateral plans without considering his willingness to join. Yet, having voiced her desire, he would surely accompany her. But this felt inappropriate. As expected, he readily agreed. All right, I'll follow you. Always accommodating. He could truly be likened to a divine figure on a pedestal. He mounted his bicycle with a graceful ease, looking exceptionally striking. She wondered if there was anything he struggled with, anything that didn't come naturally to him. After cycling a short distance, he called out to her. Hurry up and get on. Silly. Silly indeed. Compared to him, she felt somewhat foolish. Some individuals are born to make others feel inferior. She hopped on her bike to chase after him. The journey from the hotel to the riverside was merely 20 minutes. Sunshine, Riverside Youth. The park was ablaze with orange hues, mountains in the distance, the river encircling them. As they traversed the elegantly winding paths, Ruan Liuzheng felt a disorienting sense of time. He had initially worn a deep blue jacket, exuding maturity, akin to the attire of many middle-aged professors. Although he carried it with a distinct grace that made the garment appear youthful, the age of the clothing was evident, leading her to think he was deliberately trying to appear older for the conference. Now, both of them warmed from cycling. He shed his outer layer and draped it over the handlebars, revealing a crisp white shirt. Leaning against the bicycle, the youthful scholar from the campus resurfaced, the only difference being the faint furrow of his brow, hinting at a subtle melancholy. His gaze wandered over the distant mountains, the water before him, and the park awash in orange, ultimately resting on her as he softly asked, Liuzheng, Did you often come here before? Not really. Occasionally, I was quite busy with studies. As the river breeze tousled her hair, strands stuck to her face. She fumbled to tame her unruly locks. Just when she managed to gather one bunch, another escaped. Suddenly, she felt another pair of hands brushing through her hair. She froze, and those hands deftly gathered her hair together amidst the wind. Do you have a hair tie? His voice trembled slightly with the wind. A part of her heart quivered too, but he had already spotted the hair tie on her wrist, gently removing it to secure her hair. Her wrist stiffened, feeling as if it were on fire, and likely, her face mirrored that heat. Once upon a time, he had patiently tied her hair in such a manner, back when she would insist on his help. The hands of surgeon are skilled. There is nothing they cannot do. When he stitched buttons for her, the final knot resembled a delicate floral tie, quite pleasing to the eye. At that time, she thought to remind him that buttoning up wasn't done that way, but she relished the sight of his not too much to speak up, only calling upon him whenever a button needed mending. He would do anything she requested. Her love had a concrete shape, and she orchestrated him to create it. He followed her lead, stroke by stroke, yet could outline the form but not capture the essence. In mere seconds, he had secured her hair, and a fleeting current of memories surged through her. She longed to say, "You're not the one I desire. Please stop tying my hair." He, however, declared all done. She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, and in that moment, she still believed the vibrant mountains could not compare to the autumnal hue in your eyes. The distant mountains lay dark in your gaze. The colorful foliage resides in your eyes. The clear autumn reflections on the river dwell in your eyes. Yet it dawned upon her it was not that your eyes contained the world. Rather, my world, there exists only you. Deep within, she wished to create distance. Brushing her hair aside, she softly remarked, "Let us go. It's time to eat. Don't be late this afternoon. Perhaps we should skip the fireworks tonight." She led him to a restaurant where she used to dine with classmates, with modest prices and authentic local cuisine. Just the two of them. Considering he couldn't eat spicy food, she handed him the menu. "Please choose." He perused the menu from start to finish, pointing at a picture. "Is this it? Spicy duck?" "Yes. This place's spicy duck is exceptionally delicious and notably spicy." "Then let us have this. And that must be the flavor shrimp?" His accent was distinctly Beijing. "Yes. This dish is a must-try when visiting us." The waiter explained to the evident outsider. "What else would you like to eat?" he queried. She shook her head. "I'm fine. You choose a couple of dishes for yourself." Understanding her nature, he simply asked the waiter, "What are your signature dishes? Please elaborate." The waiter promptly rambled off a long list of recommendations. He proceeded to order several dishes, prompting her to quickly intervene. "That is too much. It would be wasteful. Let me take the reins. I'll have the white chili stir-fried green beans. That's unique to here and unavailable back home. And let us add a steamed pork dish and a vegetable soup." He doesn't eat spicy food at all, yet he continued to order the spicy dishes the waiter suggested. Did he not care for his stomach? Thus, she ordered him 2 non-spicy dishes, finally instructing the waiter to ensure they weren't too spicy. "Don't you have stinky tofu or anything like that?" He searched the menu, but found none. "No, but many small shops outside sell them," the waiter pointed out. "All right, thank you. Then let us have our dishes served." He handed the menu to the waiter. Turning to Ruan Liuzheng, "You sit here for a moment. I'll be right back." Chapter 84. No longer missed, he had gone to procure stinky tofu and sweet oil cakes. As he entered, holding a box in each hand, Ruan Liuzheng felt a sense of helplessness. He needn't have gone to such lengths. Nevertheless, she graciously rewarded him with a smile. After tasting a piece, he paused. When she inquired about the flavor, he offered a rather conventional response. "Not bad." She understood that not bad implied mediocrity, indicating that he did not hold a particular fondness for it. With a soft chuckle, she decided to relish it on her own. Yet, he seemed to enjoy the dishes, which were heavily seasoned, especially salty and spicy, stimulating his appetite to the point that he consumed an extra bowl of rice. After finishing, he gazed at her, a look of surprise crossing his features. With such appetizing dishes, one would expect that after 6 years here, she would have gained weight, yet she remained so slender. "I'm on a diet," she jested. However, he grew serious, scrutinizing her. "You don't need to lose weight. You look perfectly fine, and—" But what he intended to say remained unspoken. She awaited his continuation, yet he merely nodded, concluding that all was well. She noted this was the second time today he had hesitated to express himself, prompting her to recall his earlier remark about discussing something later. "What was it you wanted to tell me this morning that you didn't?" Oh, he exclaimed, suddenly recalling, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. After your lecture, there will be a live QA session. She was taken aback. Teacher Ning, are you certain you're not setting me up for failure? The lecture is manageable, but a live QA is a different matter. He summoned the waiter to settle the bill and then escorted her, who was now in a deeply despondent mood, back to the hotel for a brief respite. Liuzheng, lie down in your room and rest. I'll come and call you when it's time. At her door, he said, but she had already been silent during the ride back. Feeling vexed that he hadn't consulted her about this beforehand. Ignoring him, she opened the door and shut it firmly behind her, leaving him on the other side to contemplate her abrupt dismissal. The conference venue was conservatively estimated to host several hundred attendees, most of whom were older than both Ruan and Ning Zhiqian. While waiting, her heart raced uncontrollably. He seemed to sense her anxiety, drawing closer to whisper reassurance in her ear. Don't be afraid. Just speak when it's your turn. The mention of the QA again stirred her irritation, leading her to glare at him, urging him to cease elaborating. He fell silent, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. This temper was indeed unrecognizable. Did he always presume her to be so good-natured, as if he could mold her to his will? When he again broached the subject of the QA, the host had already called upon Ruan Liuzheng to take the stage. He hadn't finished his thought before she rose from her seat, feeling somewhat indignant. Although she felt unworthy of the title teacher, the lecture proceeded successfully thanks to her thorough preparation. Once on stage, she settled into her rhythm, delivering her presentation fluently and peppering it with clever quips that garnered numerous rounds of applause. A fleeting glance towards his face revealed a smile of approval, albeit faint and elusive. Despite still harboring some resentment towards him, she was not inconsiderate. The achievements and techniques of Bea Hospital in minimally invasive neurosurgery were not hers alone to claim, and she emphasized the contributions of the entire research team, particularly highlighting their leader, Teacher Ning Zhiqian. As for the upcoming QA session, she truly felt unprepared, her heart racing with trepidation as the host invited Ning Zhiqian to join her on stage, initiating the questioning. To her astonishment, he personally took the stage. How could he toy with her like this? Yet, it seemed he had no intention of sidelining her. The organizers provided an additional chair for her to sit beside him. The questioning lasted approximately 40 minutes, primarily under his guidance. She marveled at his uncanny ability to discern the depth of her knowledge, answering most questions himself, while encouraging her to respond to those she was capable of addressing. Ultimately, the lecture concluded amidst fervent applause, and she exhaled in relief. The organizers arranged a conference meal, and as she prepared to descend with him to join everyone for dinner, they were suddenly surrounded by several familiar faces at the elevator entrance, one of whom held a bouquet of roses. Liuzheng, they chorused in unison. Ah, it's you. Her former classmates from her graduate studies, 3 boys and 2 girls, all of whom remained at the affiliated hospital, greeted her. 4 of them had just completed their PhDs. Liuzheng, you were fantastic. Your lecture was marvelous, exclaimed a girl named Xiaoyan, embracing her. No, it was a collective achievement from our research team. She was too modest to claim sole credit in front of her peers. Liuzheng, come on, let us celebrate together. Xiaoyan insisted. We 5 are only here because of Zhuozhua, who specializes in neurosurgery, while the rest of us have no connection to it. We specifically changed shifts to see Teacher Ruan. Zhuozhua, the boy with the roses, stepped forward, offering the bouquet to her. The others laughed heartily. Liuzheng, ever since you left, our Zhuo doctor has been in tears every day. Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. Stop joking. Zhuozhua had indeed expressed a fondness for her in the past, but there had never been any real connection, and she had no intention of settling down in Qingsha. Thus no story existed. As her friends playfully thrust the flowers into her arms, pulling her away, she remembered Ning Zhiqian. Wait, I need to inform our teacher. They then recalled the esteemed Ning, each greeting him in turn. Hello, everyone, he replied, his demeanor warm. Ning teacher, Ruan Liuzheng said, still clutching the flowers in her lecture notes. I'll 1T be joining the dinner. I'm just catching up with friends. Please take this back for me. She handed him her notes. When will it end? He inquired, his gaze remaining friendly as he accepted her materials. I'm not sure. She turned to Xiaoyan. Are there any other activities planned? Well, we're having dinner first, then we'll watch the fireworks as it happens to be a fireworks night. After that, we'll go sing karaoke. It's been ages since we've had a good time. She contemplated for a moment, realizing she might return to the hotel around midnight. He nodded. Go ahead, but don't drink. Okay. she replied cheerfully, linking arms with Xiaoyan as they departed. Not far along, she heard a woman's voice call out, Ning Xiqian. Turning around, she saw a striking woman with chestnut curls approaching him. She recognized this woman from the affiliated hospital's neurosurgery department, someone who had returned from the United States around the same time as Ning. As they entered the elevator, Xiaoyan pulled her in, exclaiming, "Your teacher Ning's cohort is truly remarkable. You are so fortunate to learn from him." "What do you mean by cohort?" Ruan Liuzheng inquired, puzzled. "The woman with the curls. She's one of Ning's classmates from the U.S., and she's quite successful at the affiliated hospital. You must remember her. She often mentions how she and Ning are contemporaries, along with leading figures from major hospitals across the provinces. Yet, I believe your teacher Ning surpasses her by far." "Well, there are no set standards for greatness. Aren't they all performing surgeries?" The elevator reached the ground floor, and she and Xiaoyan exited, joining the 5 classmates for a delightful nostalgic meal, even more gratifying than lunch, and then they strolled like college students to watch the fireworks, arriving just in time. This marks her second encounter with fireworks in Xingsha. The first time was when she had just arrived for school. At that time, he was in America. She rode her bicycle here alone, and when the sky was ablaze with dazzling lights, she longed for him deeply. Time is truly remarkable. 6 years have passed, and now he resides in this city, merely a few kilometers away, standing beneath the resplendent fireworks, watching the sparkling bursts bloom and fall. She finds her feelings for him have waned. Indeed, nostalgia is a sentiment that intertwines the heart and soul, yet she no longer experiences that sensation. Undeniably, he is exceptional, a treasure in her heart, and she still loves him, but the yearning has dissipated. "Hey, isn't that your teacher, Ning?" Xiaoyan nudged her. She turned around, and indeed it was him, still clad in that deep navy coat, a hue that blended into the darkness, yet he remained striking, thanks to his looks and charisma. Beside him stood the previously mentioned curly-haired woman. As an aside, the narrative updates will continue tomorrow, albeit with a modest addition of 8,000 words. Regarding the place of Xingsha, it was a fictional creation, not the Xingsha district of Changsha. Had she known, she would have chosen a different name. Also, some may inquire, wasn't Liuzheng supposed to be studying in the UK? Dear readers, the text has been revised. The entire content has undergone significant modification. Perhaps some have missed the notification. Chapter 85, Finding a Mother for Ning Xiang. "Hey, do you think your teacher has some sort of relationship with her?" Xiaoyan suggested with a knowing look, her expression laden with ambiguity. "I'm not sure," she replied with a smile. After 6 years apart, she was oblivious to his romantic entanglements. Others claimed he had never had a girlfriend, but his inner world remained inscrutable. However, if there were a woman who resonated with him, she would genuinely feel happy for him. He was so busy with work. He certainly deserved someone to care for him and for Ning Xiang. This sentiment felt reminiscent of her 18-year-old self. He remained the brightest star in her heart, the guiding direction of her endeavor. It was quite possible she may never encounter someone better than him in her lifetime, yet she no longer wished to possess him. Stars are meant for gazing, are they not? It's hard to say, Xiaoyan remarked, noting that her admirers were plentiful. Despite being divorced, she never seemed to regard those suitors with much importance. It was quite remarkable that she was accompanying your teacher to watch fireworks. Others joined the gossiping ranks, questioning why such a handsome teacher remained single, as surely many would be enamored with him. She could only feign ignorance and smile. "I don't know. I've only been at Bea for a few months." In a few fleeting words, she turned back only to find he had vanished from sight. Thus, she no longer looked back nor sought him, instead joining her classmates in marveling at the dazzling fireworks. "Liuzheng, take a few photos," a classmate exclaimed, holding up her phone for selfies. "Liuzheng, let me take a solo shot. Look over here. Strike a pose, would you?" Pout. She felt somewhat reluctant. It seemed rather childish for someone of her age to pout playfully, but yielding to their enthusiasm, she complied. "Okay, I'll send them to you later." Xiaoyan signaled an okay with her hand. The fireworks lasted only 20 minutes, and once they concluded, the crowd dispersed, as planned, to go karaoke. In her life, since 17, the first 7 or 8 years revolved around one person, while the subsequent 5 or 6 centered around books and patience, leaving little time to unwind. Though she was not particularly skilled at singing, she delighted in listening, and the evening proved to be quite enjoyable. Dr. Zhou even invited her for a duet of love songs. However, aside from a handful of very old songs, her repertoire was limited, and ultimately, they settled on a collective finale of group singing. Returning to the hotel earlier than expected, it was not yet 11 when she declined Dr. Zhou's offer to escort her and took a taxi back alone. What a coincidence! As she reached her room, the door of the adjacent room opened, revealing the curly-haired teacher, disheveled as if he had just emerged from a whirlwind. An unavoidable face-to-face encounter occurred as he smiled at Ruan Liuzheng, Xiao Ruan. She nodded in return, offering a smile. "Hello, teacher." Then she entered her room, and he left. That was all. If she claimed she didn't speculate on what that woman was doing leaving Ning Zhiqian's room so late, it would be a lie. However, regardless of what transpired, she had no reason to interfere. Thus, upon entering her room, she simply changed clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Just as she donned her pajamas, her phone rang. It was him. Why was he contacting her so late? Did he need something? She answered, his voice close to her ear. "Liuzheng, is it over?" "It's finished. I'm back at the hotel," she replied, one hand tending to her damp hair. "Back already? That's good." Just as the words left his mouth, a sound of something clattering to the floor echoed from his side. "What happened?" she inquired. "I wanted to pour myself a glass of water, but the cup slipped." Though his voice was soft, Ruan Liuzheng sensed a hint of instability in his breath. Her professional instincts alerted her that something was amiss. She frowned. "Are you okay?" I'm not feeling well." He hesitated before finally admitting. "Not feeling well? Should I come over to check on you?" In her recollection, he had never fallen ill. Just a low murmur. Dressed in her pajamas, she made her way over. Knocking on the door, he opened it. The lighting was dim, making it difficult to discern his complexion, but he was able to get up to answer the door, so it couldn't be too terrible. "Could it? You should lie down," she insisted. "What exactly is bothering you? Why didn't you let your classmate check on you when she was here?" She noticed the shards of glass on the floor and crouched down to pick them up. "You lie down. I'll clean up the glass so you don't cut your feet." He remained silent and returned to bed. After collecting the glass, she poured him a glass of warm water and brought it to him. "What's wrong?" He took a small sip. "My stomach hurts." "Did you eat too many spicy dishes?" She felt a pang of concern for his stomach, which she had always cared for. After she left, she wondered if he had been taking proper care of himself. "Yeah, it started bothering me at noon, but it was manageable." The evening's dishes were spicier than the ones at noon. His long fingers gripped the glass, appearing pale due to the glass's reflection. "You want to see fireworks even with a stomach ache?" She couldn't help but chide him. "You look surprised you saw me? What looks like yours? It's hard not to notice." She shot him a glance. "Have you taken your medication?" She recalled that he had a habit of carrying stomach medication with him. "Yeah, I took some when it hurt really badly earlier, but it's a bit better now." He set the cup down, yet his brow remained furrowed tightly. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, indicating he was still in considerable discomfort. Ruan Liuzheng, maintaining a serious expression, bit her lip, internally debating whether to tend to him or not. Ultimately, she grasped his wrist and expertly began to apply pressure to his Neguan acupoint. Her proficiency stemmed from her earlier studies in traditional Chinese medicine. She had once dedicated herself to alleviating his suffering from gastric ailments, diligently seeking out a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to learn acupressure techniques and dietary adjustments. After a year of care, he had gradually improved, but had he now undone all that progress? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her frustration bubbled over, and her pressure instinctively intensified. He looked at her bewildered. Her petite frame belied her strength, and while she couldn't truly inflict pain, her expression of determination suggested otherwise. "What exactly do you think of me?" he mused. "Are you taking this opportunity for revenge?" "You're overthinking it," she retorted sternly. "I'm just frustrated with a patient who doesn't cherish their own health." "Ning Zhiqian, do you have any idea how hard it was for me to restore your stomach? I would wake up at 4 in the morning to prepare kanji for you. I practically begged to be taken on as an apprentice to learn the techniques, in search of expert advice on traditional Chinese medicine for health preservation." She found herself exhausted after a thorough massage, drenched in sweat. Did he think that his year-long illness would simply resolve itself? As a medical professional, he should understand the dedication that goes into healing. She was juggling roles as a doctor, caregiver, nutritionist, and masseuse, and it was no easy feat. This was the first time she addressed him by his full name, Ning Zhiqian. In her moment of frustration, She momentarily overlooked the fact that his recurring gastric issues were likely related to their lunchtime indulgence in spicy food. Though her irritation lingered, a tinge of guilt crept in, softening her tone as she continued to voice her grievances. You are in your 30s now, a father. Can you not take better care of yourself? If you can't handle spicy food, then simply refrain from it. I don't need to eat it either. Why put yourself through this torment? Making it difficult for those around you? As she pressed the Naguan acupoint, she shifted to find the Zisomli point beneath his knee. He gazed at her and gently remarked, It's not just the spicy food. I've had issues since my time in America. Of course, living without your care. Gorging on hamburgers and fried chicken without a schedule. How could it not worsen? She sighed, continuing her massage. You must remember, your stomach is not just yours. It belongs to neurosurgery and to your patients. What if one day, during surgery, you are in unbearable pain? I know. I usually take good care of myself and don't often have flare-ups. A pill usually suffices, but today is particularly troublesome. His furrowed brow relaxed slightly during her ministrations, his voice softening. It's not just because of the spicy food. She bit her lip, realizing she was to blame. No more spicy food tomorrow. I'm not that fragile. He attempted to reason, but she interrupted him in irritation. You still don't understand. You're not as considerate as Ning Xiang. No wonder he wants to stash snacks in your car. I truly pity him. At such a young age, he worries so much for you. Remembering how Ning Xiang had offered him a blanket that night, her heart ached at the thought of the son caring for his father. What was their life like, this father-son duo? He remained silent, closing his eyes to rest. After a moment, he spoke. Before I came here, Ning Xiang wanted to know if he could tell you that he misses you dearly, but he feared it wasn't the right time to call. Ning Xiang's words always tugged at her heartstrings, yet she was not his mother, and he could not pour all his emotions into her. Then she impulsively asked, Have you considered finding a mother for Ning Xiang? You need a woman to care for both of you. He paused, contemplating. I have thought about it. She hesitated, unsure of how to frame her next question. Was it because he hadn't found a right person, or was he still unable to let go of the past? What do you think of that female doctor from earlier? How would I know? Is it odd to ask her? Share your thoughts. Very well, if you insist. I shall speak candidly. It depends on the situation. The most crucial factor is whether you like her. If you do, that changes everything. Anything is acceptable. If not, then I believe she is not your ideal match. Think about it. You're already busy, right? You need someone who can care for both you and your son. Someone who can dedicate time and energy to your family. But you brought in someone who is even busier, working 48-hour shifts without trace. Is that suitable? And she is in a different location. It would be better not to seek anyone at all. So, you believe that the ideal partner for a neurosurgeon isn't another doctor? He inquired. Indeed, it would be best if they had more free time. For you, having a partner willing to prioritize family over work would be optimal. Just like I once did, caring for you wholeheartedly. But isn't that unfair to another woman? Yet, people tend to be selfish, and I find myself considering your needs, hoping someone else will devote themselves to you. Admittedly, discussing this with my ex-husband stings a bit, as I'm not a saint, but do I not still desire you? And what about you? Do you wish to find someone like that? His voice broke through her thoughts. She nodded slowly, standing straighter as she finished the Zisomli massage, then moved to his bedside, untying his robe and pressing her palm against his navel. Before applying pressure, she hadn't thought too deeply about it. As a doctor, her primary focus was on her patient before considering gender dynamics. Yet, as her palm rested against his taut abdomen, she was unexpectedly flooded with thoughts she ought to dismiss. Her hand seemingly glued in place. In a moment of distraction, her fingers brushed against the soft hair below his waistband, where his trousers could no longer contain his playful little secrets. As a seasoned physician, she should not entertain such thoughts in the presence of a patient. She had experienced every specialty during her rotations, yet he was different. She felt compelled to maintain her composure, treating him as she would any patient, lest she reveal her own insecurities. Thus, despite her racing heart and rising temperature, she feigned calmness and continued her massage. However, she sensed resistance from his abdomen, making it difficult to proceed. Relax, she urged softly, lightly patting him. He complied, but moments later, the tension returned. Can you behave? She murmured in exasperation. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist. Stop. In that instant, understanding dawned upon her, and she instinctively glanced down, her face flushing crimson as she immediately ceased her movements. His grip remained firm on her wrist, and he cleared his throat, appearing remarkably composed. She yanked her wrist away, flustered and indignant. "You're a doctor. Surely you have some awareness. How can you mentor aspiring medical students?" He lay on a bed, still frowning, methodically adjusting his robe and pulling the blanket over himself. She turned away, clenching her teeth. His demeanor, though calm, felt utterly shameless. However, she did not believe this was an uncontrollable desire on his part, merely a physiological reaction entirely separate from emotional ties. During their marriage, his physical needs had never been lacking. If he could still respond, surely it indicated he was no longer in pain. Grabbing her phone, she hastily retreated. "I'm leaving." He remained silent, unable to resist glancing back. She found him watching her with glistening eyes. Remembering how he had sweated through the pain, concern washed over her. She couldn't bear the thought of him lying there and catching a chill. "Are you still in pain? If not, go shower. Don't let a stomach ache turn into a cold." He simply lay there, shaking his head, his eyes misty, lips unusually red, unwilling to move. Damn it, she thought, finding him looking like a delicate character from a historical romance, utterly endearing. Where was the fierce Ning Ziqian she once knew? Clearly, he was still in considerable pain. Otherwise, he would appear this way. After a moment's hesitation, she resigned herself and went to the bathroom, filling a basin with warm water and returning with a hot towel to wipe him down. Her tone lacked any softness, bordering on brusque. "All right, turn over," she commanded, frowning as she finished wiping his chest. He remained silent, rolling to allow her to wash his back, then lay back down. "Put on your robe. Cover yourself up." After wiping herself down, she felt a chill and realized the importance of keeping warm. She shot him a disapproving glare, which he only acknowledged after complying with her instructions. Once he was done, she retreated to the bathroom. Upon her return, she found him peacefully lying on the bed, eyes closed in slumber. She opted not to disturb him, but felt uneasy leaving, so she settled on the sofa beside the bed, engrossed in her phone. With such an attitude, "If I were your patient, I would have lodged a complaint by now," she mused silently. Suddenly, his voice broke the silence, causing her to look up in surprise. He remained with his eyes shut, yet his expression was notably serious. Reflecting on her previous demeanor, she acknowledged her less than amiable behavior and wondered why she had become this way. In the past, she had cared for him with utmost tenderness, fearing to cause him any discomfort. Now, she recognized a shift in her conduct around him. She had become increasingly less restrained and her temper had indeed flared. No wonder he remarked that day that he hardly recognized her temperament. After some introspection, she concluded that perhaps it stemmed from her former deep investment in their marriage, solely focused on his happiness and the preservation of their relationship. Now that she no longer felt the need to maintain that bond, her caution had diminished. However, as he was now her teacher, she pondered whether her treatment of him had crossed a line. Luckily, he was a person of integrity. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently offended him. Nonetheless, she had tenderly attended to him, and even if her attitude was lacking, there seemed no need for him to threaten her with complaints. She shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, if he believed her demeanor was improper, why then did he allow that classmate of his to leave? Perhaps if he had treated her with more warmth, she might have been more attentive than herself, possibly even in a more comprehensive manner. He fell silent again, prompting her to huff quietly to herself. Perhaps even that eager question of his had been resolved. Of course, she dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, she resumed her focus on her phone, where Xiaoyan had just sent over the previous photos. She scrolled through them, surprised at how beautiful the shots were amidst the fireworks, despite the crowded background. Xiaoyan had skillfully edited the images, capturing a mesmerizing scene of fireworks and a multitude of people. Yet, one particular photo caught her eye, rendering her momentarily speechless. What an uncanny coincidence. It possessed an artistic quality, showcasing her profile with a pout, and inexplicably, his face emerged from the crowd, towering above everyone else. The angle was curious. Although he stood far from her, the photograph created the illusion that her lips were poised to kiss his cheek. She had seen similar photographs online, where someone appeared to pinch the moon with their fingers, and had often wondered how such delightful images were achieved. It was astonishing that Xiaoyan had captured such a moment. "What are you looking at?" His inquiry brought her back to reality, and realizing her expression must have appeared foolish, she quickly shut her album. "Nothing. You should continue your rest. I'd like a cup of hot water, please," he requested. She set her phone aside and stood. But considering his past tendency to intrude upon her albums, she prudently carried her phone with her to fetch the water. After he finished drinking, she glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight, and a yawn escaped her lips as she dimmed the lights. You should sleep. I'll wait until you feel better before I rest. She reasoned that he had taken his medication, and the effects wouldn't be immediate, but after an hour, it would be reasonable. Settling back onto the sofa, she leaned lazily against it, browsing the news on her phone. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of recent days and the tension from the afternoon lecture, she soon found herself dozing off. When she awoke, it was already the next day, disturbed by the buzzing of a razor. Confused, she blinked into the morning light. She was back in bed. The sound of the razor confirmed it. Had she really slept in his bed, or had he spent the night? Grasping the edge of the blanket, she knew without looking that she was still in her pajamas. He was a man of principle and would never act inappropriately. But waking up in her ex-husband's bed felt absurd. Just as she was mulling over the situation, someone approached and noticed she was awake. "You're up?" He greeted her. Her face flushed, and she shot him a reproachful look. "Could you please wake me if I fall asleep again?" She really needed to change her habit of sleeping so deeply that even thunder wouldn't rouse her. Her mother had often said that someone who slept so soundly could be stolen away without a clue. Little did she know, her mother's words had proven prophetic, as she had indeed been taken twice. He appeared quite normal now, looking well-rested, his complexion improved, and his lips less red than the previous night. Returning to his usual calm demeanor, he didn't even glance her way as he said, "Don't worry, I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room." Why so blunt? She thought. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she crawled out of bed and dashed toward her room. Upon opening the door, she suddenly remembered in her haste she hadn't taken her room card, and her spirits sank. "What's wrong? Did you forget your card?" His voice came from behind her. Did he really have to be so perceptive? She nodded weakly. He then called the front desk to have them send new card. Ruan Liuzheng felt mortified. The staff delivered the card to his room, showing responsibility, and even verified her identity by asking for her ID number. Only after confirming that her information matched what was on file did they open the door for her. The staff's gaze seemed to question why they were still occupying separate rooms. All she could do was glare at him. It was all his fault. "Change your clothes. We're going for breakfast. Don't be late," he urged, ignoring her glare. With no time to lose, she hurried through her morning routine. The conference would span 2 days, and today was dedicated to lectures from 2 other hospitals. She set aside her grievances and rushed to get ready. Thinking they would have breakfast at the hotel restaurant, she was surprised when he led her downstairs and into a narrow alley beside the hotel, bustling with locals enjoying breakfast at numerous rice noodle shops. "How'd you find this place?" she asked, intrigued. He headed towards the busiest establishment. "Didn't you hang out with your classmates yesterday?" "I wandered around and ended up here." "Wandered around? With that female classmate of yours?" "Yes," he admitted straightforwardly. "Does she like you?" she probed, seizing the opportunity to gossip and subtly retaliate against the server's disdainful glance from earlier. "Yes." His candidness was disarming, leaving her momentarily speechless. They reached the rice noodle shop, and she found herself at a loss for words, feeling that anything she might say would imply she still cared as his ex-wife. Just as she resolved to remain silent, he spoke again. "Didn't you disagree with me being with her? What do I care who you're with?" she retorted, finally comprehending his earlier comment about her not wanting him to date that classmate. "What do you want?" he asked, standing before the menu board. The topic shifted so rapidly. She glanced at the options: cilantro, beef, rice noodles. "No, bite, idée passersby pork, differega." "Which one?" "Fish noodles, I guess." This time, he stared at her incredulously. "Fine, just fish noodles," she confirmed, taking a seat to wait. Eventually, the server brought 3 bowls: cilantro beef, spicy pork stir-fry, and fish noodles. "Are you feeding pigs?" she exclaimed in astonishment. She had never seen anyone order so much. He glanced at her. "I don't mind." "So you don't mind feeding pigs? Does that mean you think I'm a pig?" "Eat up. Having the same dish every morning won't do. We'll return after the afternoon lecture. So eat as much as you can. Try a little of everything. Wasting food is disgraceful, young Master Ning. This ostentatious display of wealth is truly not worthy of admiration. No, share equally with me." Once again, I am astonished to realize that he hasn't clicked on anything at all. If she were not his ex-wife, she would undoubtedly be moved by him. Indeed, this man possesses a goodness that sometimes transcends verbal expression, especially towards her. After all these years, his unwavering devotion remains. If she desires something, he will certainly fulfill it. "Don't glare at me. Share with me before you add the chili." He requested 3 additional empty bowls from the waiter. To her surprise, She felt tears welling in her eyes. Teacher Ning, with your demeanor towards me, how could you treat another girl casually? Ning must have had a mother long ago. He glanced at her, saying, I haven't eaten 3 bowls of rice noodles. What does that mean? Confusion clouded her eyes. You're just overindulged. As the lecture concluded, she encountered the curly-haired doctor once more during the conference meal, seated next to Ning Zhiqian, while Ruan Liuzheng occupied the other side. It was then that Ruan Liuzheng truly recognized her, surnamed Yin, and politely addressed her as Teacher Yin. Before she and Ning Zhiqian departed from Xingsha, Teacher Yin came to see them off, presenting them with an array of local specialties. A stunning beauty carrying so many gifts. Ruan Liuzheng felt it would be impolite to refuse, especially given the weight. How could she make someone carry it back? It was unclear what Ning Zhiqian thought, but he accepted the gifts. Yet, he promptly handed them over to her, stating, These are for our research group. Remember to take them to the office tomorrow, for everyone to enjoy. All right, she acknowledged her role as the diligent assistant, but clearly, the gifts were intended for him. Everyone present was either a master's or doctoral student, each possessing high intelligence, and Teacher Ning's intentions were quite apparent. Regardless, Teacher Yin's smile seemed somewhat forced. Meanwhile, this little assistant maintained a cheerful demeanor, thanking Teacher Yin as if it were her responsibility to cover for the teacher's romantic escapades. As they boarded the plane back to Beijing, it was already evening when they arrived. To her surprise, when Yi had come to pick up Ning Xiang, Mom, the little bundle of joy rushed towards her, only to be intercepted midway by someone who grabbed his collar. Dad, Ning Xiang beamet klinging do Ning Xiqian slick. Why are you out so late? Don't you have kindergarten tomorrow? He inquired, lifting Ning Xiang by his collar. Ning Xiang struggled, but could not escape his grasp, eventually pouting. I wanted to come and meet Dad. I haven't seen him in so long. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting towards Ruan Liuzheng. Ning Xiqian, well aware of his son's intentions, chose not to expose him and released his grip. Ning Xiang then eagerly took Ruan Liuzheng's hand, smiling brightly as he pressed his cheek against her hand, sweetly calling her mom. Good boy, she replied, gently stroking his head, her heart always soft for this naturally affectionate child. She greeted Winnie, saying, Annie, I'm back. You've worked hard. Let us go, the car is waiting. Winnie smiled warmly in return. Since Ning Zhiqian's car was parked at the airport, Winnie rode back with the driver while Ruan Liuzheng rode with him, now accompanied by Ning Xiang, who insisted on joining his father despite Ning Zhiqian's serious objection due to the lack of safety seat. However, seeing Ning Xiang's timid expression softened everyone's hearts. I'll hold him, Ruan Liuzheng said, unable to push away the little one clinging tightly to her. Vanyi, chiming. He's 4 now, it's fine. Only then did Ning Zhiqian relent. Ning Xiang obediently held Ruan Liuzheng's hand, thanking her with a smile. Let's go. It's time to get in the car, she said with a grin. Ning Xiang climbed into the car, pulling out a small notebook from his backpack, leaning his soft little body against Ruan Liuzheng as he whispered in her ear, Mom, please help me fill this out. Ruan Liuzheng was taken aback. What is this? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a record of Ning Zhiqian's daily activities, already filled with a thick stack of entries. Why do you need to write this? She asked. Ning Xiang pointed at the notebook. Mom, you're right. Then, leaning closer, he added, Mom, please write first. I'll tell you later. Thinking it was homework from kindergarten, she diligently recorded Ning Zhiqian's routine over the past 2 days, noting when he woke up, when he went to bed, and the times for meals. Ning Xiang, still developing his writing skills, couldn't write everything in characters and drew cute pictures instead. Most amusingly, he highlighted that certain foods were off limits for his father, drawing chili peppers, ice cream, and other stomach irritants, with checkboxes for approval. Ruan Liuzheng pondered for a moment and decided to be truthful, marking a check next to the chili entry. After completing the entries, she returned the notebook to Ning Xiang, who, upon reviewing it, looked as if he were about to cry. What's wrong? What's the matter? She asked, perplexed by the gravity of his expression. Ning Xiang shook his head, gazing at his father driving, unwilling to speak, silently placing the notebook back into his little backpack. Was he worried his father would eat spicy food and suffer a stomachache? Ruan Liuzheng speculated. Guieti apologising, im sorry, Ning Xiang. It was my fault for taking your dad to eat spicy food. I won't do it again. Yet, Ning Xiang shook his head once more, expressing the resolve of a young gentleman, insisting a man should take responsibility for his actions. He can't blame the girl. At such a tender age, he was already bearing the weight of responsibility. She glanced at the man driving in front and quietly inquired, "Is this what your father taught you?" Ning Jiang nodded vigorously. It turned out he was upset for this reason, and his mood had been dampened ever since, obediently leaning against her side. This left Ruan Liuzheng somewhat at a loss. Later, as they arrived home, she patted the dejected Ning Xiang, saying, "Ning Xiang, I'm getting out now. Goodbye." However, Ning Xiang turned to Ning Zhiqian and said, "Dad, I'm getting out to talk to Mom." With that, he followed Ruan Liuzheng out of the car, grasping the hem of Ruan Liuzheng's clothing. He looked down and called out to her mom. She smiled, crouching down to stroke his little head. "Do you have something to tell me, Ning Xiang?" "Mom." Ning Xiang pouted. "Can I ask Dad to start behaving well again?" Ruan Liuzheng was puzzled by his words. "What do you mean? Could you clarify?" "I asked Dad why he and Mom got divorced. Dad said it was because he wasn't well behaved." "Mom, I want Dad to behave a little better." The teacher said that acknowledging one's mistakes and making amends is what makes a good child. So if he corrects his mistakes, he could be a good dad too, right? When Dad becomes well-behaved, will you forgive him? Ning Xiang's expression was earnest. "So you're keeping a record of Dad's life?" She was astonished and deeply moved. The simplicity of a child's thoughts can be so profound. "Yes," Ning Xiang nodded. "Kindergarten also asks parents to keep track of the children. And the teacher wants us to develop good habits and be good kids. Dad said he also wants to be a good dad. When children behave well, the teacher gives him a star each week. If Dad behaves well, I'll give him stars too. When Dad has enough stars, he will become a good dad. Then Mom can come home, right?" She was taken aback. Was this truly Ning Xiang's thought process? "Yes," he affirmed. Ning Xiang's spirits sank as she pondered the events of the week. Her father was on the verge of collecting stars after eating spicy food. It seemed that Ning Xian truly did not grasp that his son's quest for stars was a means to bring back his mother. Perhaps he merely thought it was a game. Reflecting on it, her father had always been well-behaved. He was a good father and an excellent doctor. Had she forgotten? She could not promise Ning Xiang a return home, yet she could not bear to see him distressed. Why then, were Mommy and Daddy getting a divorce? Ning Jiang blinked, her eyes wide with innocence. She wanted nothing more than to take that person in the car and shake sense into him. Why was she the one expected to answer these questions? Though her heart roared with frustration, she could only respond to Ning Xiang with gentle tenderness. "Dear, this question is quite complex. As you grow older, you will understand. But that does not mean your father is a bad person. He is, in fact, the best father in the world and one of the people who loves you the most. As for me, even though I do not live with you, I love you dearly." If adults were to hear these words, they would ring with insincerity, for until this year, she had been oblivious to the existence of such a son, let alone feeling love for him. Yet, for the child, these words brought satisfaction. Ning Xiang's eyes sparkled in the night, just as his did. "Really, Mommy?" Indeed, she could only nod. "Mommy." Ning Xiang embraced her, his soft cheek pressed against hers. "Mommy, I love you very much." She gently held him and could not resist planting a kiss on his face. "Ning Jiang, you are truly wonderful." "Yes, Mommy, I'm going home now." "Good night, Mommy." Ning Xiang puckered his small lips and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Mommy, I want to be a good child. I'm going back to my seat now. Bye, Mommy." With that, he waved his little hand and scampered back to his seat in Wenyi's car. For a long time, Ruan Liuzheng could still feel the warmth of Ning Xiang's kiss on her cheek. This child, in a sense, was fated to be connected to her. Yet what changes this connection would bring to her life was truly unpredictable. Chapter 88. A secret only you and I know at the hospital. Ruan Liuzheng found herself enveloped in Ding Yiyuan's resentful gaze early in the morning. She had likely already learned about her trip with Teacher Ning to Xingsha. Such matters were hard to conceal. With a project meeting looming that week, she and Ning Xian were tasked with conveying the content of the conference. And, of course, Teacher Ning had once again delegated this responsibility to her, his little aide. Before making rounds, Ding Yuan called her aside for a private conversation. "Ruan Liuzheng, I find it rather strange. Why would Teacher Ning invite you into the project group? Why take you to Xingsha?" Ding Yuan had always been straightforward, speaking her mind without hesitation. This question put Ruan Liuzheng in a difficult position. Should she confess that it was because she was his ex-wife and he felt a sense of guilt that prompted him to assist her? She had no obligation to provide personal explanations to someone with whom she was not familiar. Faced with Ding Yuan's pressing inquiries, she cautiously replied, "Perhaps it's because I have over a year of clinical experience in the neurosurgery department." Ding Yuan scoffed. "You, a mere master's student, think you are something special? Please, Look at Beiya's neurosurgery department. Everyone there is a PhD. I truly do not know how you managed to get your position. After expressing her disdain, Ding Yiyuan surprisingly did not leave immediately. This was Ruan Liuzheng's first opportunity to respond, not quite a rebuttal, but rather a clear declaration of her stance. Yes, I am just a master's student, and I have no standing at Beiya, so I'm not in a position to claim any status. I come from West City Hospital, which is not as prestigious as Beiya. The opportunity to learn at Beiya is a result of my hospital's investment in me. And given how rare this opportunity is, I cherish it and work even harder. That is all. Ding Yiyuan made a sound of acknowledgement, all right? Don't make yourself sound so noble, as if I didn't know. However, let me share a secret with you that might dispel your fantasies. Teacher Ning is not as wonderful as you think. He is divorced and has a son. Do you want to be a stepmother? Even if you do, you might not pass the test of his son. Being a stepmother is quite challenging. Her words implied that Ding Yiyuan herself would surely pass such a test if she were to take on the role. Nevertheless, Ruan Liuzheng felt no need to discuss the matter further with Ding Yiyuan, as she noticed the male lead they had been discussing approaching from a distance. Right behind Ding Yiyuan, she chuckled. Yes, Teacher Ning is not that great. I already knew that. We are alumni, remember? I have heard many rumors. What rumors? Ding Yiyuan asked, clearly taken aback by her remark. Teacher Ning had stopped a distance away, watching her intently as he listened to her words. She coughed lightly, pretending to be mysterious. This is a secret. You mustn't tell anyone. I have heard that Teacher Ning has been divorced for 5 or 6 years, and during that time, he has neither dated nor had any scandals. Ding Yiyuan's face paled. What do you mean? She glanced at Teacher Ning behind Ding Yiyuan, adopting an even more mysterious demeanor. Well, I shouldn't have to spell it out for you, should I? Just think, someone as outstanding as Teacher Ning, and yet his ex-wife still wanted to divorce him? Ding Yiyuan suddenly grabbed her wrist. Are you implying he is physiologically? She coughed awkwardly. I didn't say anything. I said nothing. And she freed herself from Ding Yiyuan's grip. Clarify what you mean. Is he impotent or what? Ding Yiyuan's voice rose suddenly. We are all medical students. Can we not be so cryptic? If he is impotent, he should see a urologist. If he is sick, he should get treatment. Ruan Liuzheng's laughter was stifled with discomfort. No, keep it down. Please don't say anything reckless. With that, she attempted to slip away from Ding Yiyuan. But Ding Yiyuan was not about to let her go. She turned and shouted, Ruan Liuzheng, you stop right there. Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted Teacher Ning. Ding Yiyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale. Teacher Ning, it was her who said. Ruan Liuzheng wore an innocent expression. What did I say? I merely mentioned how Teacher Ning still holds feelings for his ex-wife, which is why he had a girlfriend in 5 or 6 years. Yes, she maintained a serious demeanor, though inside, she felt a twinge of bitterness. Holding on to the past. Deep feelings? Such notions were laughable. Yet when she could recount the past as a joke, did that mean it had truly become one? Ding Yiyuan was furious. Ruan Liuzheng, are you playing with me? Teacher Ning's expression darkened as he prepared to make rounds. Ding Yiyuan glared at Ruan Liuzheng in anger before storming off. Ruan Liuzheng, lowering her head, planned to follow Ding Yiyuan, but someone seized the back of her collar, much like how Ning Xiang had been grabbed. What are you doing? Let us talk properly. No need for roughhousing. She freed her collar from his grip. Look at you. After all these years, I never noticed you were this kind of person. His gentle tone seemed to carry an unusual warmth. Yet, Ruan Liuzheng had always been playful, often trying to make him laugh when they lived together. How could someone who never truly held her in their heart pay attention to such nuances? You say, I'm still hung up on my ex-wife. Deeply sentimental? His voice was soft, as if a gentle breeze should accompany it. Why then did Ruan Liuzheng sense the chill of winter? I was just saying that casually, trying to help you out with Ding Yiyuan. Well, if you think she is a suitable candidate, I can help clarify things. She held her notebook carefully, speaking with caution. No need, he replied. Then, I shall take my leave and prepare for rounds. She attempted to slip away again. After taking a few steps, she heard someone call her name from behind. Liuzheng. Huh. She tightened her grip on the notebook, feeling a foreboding sensation. The footsteps approached her side, and a whisper of wind brushed her ear. There is a secret only you and I know. What? Secret? You tell me. He walked forward, casually tossing out a remark. However, I don't mind if you tell others. She remained rooted in place, utterly flustered for quite some time. A secret? Only he and she were privy to it? When she mentioned the word secret, It coincided with Ding Yuan's suspicion of his impotence. At that moment, she had repeatedly urged Ding Yuan not to disclose it to anyone. Thus, did his secret imply that not only was he not impotent, but he was also quite robust, and he didn't mind her sharing it with others? Countless exclamation marks echoed in her mind. Playing with fire inevitably leads to self-immolation. And yet he had not come to inspect the room. He had already walked quite a distance when his voice rang out in reprimand. Without hesitation, she clutched her notebook and hurried after him. The term ex-husband felt exceedingly awkward, particularly when discussing a certain secret matter. Initially, she thought that upon catching up to him, she would continue to feel embarrassed. However, she had overestimated the situation. Teacher Ning, with an air of solemnity, led a group of individuals to inspect the room as if no secret had ever been mentioned. She calmed herself and earnestly took notes. The patient in bed 46 was scheduled for surgery this week, which she was to perform. She had already reviewed the case, opting for a lateral approach. Both the patient and her family were anxious, posing numerous questions to her, all of which she answered in detail, providing reassurance to the patient. In bed 15, Aunt Kai had repeatedly refused surgery, resulting in delays. This morning, upon arriving at work, she heard that Aunt Kai had been clamoring to be discharged just a few days prior. A couple of days ago, she and Ning Zhiqian had been in Xingsha, entirely unaware of the situation here, only knowing that Aunt Kai's son had been detained for causing a public disturbance. As for Ning Zhiqian, he had filed a lawsuit against him for defamation, but no court date had yet been set. Upon entering the ward, she noticed two women beside Aunt Kai. One was Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law, and the other a stranger. As soon as they entered, Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law approached, pleading. Her previous arrogance dissolved. "Dr. Ning, you are a good person. Please forgive our family member," she implored, grabbing his sleeve in desperation. Ning Zhiqian, displaying remarkable patience, replied, "Hello, you may have misunderstood. Being detained is not the same as being imprisoned. Besides, he was taken away by the law enforcement. It has nothing to do with me. I'm merely a doctor, focused solely on healing." Yet the woman clung to him, and Ding Yuan lost her temper. "Could you please step aside? We are here for a ward round, not to settle disputes. If you have any complaints, kindly address them with the hospital administration. Do not obstruct us from attending to the patient. Treating patients is a matter of life and death. Can you afford to delay that?" At that moment, the other woman pulled Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law away. "Enough. Is your embarrassment not sufficient? Let the doctor attend to our mother." She called her mother? Was she Aunt Kai's daughter? As the scene unfolded, today's updates concluded, and tomorrow awaited. Chapter 89. The Temper of Dr. Ning. Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law, upon being scolded, regressed to her previous petulant demeanor. "I know you resent Lei Zi," wishing for him to remain imprisoned forever. It turned out Aunt Kai's son was named Lei Zi. The other woman shot her a glare. "Be quiet. It's Juanzi. I am your sister-in-law. Is this how you speak to your sister-in-law?" Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law, now furious, yanked the woman aside. It became evident that this woman was indeed Aunt Kai's daughter, Juanzi. Juanzi's gaze was frigid, her words cutting. "Do you even deserve to speak?" Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law, incensed, retorted. "You only care about that little bit of money. Is it worth sending Lei Zi to prison? You're still siblings. Do you have any sense of familial affection?" Ruan Liuzheng could only marvel at how illogical some individuals could be, especially when a daughter-in-law could so brazenly discuss feelings in such a manner. Yet this was a hospital, not a battleground for quarrels. She looked toward Ning Zhiqian, who signaled to a male resident doctor beside him. The male doctor stepped forward to intervene in the escalating conflict, while Ning Zhiqian proceeded to check on Aunt Kai. "Aunt Kai, how have you been feeling these past few days? Is there any discomfort?" He initiated the conversation with warmth. Listening to his gentle voice warmed Ruan Liuzheng's heart, not only because of his demeanor, but also due to the unwavering support from the entire neurosurgery team. After the tumultuous incident, especially following Aunt Kai's untruthful remarks about the hospital, everyone continued to treat her with the same kindness, whether they were doctors or nurses. Even the typically impatient Ding Yuan was no exception. Aunt Kai, perhaps feeling ashamed to face Ning Zhiqian, evaded his inquiries, but he remained patient, gently guiding her to speak. While he conversed with the patient, the argument resumed between the two women. The male doctor found it impossible to quell their quarrel, and they disregarded Aunt Kai entirely, erupting into a loud dispute within the ward. Juanzi fiercely criticized her sister-in-law's notion of affection. "Affection? How dare you speak of it? You and your brother made our mother live in a shed, scavenging for garbage. Do you have the audacity to talk about love? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? The woman scoffed in response. You're filial? You fear divine retribution? Why don't you come and care for her yourself? You revel in your freedom while leaving the old lady to us, and you still have the face to speak? I revel in my freedom? Who was it that patted their chest and promised to take good care of the old lady? Who said that as long as I sent living expenses back, everything would be fine? Where did all the money I transferred every month go? Mother didn't receive a single cent. In the end, she has to rely on scavenging to survive, and you still have the gall to complain? Zhuanzi exclaimed, both angered and sorrowful, with tears streaming down her face. This family had enacted too many dramas within the hospital. These two women had been quarreling for 2 days, and the onlookers were already weary of the spectacle. The patients in adjacent beds urged them to cease their argument, emphasizing the urgency of the elder's health, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. The exchange between the two women was relentless, causing even Ruan Liuzheng to feel a headache. Ning Zhiqian had nearly finished his inquiries when he turned to face them, his expression icy. Approaching the two women, it seemed that due to his prior reprimand of Lei Zi, Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law displayed a hint of fear, instinctively retreating, her lips moving without sound. With no further retorts to be made, Zhuanzi fell silent. Are we done arguing? He always spoke with a calm tone, even cordial. Yet paired with his piercing gaze, it instilled an unspoken fear, particularly evident on Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law's face. Observing that the two women had quieted, Ning Zhiqian pointed to the silent sign on the wall. This is a hospital. If you do not understand this word, I can have a nurse teach you later. If you do understand, kindly take your quarrel to the rooftop and return once you've settled it. Afterward, he addressed the male doctor who had attempted to intervene. Anyone disrupting hospital order should be reported to security or the police. Given that one Lei Zi was already detained, his words carried significant weight, and Aunt Kai's daughter-in-law dared not utter another word. Having comforted Aunt Kai one last time, he exited with a stern expression, followed closely by the resident doctors. Unexpectedly, Aunt Kai's daughter, Zhuanzi, pursued him, calling out, Dr. Ning. Dr. Ning. Her urgency caused her voice to rise, echoing through the quiet corridor, drawing the attention of everyone present. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she lowered her voice as she approached. Dr. Ning, I'm the daughter of bed 15. Regarding the incident with my brother, I want to apologize. Ning Xiqian noted it. This is Dr. Ruan. You can consult her regarding your mother's condition. Dr. Ning, I'm sorry, my brother. Hello. We only discuss patients and their conditions, as well as treatment plans. If you wish to discuss anything else, let us talk in the office. His words conveyed that he was a doctor focused solely on healing, indifferent to her brother's situation. However, Zhuanzi seemed oblivious, persistently seeking to engage him. Dr. Ning, may I speak with you privately? He fell into silence for a moment, instructing them to return to the office while Dr. Ruan remained. Zhuanzi cast a cautious glance at Ruan Liuzheng. Speak your mind. Your mother's surgery was conducted by Dr. Ruan, and she is most informed about the details. By the way, are you aware that the elderly lady had been emotionally unstable previously? Zhuanzi nodded, acknowledging her awareness. That's good. The patient has consistently refused surgery, and your family has lacked a decisive figure until now. Since you are here, please communicate effectively with the patient. He spoke in a measured tone. Mindful of his role as a physician, some matters need not be articulated too explicitly. My mother, will she recover? Zhuanzi hesitated, voicing the question most relatives are keen to ask. Yet, this inquiry presents a challenge for any doctor, as no physician can guarantee absolute certainty. There's always a success rate associated with surgery, and doctors typically provide standard responses, as was the case this time. Ruan Liuzheng meticulously explained the various considerations, risks, and potential complications of the surgery to Zhuanzi. Zhuanzi maintained a look of uncertainty. After a brief moment of hesitation, ensuring no one was around, she swiftly produced an envelope from her pocket and pressed it into his hands. Dr. Ning, I apologize. My brother has made a mistake. Please overlook this small token of gratitude from me and Dr. Ruan. Previously amicable, his demeanor instantly froze, his eyes clouded with a frosty expression. Ruan Liuzheng sensed trouble brewing. This was a serious breach of decorum for Dr. Ning. Family of bed 15. Ruan Liuzheng's voice took on an urgent tone. Please refrain from this. Yet Zhuanzi insisted. They are simply being courteous. I beg you, do not take offense. Just ensure my mother receives the best care. If that is the case, seek another capable physician. He forcefully withdrew his hand and turned to leave. The envelope fell to the ground, glaringly conspicuous. Ruan Liuzheng stamped her foot. You should hurry and pick it up. This was, after all, a corridor. Though it was deserted at present, one could never be certain who might appear next. The matter of the envelope was exceedingly sensitive, particularly now, and should it be seen, it would invite unwarranted scrutiny. Zhuangzi, now flustered, quickly retrieved it, attempting to press it back into her hands. Ruan Liuzheng stepped back a few paces, avoiding it as if it were a plague. Do you not understand yet? Zhuangzi gazed at her in confusion. Ruan Liuzheng felt a surge of frustration. If Dr. Ning were truly the sort of person to accept such gestures, would he have been so patient with your mother after your brother's recent troubles? Do not underestimate people's integrity. But Zhuangzi hesitated, still deeply concerned. You truly do not hold my brother's actions against us? Of course we do, Ruan Liuzheng affirmed firmly. But that is your brother. It has nothing to do with your mother. Dr. Ning made himself abundantly clear. We, as doctors, only discuss the patient and treatment plans. Why are you being so obtuse? Really? Zhuangzi's skepticism lingered. Absolutely. Ruan Liuzheng reassured her, internally chastising Dr. Ning's earlier demeanor. If he refused the envelope, why the outburst? A simple request to seek another doctor, and he storms off? Is he not concerned about being perceived as refusing treatment out of arrogance? Yet, grievances aside, one must attend to the situation at hand. Family of Bed 15. You can inquire about Dr. Ning's character throughout the department. He is known for his integrity and kindness, a paragon of medical ethics. He detests such underhanded conduct, and your actions may have incited his ire. Zhuangzi felt a pang of embarrassment. I see. Do not worry, though he abhors such behavior. He is also renowned for his unwavering commitment to patients. Your current priority should be to care for your mother, persuading her to accept the surgery, which is the best course of action. She has consistently rejected it, and without you, there was little we could do. You know your brother is not reliable. But now that you are here, you can provide the support she needs. On a side note, there will be another update later, likely in the evening. I apologize for the delay today. Chapter 90. I truly owe you. As she spoke, Zhuangzi began to weep again. I should have returned sooner. Yet, I was unaware. My brother never informed my mother of the severity of her condition. He only mentioned she was ill and hospitalized, requesting money to be sent back. I have sent money twice without being told the true extent of her illness. He always insisted it was nothing serious and just to send funds. Ruan Liuzheng was acutely aware of her brother's character, but it was equally unacceptable that Zhuangzi had gone years without contact. However, as she reflected, she had also been away for 6 years without returning home and felt it unjust to judge. She resolved to dedicate more time to her parents in the future. How did you eventually learn of this? She inquired. The community committee contacted me. They obtained my number from the police, Zhuangzi replied. Ruan Liuzheng pondered, slowly grasping the situation. After Zhuangzi inquired further about Aunt Kai's condition, she returned to care for her mother. Ruan Liuzheng returned to the office, having no time for further discussion, assisting with today's medical orders before entering the operating room. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the surgery concluded, and she returned to the office, famished. Liuzheng, the food is still somewhat warm. Help yourself. Tanya hurriedly carried medication to the ward, leaving her with a brief note. Thank you, she replied. It was common for lunch to be missed after a lengthy surgery. If Tanya was on the day shift, she would usually bring them food. Ruan Liuzheng fetched the meals, one for herself and one for him. Ding Yuan did not require hers, as someone was bringing food for her. After placing the meal on his desk, she sat beside him to eat. He was intently studying a series of MRI images. She glanced over and noted they were from bed 46, for which she was soon to be the lead surgeon. Dr. Ning, it's time to eat, she reminded him. He finally turned and sat down, effortlessly picking up his spoon without uttering a word of thanks. Dr. Ning. Over the years in the hospital, she had developed a habit of eating quickly whenever possible, lest she be forced to abandon her meal. Seizing a moment of quiet in the office, she inquired, was it you who had Shiqian locate Aunt Kai's daughter? He leisurely deflected the question. Do you still remember Shiqian? What's her response is that? Regardless, he is still your cousin. She went to pursue her studies, not to suffer from amnesia. Indeed. Then why be so irritable? Can't we communicate properly? She mumbled in complaint. If you remember Shiqian, how could you forget my temperament? His temperament? She recalled that he was an only child, raised like a little lord, and had once been quite the flamboyant character, often getting into trouble with the neighborhood rascals. She thought that perhaps his demeanor had subdued after Dong Yao Miao's departure. Though she had witnessed his exuberance, she had rarely seen him angry. However, there had been one instance when someone had offered him a red envelope, a familiar visitor, and he had immediately rejected it, leaving her quite startled. Since their marriage, he had maintained a gentle disposition. Lost in her thoughts, she momentarily overlooked him until she heard the gentle clink of his spoon, glancing over to find him closing the lid of his meal. Not eating anymore, she noticed that a significant portion of his rice remained. Can you not elaborate a little? She pressed. Is it unpalatable? Or is your stomach upset? He frowned slightly, resuming his meal. Today's rice is too hard. Too hard? Does it hurt your stomach? She asked, concerned. Glancing down at her own rice, which was similarly firm, she recalled the bread in her bag, retrieving it and tossing it to him. I realize I truly owe you. She then took his cup, preparing a cup of hot milk for him. He elegantly enjoyed the bread and milk, exuding an air of tranquility. She continued to speak about him, The hospital is currently investigating the matter concerning Aunt Kai. And you, instead of being considerate, gave her daughter a cold shoulder. What she turns out to be unreasonable as well. Wouldn't you be in trouble again? He downed the milk in one go and replied nonchalantly, Aren't you still here? Was he actually waiting for her to clean up after him? Upon this realization, she felt a sense of indebtedness towards him. She set down the spoon and shot him a sideways glance. Why should I always be the one to clean up your mess? You have a trail of scandals, and I'm left to tidy up. You offend the patients, and I'm expected to smooth things over. Please, Teacher Ning, I came to learn medicine, not to be your maid. It was remarkable how they seemed to be in sync. She always ended up accommodating him without him needing to ask. Reflecting on the last incident where he had gotten into a fight, it was the same. He acted, and she rushed in to explain. No wonder. He was such a proud person. Why would he bother to explain? Young lady, stop referring to cleaning up so crudely. He went to the sink to wash his cup and face. What was wrong with that term? As medical students, must they be so pretentious? Unknowingly, she echoed Ding Yuan's earlier sentiments, and besides, she was no longer a young girl. She found that term quite distasteful. He returned and asked, What did I have scandals? Ding Yuan, she retorted immediately. Didn't I just enlighten you about that this morning? And what about Teacher Yin? He even pushed me forward to collect gifts. Enough already. At that moment, Ding Yuan entered and looked at the two of them with surprise. What do you mean by enough? Thankfully, Ding Yuan was walking briskly and didn't hear her mention of her name. So, she raised her bowl, indicating she had finished her meal. After saying this, she stood up to wash the dishes when he called out, Wait, what is it? She halted in her tracks. Take mine too. He pointed his unfinished food. Had he grown accustomed to ordering her around? Especially after last night's massage. It was evident that women should not be too soft-hearted. She glanced at Ding Yuan, contemplating whether leaving in a huff would raise suspicions. In fact, Ding Yuan was already looking at her with an inquisitive expression. She endured it. Yes, Teacher Ning, she responded obediently and went to wash the dishes. As she carried his bowl, Ding Yuan shot her a disdainful look, as if to say she was merely doing menial work to curry favor with Teacher Ning. To be fair, she felt quite wronged. She did not wish for this. As she dealt with his bowl of rice, she felt a pang of sympathy. Ding Yuan had someone delivering meals to her, while he had numerous housekeepers. Yet he didn't think to have someone bring him food from home. Though he was not picky, the cafeteria food was sometimes hard and sometimes soft. How could his stomach handle that? Remembering the days when she used to bring him meals every day, it felt somewhat suffocating. With this emotion swirling within her, she returned. And when he handed her the cup to fill with water, she surprisingly did not resist, seamlessly pouring it like she would for milk. However, when he took the cup, he didn't even look up. Dr. Ruan, let us discuss the surgery for bed 46. All right, this was a serious matter. This would be her first surgery as the lead at Bea, and she couldn't help but feel he seemed to value it even more than she did. He had already pulled her aside for 2 discussions before the departmental meeting last week, and this was the second conversation after the meeting. Remember, the incision should not extend below the zygomatic arch level, and try to keep it close to the ear canal. Avoid blood vessels to minimize nerve damage. The superficial temporal vein is visible to the naked eye, and you can feel the superficial temporal artery with your fingers. I'll be beside you, watching and reminding you. Don't be afraid. Also, the incision can be adjusted appropriately to prevent injury and bleeding. He meticulously outlined various points for her, and although she had already memorized them, his earnestness still warmed her heart. The journey of medicine is endless. Perhaps after leaving Bea, she would encounter many great teachers, but he would always remain the most special one, undoubtedly the best for her. As she gazed at his exquisitely unchanged face, observing the seriousness and anticipation in his eyes, and listening to his gentle and soothing voice flowing like a stream in her ears, she felt a pang of emotion in her nose, her eyes glistening. His visage became shrouded in a mist, gradually blurring. Even his voice became indistinct, until suddenly he snapped, "Ruan Liuzheng." She jolted back to reality, her eyes glimmering like pearls, gazing at him in confusion. "Could you focus a bit? We're about to go on stage. Do you think this is a joke?" He was genuinely upset. She recognized her lapse in composure, feeling a twinge of regret, but still smiled. "Teacher Ning, why do I feel like you are more scared than I am?" His gaze faltered. "Rest assured, Teacher Ning, I really remember everything you said. You've repeated it 4 times. She smiled. "Teacher Ning, I understand the importance of the surgery, and I grasp your expectations of me. I won't let you down, nor tarnish your reputation. As an aside, I wish to clarify that many readers may prefer the interactions between the main characters, dismissing other plot lines as filler. For those holding such expectations, I must issue a warning. You might be disappointed, as the interactions between the leads are merely part of the narrative, given their roles as doctors. There will inevitably be case studies and stories set in the hospital. If this does not appeal to you, feel free to skip chapters. Chapter 91 bears no difference. A simple phrase, "I will not disappoint you," is a promise, to him, but also to herself. "You promise to believe in me." She gazed at him with a smile. His previously tense expression slowly relaxed, and his eyes softened, speaking through actions. She extended her fingers in a V shape, winking at him playfully, her face radiating with liveliness. He truly cared for her, she understood that. The nature of their relationship was both wondrous and delicate. He was the person closest to her, yet also the farthest. She believed that, aside from family, no one else cared for her more than he did, 6 years ago, and even now. If their relationship were to face life and death trials, should she need him to die, he would do so without hesitation. This was something she never doubted. However, the one who would die for her was not the one living for her. He made her realize that living was far more challenging than dying. If death could resolve problems, he could have chosen to die many years ago, and in truth, perhaps he had long since passed away. "Keep going," he said. He sat by the window, his gaze gentle, the autumn sunlight streaming in, warm yet blinding. From a distance, perhaps the warmth remained, without the risk of being scorched. In that moment, she acknowledged that she had somewhat lost herself. It was only when Dr. Cheng entered and whistled that she remembered Ding Yiyuan was beside her, her eyes fixed on her. "Dr. Ruan, please take care during the surgery," Dr. Cheng said cheerfully. Ruan Liuzheng was not oblivious to the jest directed at her. Unable to respond openly, she feigned nonchalance. "Teacher Cheng, it should be me asking for your guidance." Dr. Cheng was indeed a good friend of his, though not as distinguished as the head of the department, but he held his own in the team. The surgical team had always had fixed pairings, and there was a tacit understanding of who partnered with whom. Yet this time, as she was the lead, he had brought Dr. Cheng in as her assistant, which showed his thoughtfulness, though it might also raise eyebrows among those in the department who were unaware of the situation, such as Ding Yiyuan. Dr. Cheng had always been a carefree person, grinning as he leaned over her desk. "How are you going to thank me?" "Chung Zhou," came someone's warning. Dr. Cheng chuckled again, seemingly ignoring the caution, leaning closer to her. "I really want some porridge. Can you cook it for me every day?" Ruan Liuzheng's cheeks instantly flushed. "Teacher Cheng, you can't bully people like this," Ding Yiyuan interjected. Dr. Cheng found himself somewhat at odds with Ding Yiyuan, likely due to her arrogant demeanor and her privileged background. Without hesitation, he plopped down in a chair, dismissively stating, "What is it to you? Can your father really dictate whom I choose to engage with?" Although Ding Yiyuan took pride in her father being the deputy director, hearing such blunt words was still quite humiliating, prompting her to storm off in anger. Ruan Liuzheng observed the exchange, shaking her head in silence. On the day of the surgery for bed 46, Ruan Liuzheng felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety, making 2 trips to the restroom in the span of the morning. Upon exiting the second time, she found him waiting by the door. "Teacher Ning," she exhaled softly, calling out to him. He looked at her, his gaze clear and refreshing. "Do you need me to repeat myself for the 5th time?" She chuckled lightly, replying no. "Then let us proceed." As they walked side by side, he reassured her. "Though I've already said it 4 times, I know you have gone through it in your mind countless times, so there is no need for fear. I understand. I am not afraid, Teacher Ning. His words rang true. Yet he was also aware of her nervousness stemming from her earlier restroom visits. And remember, I will be by your side. She chose not to respond further. She did not deny that the most comforting words in the world were those of companionship. Hearing him say that calmed her tumultuous thoughts, yet she was also acutely aware that no one could remain by anyone's side forever. She had left once, and she would eventually leave again. Thus, she needed to grow swiftly. Inside the operating room, the familiar sights filled her with a sense of calm. Today, however, she was the one wielding the scalpel, while he observed closely. Once on stage, her mind settled, and her thoughts became remarkably clear. His voice, though soft, was precise. Separate the hat-shaped fascia from the periosteum and temporal fascia. When you reach the anterior quarter of the temporal muscle, 4 centimeters from the eye margin, pull the flap towards the orbit. He was indeed concerned. She could not forget any of these instructions. Her hands moved steadily and delicately, step by step, incising, exposing, drilling, and excising the lesions. Although she appeared cautious, Dr. Chung, as her assistant, executed his role with ease, their collaboration seamless. The surgery felt prolonged yet fleeting. After several hours, as she reached the moment of completion, she realized she was drenched in sweat, but the operation had concluded flawlessly. Even Dr. Chung, post-surgery, commented with a smile, "After all, you're a Teacher Ning student. Your technique is equally impeccable." At that moment, he was seated beside her, guiding Ding Yiyuan in writing her summary. Stealing a glance, she noticed his refined profile, his lowered eyelids and long, dark lashes, seemingly oblivious to Dr. Cheng's remarks. She felt her own surgery had gone quite well, yet he offered no praise, nor even a critique. When discussing the case, he emphasized it to the other students without any mention of her contributions, leaving her yearning for his feedback, good or bad. She longed to hear something from him. The remainder of the day was tinged with unease. Perhaps she had not performed to his expectations. After all, he was known as Ning Yidao. In the afternoon, during discussions for another surgery, he appointed Ding Yiyuan as the lead surgeon. This was not unexpected. She understood that both she and Ding Yiyuan were under his tutelage, and he had no reason to assign all the surgeries to her. Yet, a nagging thought arose. Perhaps he regarded Ding Yiyuan and her with equal indifference. When this notion surfaced, she felt discomfort. Was it not her desire for equality in treatment? Why should she expect preferential treatment? Contemplating this, her unease diminished, but she still longed to discuss the surgery with him, so she waited for him after work. He seemed to know she was waiting, emerging in his attire, and naturally approached her, saying, "Let us go." "Okay." She followed him, intending to discuss the afternoon's operation when Ding Yiyuan rushed up, brimming with excitement and anxiety. "Teacher Ning, I am so scared and nervous. What should I do?" He regarded Ding Yiyuan with warmth in his eyes. "There is no need to fear. I will be right beside you." In that instant, Ruan Liuzheng felt words escape her. The pang of jealousy she attempted to suppress was uncontrollable. It dawned on her that this reassurance was not exclusive to her. It was merely a teacher providing comfort to a student, a sentiment he likely extended to many students, including Ding Yiyuan. What was she feeling at that moment? Disappointment? Regardless of a label, her rational mind admonished her against such emotions. Yet, sometimes reason and sentiment find themselves on divergent paths. While she could treat him as a mentor in her actions, her feelings towards him remained steadfast. She wished to manage it, but if emotions were easily controlled, life would be devoid of challenges. Later, as Ding Yiyuan joined them in the elevator and exited the hospital, her bubbly nature filled the air with chatter about the surgery and unrelated topics, leaving little room for Ruan Liuzheng to interject. Not that it mattered. Her earlier desire to speak had dissipated. Once outside, she quickened her pace, distancing herself from them as she made her way to the parking lot. After retrieving her car and navigating through the congested traffic of rush hour, her mood soured amidst the gridlock. Suddenly, a car beside her honked. It was his vehicle. The window was down, as if he had something to say. She rolled down her window, feeling the rush of wind, and waved her hand, signaling that it was too windy and she felt cold, not wishing to open the window wider. Just then, her phone rang. They say true traffic jams occur when you cannot move an inch, and she found herself in one. Answering the call, "Hello? Why are you driving so fast? Were you waiting for me to say something?" His voice resonated. She glanced outside, their windows closed, shadows of each other becoming less distinct. Leaning back in her seat, she was taken aback. How did you know I had something to say? Weren't you waiting for me? He replied. You knew I was waiting for you? Who was waiting for you? She marveled at his perceptiveness. By the way, I accompanied my daughter today, hence the delay. I will be a bit later with another update. Chapter 92. I know you were waiting for my praise. Normally, she would dash out of work like a rabbit, fearing capture. Yet today, she hesitated. Was it not a wait for me? You truly miss nothing, do you? She conceded. Yes, I was waiting for you. I wanted to ask how my surgery went today. The procedure had been executed flawlessly, yet what ranking did it hold in his eyes? Even if it was not perfect, she wished to hear his thoughts to understand where she could improve. She feared he might temper his honesty to spare her feelings, so she added, it was quite perfect, without any flaws. He affirmed confidently. She exhaled deeply, her expression softening. Then why did you say nothing? Her tone inadvertently carried a hint of reproach. Liuzheng. He called her name, lowering his voice. I know you are waiting for my praise, but I will not offer it. His insight pierced her, leaving her feeling slightly embarrassed. She muttered, I was not waiting for your praise. I was just afraid I had not performed well. Why allow yourself to accept mediocrity? He countered. She found herself momentarily speechless. You cannot permit yourself to falter. Every operation must be executed flawlessly, for any imperfection may yield dire consequences. Liuzheng, remember this. Perfection is not worthy of praise, nor should it breed pride. It is simply your obligation, the fundamental expectation of a surgeon. He had never spoken to her with such gravity, leaving her momentarily stunned, but the lesson resonated deeply within her. This phrase later became a guiding mantra throughout her medical career. Perhaps it is also something more significant than mere technical skills that she learned from Teacher Ning. Liuzheng understood that not every surgery could achieve 100% success. There would still be challenges that left them feeling powerless. However, she believed that one must hold oneself to high standards, striving for perfection within one's own parameters. She listened intently, genuinely recalling the feeling of being taught by her mentor at school. Liuzheng, the person on the other end, called her name after a prolonged silence. I'm here. I'm listening, she replied hurriedly. Did I speak too harshly? He inquired. No, not at all, she quickly denied, thinking it best to remain serious on this matter. I'm listening, and I'll remember. Well, that's good to hear. His earnest words alleviated some of her earlier hesitations. As the traffic began to move, she hastily added, I want to say more, Teacher Ning. I need to drive. With that, she ended the call. As the cars gradually crept along, his lane appeared to be more congested than hers, and slowly, they drifted apart. Upon returning home, Ruan Liuzheng was dragging his luggage, preparing to depart for an evening flight to attend an event in another city. Sister, if you don't come back soon, I'm leaving. Ruan Liuzheng grinned at her. Are you leaving just like that? Have you eaten? Watching her once mischievous younger brother, now tall and handsome, striving for his future and career brought her great comfort. If I eat then, Mom made dinner early for me. Nothing beats home-cooked meals. I really don't want to go. Ruan Liuzheng turned back to embrace Pei Sufan, who was delighted by her son's affection, though she teased, silly boy. You're grown up now. Stop acting spoiled. Ruan Liuzheng chuckled and called Liuzheng aside. What is up? Do you have a secret to share with your sister? Liuzheng laughed, ruffling her brother's hair and noting how he had grown taller than her, prompting her to exclaim, You've grown up. Ruan Liuzheng bashfully scratched his head. Sister, I'm seeing his awkward demeanor. Liuzheng understood. What? Do you need money? Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. No one knows me better than you, sister. Fearing she might become upset, he quickly explained, I earned a bit from this film shoot. But as a newcomer, the pay is low. Plus, I bought a car for the family and hung out with friends a few times since returning. Who are you hanging out with? Liuzheng always felt uneasy about her brother's friends, many of whom had dubious character. Sister, don't worry. I've cut ties with my old friends. The ones I hang out with now are reliable, and I'm sure you know them. Ruan Liuzheng insisted. Ruan Liuzheng, Liuzheng carefully stated. It's not that I oppose you making friends, but we must act within our means. It's not about me being stingy. We're just not part of that crowd, and there's no need to force ourselves into it. If Ruan Liuzheng's new friends were indeed those known to her, they would be either affluent or influential, and at his age, they would surely be extravagant. It would be unbecoming for him to rely on their generosity, and she questioned the necessity of him pretending to be someone he was not. Ruan Liuzheng, full of youthful bravado, naturally disagreed. Sister, you can't say that. If we don't mingle, how can we ever change our circumstances? Liuzheng countered, Why must we become like them? His patience waned. All right, if you want tea help, I'll figure it out myself. Ruan Liuzheng, she admonished, frowning. Since he was around 10, he had trouble heeding their parents' advice. But did he no longer even listen to her? Ruan Liuzheng lowered his head. Sister, I'm a man. I must have a career and strive to be someone of significance. There is nothing wrong with that. But in today's world, one cannot succeed alone. A lone hero needs allies. What is wrong with networking with successful individuals? Liuzheng, at a loss for words, finally asked, how much do you need? Ruan Liuzheng's eyes lit up. Sister, I'll give you my card number. The amount doesn't matter. You decide. Liuzheng shook her head in resignation, realizing that such a transfer would certainly not be a trivial sum. Ruan Liuzheng sent her the card number and happily headed to the airport. She reluctantly transferred the funds. After dinner, she took a bath, but thoughts of Ruan Liuzheng extinguished any comfort she felt, leaving only a deep sense of worry. Being meticulous by nature, the more she pondered, the more hypothetical scenarios emerged, intensifying her anxiety. She hurriedly rinsed off and called Ning Zhiqian. He answered promptly, his voice soft, mingled with the sound of Ning Xiang playing nearby. It's me, she casually remarked. I know. The noise from Ning Xiang faded, likely as he moved away. I wanted to ask if you know who Ruan Liuzheng has been hanging out with lately? I'm not sure, he replied, seemingly surprised by her inquiry. I spend my days with you, and the rest of my time is with Ning Xiang at home. How would I know about Ruan Liuzheng's friends? But Ruan Liuzheng said you know his friends, she pointed out, beginning to suspect that Ruan Liuzheng was using Ning Zhiqian's name to associate with others, despite the fact that everyone in that circle was aware of their divorce. I'll keep an eye on it, he said. Is there an issue with Ruan Liuzheng again? No. She felt embarrassed upon hearing that lingering again, realizing how much trouble Ruan Liuzheng must have caused him. Thank you. But perhaps it's best you don't worry too much. Ruan Liuzheng is an adult and knows his own affairs. Sorry for bothering you. Liuzheng. He called her back. She had indeed been about to end the call, but his voice halted her. Did something happen? He asked. Really, it's nothing. She laughed, realizing how much of a psychological burden Ruan Liuzheng had placed on him. It's just that I'm overthinking. I was merely asking. He ceased his probing, his tone softening. You do tend to worry too much. She chuckled again, and he continued, by the way, their essay meeting for the research group tomorrow. You need to convey the highlights from the 2 lectures you attended in Xingsha. Are you prepared? Yes. I've been ready for a while. I heard Ding Yuan has joined the research group too? She asked casually, recalling how Ding Yuan had boasted about joining the group the day before. Yes. So, Vice Director Ding finally spoke up as she brought up Ding Yuan. It reminded her of the events from the afternoon, and she felt somewhat foolish for her earlier discomfort. Why had she felt the need to stand out? Liuzheng? She realized her thoughts had drifted again. Why are you silent now? He asked. There's nothing to say, she murmured. Any thoughts? It's late today. I'll end the update here. Chapter 93. Don't just disappear while walking with thoughts? He had been speaking rather oddly lately, requiring her to read between the lines. Do you have feelings towards Ding Yuan? This was entirely a misunderstanding. No. Why would I have feelings for her? Really? No, I don't, she silently reflected, and indeed found no feelings there. Although Ding Yuan was somewhat impulsive, she was straightforward and loyal in significant matters. That's good. So, next time, don't just vanish while walking, he added with a hint of meaning. Though they were not speaking face to face, she couldn't help but feel a flush on her cheeks. I would just vanish, really? What do you mean by really? How is it that our conversations increasingly resemble riddles? Will you truly vanish while walking? She paused, sensing that his notion of disappearing while walking did not align with her own interpretation. Yet how could that be? Perhaps she was overthinking it. She ought to maintain a clear mind and refrain from coveting fantasies that do not belong to her. Certainly not, she replied with conviction, asserting that his statement was simply a reminder not to leave abruptly, as she had done today. He responded with a soft grunt, devoid of any discernible emotion. Her confidence grew. Her speculation was indeed correct. He meant not to depart silently as he had done earlier. Liuzheng, he suddenly called out to her. She stood in her thin nightgown, feeling a bit chilly, and nestled deeper into her blanket, resting her head on the soft pillow, which brought her immense comfort. What are you doing? He inquired. The dialogue reminded her of their early days when he was in America, as his inquiries were always the same. What are you doing? Have you eaten? And then it would fall silent. I'm on the phone with you, she replied, finding the question rather banal. There was a pause from his end. Have you eaten? She couldn't help but chuckle, no. What would his reaction be if she deviated from the expected response? Don't tease. His voice carried a hint of exasperation. So, he was aware that she was speaking in jest. She laughed. Then why ask such trivial questions? He fell silent for a moment, then called her name again, Liuzheng. I'm here, she replied, curling further into her blanket, enveloping herself completely. Ding Yiyuan was astute, perceptive, and quick to respond, with a strong sense of responsibility. Although a bit impatient by nature, she was remarkably steady and diligent when it came to her work. He began enumerating Ding Yiyuan's virtues, leaving her perplexed. What was he bringing her up for? Indeed, she is bold and daring, and quite proficient. She conceded, following his lead. She never denied Ding Yiyuan's merits, acknowledging that despite her somewhat aggressive demeanor, such traits were not of paramount importance in a field that relied on technical skills. Exactly. Therefore, not every surgery can be assigned to you. She is here to learn too. So that was his concern. Did he think she was upset about this? Was he attempting to explain himself? He was being overly cautious. She sighed. Ning, when will you alter your disposition? Must you always approach me with such trepidation? Are you afraid I might feel slighted? I'm not so domineering or petty. True, she was his only ex-wife, yet he had more than one student. In fact, he had exceeded her expectations. She hadn't anticipated being entrusted with surgical responsibilities so soon. She had assumed she would have to wait months for that privilege, considering her credentials were the least impressive among her peers. She admitted that she had felt a bit emotional when leaving that afternoon, but it was not due to Ding Yiyuan's role as the lead surgeon or her inclusion in the research group. It was simply because of his words. I will be by your side. Perhaps it was the warmth she felt upon hearing that phrase that left her feeling somewhat hollow when she heard him say it to another. Yet, she was adept at self-regulation. After returning home and being teased by Ruan Liuzheng, she had nearly forgotten her earlier feelings. Thus, it was clear that he genuinely cared about her feelings, for he had promised to treat her well, yet he remained oblivious to what she truly desired. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Liuzheng, I feel like you are different from before. It seems I can't quite understand you anymore. She smiled wryly. You never understood me back then either. However, she would not voice this sentiment. Instead, she laughed lightly. Of course. We have been apart for 6 years. 6 years can change many things. Tell me about your 6 years, he prompted. So you have a leisure for that? But what was there to share about her 6 years? It was all about hard work. Nevertheless, she recounted the few light-hearted and amusing moments that stood out. He remained silent, and she wondered if he was growing impatient, so she paused. Unexpectedly, after a brief silence, he remarked, Is that all there is to your 6 years? She chuckled. I thought you had fallen asleep. Not at all. He hesitated. You always managed to make every day enjoyable. A pang of inexplicable pain struck her. He had said she made every day enjoyable, and the use of always suggested he had known for quite some time that her days were not as joyful as they seemed. Perhaps she had merely learned to craft happiness for herself. This left her in a state of confusion. Yet, upon reflection, whether he understood her or not was inconsequential. There was no need to delve into the past. So she continued to smile. Exactly. So you see, since I'm so happy, you needn't be so cautious. Now tell me about yourself. How have you spent these past few years? He was not one to readily discuss his life. So she was taken aback when he responded with surprise. Me? Yes. Share something about yourself. Don't you already know everything about my life? It's the same as before, he said dismissively. Indeed, it was the same as before. She could easily imagine it. Surgery after surgery, isolating himself, stifling his smile, leading a life reminiscent of a hermit, returning home at dusk, devoid of emotion, in a colorless world. Yet, surely there must be some differences? At the very least, he had Ning Xiang, which must bring him a measure of tenderness. Tell me about Ning Xiang, she suggested, believing it to be a topic that would bring him joy. All right, he readily agreed. Speaking of Ning Xiang, he became more animated. It turned out that Ning Xiang was not solely raised by the nanny in Wen. He had changed her diapers, fed her milk. He had kept vigil by her side when she fell ill, and he had guided her first steps in the garden. Her first word was daddy. He had taught her to ride a bike, recognize characters, and play games. She listened, enraptured. He truly was a wonderful father. Would he feel happiness if he had his own child? Ning, she softly responded to his recollections of Ning Xiang. Have you ever thought about having your own child? She cautiously inquired. After all these years, he had cared for Ning Xiang and sheltered his loneliness. Did he truly intend to remain solitary for a lifetime? He fell momentarily silent before swiftly changing the subject. Liuzheng, how is Ruan Liuzheng's filming going? Quite well, I suppose, he replied nonchalantly. She recognized his evasion of her question. I'll call Chen later to keep an eye on Ruan Liuzheng and get him a more reliable agent. All right, the topic had successfully shifted. She was grateful. Soon, they returned to discussing matters at the hospital, a topic that seemed endless as they shared the same profession and similar patients. She spoke until she yawned, feeling as though she had not yet fully expressed herself. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and as she spoke, her eyelids grew heavy, rendering her unaware of what she was saying. She drifted off to sleep, not in a deep slumber, but she began to dream. In her dream, she was the past version of herself, asleep, while he was summoned to the hospital for an emergency. He returned in the dead of night, still shrouded in the chill of the outside air, and approached her bedside. Calling out her name, Liuzheng, Liuzheng. In the dream, she felt an inexplicable coldness in her solitude, and, upon hearing his voice, reached out to embrace him, murmuring, Senior, it's cold, hold me. Then, cradling something soft, she succumbed to sleep once more. The next morning, she awoke with a heavy head, feeling a slight ache, clutching her pillow, with her phone pressed against her ear. As a side note, there is one more chapter. It may take a while, so please do not stay up waiting. Get some rest. Chapter 94, Dr. Ruan. You need not go, she began to reminisce about the events of the previous night, recalling how she had drifted off to sleep while conversing with him, perhaps even dreaming. Suddenly, the memory of that dream jolted her upright, filled with dread. She vividly remembered a particular phrase she had uttered. Was it merely a murmur from her subconscious, or had she truly spoken it aloud? The thought filled her with regret. If she had indeed said it, how could she possibly face him at the hospital? Covering her face in despair, she lamented her own immaturity. She was no longer that young girl in her early 20s. How could she have dreamt such a thing? How could she still long for his affection in her dreams? Yet, what power did she possess to control her dreams? Perhaps those past events lingered too deeply in her memory. During the days spent with him, the evenings were her favorite. It was only at night that she felt a semblance of closeness to him. By day, even if they were but a breath apart, she sensed a chasm between their worlds, two realms that could never intertwine. Her warmth contrasted with his chill, forever separated by an insurmountable divide. But at night, their bodies' intimate connection allowed their temperatures to mingle, regardless of his icy demeanor. Her fervor could eventually ignite him. In those moments, she felt he belonged to her, feeling that it was her embrace he returned. Initially, they only embraced during intimate moments. Yet she could not recall when it had become habitual for him to hold her while sleeping. However, she had fought for that habit, willingly surrendering herself into his arms, nestling against his chest. If he turned away, she would encircle his waist and playfully plead, Senior, I'm cold. Hold me. Eventually, he had come to remember this, instinctively pulling her close as soon as they lay down, regardless of whether they engaged in those activities. Zhenger, aren't you coming down yet? Are you not afraid of being late? Pei Sufin's voice echoed. Ruan Liuzheng glanced at the time and promptly leapt from her bed, hastily grooming herself before racing downstairs for breakfast. In her haste, she stumbled at the staircase, nearly losing her balance. Grasping the handrail, she sensed she might be coming down with a cold. Her head felt heavy and painful, likely a consequence of having fallen asleep with wet hair. She pinched her brow and descended slowly. Today was indeed late. Her father had returned from his stroll. Upon seeing her, he remarked, You're still here? Perfect timing. Help me deliver this to Jiqian. What is it? She inquired, searching for her car keys as she ate. Ruan Liuzheng emerged from his room with a small velvet pouch. Here, take this to Jiqian. What is it? She asked, squeezing the pouch, which felt like a string of beads, faintly scented with medicine, perhaps agarwood. Dad, he doesn't play with this. And why would he want something that smells so much like agarwood while working at the hospital? Just take it, Ruan Liuzheng urged. I finally found a fine piece of agarwood. I can't bear to sell it. It's not for sale. It should be used or hung in a car. Reluctantly, Ruan Liuzheng placed the beads into her bag, inwardly groaning. She wished to avoid him for the day. Fortunately, the traffic was smooth, and she arrived at the hospital without being late, although her dizziness was more pronounced. Thankfully, she was merely an observer in today's surgery, opting to stay in the office until it was time for the research group meeting. She entered the conference room with her notes, being the first to arrive. Gradually, the other group members trickled in, including Ding Yiyuan. Ding Yuan immediately sat beside her, filling the space on either side, Dr. Cheng on her left and Ding Yuan on her right. Ning Zhiqian was the last to enter. Dr. Cheng suddenly stood up, cheerfully calling out, "Teacher Ning, come sit here." Ning Zhiqian's expression remained impassive, devoid of emotion, while others exchanged glances, some aware of the underlying tension. Ruan Liuzheng inexplicably felt that Dr. Cheng's reference to Teacher Ning carried a peculiar significance. She contemplated speaking up, but it seemed futile in that context, so she chose silence, enduring Ding Yuan's piercing gaze instead. "Teacher Ning, it's better for you and Dr. Ruan to sit together at Xingsha. It would be more convenient in case Dr. Ruan has any questions for you, Dr. Cheng said with a serious smile, which only he could manage. "Really, there's no need for such trouble. I remember everything." Ruan Liuzheng began, but as she glanced over, she noticed Ning Zhiqian approaching her and taking the seat beside her, the very spot previously occupied by Dr. Cheng. She promptly fell silent again. Upon speaking, she realized her voice had become hoarse after a day of silence. Indeed, she had caught a cold. The meeting was naturally presided over by Ning Zhiqian, who began to relay the details of the two lectures. This time, he had not reviewed her notes beforehand, and she managed the entire presentation alone. In the end, fearing her delivery was incomplete, she turned to him and asked, "Teacher Ning, do you have anything to add?" In front of others, she reminded herself to use the formal you, but at this moment, her speech was labored, her throat dry. "Nothing more. You presented comprehensively and in great detail," he affirmed, before reiterating the need for a summary of the project's progress this month, then concluding the meeting. Meetings typically wrapped up around 8, with darkness enveloping them and everyone ravenous. Ding Yuan stood up, smiling as she invited, "Thank you, everyone, for your hard work today. Shall we go out for dinner?" "It's on me." Dr. Cheng was the first to agree, and others exchanged glances, also in favor. "How can you let a girl treat you?" Ning Zhiqian remarked with a cold expression. Another doctor jested, "Oh, it seems Team Leader Ning can't bear to watch. How about you treat us instead, Team Leader Ning?" "Exactly. We consistently meet at this hour. Team Leader Ning, you ought to reward us." The room erupted in chatter, all eyes turning to him. Ruan Liuzheng guessed that he would pay, but might not attend. As anticipated, Ning Zhiqian pulled out his wallet, revealing a stack of cash. "I'll cover it. You all go eat. I won't be joining." Dr. Cheng was the quickest to snatch the money. "Thank you, Teacher Ning." Ruan Liuzheng found Dr. Cheng's exaggerated calling of Teacher Ning to be oddly conspicuous, almost deliberate. "Let us go. Dinner time." The group, having received the funds, rallied to leave. "Come on, Dr. Ding, Dr. Wan, we're going." Ding Yuan cheerfully responded, turning back to him with a smile. "Thank you, Teacher Ning. I'll treat you next time. You must come. Let us go." Ruan Liuzheng, with her bag slung over her shoulder. Ruan Liuzheng hesitated, unsure whether to join them for dinner, feeling fatigued and with a throbbing headache, longing to return home and rest. Just as she was about to step away, she heard his voice, "Dr. Ruan, you need not go. I have something to discuss with you." Ruan Liuzheng froze, once again feeling the weight of Ding Yuan's murderous gaze. As she stood there, frustrated, Ding Yuan's figure finally vanished. A cool hand pressed against her forehead, fingers gliding along her ear and neck, sending a shiver down her spine. "You have a fever," he stated, each word deliberate. She was aware, being a doctor herself, that was precisely why she wished to return home and lie down. "Follow me." He strode forward. "Where to?" she asked hoarsely. He led her to the duty room, retrieving a thermometer for her. Holding it, she softly protested, "I want to go home. I feel so tired." "Are you not going to take your temperature?" he asked, his expression stern, seemingly disregarding her words. "Do you mean to say a doctor cannot take their own temperature?" "No, I've already taken my medicine this afternoon." He snatched the thermometer from her hand and reached into her collar. Startled, she quickly covered her neckline. "What are you doing?" After asking, she came to a realization and immediately added, "I can take my own temperature." Her voice was hoarse, yet she obediently tucked the thermometer under her armpit. He sat down before her and donned the stethoscope. It seemed she could not escape the fate of having her clothing undone. She cleared her throat twice. "Teacher Ning, there's no need to listen. I am aware of my own condition. My lungs are fine." The outer garment was unfastened, he remarked. They were both doctors. Her actions were indeed inappropriate. She understood that her thoughts were a disgrace to the medical profession, yet she could not overcome this hurdle. He was her ex-husband. An ex-husband is an ex-husband. A doctor is a doctor. She would rather have another doctor examine her. That way, she would feel normal again. Biting her lip, she attempted to propose a new plan. Teacher Ning, you are a neurosurgery expert, not a respiratory specialist. How about we consult the respiratory or internal medicine departments? As she spoke, she felt a sense of urgency in her voice. Her cheeks flushed. He gazed at her, his beautiful eyes sparkling. Do you really think your slight cold warrants the involvement of respiratory and internal medicine specialists? She took a breath. Clinging to her collar, you just said it was a slight cold. I've already taken my medication and just need to rest for a night. Don't forget, I am a doctor myself. He studied her intently, suddenly asking, what are you so conflicted about? Didn't I examine your breast tissues in the past? Her ears turned crimson at that moment. Previously, she had experienced breast tenderness, especially before her menstrual period, and when she self-examined, it felt as if there were lumps. Although she knew it wasn't serious, she still mentioned it to him, and he had examined her several times. At that time, she thought it was quite convenient to have a husband who was a doctor and a PhD, even though she was also. But now, it no longer felt convenient. Oh no, he was no longer her husband. How should I address you? He sighed. You are quite the competent physician. How so? She looked at him in bewilderment. When I had a stomachache, you disregarded all that and examined me thoroughly. Her emotions were in turmoil. What did he mean by thoroughly examining her? She hadn't examined anything at all, had she? Now he was attempting to examine her chest. She felt utterly wronged, yet her mouth fell silent, unable to utter a word, only glaring at him. But you're not a compliant patient. She stammered. Patients still need to be evaluated for compliance? A compliant patient should cooperate with the doctor's diagnosis. He removed the stethoscope and set it down, finally ceasing to compel her. Instead, he grasped her wrist, placed a soft cushion beneath it, and felt her pulse. When did you start practicing traditional Chinese medicine? She sighed in relief. He ignored her. She pouted, still feeling indignant. After a while, he released her hand, explaining that he had learned it during his free time over the years, as Ning Xiang's health had always been poor, often falling ill, and he found it convenient to treat her with a combination of Western and Chinese medicine. Did he truly intend to be an all-encompassing doctor? He was quite impressive. Despite being so busy in the ward, he still had the energy to study traditional Chinese medicine at home. Not too proficient, but not a quack either, he elaborated. She pondered for a moment. Just don't prescribe me traditional Chinese medicine. I won't take it. He cast her a glance without responding. Wait for me here, don't wander off. She was uncertain of his destination, leaning against the bed in the duty room, still feeling a severe headache, evidently. The cold medicine she took that afternoon had little effect. After a while, she took out the thermometer to check her temperature, and to her dismay, it had risen from just over 37 degrees in the afternoon to 38. 9 degrees now. No wonder her head throbbed so. Seizing the opportunity while he was absent, she quickly shook the thermometer to lower the reading. Lying on the bed, feeling a bit cold, she pulled the blanket over herself, sinking into the soft pillow, only to feel even more dizzy. Before long, he returned with food, entering and immediately asking, "What's the temperature?" After speaking, he set the food down and picked up the thermometer, noticing it had returned to normal. His hand reached up, feeling her forehead, cheeks, and neck. "You're burning up. What's your temperature?" 38 degrees, she murmured, hesitating slightly. 9. His cool touch felt quite comfortable. His previously calm expression suddenly shifted as he glared at her. Are you trying to downplay your fever? Downplay her temperature? She was taken aback, realizing he possessed a sense of humor, unable to suppress a giggle. However, his face darkened. I take back what I said. You are not a competent doctor. Why? Was it merely because she hesitated when stating her temperature? What medication did you take? The more you take, the worse it gets? You can't even treat a simple cold. And yet you still have the audacity to be proud? She had also thought it was just a minor cold, which was why she had taken a dose of cold medicine. Who would have guessed it would escalate? Her head felt heavy, and she closed her eyes, mumbling, I have some medicine in my bag. Bring it to me, so I can take it again. He reached over to retrieve her bag, rummaging through it and setting the medication aside. Forget it. Let us skip the medicine for now. First, eat something. He mentioned food, but didn't offer it to her. Instead, he grasped her fingers. What are you doing? She opened her eyes, thinking he was merely playing with her fingers, only to find he was holding a blood collection needle. She instinctively recoiled. No, that hurts. I haven't even pricked you yet. He captured her finger again, his tone softening. You have a high fever. Be good and listen. Though reluctant, his words were like a gentle tether, wrapping around her heart, causing her to soften. She gazed at him dazedly. Do you say the same thing to Ning Xiang when you give her an injection? He replied. Her fingertips turned cold, and before she could react, he disinfected her finger and prepared to pierce it. She gasped softly as a bead of blood emerged. You ambushed me. Her eyes glistened, the fever enhancing her rosy complexion and watery gaze. He ignored her, continuing to draw blood. Once he had enough, he pressed a cotton ball against her finger. I'll head to the lab. After the bleeding stops, eat something first. She pressed her finger, closing her eyes as she continued to feel lethargic, lacking the desire to eat. She didn't know how long he had been gone, but when he returned, he noticed her food remained untouched. He bent down and lifted her up. She had been asleep, and her body suddenly being lifted startled her awake. Blinking, she saw his profile. Instinctively, she propped her arms against his shoulder. What are you doing? Where are we going? I'm helping you sit up to eat something. He set her down, propping her back with a pillow. I don't want to eat. You can eat by yourself, she replied lazily. He hadn't eaten a single grain of rice throughout the night. Just as she finished speaking, a spoonful of porridge was brought to her lips. Thirsty, she opened her mouth and took a bite. It was only slightly warm, but just right, and she found it pleasantly refreshing, marveling at his attentiveness. He fed her one spoonful after another in a steady rhythm. She thought she might say, I can drink it myself, but there wasn't even a gap to interject. So she abandoned the thought. Whether he fed her one bite or many didn't make much difference. In no time, the bowl of porridge was emptied, and he even used a tissue to wipe her mouth. You should eat too. After finishing the porridge, she felt a bit stronger and her head seemed less dizzy. She still leaned back lazily, feeling as though her hunger was entirely due to his presence. Thank you, she said, acknowledging his care regardless of everything else. He then began to eat, remaining silent. He ate quickly, but still with elegance. She thought to wait for him to finish before heading home. Otherwise, if he accompanied her, wouldn't that hinder his meal? Reclining, she recalled the task her father had entrusted to her. She reached into her bag and retrieved the small velvet pouch, offering it to him. This is for you. What? He glanced at it. The sandalwood beads my father gave you. You should hang them in your car for safety. Since it was a gift, she thought it fitting to convey her blessings as well. Please thank Dad for me. He accepted it. Her nose was congested, making her response sound muffled. Yesterday you seemed fine. How did you fall ill today? He asked, furrowing his brow. After a moment's contemplation, she confessed. I called you right after washing my hair last night. My hair was still damp, and I fell asleep. He glanced at her, withholding judgment. This line of conversation forced her to remember the events of the previous evening. After much hesitation, she cautiously inquired, last night, I fell asleep while we were talking. Did you notice? Yes, he replied tersely. Were you awake? She continued to probe. No. A sense of foreboding washed over her. What was the last thing you said to me? Did I hear it? You heard it. What did you say? The last sound she recalled was him calling her name, Liuzheng, Liuzheng. Yet by then, she had already drifted into slumber, unable to discern whether he had called her in reality or merely in her dream. I thought you had fallen asleep since you stopped responding, so I called your name to check. A flurry of exclamation marks erupted in her heart. She licked her lips, resolved to delve deeper. Did I say anything? No. At last, she felt relieved. Indeed, she had only spoken in her dreams. How wonderful. On a side note, there was another chapter to review at 6 o'clock, and if it wasn't available then, they could check again at 10. Chapter 96. Liuzheng, don't be spoiled. However, upon reflection, she felt something was amiss. If she had said nothing, how could he know she had heard him call her? Her eyes glistened as she gazed at his face, feeling a swell of frustration. Did he think she was muddled from her illness? How embarrassing. Annoyed with herself, she turned away to face the wall. She heard his calm voice. Even if I were to embrace you sincerely, it would mean little. You. She turned to face him, rendered speechless. His words confirmed that she had indeed sought his embrace the night before. In a moment of panic, she blurted, if you want to say that. It's not like we've never embraced before. I could just turn my back on you. He fell silent. Under the light, his features appeared dreamlike, almost ethereal, too beautiful to behold. She lowered her gaze, chastising herself for her lack of composure. As a divorced woman, her reactions were excessively juvenile. How ironic that when she was genuinely a young girl, she had been more composed. With a sigh, she conceded that it was indeed as he said. Even if they had embraced, it was inconsequential. Expressing this thought made it seem rather trivial. I dreamed about the past last night. I was sleeping alone, feeling cold, and when you returned from the hospital, I clung to you for warmth. This was the first time she had mentioned the past since her return. He listened intently, holding her hand. Her body burned with fever, yet her hands felt icy. "Are you still cold?" he inquired. She hesitated, bitterly smiling. After all, it was not like before. She withdrew her hand, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Her heart felt light as she lay in silence for a moment, then threw off the covers and got out of bed. "Where are you going?" he asked, standing up. "Home." She realized he had finished his meal, and it was time for her to return. "I called Mom and told her I wouldn't be back tonight," he added. He called his mother to say she wouldn't be home? What a monumental misunderstanding. Her previously calm thoughts suddenly ignited with emotion, yet she struggled to articulate her feelings. Suddenly standing up, she intended to storm out and drive away, but her abrupt movement caused her vision to darken, and dizziness overtook her. She felt someone wrap their arms around her shoulders, her balance wavering as she collapsed against his chest. Instinctively, she clutched his shirt, and although a buzzing filled her ears, she no longer felt as if the world was spinning. "How can you drive like this?" His voice was now close, almost whispering in her ear, his breath cool against her feverish skin, bringing unexpected comfort. Goosebumps erupted across her body as a familiar, clean scent enveloped her, a fragrance reminiscent of blooming wisteria in yin yuan and the fresh grass of morning jogs. Once the buzzing subsided, she steadied herself, releasing him and returning to her seat. "Go take a few fever-reducing pills and some antibiotics," he instructed. She settled back down, hoping to recover swiftly. Glancing at the back of her hand, she recalled how he used to administer her injections when she was ill. Now, she longed for his care, assuming his injection skills had improved. So she pleaded, "Please don't hurt me." He adjusted the covers around her, reassuring her, "The medicine is ready. It will be here soon. Don't worry, just rest for a while." That was all she could do. As she lay down, his phone rang. He glanced at it and said, "It's Ning Xiang." It dawned on her that he was a father, prompting her to say, "I can manage here. I'll have the nurse give me my injection later. You should head back." He remained silent as he answered the call. "Hello, Ning Xiang." She wondered what Ning Xiang was saying on the other end. He looked at her, then replied, "All right," before handing her the phone. "Ning Xiang wants to talk to you." She envisioned his large, round eyes, feeling a surge of affection as her tone softened involuntarily. After a gentle hello, a small, sweet voice came through the line, calling her mom. Every time she heard that name, it reminded her of another person. But that was all it was, just a memory. "Mom, what do you want to eat?" Ning Xiang asked. She couldn't help but smile. "I've already eaten. I'm not hungry now." "Have you eaten?" "Yes. I had 2 bowls of rice." "Mom, you need to eat more. Dad says eating well gives you strength to fight off a cold." She chuckled at the child's innocent words, doubting that Ning Zhiqian had actually said that. "I know. Thank you, Xiang Xiang." "Mom," Ning Xiang called again. "Are you going to get an injection?" "Yes." She had already requested antibiotics. "Mom, are you afraid of pain?" For reasons unknown, she felt a playful urge to tease him. "I am." "Mom, don't be afraid. If you don't look while getting the injection, it won't hurt. Afterward, let Dad comfort you." Ning Xiang soothed her like a little adult. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was being comforted by a child, and yet the feeling was quite pleasant. Warmth spread through her heart, and she found herself relishing this closeness. How strange that she could feel such affection for a child she had no connection to. "Mom, I didn't cry when I got my injection," the little boy boasted proudly. She smiled. "Xiang Xiang is a brave child, much braver than I am." "Mom, you're a girl. I'm a boy," he declared with an air of certainty. She felt her throat tighten. Initially, she had resisted this inexplicable title of mom, but after several exchanges, her resistance had gradually faded. She genuinely liked this child, Ning Xiang. "Thank you, Xiang Xiang," she said sincerely. Ning Xiang laughed on the other end. "Mom, I'm going to sleep now." "Good night, Mom." "Good night, Xiang Xiang." She returned the phone to him, astonished by her own transformation. It seemed that every time she interacted with Ning Xiang, she experienced this change. The first time he called her Ning Xiang, she remembered that he was Xiang Xiang. But by the end, she always forgot that Ning Xiang was Xiang Xiang. Perhaps it was because this child, Ning Xiang, resonated so deeply with her heart. "What did Ning Xiang say?" he asked, taking back the phone. After a moment of thought, she replied honestly, "He said he never cries when he gets his injection and told me not to be afraid of the pain." Of course, she wouldn't mention the part about needing her father-esque comfort. His eyebrows slightly relaxed, "Yet you are indeed not even comparable to Ning Xiang." She cast him a sideways glance and ignored him. After a while, she urged him, You should go home and accompany Ning Xiang. He replied, I told Ning Xiang I wouldn't be returning. Otherwise, how would he know you are unwell? So you plan to stay here? Two people in the duty room for an entire night? What will others think? And what will the duty doctor say when he comes in? She questioned. Once you've taken your medicine, I will head to the office, he stated. She felt this arrangement was also inappropriate. He was taking care of her. Yet she was asking him to sit idly in the office? But what else could be done? A wave of confusion washed over her, prompting her to stop thinking altogether. Before long, a nurse arrived looking for Dr. Ning, bringing medication. He stood up to receive it, sincerely expressing his thanks. She didn't pay attention to the medication, merely extending her hand, preparing for the injection. However, he pulled out a packet of prepared traditional Chinese medicine, poured the liquid into a cup, and approached her. She was taken aback. You prescribed me traditional Chinese medicine? Yes, he affirmed, holding the medicine before her. I refused to drink traditional Chinese medicine. I clearly stated I didn't want it. She had emphasized this point. Your blood test just came back. The results are fine and not particularly high. There's no rush for antibiotics, he gently advised. I don't want it. I would rather have an injection. Her eyes sparkled with a watery sheen, as if steeped in dewdrops, appearing especially delicate. He sighed. Liuzheng, you are a doctor yourself. How can you behave like a child and refuse to cooperate? Where was the childishness in her demeanor? She merely found traditional Chinese medicine unpleasant. I don't want to drink it. It's too bitter. He appeared somewhat resigned, yet remained resolute. Liuzheng, you can be petulant about other matters, but when it comes to your health, you cannot take charge. Ning Xiang drinks medicine without this fuss. Again, he accused her of being petulant. Where was the slightest hint of petulance in her? To prevent any further misunderstandings, she coldly replied, I want tea, drink it. Don't treat me like a guinea pig. You're not a specialist in traditional Chinese medicine. Who knows if your concoction could poison me? He took her words without offense, merely stating, I may not be proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, nor do I excel in other treatments. I only know how to treat colds. Then why do you dare prescribe medicine? This is quite absurd. In ancient times, you would have been a wandering doctor. Wouldn't you? Rest assured, you won't be poisoned. Come on, sit up and drink. He reached around her neck to help her sit up. She felt a sense of inevitability, her face sulking. If I die from this, does it count as a work-related injury? Is there compensation for that? At least I would be contributing to your medical research. The side conversation concluded, and she would see him tomorrow. Chapter 97. You quack. His expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had never realized she possessed such a stubborn streak. Behave, drink up. She shot him a resentful look. There were so many things he was unaware of. The pungent aroma of the traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air, despite her inner resistance. The hand at the back of her neck seemed to exert an irresistible force, compelling her to open her mouth. Gazing at the dark, syrupy liquid, she held her breath and took a small sip. The bitter taste rushed straight to her stomach, causing it to churn. She pushed him away, nearly retching. You really are. What? He left the sentence unfinished, only gently rubbing her back. Strangely, his words stirred a rebellious spirit within her. She snatched the cup from his hand and gulped it down in one go, finishing the entire cup in a single breath. It was indeed bitter. She swallowed the liquid along with its unpleasantness and then lay back on the bed, turning away from him to rest. He held a bag of candies. Frozen in the air? Ah, don't you want any? She glanced back at him, then turned away again, with a sense of resignation. He placed the candies on the table and sat beside her. You, he sighed again, you are increasingly resembling a child. Am I? She felt drowsy and did not wish to ponder this question. Having taken the medicine, she was finally undisturbed, allowing herself to rest. She forgot about his earlier remark about going to the office after she finished her medicine, and in a daze, drifted off to sleep. Yet she could not sleep soundly. People were coming and going, their conversations faintly audible, as if they were emanating from another realm. She heard the duty doctor enter, asking him, Dr. Ruan, is she any better? She felt his hand brush against her cheek as he replied, not yet. Then he asked the duty doctor to rest in the office for a while. She also heard nurses bustling in and out, one asking, oh, Dr. Ning, why are you here? What happened to Dr. Ruan? He answered every inquiry. She found herself unable to respond. She wished to awaken, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not. Cold, despite being covered by a blanket, her body burned with fever, yet she felt a chill, as if cold water were being splashed onto her. She sensed someone moving her. Something cool slipped beneath her clothing, brushing against her skin, which felt pleasant. Drowsily, she stirred and mumbled, her eyelids heavy. She managed to crack them open just enough to see his face illuminated by the light. Upon noticing her awake, he softly said, "It's me. I'm lowering your body temperature." It turned out that the cool hand slipping beneath her clothing belonged to him. Her mind was muddled, trying to resist, yet fatigue overwhelmed her. Before she could react, her eyelids betrayed her, and she fell back asleep, allowing his hand to explore under her clothing, while she simply wished to sleep. However, it felt as though she had barely closed her eyes when his hand delved in again. Half awake and bleary-eyed, she saw him checking the thermometer. Summoning her strength, she slurred out, "What's the temperature?" 39, 5 degrees, he replied, frowning. She felt a wave of irritation, muttering, "You quack, what kind of medicine did you prescribe me?" But that was all the energy she had for complaints before she sank back into slumber. She felt exhausted, yearning for a peaceful sleep, yet interruptions persisted. Not long after, she sensed someone unbuttoning her clothes. The blanket slipped off, leaving her cold. She groggily awoke. "Murmuring, no. Cold. Just a moment. Let me wipe your body," came a gentle voice, soft as the morning breeze in summer. Strangely, she seemed to catch a whiff of wisteria in the air, feeling a warm presence beside her. Without thinking, she pressed closer, seeking warmth. "No, it's cold." He continued to unbutton her clothing, and she felt both drowsy and cold, growing increasingly impatient. She squirmed, clinging to him, refusing to cooperate. "Don't move me. I want to sleep. Cold, so cold." Finally, he ceased his movements, and she could finally sleep soundly. This slumber transformed from a daze to clarity. When she awoke, she felt her body no longer burning. She was merely parched, her throat dry, longing for water. However, before she could voice her need, she made a startling discovery. She wasn't just on the bed. No, she was indeed on the bed, yet there was another person there. To be precise, he was sitting on the bed, leaned against the headboard, while she clung to his waist, nestled in his embrace, completely covered by the blanket. They remained still. Evidently, he had held her like this throughout the night. Her first instinct was to leap from his arms in shock, but upon reflection, such a sudden movement would surely awaken him, leading to an awkward encounter between them. Therefore, reason restrained her impulsive action, and she gently, slowly extricated herself from his embrace. Once she had safely distanced herself, and he still showed no sign of waking, she breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she could feign innocence when he awoke. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she looked up and found his bright gaze fixed upon her, causing her to recoil in shock, her spirit nearly fleeing. You, why didn't you say anything when you woke up?" She nearly shrieked. His expression was inscrutable, but she found his bright eyes unervingly penetrating. "Good morning. Are you feeling better?" His voice was a bit hoarse, as it often was in the morning. "When did you wake up?" She felt a twinge of unease, constantly haunted by the notion that her furtive escape from his embrace had unfolded right under his nose, a truly embarrassing scenario. He gazed at her with bright eyes, candidly remarking, "When you released me, indeed. Was it amusing to watch you make a fool of yourself?" She shot him a glare, retorting with a familiar phrase, "When I fall asleep, please do wake me." This was the third time, each instance more outrageous than the last. This time, she had directly fallen asleep in his arms. He wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. "I did call you, but you said you were cold and wanted to sleep, so I didn't let go. Was that so?" Her mind swirled in confusion and a pang of embarrassment. He turned, poured a glass of warm water, and said, "Here, drink some water to cool down." She glanced at the clock. It was 6:30, time to rise. "I won't drink anymore. I'm going to wash my face." She got out of bed, still a bit dizzy, but feeling much better. As she contemplated going downstairs to buy toiletries, he handed her a new basin filled with towels, toothbrushes, and other essentials, even a pair of disposable underwear. "You sweated a lot. Go take a hot shower," he instructed. She was at a loss for words. His meticulous care was flawless, yet she longed to critique it. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the basin and murmured a soft, "Thank you." Just as she reached the door, another question arose. "Did you buy these things? When did you buy them?" She deduced that he must have been here all night. "When would he have had time to shop?" He raised an eyebrow. "No. I had a nurse go buy them." "Which nurse?" She felt a tightening in her chest, gritting her teeth. "Tanya." The memory of Tanya's night shift from last night struck her. Did this mean Tanya had witnessed her sleeping in his arms? She bit her lip, turning to leave. It was better for Tanya to see than anyone else. She must have been drenched in sweat, undressing before her shower. She could already sense the sour odor emanating from her. How embarrassing it must have been for him to hold her all night. Yes, they had shared a bed for an entire night. She felt utterly drained, unable to contemplate what absurdity might occur next. Warm water cascaded over her, and she suddenly recalled that his hand had seemingly slipped under her clothing last night, and later he had appeared intent on removing her clothes to dry her. She couldn't quite remember if that had indeed happened. Lowering her gaze, she sniffed her arm. There was no scent of alcohol, but perhaps it had evaporated? She had no intention of asking him. What would be the point? If he had indeed done so, she would be the one to feel embarrassed, just like when she had inquired about whether she had asked for a hug during a phone call. If he had undressed her, let it be as if she were unaware. Ignorance, after all, might equate to it never having happened. Upon returning to the duty room after a shower, he was no longer inside, but a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine sat on the table. She recognized it was meant for her, and, feeling no desire to expend further effort, she lifted it just as she had the night before, quickly downing the contents despite the bitterness that made her clench her teeth. The candy he had given her was still there. She took one and popped it into her mouth. A voice rang out at the door. "You've been much better behaved in my absence." As an aside, there's another chapter coming tonight. Chapter 98. Caring for you has become my habit. His tone and words often bore ambiguity, as if she were deliberately feigning childishness before him. Yet that was far from the truth. The befuddled version of herself from last night felt like an innocent 18-year-old, while this morning she was the current version of herself. Memories of the previous night swirled chaotically in her mind as she noticed him carrying a breakfast box, realizing he had gone out to procure breakfast for her. "What did you buy?" she inquired, diverting the topic. He unveiled the breakfast, porridge and a few assorted buns. "Eat up and continue resting hereafter." He placed her breakfast before her, offering her a spoon and chopsticks. "There's no time. I have to get to work." She lowered her head and began sipping the porridge. "You have the day off today. Don't follow me around on rounds or into the operating room. Stay here and rest." He took a seat beside her, sharing breakfast. She considered it. "All right then. I'll wait to go home. How will you return? Is it safe for you to drive like this?" He swiftly dismissed her suggestion. "I'll take the subway." She muttered softly. "Why are you so stubborn? Why must you go home? You could faint alone if you can't even stand. Moreover, wouldn't she need her parents to care for her upon returning? They're getting older. Don't burden them." She felt frustrated. "You're making it sound like I have some grave illness. It's just a cold. Besides, I'm feeling much better now." "Much better? Then stay here and work. There's no need to go back." His expression turned serious. She bit her lip, falling silent. Noticing her demeanor, he softened his tone. "Be good. Don't act like a child." "Well, have I acted like a child?" She was dissatisfied with his repeated statements. "I'm 30 years old. How can I be childish?" "Really? You seem to be getting younger. You were 23 yesterday, and today you're 13. He continued, eating his breakfast. She shot him a defiant look. He lowered his eyes, his long lashes slightly curling, deep double eyelids framing his eyes, a high nose bridge. His features were the epitome of divine craftsmanship. He noticed her gaze and looked up. "What are you staring at?" She gently stirred the porridge in her bowl. "Teacher Ning, I feel that this situation may not be appropriate." "How so?" He gazed at her, his expression calm. "What is inappropriate?" Her stirring slowed, hesitating. "Teacher Ning, thank you for taking care of me last night, but spending the whole night in the duty room and—" She bit her lip, continuing, "and sleeping together. The doctors and nurses in the department all know now. It might not look good." He nodded. "Then tonight, I'll book a bed in the internal medicine department." She glared at him. "Does that mean I want to be going home tonight?" "Teacher Ning, this is not merely about where to book a bed. Having you care for me so closely, what will others think? Rumors may arise." He glanced at her. "Do you think I've ever cared about what others say?" "But I do," she emphasized earnestly. He fell silent. "Teacher Ning, after all, I'm currently a resident physician, and, after all," she hesitated, unable to bear his excessive tenderness. Tenderness is like the sea. The result of indulgence is drowning, and one cannot save oneself. Yet, this was a sentiment she could not voice. He continued to look down, not glancing at her as he pressed. "After all, what?" She remained silent. "After all, you still intend to marry, don't you?" he inquired. She froze, falling silent again. He said nothing further, continuing to eat his breakfast until he finished. She slowly picked at her porridge, finding it tasteless. Illness had already dampened her appetite, and consuming this bland porridge only diminished it further. Not hungry? He asked, noticing her barely touched breakfast. No appetite. She noticed the pickles beside her. Perhaps he had bought them for himself, yet he had hardly touched them. Observing her gaze, he eventually relented. You're drinking Chinese medicine. It's best not to eat these. Though he said that, he added a bit of the pickles into her porridge, just a little. Don't overdo it. After speaking, he stood up, preparing to leave. Teacher Ning, seeing it was still not time for work, she called out to him. The earlier question remained unresolved, and he had provided an answer. He sat down again, gazing at her intently, making it hard for her to lift her head. Suddenly, he reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against her ear, causing a slight tickle. Her ears flushed crimson under his touch, and her head lowered even further. Finally hearing his voice, melodious and clear, Liuzheng, be open-hearted and unashamed. Fear not what others say. What shall I say to you? I am more aware of myself than others, and there is no need for explanations. You need not harbor any psychological burdens. Regardless, after all this time together, caring for you has become my habit. If you return, I shall continue to look after you, until... He paused, and she gazed at him bewildered, uncertain of what he meant by until she finds happiness, perhaps. His eyes were soft and watery. Do not overthink it. I have said, if it truly affects your marriage, I will assist you in explaining. Really? She stared at him, still in a daze. He gently stroked her hair, as he had in the past. So, cheer up, just as during this time. Feel free to be yourself in front of me, without any reservations. How liberating could she be in his presence during this time? I am heading to the office. After breakfast, take some rest. If you find yourself with nothing to do, help me organize some materials, provided you are able. I will bring you the computer shortly. He stood up. Liuzheng, with a clear conscience, need not fear what others say. After all, caring for you has become my habit. If it truly affects your marriage, I will help you explain. Watching him depart, his words echoed in her mind. Finally, she silently lowered her head and finished her breakfast. He made a brief return to the office and indeed brought her a notebook, pointing to a folder titled Exploration of Microinnovation in Neurosurgery, instructing her to study the materials. If your head doesn't hurt, take a look. If it does, rest is essential. I will inform the department that you are ill and resting here. You need not worry about gossip. He stated these few words before leaving. She sat at the table, facing his notebook, her heart inexplicably racing. To her, every notebook was a private universe. She had never intruded upon others' notebooks, not even when they were still married. This was her first encounter with his. She chuckled at her own nervousness. He spoke of having a clear conscience. He had entrusted her with the notebook, so he must indeed be at ease. Shaking her head discreetly to dispel distractions, she began to read his documents. She opened each file in succession, astonished to find it encompassed a lifetime of learning. The content vast and rich. The first file contained an outline and table of contents, clearly delineating major and minor sections. The second comprised theoretical knowledge, and the third was a folder filled with various case studies. At this point, all distractions vanished, and she immersed herself in the materials. This was not something that could be sorted through in a day or two, or even 10 days. She began from scratch, gradually delving deeper, her mind becoming clearer. Some aspects overlapped with her research group's content, but there were many more explorations. She opened documents, slowly comprehending and digesting them in her own narrative style. Time flew by, and before she realized it, an entire morning had passed until he reappeared at the duty room door. She was taken aback. Had it gone by so swiftly? Had he completed his surgeries? His expression was somewhat grim as he entered and confiscated the notebook. Liuzheng, I regret giving this to you. What is wrong? She had been engrossed in the files and now felt a slight headache, unconsciously furrowing her brow. You spent the whole morning on it? He asked, frowning. Yes, she nodded, surprised by how quickly time had passed. Did you skip lunch? She smiled. I forgot. Did you take your temperature? I forgot. She touched her forehead. It seemed to be warm again. His sharp gaze fixed on her. Then he suddenly reached out to touch her neck, his expression shifting. You have a fever again. Under his scrutiny, she felt inexplicably guilty. When one feels guilty, they tend to speak loudly to bolster their courage. Thus, she retorted defiantly. It's not my fault. You're the incompetent doctor, a so-called expert. A laugh echoed from the doorway, and both turned to see Dr. Chung grinning. Only you would dare call teacher Ning incompetent. As an aside, see you tomorrow. Chapter 99. Like family in the afternoon, her temperature indeed fluctuated again, and she was firmly ordered back to bed, the notebook truly confiscated. The routine of fever, medication, and cooling down continued. After another round of fever reduction in the afternoon, she felt considerably more at ease. Bored in the duty room, she contemplated doing some work in the office. Just as she stepped out of the duty room, she recalled something. She had been avoiding the office all day. What did her colleagues think, especially regarding her relationship with Teacher Ning? Although he had assured her not to worry. Still, just then, Tanya hurried back from the ward, smiling at her. Liuzheng, are you feeling better? Liuzheng was surprised. Didn't you just finish your night shift yesterday? Back to work already? I'm covering for Xiao Yin's afternoon shift. Tanya post apologetic. Liuzheng, I'm so busy I can hardly keep my feet on the ground, so I can't take care of you. Liuzheng noticed a bruise on Tanya's brow and reached out to touch it. What happened here? Oh, Tanya looked down, avoiding her hand, feeling a bit awkward. I accidentally bumped into a table corner. You're not burning up again, are you? I'm fine, thank you. Liuzheng noticed that the corner of Tanya's eyes was slightly red. She had originally intended to ask Tanya some questions but felt hesitant to do so. However, Tanya took the initiative to pull her into the duty room, whispering, Liuzheng, we had planned to get together and chat when we had time. But it's been months since you came to Bea, and you still haven't found an opportunity. Liuzheng, I'm not being nosy, but about last night. Liuzheng understood what Tanya meant. It was a concern she shared. Immediately, she grasped Tanya's hand. Tanya, are they saying anything? No. Tanya replied. With Ning Zhiqian around, what could they possibly say? He has already prepared explanations for everything. You need not worry. I was merely pondering. Are you two now? Tanya hesitated, but Liuzheng understood her implication. She smiled wryly and shook her head. No, he is a good person. You know that. If it were you who had fallen ill yesterday, he would have cared for you as well. Tanya chuckled, never mind. I just think it's a pity for Ning Zhiqian and you. None of us know how you ended up divorced. He never mentions it, and you don't either. After all these years, he has been living alone, his life revolving around surgeries and taking care of Ning Xiang, being kind to everyone but neglecting himself. We've known each other for 8 or 9 years, and seeing him like this makes my heart ache. Of course, as a woman, I understand. To reach the point of divorce, you must have suffered even more. But now that you're back, observing your interactions, it's just as good as before. It's truly remarkable. There are few divorced couples like you two who remain friends. Most end up as enemies or strangers, yet you both are like family. Listening to her, Liuzheng recalled what he had said the previous night. Regardless, after all this time together, caring for you has become my habit. Tanya did not elaborate further, but she had not yet considered the term family. This mention struck her with an epiphany. He had once said that the longer people are together, the more they develop feelings for each other. Could it be that this feeling is akin to familial love? After deep contemplation, she grew increasingly certain. There was no sense of betrayal between them, no tumultuous emotions as seen in others' divorces, thus ensuring they would not become adversaries. She had once contemplated a future as strangers, yet that was not the case now. Smiling, she mused, perhaps we still are like family. If indeed there was an additional family member, she would welcome it. Tanya said nothing further, merely gazing at her, holding her hand. Liuzheng, it's nothing, he and I, we are all good friends. I only hope for your happiness. I know. Ruan Liuzheng embraced her gently. Suddenly, a small head peeked in from the doorway. A chubby face and round, sparkling eyes, softly uttering Mom. Ning Xiang had arrived. Ain't ya? Ning Xiang entered and saw Tanya, greeting her politely. Although Tanya was surprised by Ning Xiang's address to Liuzheng, she merely smiled and thought, ah, so you came to see me. Yes, Mom is unwell, and I came to visit her. Ning Xiang took Ruan Liuzheng's hand. All right, I will be busy now. You keep your mother company. Tanya smiled as she departed. Ruan Liuzheng, worried that she might transmit her cold to Ning Xiang, donned a mask and kept a distance. Did you come alone? She asked. Ning Xiang insisted on snuggling closer. No, Grandma came with me, but I walk fast and Grandma walks slowly. Just then, when he arrived, holding a soup pot. Grandma. Ning Xiang pulled when inside, her eyes sparkling with joy. Mom, Grandma made soup for you. Auntie, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Ruan Liuzheng quickly invited Wen Yi to sit down. When he chuckled, Ning Xiang is quite concerned about you. This morning, on the way to kindergarten, she specifically instructed me to prepare something delicious for you, as she plans to visit you this afternoon. Ning Xiang blushed at the compliment, nestled close to Liuzheng, giggling and sweetly calling Mom. Wen Yi ladled out the soup and offered it to Ruan Liuzheng. It's chicken soup, very light, I didn't add much oil, so please eat more. Thank you, Auntie, Ruan Liuzheng replied, feeling she could only accept such kindness. Mom, drink up. I'll go find Dad. Ning Xiang released Liuzheng's hand. Be careful, don't fall, Ruan Liuzheng cautioned. I know, Mom, Ning Xiang cheerfully dashed out. However, just as she stepped outside, a loud exclamation echoed, ah! Ruan Liuzheng and Wen Yi both panicked, rushing out to see that Ning Xiang had indeed fallen. Now getting up from the ground and apologizing to the person in front of her. Wen Yi and Ruan Liuzheng approached, asking softly, what happened, Ning Xiang? Ning Jiang, feeling embarrassed, replied, Grandma, I ran too fast and accidentally bumped into someone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wen Yi held Ning Xiang's hand, repeating her apology. Ruan Liuzheng also grasped Ning Xiang's other hand, gazing at the person she had bumped into, Kaida's daughter, Zhuanzi. Ning Xiang and Wen Yi continued to apologize to Zhuanzi. Yet she stood still, startled, not responding. Grandma, Ning Xiang, seeing her like this, felt a tinge of fear and looked at her grandmother. Hello, Ruan Liuzheng said, shielding Ning Xiang in her embrace. The child accidentally bumped into you. Did it hurt? Would you like to check? Just then, Ning Zhiqian's voice resonated. What happened? Dad. Upon seeing her father, Ning Xiang dashed toward him like a lifeline, clutching his leg and whispering, Dad, did I cause trouble? Suddenly, Zhuanzi seemed to snap back to reality. Flustered, she said to Ruan Liuzheng, oh, Dr. Wan finds the child okay? Turning around, she looked at Ning Xiang. Ning Xiang hid behind Ning Zhiqian, peeking out. I'm not hurt. Auntie, are you in pain? No, not at all. Zhuanzi glanced at Ning Xiang with a peculiar look before quickly glancing at Ning Zhiqian and hurriedly leaving. What was that about? Ruan Liuzheng found it strange. It's nothing. Ning Zhiqian replied, letting Ning Jiang closer. Zhuanzi just came to tell me that Aunt Kai's surgery still needs to be scheduled again. Ruan Liuzheng nodded, surmising that Zhuanzi was likely worried about her mother-s operation. Ning Xiang, didn't you say you brought chicken soup? Where is it? He asked. Looking down at his son, Ning Xiang instantly forgot the earlier incident, beaming, yes. I brought it. Mom hasn't had any yet. I came to find you. I have a bit of work to attend to. You two can play for now. We'll head home together after I finish, he said, patting Ning Xiang's head. Okay. Ning Xiang obediently returned to Ruan Liuzheng's side, tilting his little face up. Mom, we won't disturb Dad's work. Ruan Liuzheng smiled, thinking how sensible her child was. Thus, she and Wen Yi each took one of his hands and returned to the duty room. As they walked, Ning Xiang rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a small card and handing it to Ruan Liuzheng. Mom, I almost forgot to give you this. Ruan Liuzheng received it and saw it was a small pink card adorned with drawings of the sun, grass, and flowers with the words, wishing Mom a speedy recovery. It was signed, Ning Xiang, accompanied by a large smiling face. Naturally, the word recovery was written in pinyin. Mom, this is a blessing card from Ning Xiang. Do you like it? Ning Xiang asked eagerly. Thank you, Ning Xiang. I absolutely love it. Did you draw this yourself? She asked, putting the card away and gently patting Ning Xiang's head. Yes. Mom, drink your chicken soup. Sit down and have some. Ning Jiang insisted, pushing her down onto the chair and lifting the small bowl. When he chimed in, drink up. It'll get cold if you don't. Chapter 100. Another year of falling leaves that evening. Ning Xiang said, Mom is sick. I want to eat with her. For Liuzheng, it was impossible to refuse the pleading look in Ning Xiang's eyes, so the four of them dined together. Due to Liuzheng's illness, Ning Zhiqian forbade her from driving, his tone quite domineering. She initially wanted to retort, but was silenced by his stern gaze, and with Ning Xiang playfully pulling her along. Her objections faded away as she climbed into his car. The scene was quite humorous, even causing Wen Yi to chuckle as she discreetly observed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wen Yi instructed the driver to take one car back, leaving just one sufficient for the four of them. During dinner, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. The staff assumed they were a genuine family of four. Although Ruan Liuzheng felt a bit awkward, she refrained from voicing any complaints, especially under the attentive care of Ning Xiang and Wen Yi. However, midway through the meal, the mood shifted dramatically when Ning Zhiqian, her former father-in-law, appeared. Grandpa. Ning Xiang was the first to notice him, calling out with a bright voice. Since marrying into the Ning family, she had never felt at ease in front of Ning Zhiqian. It wasn't that he was particularly harsh or difficult to deal with. In fact, her encounters with him were infrequent, typically only 2 or 3 times a week during major holidays, and even then, their exchanges seldom exceeded 3 sentences. Yet, even those few words made her tense up. Thus, upon seeing him now, she instinctively stiffened, glancing at Ning Ziqian and then at Wen Yi, both of whom wore indifferent expressions, causing her to feel even more on edge. Ning Shoujing's presence in the Ning household had always been one of emptiness for Ning Ziqian, and she understood that well. His mother also regarded him with a distant demeanor. At times, she pondered whether Ning Shoujing felt more awkward than her in the Ning family, which explained his frequent absences. However, Ning Xiang was a unique presence, beloved by all, and it seemed Ning Shoujing was no exception. Upon hearing his grandson call him, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he approached, ruffling Ning Xiang's hair. "Are you eating?" "Yes, Grandpa. We are dining with Mom." Ning Xiang nodded vigorously. At this moment, Ruan Liuzheng stood up, her smile strained yet polite as she greeted Uncle Ning. Ning Shoujing nodded. "Liuzheng has returned." "Yes," she replied, standing. "Please sit." He gestured. She took her seat, and when Yi casually inquired, "Have you eaten? If not, sit down." Ning Shoujing had just exited with a group of friends, undoubtedly having dined, yet after a moment of hesitation, he sat down between Ning Xiang and Wen Yi. "Grandpa, have you been drinking?" Ning Xiang inquired as she caught a whiff of alcohol from Ning Shoujing as he settled in. Ning Shoujing glanced at Wen Yi, his expression stiffening slightly. "Yes. Had a little with friends. Couldn't refuse." "Grandpa." "Dad." Ning Xiang glanced at Ning Ziqian, then changed her tone. "The doctor said you shouldn't drink." Ning Shoujing wore a bitter smile on his face. "I understand. Grandfather was mistaken and will rectify it next time." Ning Tiang bolted, insisting that grandfather must certainly change next time. "Alricht," Ning Hopsheng responded. Ruan Liuzheng sensed that this tiny child, Ning Xiang, was also highly perceptive, undoubtedly aware of the awkwardness between Ning Ziqian and Ning Shoujing. Therefore, once Ning Shoujing sat down, Ning Xiang altered her previously lively demeanor, exchanging only a few words with her grandfather before obediently focusing on her meal. With Ning Xiang falling silent, who else would dare speak? The atmosphere turned heavy and stifling, not merely dull, but entirely suffocating. This was reminiscent of the past, when she had dined at the Ning family home, where regardless of the time, past or present, Ning Ziqian remained unperturbed, consuming his meal as if Ning Shoujing were non-existent. This was his forte, indifference, in Ruan Liuzheng's eyes. Every family gathering seemed to be a source of discomfort for Ning Shoujing. Yet, regardless of how coldly indifferent Wen Yi and Ning Ziqian appeared, their interactions were mutually affecting. Each felt the other's discomfort. This family continued to endure, and it would persist. She could not fathom why Wen Yi forced herself so. Once summoning her courage, she had inquired with Wen Yi, who merely replied that most families were like this. She was unaware how substantial this most truly was, at least among the families she had encountered. Hers was the only one that behaved thus. While lost in thought, Ning Shoujing suddenly addressed her, asking when she returned. "I came back in June, several months ago." She hurriedly replied. Ning Hopsheng noted. "Where are you working now?" "At Tang in West City Hospital, but currently I am further in my studies at Beia." The remainder of the meal consisted solely of a dialogue between Ning Shoujing and Ruan Liuzheng, with Ning Shoujing inquiring and Ruan Liuzheng responding. He asked if she was well, if she had adapted to being back, how her parents were, and what her younger brother was up to, until there were no more questions to pose. Ruan Liuzheng responded fluidly while internally sighing. Who else could Ning Shoujing converse with besides her and Ning Xiang? Typically, a pleasant gathering concludes with laughter and joy. Yet today's meal felt devoid of conversation. Eventually, sensing Ruan Liuzheng's discomfort in her responses, Ning Ziqian asked Ning Xiang if she was full. "Yes, Daddy," Ning Xiang nodded. "Then let us settle the bill," he said, turning to Wen Yi, awaiting her answer. "Settle the bill," when he also set down her chopsticks. "I will take care of it," Ning Shoujing declared, showing initiative. Ning Ziqian, not one to be polite, stood and instructed, "Ning Xiang, you and your grandmother head home." Ning Xiang gazed at him with the seriousness of a small adult. "Daddy, are you taking Mommy home?" "Yes," he replied, then turned to her. "Let us go." Ruan Liuzheng hadn't yet calculated how many people were present or how they would fit in the car when he had already begun to walk away. She could only hurriedly call out, "Uncle Ning, Annie, goodbye," and followed closely behind him. He did not drive, but suggested, "Shall we take a taxi back? Or should I go back alone?" She felt somewhat weak when she proposed this suggestion. As expected, the likelihood of acceptance was zero. He completely disregarded her suggestion, hailing a taxi and entering first before calling her in. Inside the cab, He kept gazing out the window. As they passed a hotel, he instructed the driver to stop ahead. "What are you doing?" she inquired, confused if he planned to disembark first. "You hardly ate," focusing solely on conversation, he remarked. "Let us stop and grab a bite. Didn't Tia used to enjoy the restaurant's dishes? It's still open." "No, it's unnecessary," she hurriedly countered. "I'm not hungry. I had chicken soup before my shift ended. I'll eat something light when I get home." He looked at her. "Really, truly, I don't want anything now. I'll have something light at home and then sleep well," she emphasized. He finally relented. "All right, just remember to eat when we get back." "MHM," she nodded vigorously. "Do you have your medication?" "Yes, it's in my bag." She patted her large bag. He nodded. As night descended, the vehicle continued onward. Just as they neared Ruan Liuzheng's home, the taxi halted due to traffic congestion. This area rarely experiences traffic jams, Ruan Liuzheng thought, rolling down the window to look. "It has been congested since yesterday. Something is being repaired," the driver explained. Ruan Liuzheng recalled that she hadn't gone home yesterday. "How long would this traffic last?" "I'm not sure," the driver replied helplessly. "Young lady, seeing that we're almost there, would you like to walk a bit? It might be quicker." Ruan Liuzheng considered this a viable option. It would allow him to walk to the intersection before catching another ride, so she agreed. On a windy night in this season, the chill was biting. Ruan Liuzheng, still recovering from her illness, was even less tolerant of the cold. After just a few steps, she began to struggle against it. She dared not speak up, knowing that should she do so, he would undoubtedly offer her his coat, and if she remained silent, by his usual disposition, he would not notice. They had traversed this path countless times before. From summer to winter and back again, the ginkgo trees had shed their leaves numerous times, and they, too, had transitioned from a promise of togetherness to letting go. She remembered fondly how she used to hold his hand while walking home during the ginkgo leaves' fall. Golden leaves cascading onto his head, his shoulders blanketing the ground, a silhouette of time, whether in the morning light or the evening glow, painting the ground in a splendid tapestry, as if life stretched out infinitely before them. Yet she had forgotten, after the leaves fell, frost would follow. A warmth enveloped her. It was ultimately him, draping his coat over her shoulders. "You." Her dark eyes sparkled like autumn dew under the streetlights. "I don't want it." He pressed down on her shoulder. "You're catching a cold. You can't endure the chill." "No, you too. I don't want to hear that someone worsened their cold tomorrow and call me a quack." She froze, biting her lip to suppress a smile, her eyes gradually moistening as the lights ahead blurred. Once again, it was the time of falling leaves. As a side note, a double update tomorrow, totaling 10,000 words. Chapter 101. Is she doing well? He said, "Don't just walk away and disappear." To this day, she still hadn't established the true meaning behind his words. Yet, she indeed had walked away and returned. Walking along the path they once frequented, the ginkgo leaves continued to fall gracefully, just as they had before. Like fleeting reflections skimming across the surface of memory, fragments appearing and disappearing. An enveloping silence fell between them. Within her recollections existed a wound, his Ning Shojing's. When he and perhaps hers as well, each person carefully bandaging it with gauze, avoiding contact. However, their mere existence inevitably reminded one another of this wound's presence. Such was life in the Ning family. Ning Laoshi. She was unsure why she broached this topic. I wonder if I'm being meddlesome." She carefully chose her words. "You, your dad, and your mom. Do you plan to continue like this?" He fell silent. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked. Forget I said anything." This was a question no one had ever raised, so perhaps it was indeed her overstepping. Yet he suddenly spoke. "I know this isn't right, especially for Ning Xiang. My treatment toward my father sets a poor example, but forgiveness, I cannot achieve it, and not merely because..." His words faltered here, but she understood the unspoken truth that followed, one that resonated with everyone as silence. He meant, not merely because of Dong Miao Miao. The name Dong Miao Miao had not been uttered in 8 years, as if she had never existed in this world. Yet, in reality, perhaps she was omnipresent. She exhaled deeply, turning to face him, and asked, "Is she doing well?" In the dim light, she noticed his body stiffen, his gaze momentarily lost. She hadn't specified who she referred to. However, no matter how many years passed, he knew precisely whom she meant. She smiled, realizing that perhaps throughout the years, he had never anticipated someone would tread upon this sensitive topic. Today, her words had caught him off guard. Gradually, she observed him relax, his expression softening into an uncertainty. She nodded, perhaps having never seen him again. He should be quite good, that man, and most importantly, she loves him. He walked slowly, his eyes shimmering like faint lights in the darkness, yet revealing nothing. Indeed, the crux of it all is that she loves him. Love is paramount in any relationship. They finally spoke of her for the first time, but that was all there was to it. He claimed he didn't know, and that was the truth. If he wanted to know, it would be easy. After all, his sister-in-law was her closest friend. She was unaware of why she had suddenly posed that question. It had simply slipped out without her rational mind intervening. Sometimes, to truly move on from the past, one must confront it rather than evade it. All the issues within the Ning family stemmed from her, and it was she who must face them. Ultimately, the only person she needed to confront from beginning to end was Ning Zhiqian. It had nothing to do with anyone else. At this point, she was reminded of a rather unfunny joke. It seemed that those who had loved him ended up as his sisters. This indeed validated her earlier conversation with Tanya. They now resembled relatives. Although she dared not voice this thought, she still chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing." She leapt up to catch a leaf that had just fallen from a tree, floating in mid-air. "I remember as a child, I envied classmates who had older brothers. They would often say things like, 'I'll ask my brother when I get home,' or 'Yesterday, I got into trouble with my brother, and my dad only punished him.' Back then, I thought how wonderful it would be to have a brother. I could ask him about questions I didn't understand, report to him if I was bullied, and confide in him my grievances, knowing he would shield me from any troubles." So what are you trying to say? "You truly are clever," he remarked. "What I mean to say," she bit her lip and smiled. "I think I found the feeling of having a sister." "So you consider me your brother?" he directly asked this time. She raised an eyebrow, implying, "Aren't we in essence already?" He nodded. "That's fine. As long as you feel comfortable, I could be anyone you wish." This seemed a heavy statement, she thought. How could I possibly think of you as my father? What is it like to have an older brother? She recalled the chaos that ensued when Zhao Yanzi acquired a brother, finding it amusing, while she felt remarkably calm in this moment. Regardless of whether he was a brother or something else, the word family was inherently warm. He escorted her to her doorstep, and as she walked, she stepped on the leaves scattered along the path. When returning his coat, she said to him, "Be careful on your way back." He dismissed her concern, saying, "What could a grown man fear?" She blinked. "You're so handsome. It's the minor theft that worries me. But don't let it be a crime of passion." Observing his face darken, she burst into laughter. "Good night, Teacher Ning," and dashed back inside. Hesitation, indecision, and overthinking. Ultimately, joy would prevail. Such was Ruan Liuzheng. Perhaps it was due to the term family, or perhaps the coat he had draped over her. Upon returning home, Ruan Liuzheng and Pei Sufan were anxiously surrounding her, inquiring about her health. She danced around, assuring them she was perfectly fine. "Mom, is there anything to eat at home? I am starving." She had been consuming porridge since yesterday, and felt as though her stomach had shrunk. Pei Sufan was overjoyed to see her appetite, and quickly prepared hot dishes for her. After dinner, she went upstairs to take a shower, vowing not to sleep with wet hair again, drying it thoroughly before lying down. She held her notebook, inputting the micro-innovation research materials she had gathered from him into her computer while casually glancing at it. Her phone rang. It was him. "Hello." She answered while still focusing on her computer. "I just wanted to report that the journey went smoothly. There were no incidents," he said on the other end. She had been seriously examining a case, but his comment made her burst out laughing. What a pity. He ignored her teasing, changing the subject. "Are you looking at materials?" "Yes. How did you know?" She replied. "Do you have clairvoyance now? Hurry and put it away. There'll be plenty of time to look at it later. Make sure to rest well tonight." Quite the caretaker. After finishing the call, she continued to ponder how he could know. She set her computer aside, focusing entirely on the phone call. "Are you in your room?" he asked again. "Yes," she replied, instinctively curling up under the covers. "Have you showered?" "Yes." "Is your hair dry?" "It is." She had hoped to resume her study after the call, but to her surprise, their conversation stretched on for nearly an hour. She realized she could talk far too much, and as the dialogue continued, she sank further into her blankets, eventually becoming completely enveloped. After bidding him good night, her eyelids grew heavy, and she fell into a deep slumber. The next day, she was mostly recovered from her cold and resumed work. In the department, no one commented or speculated. They merely asked if she felt better, and even Ding Yiyuan refrained from questioning her about the previous day. After her rounds, Zhuanzi came looking for her, still beckoning her outside. Initially apprehensive about a private conversation with Zhuanzi, she noticed the almost pleading expression on her face, which suggested it wasn't merely about giving her a red envelope, so she followed her outside. Zhuanzi first inquired about Aunt Kai's condition and the surgery date, to which Ruan Liuzheng provided thorough details. The date had been set during a meeting that day, but Zhuanzi lingered, quietly asking, "Dr. Ruan, is that Dr. Ning married?" Ruan Liuzheng was puzzled, wondering why she was asking such a question. Did she intend to play matchmaker? So, she chuckled. "Not yet. Teacher Ning is still single. How could he have a child if he isn't married?" Zhuanzi queried. Ruan Liuzheng thought it unnecessary to disclose such personal matters to patients or their families, especially since Ning had yet to disclose that he had adopted the child. It was best if fewer people knew, particularly since Zhuanzi was not a close acquaintance. "So," she replied, "I'm not entirely sure." "Then, how old is the child?" Zhuanzi pressed. "About 4 years old. Why are you suddenly so interested in Teacher Ning?" Joking aside, she knew that Zhuanzi had previously suffered a loss at this family's hands, so it was wise to tread carefully. "Nothing. Nothing at all," Zhuanzi said, smiling as she left. "What's going on?" Ning Zhiqian emerged, having witnessed the exchange. "Oh, nothing. She was just asking a few questions whether you were married." How old Ning was. "I thought she might be trying to set you up." Originally a jest, Ning Zhiqian did not find it humorous at all. His expression turned serious. "Keep your private interactions with patients to a minimum. Remember that." In a side note, she wrote a brief play or extra scene about Meow Meow, set around the time Ning was 3 years old, published on the WeChat public account. Interested readers are invited to follow the auspicious WeChat account, where sporadic short stories will be shared. Chapter 102. Liuzheng, I am a petty person, Mopa Zongwen. Aunt Kai's surgery was still to be performed by her. The day before the operation, she deliberately checked in on Aunt Kai, reiterating the necessary precautions. Aunt Kai had not once met her gaze directly. Rather, her daughter, Zhuanzi, responded on her behalf. Zhuanzi was much better than lazy, having stayed by Aunt Kai's side continuously, yet every time Ning Zhiqian came to check on her, Zhuanzi's gaze was peculiar, fixated on Ning Zhiqian, which made Ruan Liuzheng feel somewhat unsettled. "Remember, do not eat anything after midnight tonight, and avoid drinking water," she emphasized once more. Just as she prepared to leave, Aunt Kai's trembling voice called out, "Dr. Ruan." She turned back with a smile. "Aunt Kai, is there something else?" "Dr. Ruan, dear girl, I am sorry." Aunt Kai attempted to reach out for her hand, as she had before, but halfway through she withdrew. Ruan Liuzheng understood that the elderly woman might be recalling her earlier comment about her hands being dirty. As I gazed upon the elderly woman, tears glistening in her eyes and her hands worn and weary, I was reminded of my own father. His hands, often rough and darkened from his fondness for woodworking, bore a similar testament to the passage of time. A wave of compassion washed over me, mingled with regret for the hasty words I had uttered in a moment of distress. I reached out and grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Aunt Kai, all is well. Doctor Ning is fine and will undergo surgery tomorrow. Please rest well today." However, Aunt Kai immediately withdrew her hand, saying, "Dear girl, my hands are dirty. I apologize. Aunt Kai, it was wrong of me to say those things." Yet, even in that moment, Aunt Kai's hand slipped from mine. In truth, I no longer held any resentment towards her. After all, every parent possesses a protective instinct for their child. I understood her position, especially since she later took the initiative to clarify the truth. "Aunt Kai, you are all good people. I know it's my son, Lazy, who is at fault," she said, tears brimming in her eyes. "Let us not dwell on that, but focus on preparing for the surgery." I consoled her for a while. As I departed, I noticed Zhuanzi hesitating, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. I had grown accustomed to her peculiar behavior over the past few days, but I refrained from probing further. The following day, Aunt Kai's surgery was a success. After the procedure, she was transferred to the intensive care unit. Outside the operating room, I was surprised to find not only Zhuanzi waiting, but also Lazy and his wife. When Lazy emerged, he displayed an unusual demeanor, treating Dr. Ning and me with a newfound respect. Unlike before, Dr. Ning did not allow Zhuanzi and me to speak freely. Instead, he positioned himself in front of me and recounted the details of the surgery. It was evident that only Zhuanzi was paying close attention, while Lazy and his wife seemed disinterested. Once Dr. Ning finished speaking, Lazy promptly offered him a cigarette, saying, "Dr. Ning, how do you do?" "Thank you. But I do not smoke," Dr. Ning replied, his expression neutral, yet imbued with an unspoken authority. Lazy's face flushed with embarrassment as he pressed on. How about we go out for drinks later? I am grateful for your help with my mother's surgery. Thank you for your kind intentions. But we have regulations that prevent us from dining with the families of patients. Should you have any further questions regarding the surgery or post-operative care, please feel free to visit my office, Dr. Ning stated as he prepared to leave. Lazy, however, obstinately blocked his path, pleading, Dr. Ning, let bygones be bygones. We have crossed paths, and I apologize. I will post an apology online. There is no need for a lawsuit, right? What do you say? Dr. Ning remained composed, his expression unchanging. My claims have already been submitted to the court. Whether it leads to an apology or compensation will be determined by the court. Here, I have made it clear that we only discuss medical matters concerning the patient in bed 15. If you have any inquiries, please come to my office. With that, he led me away. It became apparent that Lazy had received a court summons, which explained his sudden humility. As I walked briskly alongside Dr. Ning, I overheard Lazy's wife muttering behind us. What is the big deal? P.S. Just a doctor. Why the arrogance? I caught every word, and although Dr. Ning heard them too, he remained unfazed, just as I had learned to be. Lazy continued his pleas to Juanzi. Juanzi, why don't you intercede with Dr. Ning? You haven't offended him. Juanzi, with a hint of irritation, replied, if I had known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Upon returning to the office, I quietly inquired, when is the court date? Have you requested compensation? How much? He glanced at me, his tone dismissive. It's not something you need to worry about. I'm just curious. Could it be a substantial amount? Lazy doesn't seem wealthy. I mused, not advocating for Lazy, but rather recognizing him as a somewhat decent person who simply sought justice, unaware it would lead to financial compensation. Have you softened your stance? He teased lightly. Ding Yuan, overhearing our conversation, interjected, what is there to feel sympathy for? He deserves to pay. He should be stripped of everything. Dr. Chung scoffed from the sidelines. Women, you're too ruthless. Be careful, or you might struggle to find a husband. Whether I marry or not is none of your concern. Ding Yuan shot back, her eyes narrowing. Dr. Chung feigned shock. Heavens, don't frighten me. I'd sooner eat dirt than marry you. You, Ding Yuan, still a girl at heart, stormed off in anger, turning back to threaten him. Dr. Chung, you better hope you don't fall into my hands. Remember, I wield a scalpel. What a coincidence. So do I. Dr. Chung called after her retreating figure. I shook my head in amusement. Their daily banter had resumed. Dr. Ning sighed. Chung Zhouyu, I assented enough? Is there any point in this daily squabbling? I simply cannot tolerate her behavior. He retorted before walking away. With everyone gone, I returned to my previous line of questioning. How much are you actually asking for? Why do you keep asking? He looked at me, raising an eyebrow. Are you seeking money? Who wants your money? That is a sensitive topic. I quickly clarified. I'm merely curious. Flowing through your words is a subtle curiosity, he remarked, his expression serious, eyes glimmering with an inscrutable depth. I am someone who believes in retribution. You can believe that. Those who provoke me will not escape unscathed. I am rather vindictive. Is that so? I scrutinized his gaze, feeling a chill, as if I were the one in his crosshairs. Good thing I haven't provoked you. His expression softened, shifting to a more playful demeanor. Forget about this. Even if I were to overlook it, Xiao Yiding would not. The potential amount may be significant for him. I nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Xiao Yiding's flamboyant nature would indeed make him a formidable adversary, especially since Lazy had crossed paths with a brother of his. Let us cease this discussion and divert our thoughts elsewhere, he suggested. What shall we think about? I assumed he intended to assign me work, adopting a serious demeanor. For instance, Christmas Eve is approaching. Have you thought about how to write a letter to Santa Claus? His eyes sparkled with mischief, revealing a teasing edge. Indeed, he was jesting at my expense. I felt a blush rise, recalling the letters I used to write to Santa. In a huff, I tossed my pen aside and fell silent. At 22, I was filled with dreams about him and our future. Even lacking his attention or affection, I would still playfully tease him like a kitten, yearning for his unintentional comfort and affection. Writing to Santa was part of that narrative. On the first Christmas Eve after our marriage, I penned a letter on pink stationery, which read, Dear Santa Claus, I am Liuzheng. May I request a lavish Christmas gift? I wish for Senior Ning to awaken me with a kiss on Christmas morning and present me with the sweetest chocolate. Santa, you must see this letter. I placed the letter in a matching pink envelope and tucked it on his laptop, knowing he would open it each evening. Ultimately, I received both his kiss and his homemade chocolate. I later learned he had asked Tanya which brand of chocolate was the sweetest, and she had informed him it was the DIY brand. The following Christmas Eve, having matured somewhat, I once again wrote to Santa, though my wishes had grown more sophisticated. This time, I used kite pattern stationery, writing, "Dear Santa Claus, I am Liuzheng. This year, my Christmas wish is to have a baby. Santa, you'll grant my wish, won't you?" That year, he had already completed his doctorate, although she was preparing for graduate school. The most significant aspect for her was him and their home. She felt that their cold abode was missing a child. Would having a child bring about more joy? She longed for a child but feared broaching the subject with him. Thus, she decided to pen this wish in a letter, believing that even if he disagreed, she would not have to face his outright rejection. Later, on Christmas Eve, he expressed his affection towards her, and afterward gifted her a teddy bear. The foolish things she had done in those years, when recalled later, left her unsure of how to mock herself without appearing foolish. After much contemplation, she concluded that a thick skin would be more appealing, so she widened her misty eyes and asked, "Teacher Ning, will Santa Claus grant me whatever I write?" "Yes, he will," he affirmed, nodding solemnly. She snickered inwardly, realizing he was certain she would not ask for a child this time. What if she whimsically decided to demand one? "All right, I shall write. I wonder if Santa Claus accepts emails nowadays?" She could not simply slip another letter into his office drawer. Could she? What if someone saw? "He does," he replied earnestly. "Santa has kept pace with the times." "Oh, in that case, what is Santa's email address?" She played along, equally serious. He tore off a piece of paper and swiftly wrote down an address for her. Upon inspecting it, she recognized Ningzikian VIP. He had emailed her not long ago. She carefully tucked it away. "Okay, I've memorized it. I will ensure Santa is ready to receive my letter. I must ponder over what gift I desire." "Indeed, you have ample time to consider," he encouraged, nudging his cup. As she contemplated her wishes, she naturally poured him a glass of water. Then, he pushed the notebook toward her, requesting her to organize the content for the fourth section. "Oh, work calls. I shall set aside this matter for now. I need to incorporate the case of the wing point of entry that I worked on previously." He stepped aside to drink his water. "All right." She began to gather her thoughts. After the new year, she would gradually undertake advanced level 4 surgeries, aspiring to make swift progress within 2 to 3 years, while also completing the book's cases and theories. She murmured, organizing her thoughts, suddenly realizing, "What? A book?" "Yes, my book," he replied calmly as he sipped his water. "Your book? Then She hesitated, uncertain if the side conversation warranted further discussion. "Never mind, I will email Dr. Ning right away. Now that I have the address. You will sign your name, but you must contribute. We will collaborate to complete this within 2 years." He continued, leisurely sipping his water, as if savoring fine tea. "However, I only have a year for my internship." It dawned on her that his request for her to read so much material was for the purpose of publishing a book. In truth, she did not care whether her name appeared on it or how much work she had to do. She was willing to toil away at typing, as long as she could learn more from him and, most importantly, perform more surgeries under his guidance. She needn't worry about the time constraints. She only needed to focus on working diligently and studying earnestly. He set the remaining half glass of water on the table and inquired, "The hospital is exceptionally busy this month. Starting next month, you and Ding Yuan will also be assigned to night shifts. Will that pose any challenges?" She shook her head. "No, I can manage." "Very well. Concentrate on your work. I will not disturb you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." He turned to attend to other matters. As she pondered her Christmas gift for a while longer, Christmas approached, and Ning Ziqian's case against Lei Zi went to court. On the day of the hearing, Ruan Liuzheng attended the trial. Xiao Yiting personally represented the case. It was Ruan Liuzheng's first glimpse of Xiao Yiting's south demeanor in court, a stark contrast to his usual disheveled appearance. He was impeccably dressed in formal attire, his short hair neatly styled. Their group of childhood friends shared common physical traits: tall, slender, and strikingly charismatic, transcending mere good looks. Yet, after infusing their individual professional characteristics, each possessed a unique charm that was truly captivating. For instance, she had seen Dr. Ning in his white coat and scrubs, her older brother in military uniform, and Zhuo Qinggan playing the piano, and now witnessing Xiao Yiting in court. She felt a sense of fulfillment. She had no doubt about the case's victory. The evidence was irrefutable. Coupled with Xiao Yiting's prowess, the court swiftly ruled in favor of Ning Ziqian. Lei was mandated to publicly apologize online and pay a compensation of 200,000 for defamation. Although the amount fell short of his claim, it was unlikely he would appeal again. After the hearing, Lei and his wife appeared dejected as they watched Ning Zhiqian and Ruan Liuzheng from afar before departing in disappointment. That evening, they dined with Xiao Yiding, their spirits high, particularly Xiao Yiding, who was in high spirits. Sister Zheng, I won the case for you. How will you express your gratitude? Once out of the courtroom, he returned to his playful demeanor among friends. What do you mean you won it for me? She teased, pointing at Ning Zhiqian. It should be thank you, Teacher Ning. Oh, Teacher Ning, Xiao Yiding exclaimed dramatically, but I am not interested in expressing gratitude to him. Sister Zheng, I insist that you thank me. Well, arguing with Xiao Yiding was futile. She conceded, thank you, Brother Yiding. Such a good girl. He laughed exaggeratedly. Is Brother Yiding impressive? Ruan Liuzheng nodded fervently. Brother Yiding, you were absolutely magnificent in court today. You are truly my idol. Really? Xiao Yiding glanced at Ning Zhiqian. Did you hear that? An idol. Is he more handsome than your Senior Ning? Ruan Liuzheng chuckled, dodging the question. Ning Zhiqian remained quietly watching and listening, silent as ever. Xiao Yiding poured Ruan Liuzheng a drink. Sister Zheng, to express your gratitude, you can't just say it. You must toast to Brother Yiding. Ruan Liuzheng hesitated, knowing she was not adept at drinking, especially since Xiao Yiding poured her white liquor. She instinctively glanced at Ning Zhiqian. Xiao Yiding remarked, why are you looking at him? His drinking capacity is no match for Brother Yiding's. Don't dampen my spirits. But I can't drink either. She pleaded with her eyes. No worries if you drink. Brother Yiding will ensure you get home safely. By the way, my handsome assistant will join us soon. Oh, right, the charming guy I mentioned before, Ashu, whom I suggested as your online companion. What do you think of him? Xiao Yiding said with a grin, his gaze directed at Ning Zhiqian. Ruan Liuzheng was both amused and exasperated. Brother Yiding, please don't joke around. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Let us get to know each other as friends. Now, finish this drink. Xiao Yiding raised his glass to toast with her. Ruan Liuzheng still looked distressed at the sight of the drink. Yet, Ning Zhiqian's gentle voice cut through. Drink up. If Brother Yiding asks you to, then you should oblige. With him saying that, she instinctively raised her glass. All right, Brother Yiding, I toast to you, wishing you and Sister Qinghe eternal happiness. Ah, that's my favorite blessing. He beamed, clinking glasses with Ruan Liuzheng, but why do you listen to Teacher Ning so well? If Brother Yiding asks you to drink, you don't, but if Teacher Ning asks, you do? As Ruan Liuzheng downed her drink, her face flushed crimson. Further teased by Xiao Yiding, she felt even more embarrassed, glancing at Ning Zhiqian, hoping he would say something. But he merely sipped his water, appearing tranquil. Come, Liuzheng, second glass. I'll drink. You do as you please. Xiao Yiding raised his glass once more. The group around her, with the exception of her teacher, Ning, were all heavy drinkers, of which she was acutely aware. This casual drinking style, where he raised his glass while she sipped indifferently, was something she could no longer endure. Bit by bit, as they continued, she soon began to feel lightheaded, her vision of Xiao Yiding doubling, and her cheeks burning with warmth. With a drunken expression, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes misty and glistening like dew-kissed pearls, she turned to Ning Zhiqian, her voice taking on a delicate tone. Teacher Ning, I can't drink anymore. If you can't, then don't. Have some food, he replied, offering her a piece of vegetable. No. She shook her head, pushing his hand away, then turned to Xiao Yiding. Second brother, I must head back now. All right, Ashu just arrived. Perfect, I'll have him take you home. Xiao Yiding waved at the approaching man. Thank you, second brother. Ruan Liuzheng stood up, slightly swaying. Ning Zhiqian caught her, saying, let us go, I'll take you home. Ashu, I appreciate your help. Ruan Liuzheng mumbled, her words slurred. Xiao Lu, sorry for being late, Ashu said apologetically. It's fine, this is my sister. Xiao Yiding's eyes darted towards Ning Zhiqian. Ning Zhiqian lifted Ruan Liuzheng into his arms, ignoring him entirely, and left. Ashu watched the scene in confusion. Xiao Lu, what is going on? Nothing, have you eaten? If not, sit down and eat something. I've been drinking, you can take me home later. Xiao Yiding glanced at the two departing figures, secretly amused. Ning the opportunity is all set for you. As Ning Zhiqian carried Ruan Liuzheng out, she unexpectedly fell asleep in his embrace. He gently placed her in the car, calling softly, Liuzheng, Liuzheng. She remained peacefully asleep, unresponsive to his calls, her cheeks glowing even more under the streetlights, her lips slightly pouty like cherry blossom-colored jelly. A faint scent of alcohol wafting from her breath, saturating the air. A strand of hair fell from her forehead, brushing against her lips, which he delicately tucked away. He adjusted her seat, fastened her seatbelt, closed the door, and drove her home. Throughout the journey, she slept soundly, oblivious to her surroundings. Upon arriving at her house, he tried calling her again, but she still didn't wake. Resigned, he carried her inside. The doorbell rang, and Pei Sufin opened the door, visibly surprised to see Ning Zhiqian holding Ruan Liuzheng. "Mom, we were out with friends, and Liuzheng got drunk. Sorry, Ning Zhiqian fblainet. Oh, it's fine. Just bring her inside," Pei Sufin hurriedly responded. Once inside, Ning Zhiqian asked, "Should I take her to her room?" "Yes, let her sleep well," Pei Sufin replied, leading the way and turning on the lights. Ning Zhiqian gently laid her on the bed, while Pei Sufin said, "I'll go get something to help her sober up." "All right," he replied. As Pei Sufin went downstairs, he adjusted her position for comfort, pulling the blanket over her, preparing to leave. At that moment, Ruan Liuzheng suddenly murmured, "Liuzheng?" He thought she had woken and called her softly. Ruan Liuzheng, still with her eyes closed, responded drowsily. "Zhiqian, here, the sobering soup." Pei Sufin came upstairs with the soup. "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't take care of her well." Ning Zhiqian stepped aside to let Pei Sufin feed her. "It's all right," Pei Sufin smiled, sitting beside Ruan Liuzheng and lifting her head. "Come on, Liuzheng, have a sip." "Teacher Ning, I don't want to drink anymore." Ruan Liuzheng frowned, pushing Pei Sufin's hand away. And aside, a question arises, another gift. What did Liuzheng ask Santa Claus for in her letter? Please answer in the comments section after the question post. The first correct answer will earn 3,000 le win coin. Note, responses must be made after the question post and are limited to readers who subscribe to the auspicious articles on Lu Win VIP accounts. Thank you. Chapter 104 Ning Senior. Liuzheng, it's me, your mother. Come, drink some sobering soup. Pei Sufin gently brought the bowl to her lips. Ruan Liuzheng waved her hand, knocking the soup bowl to the floor, mumbling, "I don't want it." "This." Pei Sufin picked up the bowl. "I'll just go buy some sobering medicine," Ning Zhiqian stated as he prepared to leave. "We have some at home. I'll go get it." Pei Sufin stood up to retrieve the medicine. Ruan Liuzheng, still dazed, asked, "Who are you?" "Ashu. Thank you for taking me home." He sat in front of her. "I'm Ning Zhiqian." Her brow furrowed. "Ning Senior." "Yes." She leaned forward, her arms languidly wrapping around his neck. "Ning Senior, you're back? I'll get you some kanji." His brow furrowed slightly. Was she mistaking the present for the past, when they were still married? As she struggled to get down, he quickly pressed her shoulders. "Liuzheng, you're drunk." "Don't be silly." She leaned against his chest, tilting her head up, her fingers brushing his brow and eyes. "Ning Senior, your eyes are so beautiful, like stars." Then her fingers landed on his lips, gently caressing. "These are lips. Ning Senior, kiss." She leaned in, her lips brushing against his, soft and warm, with a faint taste of alcohol. Suddenly, she pulled back, pushing him away and collapsing back onto the bed. "No, not Ning Senior. It's Teacher Ning. I've already divorced Ning Senior." "Divorced? I don't love him anymore. Don't want him." "Liuzheng." He softly called her name, his gaze fixed on her face. She had fallen asleep again, murmuring, "Don't want him, don't like him. Yes, just a teacher." He fell silent, quietly watching her as she finally succumbed to deep slumber. When Pei Sufin returned upstairs, Ruan Liuzheng was already sound asleep. He sat beside her, observing her without moving. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and politely excused himself. "Mom, Liuzheng is asleep. I'll take my leave now. I'll take her car keys and have the driver return the car later." "All right, drive safely." "Okay, goodbye, Mom." He went downstairs. The experience of drunkenness was a first for Ruan Liuzheng. Perhaps because she hadn't drunk much, she didn't feel too awful the next day. But she couldn't recall the events of the previous night clearly. She vaguely remembered that Xiao Yiding had his assistant take her home. Yet it seemed like it was Ning Zhiqian who ultimately brought her back. Later, when she went downstairs for breakfast, Pei Sufin asked her, "What did you drink last night to get so drunk? Did Zhiqian carry you back?" As she was drinking water, she nearly choked, realizing it was Ning Zhiqian who had brought her back, making their next encounter feel incredibly awkward. Drunken individuals often lose their composure. She worried about whether she had done anything too outrageous in front of Ning Zhiqian. With a heart full of trepidation, she went to the hospital. where they encountered each other in the parking lot. He had arrived first and parked his car, watching her as she drove by. She deliberately took her time parking, hoping he would leave first, but he stood there waiting for her. Did he think she was incapable of parking properly? To avoid him knocking on her window, she hurriedly parked. As she steeled herself to get out of the car, he approached her. Ahem. Teacher Ning, she stammered, her face flushing. He nodded. Do you have a headache? No. Then let us go inside. He didn't mention anything about the previous night. She quietly sighed in relief. It was better this way, as if nothing had happened. After all, she wouldn't be foolish enough to bring it up again. The day was busy, and as time passed, she forgot about the incident. In the afternoon, a new patient was admitted, a 60-year-old man named Liao, who specifically requested Dr. Ning Zhiqian. The patient's family member, a young man, was the patient's son, who came to offer Ning Zhiqian a cigarette. Ning Zhiqian politely declined, and the young man introduced himself as Liao Jia, a friend of Ruan Liuzheng. Immediately following, Ruan Liuzheng's phone rang. It was a call from Ruan Liuzheng inquiring about a patient. Sister, this is my brother. His father is ill. Please extend some consideration towards my brother-in-law. Understood. To her, Ruan Liuzheng's call seemed unnecessary. Once a patient was admitted, it was her duty to provide diligent care, regardless of the patient's identity. That's good. I was worried that my brother-in-law might be too renowned. Sister, it's imperative that he personally performs the surgery. I am aware that some surgeries are ostensibly conducted by professors, yet often they merely observe. All right, I understand. She glanced over to see Liao Jia still conversing with Ning Zhiqian. Is there anything else? If not, I must hang up. I am quite busy. That's all, sister. In any case, this family is quite affluent. If we cultivate a good relationship, it will be beneficial for my career in the future. Just keep that in mind. Ruan Liuzheng frowned. Ruan Liuzheng, focus on your acting. Diligence is of utmost importance. She disapproved of Ruan Liuzheng's preoccupation with connections. Perhaps it was her conservative nature, as she believed the youth ought to prioritize earnest hard work over opportunism. Sister, you are mistaken. While diligence is essential, opportunity holds greater significance. Our backgrounds dictate that we start at a disadvantage, resulting in fewer opportunities than others. Hence, we require benefactors. Do you comprehend? Without benefactors, one cannot thrive in this circle. Take the company's big boss, Zhuo Chunin, for instance. He studied music, and many pursue music nationwide. Yet, there exists only one Jixia company, not due to his exceptional musical talent, but rather the solid foundation provided by his parents. As Ruan Liuzheng expounded on this subject, Ruan Liuzheng felt a headache coming on. With work demanding her attention, she could only retort hastily before ending the call, contemplating discussing matters with her parents later to rein in Ruan Liuzheng. Dr. Ruan, Ning Zhiqian called her from the other side. She hurried over. He presented her with Liao's medical records and instructed her to prepare the lab orders for the following day. As the workday concluded, Liao Jia returned, exuberantly offering to treat the entire department to dinner, which Ning Zhiqian politely declined. Liao Jia then invited his brother, putting Ruan Liuzheng in an awkward position. Brother, Ruan Liuzheng and I are like brothers. Since you are Ruan Liuzheng's brother, you are my brother too. In the office, Liao Jia spoke without reservation. Ruan Liuzheng could only stomp her foot in silence, wondering about the company Ruan Liuzheng kept. Brother, we are family having a meal together. Surely that doesn't violate any regulations? Liao Jia insisted, attempting to pull Ning Zhiqian along. Since the person Liao Jia mentioned was Ruan Liuzheng, no one in the department knew he was her brother, so they merely perceived it as an attempt to ingratiate themselves, a common occurrence that elicited no surprise. However, Ning Zhiqian would not acquiesce, responding that since they were friends of Ruan Liuzheng, there was no need for formalities, treating them as kin. Although he was always courteous and gentle with patients and their families, he was not one to indulge in insincerity. Ruan Liuzheng sensed an unexplainable unease as she realized this was all due to Ruan Liuzheng. Ultimately, Liao Jia was unable to persuade him to join for dinner, as anticipated. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ruan Liuzheng took the opportunity to apologize to Ning Zhiqian after the other doctors had left the office. Teacher Ning, I apologize. Ruan Liuzheng did not inform me about this in advance. Had I known, I would have advised him to be more considerate. It's nothing. Why fret? He glanced at her. You seem overly cautious around me. Is it truly necessary to apologize for such trivial matters? I just fear causing you inconvenience or putting you in a difficult position. She lowered her gaze. What difficulty is there? Patients often wish to find familiar doctors in a hospital, believing they will receive better care. It's entirely normal. You needn't overthink it. Just then, a voice called from the doorway. "Hey, little one, how was it with Sister Zheng last night?" Ruan Liuzheng turned to see Xiao Yiting grinning at them. "It's nothing, Brother Xiao, you've arrived." She quickly gathered her bag, preparing to leave. "Teacher Ning, Brother Xiao, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." "Ah, leaving as soon as Brother Xiao arrives?" Xiao Yiting teased with a smile. "No, it's just that I should have left by now. Goodbye." She hurriedly waved and departed, not wanting Xiao Yiting to continue his playful banter. As she approached the parking lot, she rummaged through her bag but could not find her car keys. Suspecting that she had left them in the office, she promptly returned to retrieve them. Just as she reached the office door, she overheard Xiao Yiting's boisterous laughter. "Hey kid, how did it go with Sister Zheng last night?" Ruan Liuzheng halted, intrigued to learn what had transpired the previous evening. Inside, there was a palpable silence, with Ning Zhiqian remaining uncharacteristically quiet. Xiao Yiting, known for his irreverence, seized upon the silence to inject more levity into the conversation. "Feeling shy, are we? Well, thank your brother for this opportunity. Stay out of it." Ning Zhiqian's cool, indifferent voice finally broke the silence. "Hey, you little rascal, are you burning bridges here? What bridges? What are you rambling about?" Xiao Yiting was taken aback, slowly realizing the implications. "No way, you and Liuzheng didn't tea. Anything happened last night? What did you expect would happen? I simply escorted her home." "You." Xiao Yiting, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend how a prominent lawyer could be so flummoxed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly wore a peculiar expression. "Ning, are you? Are you all right?" Ruan Liuzheng, eavesdropping outside, nearly burst into laughter. This misunderstanding was entirely unprovoked by her, and she wondered what expressions adorned the faces within. However, it seemed she was overthinking, as Ning Zhiqian displayed no reaction and merely ignored Xiao Yiting's comment. Xiao Yiting, believing he had hit the mark, leaned in with exaggerated concern. "Hey, brother, is it true? You're a doctor. You should get a specialist to check." Initially, Ning Zhiqian ignored him, but the earnest gaze from Xiao Yiting, filled with concern, compelled him to respond. "Do you know what kind of doctor I am?" "Of course." Xiao Yiting nodded. "Neurosurgeon. You specialize in opening up heads. So, your reasoning is flawed. Don't self-diagnose. Better consult a specialist." Ning Zhiqian replied slowly, "I would like to open your head to see what exactly is inside." Xiao Yiting, who typically reveled in outsmarting others, felt a pang of irritation at being outwitted by his brother. "Enough. I could take care of my own affairs. Do you believe I want to meddle in your business? You've waited 6 years. If you don't act fast, someone else will sweep her away." Xiao Yiting chastised, watching the unperturbed figure before him, nearly beside himself with frustration. Ning Zhiqian fell silent once more. Xiao Yiting, by nature impatient, had matured over the years and became more composed during serious matters, yet he easily flared up around family. One was explosive, the other stoic, leading to a volatile reaction as Xiao Yiting pressed. "Why don't you say something?" Ning Zhiqian spoke softly. "For 6 years, I have not been waiting for her." Xiao Yiting was taken aback. "So all these years, you haven't been thinking about her, have you?" Xiao Yiting's voice gradually weakened, and the name left unsaid was clear to both the speaker and the eavesdropper. "Does your sister-in-law know about your drinking last night?" Ning Zhiqian suddenly changed the subject. "You." Xiao Yiting was once again caught off guard. "If you have the guts, go ahead and tell her." Ruan Liuzheng quietly stepped back. She felt it would be awkward if they saw her after this exchange. She did not feel particularly sad, for this was a truth she had known for a long time. When she married him at the age of 22, she was aware of it. She and T felt sorrow then, so why should she now, many years later? From the moment she first met him, loving him was her solitary affair. For her, unrequited love was a source of joy, devoid of pain. The agony arose not from the unrequited love itself, but from one's own desires. Without desire, even the deepest love and infatuation merely becomes admiration. Without hope, there is no pain of disappointment. Yet once desire takes root, one becomes ensnared in its depths. And when desires remain unfulfilled, suffering ensues. Knowing what one truly wants alleviates pain and sorrow. She quietly went to the restroom, and upon returning, found that the brothers had vanished from the office. She retrieved her car keys and headed home. The road home had been repaired and was now clear, especially the route leading into the community, where traffic was sparse. As night fell, she drove attentively forward. Suddenly, a sports car sped toward her from the opposite direction. Its velocity astonishing and completely unexpected. She swiftly turned the steering wheel. The other driver noticed her and attempted to swerve, but the two cars collided nonetheless. Fortunately, the abrupt maneuver mitigated a catastrophic crash. She felt a jolt as her car was pushed aside, quickly exiting her vehicle to assess the damage. She discovered her headlights shattered and the left side of her car severely damaged. The other vehicle appeared worse off, having collided with a roadside barrier after hitting her. The driver emerged, immediately exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. I take full responsibility." Hearing this, Ruan Liuzheng felt a bit relieved. The driver handed her his business card, apologizing again. "I got carried away with speeding when I saw the road was clear. I didn't expect to cause an accident. I'll call the police. I take full responsibility." Upon hearing the term speeding, her impression of him soured. She glanced at him and noted that he was a young and handsome man. His looks on par with Ning Zhiqian's circle. His age was indeterminate, perhaps in his 20s or 30s. Age was often difficult to discern these days. She cast her eyes on the business card, which bore his name, Shui Weilin, general manager of a prominent company. The subsequent events required little effort on her part. She merely stood by as he made the calls. When the police arrived, he took the initiative to assume responsibility. Her car was towed for repairs, while he mentioned that his vehicle would be towed to the junkyard. Once the road was quiet again, Shui Weilin approached her. "I apologize. Are you Dr. Ruan? Did I frighten you?" She had mentioned her name and workplace during the police inquiry, and he had remembered it. "I'm fine," she replied. "Where are you headed, Dr. Ruan? Allow me to give you a ride." "No, thank you. It's not far to my home. I can walk." "That would be quite ungracious of me," he remarked, glancing at the time. "In a few minutes, my driver will bring another car. Let me give you a lift." She declined once more, stating that she would reach home shortly. "You really should let me help. It's not safe for a young woman to walk alone at night," he insisted, smiling. She scrutinized him, and he quickly added, "I'm not a bad person. Really, I'm Shui Weilin. If you don't believe me, feel free to call my phone and see if it rings." She had no doubts about his identity, as the police had verified it earlier. However, she hesitated, for she had never walked this road with another man, especially a stranger. "How about this? You walk ahead, and I'll follow at a distance until you reach home," Shui Weilin proposed, thinking she still doubted his character. "Really, there's no need. I'll walk ahead. Goodbye." This time she truly set off, though she was aware he followed her from a distance. The road was public. She had no authority to dictate who walked it, so she quickened her pace, eager to return home. Once there, she chose not to mention the accident, preferring to avoid worrying her parents. Ruan Liuzheng was listening to Peking opera, while Pei Sufan watched her with a beaming smile during dinner, as if waiting for her to finish before speaking. "Mom, what is wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Ruan Liuzheng asked, feeling uneasy under her gaze. "Eat, dear. Finish your meal first," Pei Sufan replied with a smile. "Mom, please just tell me. I can't eat with you staring at me like that." "All right," Pei Sufan conceded. "Zheng'er, I must ask you this. Are you truly not getting back together with Zhiqian?" "Of course not," she asserted firmly. Pei Sufan sighed. What a pity. It's hard to find someone better than Zhiqian in this world. Seeing her mother's sorrowful expression, Ruan Liuzheng almost spoke, but Pei Sufan's demeanor shifted. "Zheng'er, since you truly don't plan to reconcile, let it be. Don't force yourself." Ruan Liuzheng was puzzled. Had her mother changed her stance? "Zheng'er, not getting back with Zhiqian means we should consider other options. Your aunt has a friend whose son is 33, exceptionally handsome, a university professor. Why not consider befriending him?" Ruan Liuzheng's first instinct was to refuse, "Mom. I'm busy right now. I don't have time for romance. Please don't push this." Pei Sufan, however, persisted. "Zheng'er, you're not a child anymore. Though you'll always be beautiful to me, others may not see it the same way, especially men. You said you don't want to be single forever, so the sooner you start dating, the better. You're not 20 anymore." Ruan Liuzheng was taken aback by her mother's words, reflecting on them. "Moreover, Zheng'er, I've thought about this. We don't need wealth or status. We just want a stable, safe life. A teacher may not have much money, but they can provide for basic needs. Most importantly, the job is stable with a good schedule. Even when you're busy with surgeries and night shifts, someone will be there to care for you and manage the household. What do you think?" Ruan Liuzheng fell silent, realizing her mother's perspective aligned with her own thoughts about finding someone kind who had the time and energy to support her hectic life. "Your mother brings up valid points. Ultimately, a girl should consider marriage. A stable life is what matters most. A teacher is a respectable profession, and they will provide a good education for the children. Ruan Liuzheng also spoke. Ruan Liuzheng pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, please set a time. How about Christmas Day? Your aunt has already planned it. You young people enjoy celebrating that festive occasion. It's quite romantic," Pei Sufan suggested. She calculated that day was indeed her day off. Sounds good. That evening, while tidying her bag, a slip of paper fell out. She unfolded it to find elegant handwriting that read, "Ningzik." She vividly recalled the moment he wrote that address for her, along with his gentle words. Christmas is approaching. Think about how to write a letter to Santa Claus. She chuckled softly, refolding the paper and placing it aside. Sitting before her computer, she contemplated and began to type. "Dear Santa Claus, hello, I am Liuzheng. Do you remember me? It has been several years since I last wrote to you. It's not that I forgot, but rather that I came to realize there is no Santa Claus in this world. Am I being foolish? Perhaps every child over the age of 5 knows this truth. Yet I only truly comprehended it at 25. But now, at 30, I believe again. There is indeed a Santa Claus, and each person has their own Santa, who is, in fact, themselves. What gifts do I desire this year? I wish to express my gratitude to the Santa within me, thanking the passage of time for everything being well." She entered the email address, reread her letter, and clicked send. She felt no right to request gifts from him, even if he was her elder brother. And she had nothing she truly desired anymore. Her hopes for the future were firmly in her own hands, and she was content with her current situation. Just as she sent the email, she received an automatic notification confirming he had read it. However, she knew he would not reply. The previous Santa had never responded either. The next day, when she encountered him at the hospital, his gaze was tranquil as he led her and a group of students on rounds, never mentioning the email, as if he had not received it the previous night. Following him, her heart was filled with a serene peace. Aunt Kai spent her days smoothly in the intensive care unit, gradually recovering after being moved to a general ward. Lei Zi had issued a statement online, apologizing to Ning Zhiqian and all the doctors at Beia, having settled the 200,000 in compensation. He had not returned to the hospital since, nor had he visited Aunt Kai even once. Ruan Liuzheng held a low opinion of such a person. If one is unfilial to their own parents, how could they show kindness to others? She even thought it miraculous that he managed to pay the 200,000. She had expected this money-obsessed individual to default. Later, when she brought this up, he merely replied, "Naturally, there are ways to ensure he doesn't come to collect." She understood. Lei Zi was also a coward, one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. For someone like Ning Zhiqian, who was adept at managing such characters, it was a simple task. What she did not anticipate was that in the afternoon, he called Zhuanzi and asked for her bank account number. Zhuanzi was taken aback. "Dr. Ning, what do you need my account number for?" "I won my case against your brother. The compensation has already been deposited into my account, and I will transfer it to you," he explained. This revelation shocked not only Zhuanzi, but also Ruan Liuzheng and Ding Yiyuan, who had just entered the office. Unable to contain herself, Ding Yiyuan asked, "Teacher Ning, why would you return it to their family?" "Indeed," Zhuanzi added, "my brother and sister-in-law are not good people. They value money over life, and this serves as a lesson for them. Yes, I'm merely giving him a lesson. The money I transfer to you is not meant for him. I heard your brother has never fulfilled his filial duties, and you mentioned that the money you sent home was intercepted by him. So, I simply reclaimed it for your mother." He took out a piece of paper and pushed it toward Zhuanzi. "Please write it down." Zhuanzi hesitated, "But isn't this a compensation for defamation? Just write it," he insisted, not elaborating further. Zhuanzi gazed at him for an extended moment, tears welling in her eyes. He urged her again, and finally, she wrote down her account number. He promptly took out his phone and transferred the money to her, instructing her to check if it had been received. Zhuanzi's phone quickly chimed with a notification, and she held it, her eyes reddening. Thank you, Dr. Ning." Ning Zhiqian was somewhat surprised by her strong reaction and nodded. "You're welcome." However, Zhuanzi lingered, gazing at him with an almost dazed expression. Even Ding Yiyuan and Ruan Liuzheng found her gaze peculiar. Ning Zhiqian himself felt puzzled. "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing." Zhuanzi realized her own awkwardness, quickly leaving the office while wiping her tears. Ding Yiyuan pulled Ruan Liuzheng aside and whispered, "I find Zhuanzi quite strange." She looked mesmerized by Teacher Ning. "Indeed, I'm also baffled," Ruan Liuzheng admitted. Ding Yiyuan mused, Do you think she might be in love with Teacher Ning? Ruan Liuzheng was taken aback by this suggestion. That's impossible. Why not? Think about it. Teacher Ning is highly regarded, a doctor everyone praises. He reciprocated kindness towards Aunt Kai despite how her family treated him. Now, he is even returning the compensation money. Isn't that captivating? And most importantly, Teacher Ning is more handsome than any star. Just based on looks alone, he is a threat. Ding Yiyuan exclaimed dramatically. Ruan Liuzheng laughed. That's impossible. Besides, even if she did like Teacher Ning, he would never like her back. There are plenty of people who admire him. Ding Yiyuan fully agreed. Exactly. You finally spoke some sense. Ruan Liuzheng could only remain speechless. Forget it. Why should I care if she likes him or not? Ding Yiyuan's face lit up with admiration. Teacher Ning is exceptionally handsome today, and he's someone who values money as worthless. That's the kind of person I admire the most. With that, she slipped away. Ruan Liuzheng reflected and found it unlikely that Zhuanzi had feelings for Ning Zhiqian. Yet she could not explain her series of strange behaviors. Especially today, even if moved by Ning Zhiqian transferring the money, it shouldn't have led to such a foolish reaction. Unable to comprehend, she decided not to dwell on it. After work, without a car, she left ahead of Ning Zhiqian, just as he had mentioned, bolting like a rabbit to the subway station. After arriving at the station, she still had quite a distance to home, so she stopped by a large supermarket to buy many daily necessities, filling 2 heavy bags for her walk home. The items were somewhat heavy, and, as she carried them, the plastic bags began to hurt her hands, making her regret not having shopped a few days earlier when she could have taken a car. As she walked, she heard a gentle honk from a car behind her. Instinctively, she turned to see a vehicle closely following her, and someone leaned out the window. Dr. Ruan? It's really you. It was Shui Weilin, who had already switched to another sports car. Shui Weilin got out and approached her. Dr. Ruan, carrying all this. Let me give you a ride. No, thank you, she declined instinctively. Hey, Dr. Ruan, am I a tiger? Why do you always act like I'm a venomous snake? Shui Weilin said, his beautiful eyes now filled with a mix of grievance and curiosity. With an air of mischief and a hint of sorrow in his tone, he made Ruan Liuzheng smile. That smile diminished the unfamiliarity between them. Dr. Ruan, let me give you a lift, he offered. All right, thank you, she accepted. Ruan Liuzheng no longer declined to meet. She felt genuinely apologetic. Had it not been for her car breaking down, he wouldn't have faced such inconvenience. After Shui Weilin got into the car, he reiterated his apologies with sincere expression. It's all right, I often walk too, she responded, finding their collision rather amusing. While others might turn such incidents into grudges, filled with petty disputes, they, on the other hand, radiated an incredible harmony. Perhaps it was her good fortune to encounter someone willing to take responsibility. Upon entering the neighborhood, Shui Weilin pointed out his villa to her, situated just a row of townhouses away from her own standalone home. Now that you know my lair, you needn't worry about me fleeing. He chuckled. She couldn't help but smile. Aren't you Shui Weilin? He paused, then burst into laughter, impressed by her quick wit. Since he was indeed Shui Weilin, there was no fear of him running away. Where does Dr. Ruan reside? He inquired jovially. The car stopped near her home, and she gestured toward her house. I've arrived. Thank you. Allow me to escort you to your door. You've brought too many belongings, he insisted, turning the steering wheel towards her residence. They drove until they reached her doorstep, where she exclaimed, We're here. Shui Weilin parked the car and looked outside. Is this the place? Yes, she confirmed, stepping out. Thank you. He followed suit, assisting her with her belongings. Dr. Ruan, if you require a vehicle during this time, please feel free to call me. Thank you. But that won't be necessary. Walking is quite pleasant, she replied, accepting her things. Please, don't be so modest. It's my fault for causing you inconvenience. I sincerely apologize, he said, bowing his head in a humble manner. There's truly no need. You're far too courteous. Shui Weilin laughed again. I say, Dr. Ruan, our excessive politeness hardly resembles a car accident, does it? It feels more like a dinner invitation. Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. It's Mr. Shui who is overly polite. I've never encountered a perpetrator quite like you. As if you're eager for me to take advantage of you. Then I've never met someone so agreeable after being hit. Please, do take advantage of me. They both burst into laughter. Dr. Ruan, we may have had a collision, but consider an introduction. Next time we meet, let us be friends and refrain from such pleasantries, Shui Weilin said with a smile. Agreed. With that, Ruan Liuzheng decided not to be coy any longer. Until we meet again, Shui Weilin said. Goodbye, she replied, carrying her belongings into her front yard. a smile gracing her lips. Xue Weilin lingered, watching her retreat with a smile until she disappeared through the door. Once inside, Pei Sufan approached eagerly, taking the items from her hands, joyfully informing her, "It's all set." "What's all set?" she questioned, momentarily puzzled. "That university professor. We agreed to have lunch on Christmas Day and then go shopping and watch a movie in the afternoon," Pei Sufan said, taking the items from her grasp. Only then did Ruan Liuzheng recall the blind date she had promised earlier that morning. On Christmas Eve, the streets were adorned with festive cheer, yet the department remained as busy as ever, seemingly unaffected by the holiday spirit. Ning Zhiqian returned to his desk after a round of duties, only to discover a gift box hidden within the drawer. He paused, closing the drawer again, preparing for his rounds. "I'm heading to the wards," he announced loudly as he led a group toward the patient rooms. After finishing a surgery and reviewing the summaries written by Ruan Liuzheng and Ding Yuan, he finally found a moment to relax. Ruan Liuzheng and Ding Yuan had gone to the restroom, leaving him alone in the office. He reopened the drawer and unwrapped the gift, revealing a watch. His brow furrowed, and he promptly closed it again. Not long after, Ruan Liuzheng and Ding Yuan returned, and he called out, "Dr. Ruan, come here." "Coming." She hurriedly responded, "Ning Laoshi, what is it?" "Let us check on old Liao," he instructed. After a brief visit to the ward, they walked side by side down the corridor. He murmured, "Liuzheng, I'll purchase whatever I need myself." "Huh?" Ruan Liuzheng was confused by his statement. "Don't spend recklessly," he added, his tone becoming slightly stern. "Oh." Although she didn't spend frivolously and didn't quite grasp his meaning, she weakly agreed. "Save your money for yourself," he insisted. She became even more perplexed. "All right." And thus, their conversation came to an abrupt end. Ruan Liuzheng remained bewildered, pondering his words as she followed behind him, her pace slowing, creating a distance between her and his long strides. Consequently, Ding Yuan in the office only noticed Ning Zhiqian entering alone, her expression a mixture of delight and shyness. "Ning Laoshi," she greeted softly. Ning Zhiqian cast her a curious glance. "What's the matter?" Do you like the watch?" Ding Yuan's cheeks flushed. Ning Zhiqian paused, his expression darkening slightly. "Did you place it here for me?" Ding Yuan nodded bashfully. He opened the drawer, retrieving the watch box, and returned it to her. "I appreciate the gesture, but I cannot accept it." "Ning Laoshi." Ding Yuan felt a mix of embarrassment and grievance. I like you. I have for a long time. This is a Christmas gift for you." "I already have a watch," he replied coldly. "But this represents my feelings." Ding Yuan insisted shyly. His demeanor grew more distant. "I require diligent students, not sentimental gestures. If you wish to learn from me, I welcome you. If you harbor other intentions, please seek someone else." Ding Yuan, known for her strong pride, found it difficult to bear such a direct rejection, turning on her heel and fleeing. At that moment, Ruan Liuzheng entered, and Ding Yuan collided into her. Ning Zhiqian's voice echoed from behind, "Take back the watch." Ding Yuan, infuriated, clutched the watch and ran off to the vice president, her father. Ruan Liuzheng stood there, puzzled by the scene. "What has happened?" she inquired. Ning Zhiqian remained silent, his expression stiff. The drawer was still ajar, revealing a small card that he had previously overlooked. It read, "Ning Laoshi, a love at first sight. Merry Christmas. I hope to spend the holiday with you tomorrow." Ding Yuan. He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling vexed for not noticing the card sooner. Ruan Liuzheng approached him, her keen eyes spotting the card. "What's this?" He quickly shut the drawer. "Nothing." "Did you organize the materials last night?" "Let me see." "Oh." She noted that Ning Laoshi seemed off today. As she handed him his notebook, he added, "Please go to the outpatient pharmacy and fetch these medications." "Isn't it usually the nurse's responsibility to get the medications?" She protested. However, if the teacher commands, who dares to disobey? She thought to herself as she hurried to the outpatient area to retrieve the medications. Just as she set them down, without a moment to catch her breath, he assigned her another task. The CT and MRI results for old Liao should be available. Please bring them. Isn't someone delivering them to the ward? She questioned, exasperated. "I need them urgently. It'll be too late by the time they arrive." "Fine, you're the teacher. Your word is law," she sighed, running out again in the winter chill, perspiring. "All right, you're handsome. You decide everything." She could no longer skip about cheerfully, panting as she jogged a lap, vaguely sensing that Ding Yuan had provoked her anger and was now venting her frustrations. "Ding Yuan, what have you done?" finally broaching the subject. She noted that she had arrived with Director Su, and the two directors began conversing the moment they met. She felt as if they might have forgotten her, which was, perhaps, a relief. She wouldn't have to run errands anymore. However, shortly after, he said, "Dr. Ruan, please fetch the items that Director Su requested from the neurology clinic." No, I'll just call someone to deliver them," Director Su replied. "It's all right, my little apprentice. Running errands is a great way to learn. You're handsome. You call the shots." As a side note, she mentioned that she would see him tomorrow. She left a message inquiring about how to view the skits on the public account, indicating that after entering the account, one should check the historical messages in the top right corner. Chapter 108. I'll turn you into a male corpse. Ding Yiyuan clutched her watch as she exited, feeling that her trivial sadness paled in comparison to her embarrassment, especially since Ruan Liuzheng had dashed in at the last moment, leaving her uncertain if he had witnessed that mortifying scene. Overwhelmed by humiliation, she charged forward, only to collide once more with a wall of flesh, causing the watchbox in her hand to fall to the ground with a thud, the watch itself spilling out and shattering. "Ouch!" Cheng Zhouyu's voice rang out. "Miss, what is going on? Are you gifting me something?" His words struck a nerve with Ding Yiyuan. In a fit of anger, she stomped on the watch, reducing it to mere shards, and bitterly retorted, "Dr. Cheng, I certainly didn't tell you that I scored full marks on my anatomy exam." No wonder." Cheng Zhouyu chuckled nonchalantly. "How pitiful." "Pitiful? Why pitiful?" Ding Yiyuan assumed he was aware of her failed confession, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Cheng Zhouyu clucked his tongue. "No wonder you still don't have a boyfriend. You." Ding Yiyuan's eyes reddened. If she had a scalpel in hand, she might have truly contemplated removing his nose. Undeterred, Cheng Zhouyu continued, "My dear, considering we're in the same department, I kindly remind you, as a lady, refrain from constantly discussing dissection and scalpels. Be a bit gentler, all right? Otherwise, you might never touch a man in your life. Only male corpses." At that moment, Ruan Liuzheng was passing by, sent by Ning Zhiqian to fetch medication. She glanced at the two and called out, "Hello, Teacher Cheng," before hastily moving on. Ding Yuan's heart burned with rage, particularly at the sight of Ruan Liuzheng's closeness to Ning Zhiqian. In a fit of fury, she punched Cheng Zhouyu squarely in the nose, declaring, "Then my first order of business is to turn you into a male corpse. You wretched man." Cheng Zhouyu was taken aback, shocked that she had actually struck him. His nose throbbed painfully while something began to drip from it. As a surgeon, he instinctively recognized the familiar scent, blood. Ding Yiyuan, still unsated in her wrath, shoved him aside and stormed off. Cheng Zhouyu, ruefully covering his nose, returned to his office, where Nurse Xiaoyun emerged from a ward and rushed toward him, startled. "Dr. Cheng, what happened to you?" Cheng Zhouyu shook his head, hand pressed against his nose. Blood oozed through his fingers, shocking Nurse Xiaoyun. "Dr. Cheng, your nose." He felt the slick warmth trickling from his fingers and, upon inspection, saw his hands covered in blood. "Nurse Xiaoyun kaspet, Dr. Ning." "Dr. Ning, come look at Dr. Cheng's nose." Cheng Zhouyu inwardly cursed. "Xiaoyun, please, you're a nurse. A surgical nurse. Can you not act as if you've seen a ghost at the sight of blood?" In truth, Ning Zhiqian had already noticed him and was approaching to examine the situation, but Cheng Zhouyu raised his bloodied hand. "Don't come near. I can handle it myself. Let me take a look. Do you often have nosebleeds?" Ning Zhiqian inquired, his tone serious as he investigated this inexplicable bleeding. Cheng Zhouyu bristled. "It's all your fault." "What? How is this my fault?" Ning Zhiqian replied innocently. "You." Cheng Zhouyu hesitated, noticing Nurse Xiaoyun bringing over a tray of instruments to tend to his nose, forcing him to bite his tongue. He quietly observed Ding Yiyuan placing her watch in a Ning Zhiqian's drawer. Although he and Ding Yiyuan did not see eye to eye, it was a matter of her private affairs. She must have felt humiliated after being rejected, and it was best that fewer people knew about it. He swallowed his indignation and muttered, "What a talent you are, reducing a watch worth tens of thousands into shards." Ning Zhiqian remained perplexed, while Nurse Xiaoyun scrutinized his nose and murmured, "Dr. Cheng, why does it look like your nose injury is from an external force? It's already bruised. It will likely look worse tomorrow. Stop speaking nonsense." Cheng Zhouyu snapped. "Tomorrow? Tomorrow is Christmas. It's my class reunion. How can I show my face like this? How will I face my female classmates?" Nurse Xiaoyun flinched at his outburst. It's not like I hit you. Who said I was hit?" Cheng Zhouyu exploded. "It was a collision. All right, Nurse Xiaoyun silently cleaned the blood from his philtrum with a cotton swab, choosing not to engage further. Don't lose your temper. The more you do, the more you'll bleed. Ning Zhiqian remarked casually, as if he understood who had delivered that punch. Ding Yiyuan ran swiftly until she reached the vice president's office, slowing her pace as the anger within her dissipated somewhat. She gazed at her fist, realizing why some people practice boxing on punching bags when they're upset. Releasing a punch also released pent-up emotions. Yet, she still felt embarrassed, her face devoid of color. Vice President Ding was inside, and upon entering, she wore a pained expression and called out, "Dad." "What is it now?" Vice President Ding, who doted on his daughter, was starting to feel exasperated. She suddenly found herself at a loss for words, having initially intended to ask her father to reprimand Ning Zhiqian. But now she lacked the motivation. Hesitating, she mumbled, "I don't want to work with Teacher Ning anymore." Regardless, she felt too embarrassed to cling to Teacher Ning any longer. What nonsense is this? Dr. Ning is the youngest and most accomplished expert in neurosurgery. Weren't you aiming for him? Now you want to change? Do you think this is a game? Vice President Ding asserted, feeling that he could no longer indulge his daughter. Ding Yuan sulked, "I'm simply not going to follow him. Give me a reason." "Dr. Ning, he is too strict." She could only say, "Strictness is a good thing. A strict teacher produces excellent students." Ding Yuan pouted, unable to conjure a counterargument. She was unwilling to fabricate lies to slander Ning Zhiqian. Seeing his daughter's pitiful expression softened Vice President Ding's heart once more. "Daughter, neurosurgery is inherently intricate and challenging. Encountering difficulties is to be expected. Yet you have always possessed an indomitable spirit. No problem should be insurmountable for you. My daughter, press on. I believe in you. With effort, you will surely overcome this hurdle." His encouraging words brightened Ding Yuan's mood considerably. Indeed, with effort, nothing was beyond her reach. "Thank you, Dad." She smiled happily. On Christmas Eve, the city was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, which felt absent within the hospital. However, after work, she was surrounded by the vibrant holiday spirit, with young people filling the subway and streets to celebrate. Usually too busy to notice, she now pondered her age. Did these festivities have any relevance to her? It seemed better to go home, rest, and listen to her mother's incessant chatter about tomorrow's blind date. After all, her mother had already sent her no less than 10 messages, urging her to get her hair done after work. She had no intention of doing her hair. She would rather spend that time writing 2,000 words for her book. Yet, Pei Sufin would not easily relent. As soon as she stepped through the door, with her hair still casually tied back, Pei Sufin nearly threw her out, insisting she go to the salon. "Mom, I haven't even eaten yet," she pleaded pitifully. "The salon provides meals, or you could just sit there while I bring you food." This truly demonstrates her willingness to sacrifice everything for her lifelong commitment. Ruan Liuzheng, without even a bag in hand, was dragged by Pei Sufin to a hair salon where she spent several hours getting her long hair permed and dyed a lovely flaxen hue. Since she had no bag, Pei Sufin generously covered the expenses, seemingly delighted as she envisioned Ruan Liuzheng in a wedding gown, perhaps even as a mother, reminding her to be cautious while sleeping at night so as not to ruin her hairstyle. With a sense of resignation, Ruan Liuzheng returned home close to midnight, immediately took a shower, and went to bed, yet she found herself restless, preoccupied with thoughts of her hairstyle, ultimately having a sleepless night. Fortunately, Pei Sufin, feeling sympathetic, did not wake her early. However, she was roused by the incessant ringing of her phone. At 9 o'clock, still drowsy, she heard her phone ring and groggily fumbled for her bag to retrieve it. It was Ning Zhiqian. "Hello," she answered, her morning sleepiness still evident. "Liuzheng?" he inquired. Not fully awake," she replied languidly. "Still sleeping?" he asked. "Yes." "Merry Christmas," he said. "Thank you." "Merry Christmas," she responded, feeling slightly more alert. The familiar holiday greeting reminded her of his attentiveness to every festive occasion, though she suspected it was merely his phone's timely reminders. "Liuzheng," his voice echoed again. "Are you free today? What are your plans?" he inquired. "Well, I have lunch scheduled with a friend," she replied, not forgetting about the matchmaking arrangement. "What about afterward?" he pressed. "Afterward? I don't really know. It depends on whether we hit it off. If we do, there might be more to follow. If not, then it's over." She mused before adding, "Perhaps I'll go to a movie or shopping afterward." "With friends?" he asked. "Yes." "Well, enjoy yourself," he said. "Thank you." I hope it will be fun. If I'm happy this afternoon, then my mother will be happy and we'll all be pleased. Once awakened, there was no chance of returning to sleep. She got up to wash up and have breakfast. Soon, Pei Sufin brought out her attire for the day, a pink coat. With an insistence that she could not refuse, Ruan Liuzheng found herself at the mercy of her mother's whims. After donning her new outfit, a flurry of makeup was thrust upon her, demanding she apply lipstick and powder. It was not that she was unwilling, but rather that she lacked the skill. After several attempts at washing and applying, even Pei Sufin surrendered, exclaiming, "Forget it. Just put on some lipstick to look a bit more lively." By then, it was 11 o'clock, and the matchmaking event loomed just an hour away. Pei Sufin urged her, "Hurry up. If you get caught in traffic, you'll be late." Ruan Liuzheng was hastily pushed out the door. For the past few days, she had told Pei Sufin that her car was borrowed by a friend, and Pei Sufin had not pressed her for details, merely instructing her to take a taxi instead of walking or taking the subway. As she pulled out her phone to book a ride, she suddenly noticed 7 or 8 missed calls from Ning Zhiqian, all from the previous night. She had been at the salon for hours without her bag, hence she had missed every call. If it were urgent, he would surely have mentioned it this morning. It seemed nothing of great importance. As she reached the end of the row of townhouses, a car pulled up in front of her, Shui Weilin, now in a different car, still a striking red. "Dr. Ruan, walking while on your phone is quite dangerous, don't you know?" he remarked, his face appearing at the window, flashing a bright smile that showcased his pearly whites. Indeed, his teeth were so healthy, he could easily star in a toothpaste commercial. She put her phone away, greeting him, "Hello, Mr. Shui. I thought we agreed that upon meeting, we would simply be friends. No need for the formalities." He chuckled. Ruan Liuzheng smiled in return. "Out and about?" he probed. "Where to? Let me give you a ride." Glancing at her phone, she noted the taxis seemed quite busy on Christmas Day, with no one accepting her request. "Don't be shy. I'm heading out as well. It's just on the way. Hop in." Shui Weilin stepped out of his car to open the door for her, and feeling embarrassed not to accept, Ruan Liuzheng got in and shared her destination. Shui Weilin grinned. "Off to eat, I see?" "Yes," she confirmed, fastening her seatbelt. "Going with your boyfriend?" he asked playfully. She hesitated, uncertain if he could be classified as such. What if he wasn't interested in her? "No, it's not. That essay conversation for later." Chapter 109. Do not casually call someone mother. Shui Weilin ceased his playful speculation and simply admired her new hairstyle, smiling. Ruan Liuzheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her freshly styled hair seemed overly deliberate, an awkward reminder of her efforts. Yet, Shui Weilin regarded her with genuine admiration. "You look lovely. Is this merely polite flattery?" She countered. "Are you suggesting I think you're insincere?" He laughed. "I sincerely compliment you. You look wonderful. Previously, you bore the demeanor of a surgeon, but now you exude a gentle and alluring charm. Your compliments are indeed sincere. Your previous remarks were succinct, but now they are detailed and accurate." Ruan Liuzheng responded. Following his lead, Shui Weilin laughed heartily. "No wonder they say medical students are quick-witted. I can hardly keep up with you. By the way, are you free tonight?" he inquired. "I am uncertain at the moment." Truth be told, she thought that if she hit it off today, a lunch, shopping, and a movie would suffice for the day, leaving her evening free. "Then I shall call you tonight. I'm hosting a Christmas party at my home, inviting a group of friends over to celebrate. They've heard about my car accident and are quite curious about you. They all wish to befriend you. If you have the time, do join us. It's south quite close." Shui Weilin proposed. Ruan Liuzheng hesitated, but Shui Weilin added, "Dr. Ruan, you shouldn't always wrap yourself in your sterile attire, as if I were some sort of germ." His humorous analogies made her chuckle. Seeing her amusement, he continued, "Even if I were a germ, I would be a beneficial one. So, I shall call you tonight." "All right, I suppose that means I agree," she replied. After Shui Weilin dropped her off at her destination, he waved goodbye with a smile. Following Pei Sufin's instructions, she entered the restaurant to seek out her aunt. At a window-side table, she spotted her aunt with a bespectacled gentleman. Though not conventionally handsome, he was well-dressed and had a scholarly air, which made a decent first impression. "Hello, aunt," she greeted as she approached the table. "Ah, Liuzheng has arrived. Come, sit." Her aunt beamed, promptly introducing them. "Liuzheng, this is Teacher Gu Qing. Teacher Gu, this is my niece Ruan Liuzheng, a surgeon." Gu Qing's gaze was pleasant, surveying her without overt scrutiny, and he expressed satisfaction with her appearance without any hint of impropriety. "I know you, Dr. Ruan. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," Ruan Liuzheng replied politely as she took a seat. After they ordered their meals and exchanged pleasantries, her aunt soon found an excuse to leave, leaving the two of them alone. Doctor, I hear you work at Baya Hospital? Ye King in Korea. Actually, I work at Xiqing Hospital. I'm just doing a fellowship at Baya, she clarified, as the difference in reputation was significant. That is still quite commendable. I hold great respect for doctors, he replied. In the spirit of reciprocity, Ruan Liuzheng responded, I have great admiration for teachers as well. An awkward silence ensued until Ruan Liuzheng finally asked, What subject do you teach? Teacher Ge, biology, he answered. Suddenly, they found common ground. After all, medical studies and biology were closely related. The conversation opened up, beginning with work and gradually drifting back to reminiscences of various amusing laboratory incidents from their university days. Professor Gu was beaming with delight, and by the time they finished their meal, he felt a sense of regret for not having met sooner, especially when he caught sight of Dr. Ruan's radiant smile, which was both bright and enchanting, accentuated by a delicate dimple at the corner of her lips that captivated his gaze and left him entranced. With the progress of the day unfolding smoothly, they naturally planned for an afternoon of cinema and shopping. As the two exited the restaurant, their laughter and engrossed chatter made it so that Liuzheng did not notice the pair of men across the street, one tall and one small. Daddy, that person looks like Mommy, Ning Xiang thought, observing the peculiar sight of a man dressed in a vibrant red Santa Claus outfit, complete with a fake beard and a Santa hat. Ning Zhiqian's gaze was also fixed on the duo. Daddy, is Mommy celebrating Christmas with someone else's dad? Ning Xiang regarded his father with a look of sadness. His father offered no response. Undeterred, he pressed on, Daddy. You said you would invite Mommy to celebrate with us. Daddy Ning Xiang began to shake his father's hand. Daddy, please say something, just as it appeared that Liuzheng and Gu Qing were about to get into their car. Ning Xiang wrenched his hand free and made his way toward the street. Ning Jiang, Ning Zhiqian suddenly realized, grabbing him back, Don't be silly. Watch out for the cars. Daddy, but Mommy Ning Xiang pouted, glancing back at where his mother had been, only to find her gone. His eyes reddened. On the verge of tears, Mommy is lost. Ning Zhiqian watched as the car drove away, and Ning Xiang thought, I can't just call anyone Mommy anymore. With teary eyes wide open, he questioned, Why? Mommy said I could call her Mommy. Even after your divorce, she is still my Mommy. Let's go eat, Ning Zhiqian said, taking his hand across the street. At that moment, Ning Xiang was preoccupied with another pressing question, his focus unwavering despite the distractions. Gripping his father's hand tightly, he looked up anxiously. Daddy, please answer me. I can still call her Mommy, right? She is still my Mommy. The little one, not receiving an answer, persisted in his inquiries, chattering incessantly. Eventually, Ning Zhiqian, entangled in his son's persistence, conceded, not when there are others around. Although Ning Xiang was reluctant, this outcome was far better than before. His large, tear-filled eyes glistened, his little lips pursed, but he managed to hold back his tears. As for Ruan Liuzheng, being a sensitive individual, she found herself moved to tears during an artsy film that afternoon. On their first day together, she desperately tried to maintain her composure and not weep during the movie, fearing it might make her appear too vulnerable. However, the plot was too poignant, and despite her efforts, she could not contain her tears, which flowed freely in the end. Gu Qing, being attentive, ceased watching the film and busied himself with handing her tissues, focused entirely on her. To him, a woman who wept over a film was even more endearing, reminding him of the saying by Jiabayu that women are made of water, delicate and tender, leaving him utterly captivated. After the movie, with her eyes still red, Ruan Liuzheng apologized to Gu Qing. I'm so sorry, I lost my composure. No worries, he replied, his gaze warm and almost indulgent. It's quite normal for a girl. Ruan Liuzheng glanced at her watch, and Gu Qing, assuming she intended to leave, quickly suggested, Dr. Ruan, it's Christmas. Let us explore the mall a bit more. With time still on their side, Ruan Liuzheng agreed. Truth be told, Gu Qing was commendable in many respects, and although she didn't feel a spark of attraction, as Pei Sufan had advised, it was worth getting to know him better. Thus, they redirected their steps toward the mall. The shopping center on Christmas was bustling with people, with items seeming almost free, and staff dressed as Santa Claus and other cartoon characters, enhancing the festive atmosphere. As they strolled leisurely through the crowd, a small Santa Claus squeezed through, rushing towards Ruan Liuzheng. As she watched the little red ball roll toward her in surprise, She recognized the familiar eyes of Ning Xiang hidden beneath the white beard. He rushed into her embrace, cheerfully exclaiming, "Mom," however, recalling his father's admonition, he glanced at Guqing beside Ruan Liuzheng and reluctantly added, "Annie, what kind of address is that?" Ruan Liuzheng found it odd as she touched Ning Xiang's little red Santa hat, pondering who he was out shopping with, his father, perhaps? Ning Xiang pointed back at Ning Zhiqian, nodding, "Yes, Daddy." Ning Zhiqian approached. "Dr. Ruan? Out shopping?" Ruan Liuzheng found it peculiar, realizing that he had likely never referred to her as Dr. Ruan outside the hospital before, and nodded, "Yes, shopping. Are you two shopping as well?" This is Guqing turned to Ning Zhiqian, inquiring. "Oh, he is my instructor from Beia. His surname is Ning," Ruan Liuzheng swiftly introduced. "Mr. Ning, nice to meet you." Guqing extended his hand. Ning Zhiqian's gaze lingered on the hand for a moment before responding, "Hello." He accepted the handshake. "I'm a friend of Dr. Ruan's. Pleased to meet you. I hope you'll take good care of her," Guqing remarked. Ning Zhiqian's attention immediately turned to Ruan Liuzheng, whose cheeks flushed, realizing how peculiar it was for someone she had just met to say such a thing to her ex-husband. Ning Xiang, dressed in his little Santa outfit, tugged at her sleeve and softly asked, "Andy, do I look good in Santa's clothes?" "You look wonderful." Ruan Liuzheng crouched down to avoid Ning Zhiqian's gaze, smiling gently as she adjusted Ning Xiang's outfit and reattached his almost fallen beard. Gazing at his round eyes and chubby face, she found him utterly adorable. Yet, Ning Xiang appeared sullen, his little lips pouting. "What is wrong? Are you unhappy?" she asked, gently pinching his cheek. "Andy, can you come over here for a moment?" Ning Xiang glanced at Guqing, pulling Ruan Liuzheng's hand to one side. Ruan Liuzheng, feeling a sense of suspicion, followed him aside. In an instant, Ning Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears as he softly called out. Mom. Ruan Liuzheng froze, finally recognizing the distinction in his address. "Why didn't you call me Mom just now?" Ning Xiang lowered his head, feeling even more grieved. "Daddy won't tell me why not?" she asked, surprised. Daddy said, "I can't call you Mom," when there are other people around. Ning Xiang had been grappling with this question, simply obeying his father's instructions, yet feeling a deep sense of frustration within. Ruan Liuzheng turned to glance at Ning Zhiqian in the distance, recalling his words, "If others misunderstand, I'll help you explain." She smiled gently, tenderly caressing Ning Xiang's small face. "It's all right, Xiang, you can call her that." Having been divorced, and with her ex-husband having adopted a child, this was an undeniable fact. Even in the realm of dating or remarrying, it was a part of her life she would not conceal or abandon. "Really?" Ning Xiang's teary eyes brightened instantly. "Really," she affirmed with a nod. Ning Xiang's face lit up with a radiant smile as he twirled around in front of her, exclaiming, "Mom, look at me. I'm Santa Claus. I can grant you all your wishes." Ruan Liuzheng laughed. "Is that so?" "Really?" "Really." Ning Xiang nodded eagerly. "Mom, actually, I know there's no Santa Claus in the world. It's Daddy who puts the presents at the foot of my bed. A few days ago, I told Daddy, but he said there is one. He is my Santa Claus. Then I'll tell Daddy that I'm your Santa Claus, and I'll give you gifts." Daddy said that's all right. Ruan Liuzheng was momentarily taken aback, recalling her own letter she had written to Santa Claus. "Mom, did Daddy also pretend to be Santa Claus and put gifts at your bedside?" Ning Xiang asked with a gleeful sparkle in his eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then exclaimed, "Yes." With determination, she rummaged through her pocket and produced a small box. "Mom, think of this as a gift for you. I've grown up and can now be your Santa Claus. Merry Christmas, Mom." She nestled into her embrace and planted a kiss on her cheek. The sensation of her lips brushing against her mother's face, combined with the ticklishness of the fake beard, left her heart feeling warm and moist. "Mom, I really want to celebrate Christmas with you, but..." She glanced at Guqing. "Next time, I promise to call you earlier." "All right." Her mother squeezed her cheek gently while holding the gift she had received. Not far away, two men stood facing each other. "Are you teacher Ning?" "Ye King in Korea." "What a coincidence. I'm also a teacher, though I work at a school." Ning Xian responded. "Oh, a pleasure to meet you. Which school do you teach at?" "XX University." Ning Zhiqian nodded. "Ah, a university?" "Yes, I returned from studying in the United States and now hold a position at a higher education institution. Although many say being a teacher is unremarkable, I appreciate the stability it brings." "Aren't you also a university lecturer?" Ning Zhiqian replied, "I suppose so." "Liuzheng has been performing excellently at the hospital, hasn't she?" The title shifted from Dr. Ning to Liuzheng. "Of course, she is incredibly bright. Guqing beamed with pride. Indeed, she is the most beautiful, intelligent, and adorable girl I have ever seen. She is my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Ning si hian ekoet. Yes. Ye king affirmed. Ning si hian noted. His gaze drifting toward the woman squatting down to speak with Ning Xiang. We haven't been together long, so Liuzheng hasn't announced it yet. Ning Zhiqian nodded again. I haven't heard anything about it. Dr. Ning, is that boy your son? Ning Zhiqian acknowledged yes. Guqing sighed in relief. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed you have such an older son at your age. Guqing felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy standing beside this man, as if the distance between them could never be bridged. Ning Zhiqian smirked slightly, remaining silent, neither smiling nor frowning. By the way, I've heard that advancing to a higher title at Baya is quite challenging. You must be under 30, right? Achieving the position of attending physician is commendable. Unlike our school, where there are many exceptions, someone my age has already become an associate professor. Though it was not easy, I finally made it. I am 32, Ning Zhiqian disclosed. Really? You certainly don't look it. Ning Zhiqian remained non-committal. Next time, let's have a meal together. Liuzheng and I will treat you. Thank you for taking care of her at the hospital, and we can invite your wife along as well. Wife. Ning si hian questionet. I mean your lady. Oh, all right. Finally, silence enveloped them. Ning Zhiqian's gaze shifted once more, landing on Ning Xiang, who was helping Ruan Liuzheng unwrap the gift. Mom, do you like it? Ning Xiang beamed with anticipation. Ruan Liuzheng gazed at the contents of the box, a pang of emotion swelling in her heart. She smiled gently at Ning Xiang. I like it. The gift was a Buddha pendant, symbolizing safety. Once upon a time, she had given him a similar one. But gifting a Buddha pendant at Christmas was indeed a rarity. Her simple affirmation brought immense joy to Ning Xiang. Mom, Daddy has one, and now I have one too. We all have one. Thank you, Xiang Xiang. She carefully tucked the gift away. No need to thank me. The gift was chosen by both Daddy and me. Goodbye, Mom. I'm going to play with Daddy. Ning Xiang waved as she dashed towards her father. Not far away, Ning Xiang took Ning Zhiqian's hand, skipping joyfully while turning to wave at her mother, who remained unaware of the moment unfolding. Guqing approached with a laugh. Aren't you going to talk to your teacher? You seem to have a good relationship with his son. Ruan Liuzheng glanced at him and smiled. The child is quite attached to me. Do you like children? Guqing asked, appearing delighted. Of course. She matched her pace with Guqing as they strolled leisurely together. By the way, how long have you been studying at Baya? He inquired. A year. Half a year has already passed. Is that so? Then perhaps you should go to another hospital for the second half of your training. That hospital may not be as prestigious as Baya, but I know an associate professor there whose medical skills are exceptional, better than the attending physician you are currently following. Ruan Liuzheng blinked. You mean Teacher Ning is the attending physician? Yes. He is a professor and a chief physician. Guqing was taken aback. How is that possible? I heard that chief physicians at Baya are at least over 40. He is the only one under 35. Why are you so interested in this? He is an exception, though the reasons for this exception are unclear, only that he has made significant contributions. Oh, we were just chatting casually earlier. The chance encounter on Christmas, a mere interlude, did not dampen her spirits with Guqing. Later, they shared dinner together. Since Guqing had paid for lunch, Ruan Liuzheng discreetly settled the dinner bill, as she disliked being indebted to others. Upon discovering this, Guqing insisted on reimbursing her, stating he had never allowed a lady to pay. Ruan Liuzheng, unable to resist, reluctantly accepted the money back. After dinner, a call from Shui Weilin interrupted, asking if she was free that evening. To be honest, after a long day of fun, she felt somewhat fatigued and had little interest in parties, so she simply replied that she was unavailable and declined. Guqing offered to drive her home, but she refused and opted to take a taxi instead. She agreed to let Shui Weilin see her home since they lived in the same neighborhood. Yet she felt an inexplicable sense of caution towards Guqing, believing it prudent to wait until they knew each other better before revealing her address. As a side note, I understand you may desire a particular narrative, but I will not write it that way. I sincerely apologize. The scenario of a boy dating while a child calls for their mother has been explored by Liuzheng. The various antics of pursuing an ex-wife have been navigated by Liu Xiangbei, and the awkward attempts at rekindling romance have been portrayed by Ning Mutu. Ning Zhiqian is not Zhuo Chunin, nor Liu Xiangbei, nor Ning Mutu. His relationship with Ruan Liuzheng is distinctly unlike any of theirs. Romance often revolves around the trials of love, the ache of unrequited affection, and the joy of rediscovery. Repeating themes, yet each individual's personality and experiences render their tales unique. If the male protagonist were to be a mere replica, there would be little intrigue, wouldn't he there? It would be more fitting to exchange names and rewrite them as one thought to the north or with you along the way. An additional chapter has been added. See you tomorrow. Chapter 111. Never go on blind dates again upon returning home. Ruan Liuzheng was immediately confronted by Pei Sufan, who bombarded her with questions. Feeling cornered, Ruan Liuzheng could only exclaim, "Mom, what good does it do to ask me? The real question is whether he finds me appealing. My daughter is so wonderful. Who wouldn't be interested?" Pei Sufan replied cheerfully. Just then, the home phone rang, and Pei Sufan hurriedly answered, her excitement palpable. "It's your aunt. Looks like there's hope. She wants you to pick up the phone. Quick." Ruan Liuzheng approached. "Hello, Aunt. Zhang, how did it go? What do you think?" Her aunt's enthusiasm was evident. "Aunt, I honestly don't know. This is my first time going on a blind date, and I can't say whether it was good or bad. He was just not unpleasant." "Oh, don't be shy. Not knowing is a good sign. I can tell he was pleased." Ruan Liuzheng smiled faintly, thinking that since they both found it satisfactory, perhaps it was worth exploring further. "By the way, Liuzheng, there's one thing I must remind you. Never let it slip that you are divorced. I forgot to tell you this morning and have been worried about it. Fortunately, you were clever enough to remember." "Aunt, you didn't tell him?" Ruan Liuzheng was startled. "No, I just mentioned that you were focused on your studies and that you've delayed marriage and dating. Medical students indeed have a tough life." "Aunt, how can you keep that from him? When it comes to marriage, won't the truth be revealed?" First, let's solidify our feelings when the time comes. It will naturally be easier. Besides, with a little cleverness during the wedding, perhaps he won't even notice." Ruan Liuzheng was filled with despair. "Aunt, this is not feasible." "Of course it is. I played matchmaker countless times. When I say it's possible, it is. Be obedient and don't speak nonsensically." Upon hanging up the phone, Ruan Liuzheng felt a heaviness in her heart. "What did Aunt say?" Pei Sufan inquired. "Mom, Aunt didn't tell them about my divorce." Well, Pei Sufan momentarily lost her train of thought. At that moment, Ruan Liuzheng spoke up. "One should not be so unscrupulous. This is not something to hide. If they are willing, so be it. If not, then let it go. Even if one can conceal it for a time, they cannot hide it for a lifetime. If they find out later, it would be worse for Liuzheng." "Yes, Dad, I think so too. I know what to do now. I'm going upstairs to take a shower." She wearily returned to her room. Instead of bathing, she lay down and texted Guqing, informing him of her divorce. There was no response throughout the night. As expected. Was this considered her first failed blind date? While taking out her phone, she inadvertently retrieved a box, the amulet Ning Xiang had intended to gift her. Holding it in her hand, she recalled Ning Xiang's lovely smile and couldn't help but smile slightly. This Christmas came to an end like this. She lay in bed, drifting into slumber. The next morning, her aunt called again, saying the match had fallen through. The man blamed her for not being honest, and she felt embarrassed. Venting her frustrations on Liuzheng, scolding her thoroughly, Ruan Liuzheng listened quietly, allowing her aunt to unleash her ire. The call ended with her aunt swearing never to meddle in her affairs again. Pei Sufan, who had been hesitant the night before, was now furious that someone had rejected her daughter. She scoffed at the university professor, comforting Ruan Liuzheng by saying there were plenty of good men in the world. With this kind of man, he should be the one seeking us. We one team marry him. Ruan Liuzheng understood her mother's sentiments, hugged her, and then went to work. During a rare moment of free time at noon, she took a bowl to the cafeteria for a hot meal. Initially, she sat with Dr. Cheng, but then Ning Zhiqian arrived, also getting his meal and sitting opposite them. Upon noticing, Dr. Cheng, understanding the situation, left with his bowl, jokingly asking Ning Zhiqian, "Am I a good buddy?" Ning Zhiqian ignored him. "Running away so quickly? I asked you to bring me some food, and you just took off," he said. She remained silent, inwardly thinking, "Haven't you already made me your errand girl enough? What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" He inquired. "No. Do I look like I'm in a bad mood? I thought you were blaming me," he suddenly remarked. She stared at him wide-eyed. "Why would I blame you?" He glanced at her, paused for a moment. "Is it because your blind date fell through?" "How do you know?" She looked at him in astonishment. "You don't have some sort of clairvoyance, do you?" He raised an eyebrow. "I don't have clairvoyance. I have an insightful heart." Pouting, she retorted. "So what if it fell through? I'm not desperate for marriage. Then why did you go on a blind date?" "What do you mean by that?" She frowned. "Well, tell me, what kind of person did you meet yesterday?" He appeared quite nonchalant. "A a university teacher from the biology department, 33 years old. With a middle-class background, an only child, has parents, a house, a car, a good temperament, and a salary, currently higher than mine. She recounted what she had learned from her aunt and what she had gathered today. Indeed, blind dates can be disastrous. You should avoid them in the future, he said with a stern expression. Ning, are you really that concerned about blind dates? She glared at him. A fleeting moment of discomfort flickered across his face, almost imperceptible, and she doubted herself for a second. He cleared his throat. I have doubts about your judgment of character. Listen, I only spoke a few words with him. But let me tell you what I perceive. What is it? Although she no longer had any plans with Guqing, she was still intrigued by his assessment of character. Was her impression of Guqing different from his? First, he studied abroad and returned to work in academia. Although many believe being a teacher signifies a lack of ambition, he enjoys stability. Liuzheng, a person who genuinely cherishes stability, wouldn't feel the need to proclaim it, especially since he began talking about it without me even asking. This indicates that he harbors lofty aspirations and is reluctant to be a teacher. The reasons for his current position could be due to a lack of options, family pressure, or fear of losing this stable job, resulting in a reluctance to abandon mediocrity. Each of these reasons reflects a lack of decisiveness. Well, Ruan Liuzheng muttered, Ning, a man who speaks ill of others behind their backs, isn't a true man. Liuzheng. He adopted a serious tone. This isn't slander. I'm your teacher, imparting knowledge, both clinical and life skills, teaching you how to discern character to prevent you from being deceived. Now, let us move to the second point. He is a vain man. He boasts about his associate professorship to a stranger, comparing schools. Such a person places too much value on fame and fortune, naturally leading to a lack of genuine emotional investment. Liuzheng, when seeking a partner, find someone who holds family close to their heart, who prioritizes those around them. She pondered, glaring at him. Don't tell me you're like that. I know you're a model husband and son-in-law. All right then, so what? Ning Zhiqian was taken aback. Fine. Let us discuss the third point. He is an exceedingly insecure man, initially addressing you as Dr. Ruan, then switching to Liuzheng, and on the very first date claiming you as his girlfriend. This only proves his inner insecurity. An insecure man will only complain and resent after marriage, lacking a sense of happiness. In truth, he wanted to say that Guqing was insecure in his presence, but he swallowed the thought. Ruan Liuzheng, hearing his words, tossed her spoon in her bowl. So what? Is it worse than you? Didn't you kiss me upon first meeting and plan on marrying at the next meeting? He looked at her, utterly speechless. Ruan Liuzheng was also puzzled by her own reaction, feeling compelled to retort against his words. In a moment of impulse, she blurted it out, regretting it immediately. She picked up her spoon again, continuing to eat, as if she hadn't spoken. Ning Zhiqian had more points to make, but with her interruption, the conversation halted. So are you blaming me? Blaming you for what? After the initial impulse subsided, her tone softened. Is it my fault your blind date failed? As he spoke, Ruan Liuzheng glanced at him, unable to discern any unusual expression, shaking her head. How could I blame you? This was our mutual affair. I bear some responsibility too. Besides, a failure is just a failure. It was merely one meeting, and I'm not upset. The only feelings that could still trouble her were the ones she had long endured. Liuzheng, do you really want to be in a relationship now? She shook her head again. No, not at all. If my mother weren't pushing me, I wouldn't even consider it. Right now, I just want to excel in my work and enhance my skills. I don't want to waste time. Furthermore, emotions can lead to pain or confusion, and at the very least, they can be distracting, hindering one's ability to study diligently. Chapter 112. You are the best. No one deserves you. She thought the matter of blind dates had passed, but to her surprise, Guqing appeared again after work that afternoon, still impeccably dressed. He parked in the inpatient department's lot and approached her as she exited. Dr. Wan. He blocked her path. Hello, Teacher Gu. She was quite taken aback. Hadn't her aunt already conveyed everything that morning? Guqing appeared somewhat unnatural, his gaze fixated on her face, and finally, as if making a painful decision, he said, Dr. Ruan, I have contemplated this for an entire day, and I believe I can overlook your past. Hearing this, Ruan Liuzheng felt a twinge of discomfort. What was wrong with her past? Had she committed murder, arson, adultery? Yet, with her cultivated demeanor, she refrained from rebuffing him immediately and replied calmly, There is no need for you to force yourself, Teacher Gu. There are countless other paths to tread. I am certain you will find someone who resonates with you. With that, she intended to leave, mulling over the words Ning Zhiqian had spoken at noon. Now convinced of their truth, she could only be grateful that Guqing did not harbor any romantic interest in her. However, Guqing stepped forward, blocking her path. Dr. Ruan, I am not forcing you. Let's find a place to sit and talk. Ruan Liuzheng, possessing a generally good temperament, crossed her arms and replied, If you have something to say, it is best to do so here. I have other matters to attend to. There is truly no need to continue this conversation. She did not require others to accept her after deliberation and hesitation about her past. Guqing stood before her, grappling with his own thoughts. With a hint of helplessness, he said, Dr. Ruan, I do not despise you. You are genuinely wonderful, intelligent, beautiful, and charming. Otherwise, I would not have taken an immediate liking to you. However, let's not dwell on the past. If you can accomplish two things, I believe we can continue to interact. First, leave Bea and transfer to another hospital for further studies. Do not remain in close proximity to your ex-husband. Second, regarding your previous child, you may visit occasionally and provide for their living expenses, but they must not intrude upon our lives. Ruan Liuzheng was utterly taken aback, staring at him in shock. After a moment, she gathered her thoughts. Guqing, noticing her stunned silence, continued, I understand that Bea is a prestigious institution, but consider how it reflects on your reputation to be constantly around your ex-husband. As a woman, reputation is paramount. I say this for your own good. Although I have studied abroad, my views remain traditional. Most men in our country are quite conventional. I never envisioned being with a divorced woman, but your exceptional qualities compelled me to reconsider. After recovering from her initial shock, Ruan Liuzheng felt a surge of indignation. Instead of becoming entangled in how he discovered Ning Zhiqian was her ex-husband, she took a breath and said, I believe there is a third matter you could address. Guqing, thinking she acquiesced, relaxed slightly and asked, What is it? Teacher Go, please continue to find me distasteful, Ruan Liuzheng replied, her expression stiffening as she attempted to walk away. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Guqing anxiously reached out to pull her back, but just as he grasped her arm, a sharp voice called out, Liuzheng. Suddenly, a jolt of pain shot through his arm as it was seized by another, causing him to feel as if his wrist might break. He could not help but yell in pain. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the newcomer, Ning Zhiqian, Ruan Liuzheng's ex-husband, now referred to as a teacher. What are you doing? He questioned, wincing in agony. Ning Zhiqian frowned, his eyes narrowing as cold glints flashed like blades within his dark pupils. He was unwilling to yield, yet his arm remained immobile in the grip of another. Pain reddening his face as sweat began to bead. Let go, let go, he gasped. Ruan Liuzheng, disoriented, gazed at Ning Zhiqian's hand tightly gripping Guqing's wrist, veins bulging on the back of his hand. It seemed likely that Guqing's wrist would bear the marks of a brutal grip by morning. Stop. Do not harm him. Let him go, she pleaded, sensing that Ning Zhiqian had become increasingly violent. Ning Zhiqian continued to regard Guqing with disdain, a look she had never witnessed before, reminiscent of the arrogance of spoiled youths. She began to doubt whether Ning Zhiqian had ever been a good person. Yet, this was not the time for such considerations. She merely wished to quell the situation. Teacher Ning, will you release him? Please. She was on the verge of begging, fearing that he might lose control and seriously injure Guqing. Under her earnest gaze, he finally relinquished his hold, but not without issuing a menacing warning. Do not let me see you in front of Liuzheng again. With his wrist now freed, Guqing noted the redness and faint bruising beginning to surface, simmering with anger. He felt compelled to retaliate, but found himself intimidated by Ning Zhiqian's demeanor. If you're still entangled with your ex-spouse, why deceive others with dating? He remarked bitterly. Ning Zhiqian glared, raising his fist once again, prompting Guqing to flee in terror. What a coward! Ning Zhiqian scoffed as Guqing dived into his car. Ruan Liuzheng kept her head down, fearing to speak, intending to slip away quietly. Just as she took a step, she heard a voice call, stop. Her footsteps faltered, and she halted. Where's your car? He inquired as he approached her. It was in an accident. After a long silence, she lowered her head, uncertain of his expression, until he finally said, I mentioned you haven't driven for days. From now on, you should leave your car at home and not drive. Could she interpret this as concern for her? She mumbled, no need to worry. I actually drive quite steadily. I'm not worried about you. With your driving skills, I am concerned for others. He retorted, striding ahead. What do you mean by my driving skills? This time, it was clearly someone else who hit me. Are you not coming? What are you standing there for? He called back. She followed him silently until she realized she had become the submissive partner in this dynamic. His attitude had grown increasingly abrasive. In the beginning, he had been polite, offering to drive her, but now he barked commands at her as if she had wronged him. When will your car be repaired? He asked. I don't know. Just call me when it's done. Better if it never gets fixed. She wanted to retort, but held back, feeling a surge of frustration, initially directed at Guqing, now directed at him. I will come and pick you up tomorrow. Until your car is fixed, I will drive you. Listening to his unyielding tone, she found it utterly unreasonable. What was he so angry about? Therefore, she chose to remain silent, refusing to engage. Are you even listening? He pressed, noticing her lack of response. Still, she disregarded him. What is wrong with you? He turned to assess her expression, realizing she was upset. This is your own doing. Her anger boiled over. Pull over. I want to get out. She had never lost her temper in front of him before, yet at that moment, she felt an inexplicable fury. What is the matter now? He had no intention of stopping. Instead, he locked the car doors. Hearing the click of the lock amplified her anger, and she shouted at him. I brought this on myself. It is entirely my fault. I lack self-respect. Is that better? Otherwise, I would not have given them a reason to disdain me. As her voice echoed in the suddenly silent car, she recognized her emotional outburst and leaned back, suddenly overcome with sadness, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. All the impulsive words she had spoken were mere curses from the devil, not reflective of her true feelings. He sighed in resignation. You only show your strength in front of me. When others bully you, why do you act like an ostrich? I said you brought this on yourself, but not in the way you think. I meant, as a remarkable woman, why engage in actions that invite scrutiny? Liuzheng, you are the finest. No one deserves you. Ruan Liuzheng bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. He pulled over, reaching out to wipe her tears. Hesitating halfway, he ultimately brushed his fingers gently across her cheek. Why are you crying? I will confront any scoundrel who dares make you suffer. She shook her head and cried. Not for Guqing, but because of the disdainful past that others held against her. From the age of 17 to 25, or rather, until now, it remained the most sacred and beautiful part of her heart, one that could not tolerate contempt or insult from others. Indeed, she would no longer so easily allow her most cherished moments to be belittled by anyone. Yet, why did she weep before him? She had never shown him her tears before. Moreover, he claimed that she only acted defiantly in front of him. But how had she been defiant? She had not behaved this way in the past. Changing the subject, she said, See you tomorrow. Chapter 113. The temperature of a cup of hot chocolate thinking this way. She felt increasingly that she ought not to, attempting to control her emotions. Yet, the tears flowed uncontrollably, as if she had not cried in front of him for over a decade, and now, she needed to make up for all those lost moments. All for something inexplicably trivial. He had originally been wiping her tears, but the more he wiped, the more they fell. His hand moved through her hair, cradling the back of her head, leaning in so she could rest on his shoulder. The car was hardly a suitable place for such intimacy. The awkward embrace made Ruan Liuzheng acutely aware that this refuge should not belong to her. She quickly wiped her tears and sat up straight. Are you not crying anymore? He asked. At a loss for words, she sighed, It's really my fault. Pausing, she noticed he was still waiting for her to continue. Biting her lip, she added, I can't blame others. I suppose I'll just avoid it in the future. He softly murmured, I think you are just too idle. Perhaps you should work even during your days off. She moved her lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, remaining silent. Why the silence? He inquired. I could also take on more surgeries. The time for my training is halfway through, and there is still so much to learn. This was her heartfelt truth. A year of training felt far too brief. Are you trying to gulp down everything at once? Many people study under their teachers for 7 or 8 years before they can truly graduate. Cheng Zhiyu had also followed several teachers for 5 years. She sighed, I know. Will you stay? He suddenly asked. The abruptness of his question momentarily bewildered her before she grasped his meaning. Did he want her to remain in Bea? She shook her head. She had signed a contract. Not wishing to discuss it further, she smiled at him. Are you now addicted to fighting? He remained impassive. It's manageable. Manageable? What kind of answer is that? Not as it was back then, he elongated his words. How were you back then? Truly wicked? She recalled the rumors she had heard. Not that she disbelieved them, but she struggled to connect the current him with those tales. However, his recent violent actions hinted at something deeper. As he resumed driving, the car moved slowly In those days, I was indeed reckless for a time. Now, I consider myself a good person. Who hasn't been young? Who hasn't been reckless? The youthful restlessness had gradually faded with the passage of time, as if from another era. Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. How bad can a mischief of youth truly be? In fact, among all the men she knew, only in this moment, seated in his car, did she feel utterly unafraid, without needing to ponder what kind of person she faced. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, she cherished this sense of security and tranquility. She was not one to enjoy driving herself, perhaps because performing surgery required intense concentration. Thus, outside of work, she preferred a more leisurely, or perhaps lazier, approach. After a long day, being spared from the grueling crawl through congested traffic or the suffocating subway, where she often dozed off, was profoundly comforting. People, it seems, often indulge in pleasure, and such laziness is indeed undesirable. Yet, while contemplating this, she couldn't help but yawn amidst the slow-moving traffic. After her tears, she gradually drifted into a deep sleep. In her drowsy state, she realized that only he could allow her to sleep so carefree in someone else's car. With anyone else, it simply wouldn't be possible. Perhaps familiarity breeds trust. After all, she had known him for quite a long time. She slept soundly, unbeknownst to her. He had exited and re-entered the car. When he woke her, they had already arrived home. In her haze, she saw his beautiful eyes. If you don't wake up, I'll drive back to the hospital. She had indeed slept rather too soundly. Here, he said, handing her a cup of hot chocolate. When did you buy this? She asked, feeling its warmth, perfectly tempered, not too hot, not too cold. What do you think? He retorted, gazing at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. It was obvious she had slept during that time. Did you sleep like this in the car of that associate professor? His expression turned somewhat serious. She took a sip of the hot chocolate. Its sweetness was just right, with a hint of bitterness, exactly to her liking. His question nearly made her choke, and she hastily defended herself. Cough, cough. I didn't I went home by myself. I didn't let him drive me. His expression softened. Good. You're not as foolish as I feared. Otherwise, you might not even notice if someone were to take advantage of you. After a moment's hesitation, she felt it unnecessary to argue about whether she was clever or foolish in front of him. As a neurosurgery mentor, he surely understood that anyone who could pass the entrance exam to their alma mater's medical department and then enter neurosurgery was certainly not lacking in intelligence. I'm getting out, she said, biting on her straw as she pushed open the car door. Wait, he called after her. She turned back. Your hair still needs to be dyed back. As a doctor, being so fashionable makes it hard to gain patients' trust. How is this fashionable? I always tie it up at work after getting it permed. Ignoring him, she entered her home, holding the hot chocolate. Life is like a cup of hot chocolate. It is the blend of sweetness and bitterness that creates a rich flavor. Upon returning home, Pei Sufan unexpectedly brought up Guqing again, fuming. That man is still a university professor. He told your aunt to advise you against interning at Bea. It would not look good for you to be with your ex-husband. What does he have to compare with Ji Qian? Truly, Ruan Liuzheng recalled something. Mom, how does he know about my, relationship with Ji Qian? Your aunt mentioned it. Pei Sufan continued. Your aunt, too, said too much, things she shouldn't have said. She initially kept it from him, but when he pressed her, she explained everything clearly. I scolded her for that. Pei Sufan remained quite indignant. Ruan Liuzheng found it difficult to interject into matters between her mother and aunt. After Christmas, New Year approached swiftly, and Ruan Liang returned, bringing gifts for the family, all quite expensive. Ruan Liuzheng had long wanted to tighten Ruan Liang's spending. Seizing this opportunity to speak before their parents, Ruan Liang, it's wonderful that you're being filial to mom and dad, but you just started acting. Your income is limited. You should save your money. There will be many places you'll need it in the future. Ruan Jianzhong and Pei Sufan both agreed with Ruan Liuzheng's sentiments, warning Ruan Liang. Can you not act like an old lady? You nag me every time you see me. I'm earning big money now. I'll make sure we all live well. Ruan Liang dismissed her concerns. Pei Sufan interjected, Ruan Liang, your sister is right. Earning money is hard work, and we should save what we can. Our lives are already quite good. What does that even mean? You haven't seen how others live so well, spending millions on a single meal. Sister, you haven't seen it, but brother-in-law has. Ruan Liang waved his hand dismissively. With how long you've been with brother-in-law, you haven't learned a thing about the lifestyle of the wealthy. That lifestyle is not one we lead. Your brother-in-law. Perhaps it was because of Ruan Liang's remarks that he felt irritated and momentarily followed Ruan Liang's lead. But realizing he had misspoken, he corrected himself. Ning Zhiqian had never spent $1 million on a meal. I was merely using a metaphor. Ruan Liuzheng murmured, my brother-in-law is in hospital, far removed from the realm of fame and fortune. Yet that does not imply he lacks the means. Surely, my brother-in-law's father hosts gatherings in that manner. I'm simply striving towards that goal. I never claimed that a meal must cost $1 million. Ruan Liuzheng, there is nothing wrong with working hard. But one must not be so impetuous. Do not constantly compare yourself with others. Focus on performing your role well and singing beautifully. Accolades and wealth will naturally follow in due course. All right, I understand. Ruan Liuzheng's evident lack of enthusiasm prompted her. Sister, I have returned after a long time. Can we refrain from discussing this? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Let's enjoy a few days together as a family, shall we? By the way, you're keeping an eye on Liao Jia's father in the hospital, right? We treat all patients with equal responsibility. Her tone reflected her dissatisfaction with Ruan Liuzheng's attitude. Sister, let us not treat them all the same. Could you give him a bit more attention? Liao Jia is truly my brother, Ruan Liuzheng implored. Ruan Liuzheng paused momentarily. What do you mean by more attention? Please enlighten me. Ruan Liuzheng pondered for a while. Well, never mind, I don't know. His family has plenty of money. Just ensure that my brother-in-law receives proper treatment, focusing on results rather than cost. Is that what you call attention? Ruan Liuzheng dismissed him. The next day marked the new year, and Ruan Liuzheng had arranged a dinner outside. Unfortunately, Ruan Liuzheng was on the night shift, her first night duty of the new year. She had merely asked him to take their parents out for a gathering while she dined at the staff cafeteria before heading to her shift. On a side note, many have inquired about the reason for the breakup between Ming Qian and his university girlfriend. How am I to respond to each one? So, how many remain unaware? Should I move the article "Where Does the Bright Moon Shine Upon Me" from the old WeChat account to the new one? If necessary, just let me know. I will relocate it. Chapter 113. A lifetime. This year's New Year's Eve felt particularly special. Everyone spoke of how the one who accompanies you from this year into the next will be with you for a lifetime. An otherwise ordinary New Year's Eve became exhilarating due to this sentiment, especially among the young nurses, all of whom were brimming with excitement. Ruan Liuzheng, however, found herself pondering whether she had grown too old. Such ephemeral notions of romance no longer ignited a flame within her heart. A lifetime is far too long to be determined by a mere New Year's Eve. She once believed that eternity was easily attainable, even boasting that she could achieve it. Yet, reality proved that the easier one claims something to be, the more readily one can relinquish it. Perhaps true perseverance is not something to be validated through mere words. Once the young nurses finished their shifts, the department fell into a serene quietude. Ruan Liuzheng conducted her rounds in each ward, finding everything in order, which put her mind at ease. Patients and their families greeted her warmly, wishing her a happy new year, to which she responded with a smile, feeling a warmth in her heart, a gratifying affirmation of her work. Aunt Kai's condition improved day by day, and Zhuanzi was by her side, as was customary. Today was no exception. Upon seeing Ruan Liuzheng, she greeted her with unusual enthusiasm. Dr. Ruan, you're on duty this year. Yes, she replied with a smile. Oh. Zhuanzi hesitated, taking a long while to ask, will Dr. Ning be on duty tomorrow for the new year? Yes. Ruan Liuzheng thought to herself. Could it be that Zhuanzi has developed feelings for him? Zhuanzi laughed awkwardly. Being a doctor is truly arduous. One cannot accompany family or children during holidays. I wonder if the little ones at home miss their father. Ruan Liuzheng chuckled. It's merely work. One grows accustomed to it. Zhuanzi nodded in agreement. It seemed to have more to say. After waiting for a moment, Ruan Liuzheng finally asked, is there anything else? If not, I shall proceed to the other wards. Oh. Nothing. Nothing at all. Zhuanzi stammered, at a loss for words. Not thinking much of it, Ruan Liuzheng moved on to the next ward. Upon entering Liao Lao's room, Liao Jia approached her, calling out sister, with enthusiasm. Although she found his eagerness somewhat awkward, she endured it for Ruan Liuzheng's sake. Has Ruan Liuzheng spoken to you? Liao Ye inquired, smiling. Yes, he has. Ruan Liuzheng recalled the conversation from the previous night. Liao Jia was immediately elated. What did Dr. Ning say? He had persistently requested that Ning Zhiqian personally perform the surgery, and both she and Ning Zhiqian understood this. Rest assured, Dr. Ning will fulfill his duties with utmost diligence. That's great. Thank you both. Once my father's surgery is successful, I will express my gratitude. There is no need for such formality. How is Liao Lao doing today? What is his mental state like? The surgery is scheduled for next week. She redirected the conversation to Liao Lao's condition. Quite well. My father is a resilient and optimistic man. You see, even when he is unwell, he carries on as if nothing is amiss. Ruan Liuzheng smiled as she observed Liao Lao, who was watching television and waiting for the news broadcast. Liao Lao, may I see today's records? Of course, young lady. Liao Lao handed her the records. After reviewing Liao Lao's daily records, she commended, very good. Liao Lao is a compliant patient. Always obedient. Liao Lao chuckled. It's hard work for you. You can't even enjoy the new year properly. Not at all. Spending a new year with you all is just as enjoyable. She smiled and exited the ward. As she embarked on her first solo night shift at Baya, a sense of trepidation washed over her, fearing any oversight. Hence, she meticulously reviewed all that needed to be done before returning to the office, only to find an unexpected presence. Her mentor, Ning. What brings you here? She was astonished. He wasn't scheduled for the night shift. He looked up from his notebook, explaining earnestly, I was concerned you might encounter difficulties alone. Is that so? While she felt slightly underestimated, she appreciated his sense of responsibility. However, she recalled that Ding Yuan had covered another doctor's night shift the previous night. Why did you come when Ding Yuan was on duty? He replied slowly. She didn't require assistance. The implication struck her. Did he believe Ding Yuan capable while deeming her incapable? Just as she was about to inquire further, an emergency erupted from the intensive care unit. She had just completed her rounds there. Without a moment to spare, she dashed off, and he followed suit. A patient's blood pressure was plummeting. She methodically addressed the situation. Shortly after, another trauma patient was brought in, bleeding profusely. After managing the crisis, she was drenched in sweat. Before she could catch her breath, a patient with a sudden cerebral hemorrhage was admitted, requiring immediate surgery. She lost track of time, unaware of when midnight arrived, the moment that signified the transition from one year to the next. In that instant, she stood alongside him at the operating table, sharing this romantic moment not only with him, but also with the patient on the table, the nurses, the anesthesiologist, and the patient as family waiting outside. After successfully saving the patient, she poured herself a glass of warm water in the on-call room. Just as she finished, 2 more patients were brought in, and she was swiftly engaged in emergency procedures, writing medical records, and issuing orders, leaving no time to consider sleep. Finally, after everything was managed, it was already 4 in the morning, and she felt no inclination to rest. Throughout the night, he remained by her side. When she dealt with situations in the intensive care unit, he observed. When she treated trauma patients, he stayed close. During surgery, he guided her and assisted. As she admitted patients, he followed her directions, conducting examinations and issuing special orders. At that moment, she sat in a chair, drenched in sweat. A glass of milk placed before her, alongside his handsome visage. Drink some milk to replenish your strength, he urged. She indeed needed to replenish her energy. Cradling a cup of milk in her hands, it was warm, not too hot, not too cold, just the right temperature, reminiscent of the hot chocolate from yesterday. The comforting warmth seemed to dissolve all her fatigue. Holding the glass tightly, she sipped slowly, feeling her strength gradually returning. Suddenly, she recalled the notion of welcoming the new year together, transitioning from one life to another. If one were to believe this, did it mean that her life was now intertwined with surgery? He too held a cup of milk, lifting it to lightly clink against hers. Toasting to this bustling New Year's Eve. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she asked in astonishment, Do you realize today is New Year's Eve? He looked at her oddly. Why wouldn't I know? I thought your phone only reminded you of the new year. In her memory, they had never spent a New Year's Eve together, and past celebrations seemed far less extravagant than those of the present. He fell silent, finishing his milk in one gulp. She wanted to inquire further if he understood the significance of spending this New Year's Eve together, but reconsidered. It seemed unnecessary to ask. As dawn approached, this hectic night was finally drawing to a close, making this year's New Year feel particularly meaningful. The end of her shift brought no respite. It was not her scheduled break, so she would continue working the next day. After the handover, Ning Zhiqian called her aside. Liuzheng, are you tired? Having worked for 24 consecutive hours, and now heading into the 36th, it was impossible not to feel fatigued. She nodded, acknowledging the truth. Do you wish to take a break? He asked. She pondered, wondering if he was offering her a way out, a chance to rest. She shook her head, asserting that she did not require special treatment. Everyone else worked the same way. Very well, he said with unprecedented seriousness. As your friend, I can grant you time to rest. If you express the need, I will allow you to sleep in the duty room. However, as your teacher, I hesitate to do so. The intensity of this work is something every surgeon must face and adapt to. I cannot coddle you. Even if I could, you will not always be under my indulgence. You must learn to stand on your own. Therefore, since you have chosen to become an outstanding neurosurgeon, you must endure this hardship. Comfort is reserved for housewives. What do you mean? She retorted. I can handle this hardship, but is comfort only for housewives? How could he belittle them? She had once been among their ranks. She pouted in dissatisfaction. Being a housewife is hard work too, you know? He was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to respond this way. He paused, speechless, and eventually said, well then, I appreciate your hard work. This time, it was her turn to be astonished. Was he implying that being a housewife was hard, or that being a doctor was? Ward rounds, he suddenly declared, turning to leave. She hurried after him, still pondering the answer to her earlier question. As for the notion of spending New Year's Eve together, the time undoubtedly should be 1314. Though perhaps this was a bit unrealistic, never mind. She would focus on the narrative. See you tomorrow.